This happened when I just turned 19 and moved into my first real place, a small studio apartment on the edge of town. It wasn't much. The walls were thin, the carpet smelled faintly of bleach, and the bathroom sink whined whenever you turned the faucet. But it was mine. For the first time in my life, I had my own space. On move-in day, my landlord handed me the keys, then gave me a strange warning. Oh, and don't be too friendly with Charlie. He's a bit, eccentric. Big, what do you call it? A Grand Theft Auto fan. Real big. I laughed it off. Eccentric neighbors were part of apartment living, right? Besides, I like Grand Theft Auto too. Maybe we'd get along. That first night, I couldn't sleep. New places always made me restless. I sat on my mattress scrolling through my phone when I heard something outside. It was the sound of water splashing. I saw the time. It was 1:30 in the morning. I got up, pulled the blinds, and looked out. There was a man right next to our building. He was in his backyard, wearing nothing but underwear and socks. In one hand, he held a garden hose, and with the other, he was caressing his shiny, bald head. All this while watering his plants in slow, deliberate sweeps. It was bizarre enough on its own, but then it hit me. I'd seen this exact scene before, but where? It took me a moment to remember that in the GTA 6 trailer, there's an exact scene. That must be Charlie. I watched in silence, trying not to laugh out loud. He was watering the plants and every few seconds half squatting in his underwear. Maybe they were too tight for him. Honestly, if you wake up in the middle of the night hearing a sound outside your window, it ends up being some freak or psycho stalking you. But in my case, I stumbled on pure comedy. No doubt the landlord warned me about him. What a loser, I said in my head. Charlie's Wi-Fi has more connections than he does. I might have laughed a little loud because suddenly he looked up at my window. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. Then a slow, unsettling grin stretched across his face. The hose slipped from his hand, water spilling across his feet. He didn't look that funny, honestly. His skin was too pale, and his eyes were very, very frightening, like he had some condition that was beyond cure. There were no eyebrows or even a beard patch on his face, which made him look even more alien. Our stare-down lasted for a minute. Then he bolted straight toward my building. I staggered back from the blinds, my heart slamming against my ribs. A moment later, pounding erupted against my door.
Let me in!
Charlie's voice was muffled but frantic.
We should be friends! We love the same game!
I froze. The pounding grew louder and faster, each slam shaking the thin wood of my door. His voice, once eager, grew sharp and manic.
Open it! Open the door! We love the same game!
Panic gripped me. What? I don't even know you. Just leave before I call the cops.
Come on, don't be shy. You're just like me. That's why you're watching me, right? I know we're the same. Just open the door.
I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. Charlie was not only banging, he was literally kicking down the door. My voice cracked as I told the dispatcher someone was trying to break into my apartment. I forced my voice steady and shouted through the door. The cops are coming! Leave! The pounding stopped. For a moment, there was silence. Then I heard him laugh. It was as if he found something funny that I didn't understand. I could still see his shadow beneath my door. He was just standing there, not moving. Minutes passed. He didn't knock again, didn't say a word, just stood there. And then, quietly, he walked away. When the cops arrived, he was gone. One officer pointed at my door with a serious face. What I saw gave me goosebumps. There were stains of blood on my door. Not just that, an uprooted human nail was stuck on the hardwood. Charlie tried so hard to get in that he didn't care he was hurting himself. The cops checked the property, took my statement, and told me to lock my windows and doors. I nodded, pretending I'd feel safer knowing that, but I didn't. There was no proof that it was Charlie since our building had no security camera. The cops couldn't press any charges on him. They even went to his house to talk to him, but no one answered. By the morning, I began to think that perhaps I had overreacted. Maybe he was just lonely. But then I opened my door and found a pair of dirty men's underwear, crumpled, stained, and left on my doormat like it was some kind of gift. My stomach turned. I backed inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it again. I don't know if he left it as a joke or a warning or some twisted gesture of friendship. I didn't want to know. That was the final straw. I packed up that same day and called my landlord, told him I was breaking the lease. He didn't argue. I knew he knew exactly why. It's been months since I left that apartment, but I can't shake the image of Charlie's grin, his bare feet slapping against the pavement as he ran toward me, his fists hammering on my door like he could break through at any second. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't called the cops, if I'd opened the door instead. Would he have stood there grinning, tried to talk? Or would he have stepped inside, locked the door behind him, and made sure I could never leave? I don't want to know. I hadn't eaten in 2 days. My stomach was folding in on itself, making angry little noises like it was talking back to me. Broke, jobless, and one couch away from sleeping in an alley. That night, I was wandering the empty midnight streets, hoping, praying I'd find a miracle. Instead, I found a Five Guys outlet. It was dark, lights off, chairs flipped on tables. I guess it was closed, and was thinking about where to go next when I heard the sound of wood hitting a hard surface. It was coming from the back of the restaurant. I followed the sound, thinking some shady business might be taking place, but realized it was the back door. Probably the staff who closed the restaurant forgot to lock it. The wind was making it swing. Clouds of thought crowded my mind. I stood there for a minute, debating. Morals don't mean much when you're starving. I told myself I'd just look. Maybe someone forgot a bag of fries. Maybe anything left in the freezer to eat to stop me from fainting. The door creaked slightly when I slipped in. The kitchen smelled like heaven. Grease, beef, something hot and real. The fryers were off, but the griddle still radiated warmth. I checked the freezer and leftover burgers wrapped in foil. There was even a jar of chocolate milkshake. It was like in search of stones, I struck gold. I unwrapped the burger and didn't care if it was cold, just took a big bite. The meat poured life into me. I glugged half the jar of milkshake, some of it even spilled on my clothes, running down my chin as I chugged too fast, but again, I didn't care. I was bloody hungry. God, I nearly cried. I was almost done with the burger and was about to leave when I heard one more noise. I'll call it a noise because it came from a human. A muffled whimpering of a man came from a distance. It was faint and coming from the storeroom. I should have left right then. I crept forward, drawn in like some idiot in a horror flick who just had to open the door. I eased it open, just a little, and peeked inside. The storeroom was mostly in darkness, but there was one spotlight hanging from the ceiling. Under that light sat a man, tied to a wooden chair. His shirt was soaked with sweat and something darker. There was duct tape over his mouth. His eyes were wide and looked red from crying too long. I was thinking about who kept him here, when suddenly someone giggled in the darkness, and two women surfaced into the light. They moved around him and began dancing like kids playing house. Both wore nurse costumes that looked like bad Halloween knockoffs, all white but splashed with fake blood, or maybe not. One had short hair and a baseball bat in her hand. The other had messy curls. The curly one picked up a chainsaw and twirled it like a ballerina, as if she was completely harmless. The short-hair one took out her phone and started filming the man. Then, she whispered something in the man's ear, and he started crying harder. The nurse with the chainsaw giggled louder, seeing him cry.
Aw, don't be such a baby. We haven't even started yet.
She waved the chainsaw in front of his face, close enough for him to flinch, but didn't touch him.
Shh, don't fight it. I've put plenty of patients to sleep. You'll be no different. Scream for the camera!
The other chimed in like it was a nursery rhyme. My heart was pounding so loud I thought they'd hear it. I started backing away. I didn't care about the burger anymore. And then, creak. The door, of course. Always the damn door. Both women stopped. The one with the chainsaw tilted her head.
Aw, look.
She whispered. Her grin stretched wider than seemed possible.
A new patient?
I bolted, didn't look back, didn't grab my half-eaten burger, just ran, out the back, through the alley, across the street. I didn't stop until I collapsed behind a dumpster 4 blocks away, lungs burning, sweat cold on my skin. Hours later, when my breathing finally settled and I came to my senses, I went to the police station, breathless, smelling like kitchen grease and fear. I told them about the man, the women, the chainsaw, everything. They checked the place but found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no man, no duct tape, no traces of blood, not even a damn fry out of place. They looked at me like I was tweaking. On the contrary, they warned me for breaking in and let me go. But I know what I saw. I didn't hallucinate it. I wasn't high, wasn't drunk. I know the difference between a joke and a nightmare. Those women were real. That man was real. And the worst part? They saw me too. This happened a week ago. Since then, I haven't slept right. I keep thinking I see them. In crowds, reflections, shadows. Last night, someone slipped me a note under the door of the crappy motel I'd been crashing in. No envelope, just a folded paper, handwritten in red marker.
Patients don't leave without saying goodbye.
I'm scared. Not paranoid. Scared. Who are they? Why 5 guys? Why the costume, the camera? Was it live streamed? Is there a video of that poor guy somewhere online with hashtags and laughing comments under it? And what if I'm next? Tonight, I checked out of the motel, cashed in my last favor to sleep on my friend Marcus's couch. He doesn't know what's going on, just thinks I'm down on luck, which I am. But it's more than that now. It's like I've stumbled into something dark and viral, something designated to be seen. They wanted an audience, and I gave it to them. I don't think they'll let me forget that.
I've been a sound engineer for 20 years, but starting my own YouTube channel was something I'd been putting off forever, until my girlfriend Sarah finally convinced me to try it.
Babe, you should totally do ASMR. Not like the whispery weird stuff. I'm talking real sounds. City noises, traffic, rain on windows, construction. You hear that stuff differently. I don't know, you could make it feel kinda cozy?
It was the exact push I needed. The channel was doing okay. After 3 months of consistency and hard work, I was getting the views and even managed to bag a few thousand subscribers. But I needed something different for my Halloween upload. It had to be authentic, to really capture people's attention. That's how I ended up in a cemetery at 2 a.m. with my portable recorder. The place dated back to the 1800s, full of weathered headstones and ancient oak trees, perfect for capturing that eerie nighttime ambiance my subscribers seem to love. I spent 20 minutes walking the winding paths, recording the rustle of dead leaves and distant cricket songs. I was enjoying the ambiance when I saw a woman in the graveyard. She was standing beside a granite headstone, about 50 yards away, perfectly still in the moonlight, clutching the marble surface like she was trying to hold herself upright. I figured she was grieving, but then I noticed her clothes and a creepy feeling brushed onto me. Her clothes were dirty, and other than dust, she had some very suspicious stains which could be blood or something else. Her hair was all messed up and she looked badly beaten. "Hi, ma'am. Is everything all right?" She didn't reply. Thinking she's some homeless woman under influence, I minded my business and kept recording. But as I got closer, I could see she wasn't just standing there quietly. Her shoulders were shaking. Thick saliva was dripping from her mouth, catching the moonlight as it fell to the ground. Suddenly, she started gasping, like she couldn't breathe. "Ma'am, are you okay? I can call someone if you..." Before I could finish, she began vomiting, and in that clear moonlight, I saw her vomiting blood. Thick, dark fluid poured from her mouth, while her eyes rolled back in shortness of breath. It splattered against the headstone and pooled at her feet. Soon, trails of blood dripped from her eyes, rolling down her pale cheeks. I was only a couple of feet away from her when the woman's head snapped toward me, with a sound like breaking bones. Her eyes weren't human. I shrieked and turned to run, but she moved faster than any human could. She got to me in seconds and grabbed my shoulders from behind. Before I could react, she rotated me towards her. She tried to speak, but only blood came out. Thick, clotted chunks splattered across my jacket and face, warm and reeking. The smell was indescribable, like rot and iron. I screamed and yanked my arm free, tearing skin against her grip, but she was relentless. Her other hand shot out and wrapped around my throat, squeezing until my vision blurred. My legs kicked uselessly beneath me, scraping against broken stone and damp earth. Then, with a guttural sound like a dying engine, she lifted me off the ground and hurled me across the cemetery. I toppled over the grass hard, but didn't stop to think or scream. I bolted straight out of the cemetery, like hell itself was chasing me, crashing through bushes and stumbling over headstones until I reached my car. I couldn't stop shaking until I got home, where Sarah was still awake, editing photos on her laptop.
How did the recording go?
I told her everything. She listened without interrupting. She looked pale, but I could tell she didn't believe me fully.
We should go back in the morning. In daylight. See what's actually there.
I didn't want to, but she was right. If there really was something wrong, if someone was hurt or sick, we needed to call for help. We drove to the cemetery the next morning at around 10. I found the headstone easily enough, though it looked less spooky in the daylight. There was no sign of bloodstains or anything suspicious. The name carved into the granite nearby read Margaret Holloway, 1962 to 1995, beloved wife. An elderly man was tending nearby graves. Sarah asked him about Margaret Holloway. "Oh, you heard about Maggie," he said, leaning on his rake. "Poor soul. Her husband poisoned her back in '95, mixed bleach into her food over several weeks. She died a painful death, vomiting blood as her organs failed." My blood went cold. "Locals say her spirit never left," the old man continued. "Folks have seen her here at night, sick and suffering, just like when she died. Of course, most people don't believe in that sort of thing anymore." Sarah drove us home while I sat in the passenger seat, trying to process what had happened. I couldn't explain what I saw, but when I checked my recorder later, it had captured everything. 23 minutes of ambient cemetery sounds, then 7 minutes of gutturals, gasps, and chokings. For a second, I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? That a ghost attacked me? They'd think I was insane. I deleted the file, determined to put it in the past. I still make ASMR videos, but nothing involving graveyards or supposedly haunted locations. Some experiences aren't worth the content, and some sounds shouldn't be recorded. Sometimes I think about Margaret Holloway, trapped in her final moments of agony, reliving her death night after night in that cemetery. I wonder if she was trying to tell me something, or if she was just lost in her own endless suffering. Either way, I never want to see her again, but I do hope her soul finds rest someday. The doorbell rang at 2:47 a.m. on Halloween night. I know because I checked my phone, thinking it was some drunk idiots pulling pranks. I swear I was ready to report them this time, but when I looked through the peephole, my heart nearly stopped. He was standing on my porch, smiling that warm smile I hadn't seen in over a month. I yanked the door open and threw my arms around him.
Dad, what are you doing here? Why didn't you call?
I just missed my baby girl, he said, hugging me, but his skin felt cold through the jacket. And when I pulled away, I noticed how pale he looked. He was nearly gray.
Are you feeling okay? You look...
I'm fine, sweetheart. Just tired from the long drive. How about we make some of that mac and cheese you used to love? We spent the next hour in the kitchen, laughing and talking. Dad told me all about fresh investments, Mom's garden, and roasted my ex-boyfriend like he had personally offended him, which he did. But even through the normalcy, I could feel it in the air. Something was off about him. Dad kept glancing towards the windows, and every time a car drove by, his whole body would tense up.
Dad, seriously, what's wrong? You're acting weird.
There's nothing wrong, Princess. Suddenly, the doorbell went off. Dad's face went white as a sheet, like someone had drained all the blood from his body. Don't answer that, he said, before I could step down from the stool.
What? Why not? It's probably some drunk...
Whoever's out there wants to hurt you bad. Don't go near that door, Camilla. The doorbell rang again, and this time it didn't stop ringing. Suddenly, there was pounding and rattling, as if someone was trying to pull the door off its hinges. Whoever it was, they were extremely desperate to get in.
Dad, lay low! I'm calling the cops!
They won't make it in time. Go to the basement, now!
What? I'm not leaving you alone to...
Before I could finish the sentence, the living room window exploded. Glass shards flew everywhere as this guy in a torn hoodie climbed through, holding a crowbar that caught the light like a blade. His eyes were wild, darting around the room like a cornered animal. Nobody moves! He screamed, waving the crowbar. I just need a place to hide! Before I could react, Dad grabbed my arm and shoved me toward the basement door. His grip was impossibly strong, stronger than I even remembered. Go hide! He pushed me so hard I stumbled down the first few steps. The basement door slammed shut behind me, and I heard the loud click.
Dad! Dad!
I pounded on the door, but it wouldn't budge. What happened next was the worst 20 minutes of my life. I lay slumped against the door, listening to hell break loose above me. Furniture crashed against walls. Glass shattered. I could hear Dad shouting, then the intruder screaming back. My whole body was shaking. All I could think about was that crowbar in the guy's hand and my dad up there alone. Dad was 52, had a bad back from years of construction work, and this maniac looked young and desperate. What if he killed him? What if I were listening to my father die and couldn't do anything to help?
Please, God. Please don't let him hurt my dad.
I whispered over and over, tears streaming down my face. The sounds got worse. There were even more crashes, something that sounded like a body hitting the wall. I pressed my hands over my ears, but I could still hear everything. Then came that ear-piercing shriek that made my blood freeze. It didn't sound human, more like an animal being slaughtered. It went on forever before cutting off into dead silence. I don't know how long I sat there in the dark, shaking and crying before I heard sirens. The police had to break down the basement door because somehow it had gotten jammed. Are you hurt? The first cop asked, helping me up the stairs. Outside, the living room looked like a war zone. Furniture was overturned. There was glass everywhere and blood splattered on the walls. They found the intruder curled up in the corner, rocking back and forth and babbling about fiery spirit. He broke into the gas station down the street first, one of the officers explained. Then came here looking for somewhere to hide. Lucky you were smart enough to hide in the basement. Probably saved your life.
Dad! Where's my dad? Where is he?
I sobbed. The cops looked confused. Your dad? Ma'am, there's no one else here.
But he was here. We were talking in the kitchen and when that guy broke in.
Ma'am, we've searched the whole house. You're the only one here. That's when my phone rang. It was Mom.
Camilla, we've been trying to call you. Your father.
He had a heart attack at work tonight. He's gone, baby. He died at 1:30.
The phone slipped from my hands, clattering on the floor. 1:30 a.m., an hour and 17 minutes before he'd shown up at my door. The cops were staring at me now, probably thinking I was in shock. One of them picked up my phone and handed it back to me. "Your mother wants to talk to you," he said gently. I looked around the destroyed living room, at the blood on the walls, at the intruder still muttering about seeing a dead man.
He came to protect me.
I gulped. Even in death, Dad had kept his promise to always be there when I needed him. The intruder was still raving about the ghost he'd seen, about how the old man had appeared out of nowhere with eyes that looked right through him. The cops thought he was having a psychotic break, but I knew better. Dad had come home one last time to save me. Dads will do anything for their kids, and not even God can intervene. The park was supposed to be empty at this hour, except for those rusted swings creaking in the wind, and that once flickering streetlight that cast everything in sickly yellow. But there he was, sitting on the picnic table under the pavilion, completely focused on whatever he was doing with his hands. At first, I thought he was dealing drugs. The way he kept checking over his shoulder nervously screamed illegal activity. But as I got closer, I realized he was whisking something in a small bowl. He looked up and our eyes met. Most people would have been embarrassed, caught doing weird stuff in public. Not this guy, though. He beamed like he reconciled with an old friend from school.
Perfect timing, he clapped. I was just about to begin the ceremony.
Everything in my gut told me to keep walking, but he seemed harmless enough. A middle-aged weirdo, sporting a cardigan that almost every American dad donned to church. Ceremony? I asked, stepping closer.
The matcha ceremony. It requires 2 people or it brings terrible luck.
He gestured to the empty bench across from him.
Please, I've been waiting so long for someone to share this with.
I don't know, man. I should really get home. His smile faltered, and desperation flickered across his face.
Please? You don't understand. I can't do this alone. The ceremony has to be shared or she won't forgive me.
She? I glanced around the empty park, but we were completely alone.
A small cup of matcha, he pleaded. That's all I need.
I didn't want to be rude. Besides, he looked fragile and really in need of some company. I joined him. The bench was cold and damp, and the air reeked of rust, like wilted petals steeped in metal. He had all the equipment precisely laid out. There was a bamboo whisk, a black ceramic bowl, and even one of those little scoops for measuring powder.
My mom taught me this,
he said, beginning to whisk again.
Every morning for 23 years, we shared matcha together. It was our thing.
Did she pass recently? I asked, trying to be polite.
3 months ago.
His whisking never paused.
Lost to cancer. But she made me promise that I won't stop the ceremony. The tradition must not die with me, Marcus, she said. Those were her last words.
Marcus. Now I had a name to go with the increasingly bad vibes radiating from this guy. He finished whisking and carefully divided the matcha between 2 bowls. The matcha looked too bright, almost glowing. He slid one to me.
Together,
he said, raising his bowl with both hands.
On 3. 1, 2.
I lifted the bowl as well. The steam carried a bitter, earthy smell that reminded me of soil after rain. 3. We both sipped at once. The moment it touched my tongue, my soul shivered. This wasn't matcha. It tasted scorched, like dirt scraped from a fire pit. Grit clung to my teeth while the ham and cheese burger churned in my gut. I spat it out, coughed, and did everything to rid myself of the bitterness coating my mouth like ash. While Marcus burst into manic laughter, the sound ricocheted off the empty. His shoulders convulsed as he doubled over, still clutching his bowl, oblivious to the grit coating his tongue.
I stared at him, stunned. Ugh, what the hell was that? I demanded, wiping my mouth with my sleeve. Instead of answering, Marcus reached into a duffel bag I hadn't noticed before and pulled out a brass urn, the kind you see at funerals. There was a small plaque on the front that read, "Beloved Mother, Emily."
She wanted to remain part of the ceremony forever,
Marcus said between fits of laughter.
so I made sure she could every time I sipped matcha, just like always.
The taste in my mouth suddenly made horrible sense. I lurched to my feet, but my legs felt weak.
Did you put her ashes? What the? Are you insane? I'm devoted,
Marcus shrieked, unscrewing the top of the urn.
23 years we did this together, dude, and now you get to be a part of it too.
He tilted the urn and poured gray ash directly into his mouth, chewing and swallowing like it was candy. Ash spilt down his chin, coating his cardigan in chalky dust. He was making these awful choking sounds, but he kept shoving more handfuls into his mouth.
I miss you, Mommy, so much,
he gasped between mouthfuls. I fumbled for my phone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely punch 911. Marcus was vomiting now, ash and spit foaming at the corners of his mouth. His eyes had rolled back, showing only whites. 911, what's your emergency?
There's a man in Riverside Park,
I whispered, backing away from the table.
He's eating his mom's ashes. He's choking now. Oh God, he's...
Marcus suddenly went completely still. For a moment, I thought he was dead. Then his head snapped up, and he was staring directly at me, with ash-covered teeth bared into a sick grin.
Your turn,
he whispered. I ran immediately, but I could hear him behind me as he chased me toward the street. The cops found him sometime later, unconscious. He'd apparently slipped while holding the urn and cracked his skull on the picnic table. They said he was in a coma, that his brain had swollen from the impact. Lost his mother recently, the officer explained. His neighbors said he'd been acting strange since the funeral. Guess grief affects people differently. I haven't been able to drink tea since that night. Even coffee tastes like ash now. And sometimes, when I'm walking home late from work, I swear I can smell that earthly sweetness in the air. Almost half expecting to see Marcus sitting at that picnic table with his whisk and his bowl and his terrible smile, trying to share his matcha tea. The ceremony requires two, after all. I really had to collect money for the next semester tuition. So, when a woman named Mrs. Henderson commented on my LinkedIn open to work post, offering $300 for a weekend babysitting gig, I jumped on it. It seemed perfect, honestly. 2 days watching one kid while she attended a work conference out of state.
Tommy's grandmother will be here Sunday morning,
Mrs. Henderson explained when I arrived Friday evening. I noticed a bruise on her forehead. A chunk of blood was clotted on the side. Her eyes were too still.
You just need to get through Saturday night. My son is quite easy to manage.
Tommy was this 8-year-old kid who was mentally too. It was weird to watch Mrs. Henderson speak to him in a baby voice and have him in pull-ups. Even his bedroom was set up like a nursery with a crib and a changing table. She said he had severe developmental delays from a childhood accident.
He loves his shows.
She told me, pointing to the laptop.
Cocomelon keeps him perfectly calm. Just put it on whenever he gets fussy, and don't let him stay up past his bedtime.
Tommy sat in his oversized high chair, staring at me with pale blue eyes. Mrs. Henderson left around 6 p.m. The first few hours were fine. Tommy watched his shows and ate his dinner without fuss. During cartoons, I caught him chuckling and singing along, despite having hardly uttered a word to me the whole time. I sat down on the couch, texting my boyfriend when I looked up and found Tommy staring at me. His gaze had this eccentric look, like he wasn't 8 but 18.
What? Do you need anything?
He didn't answer, just clapped like a baby and said,
boo-boo, boo-boo.
I frowned in annoyance, seeing a big boy mimicking a baby. Some mothers just love spoiling their kids, I thought. Suddenly, he started getting agitated, rocking back and forth, making those gurgling noises. He started throwing his food around the floor. When I couldn't stop him, I used the only way known.
Wanna watch Coco Melon, Tommy?
His eyes lit up immediately, and for a second, I was convinced I was being unnecessarily paranoid. I found a playlist of lullabies and hit play. The familiar cartoon baby appeared on the huge flat-screen TV, singing in that high-pitched voice. Within 20 minutes, Tommy was asleep in his chair. I tucked him in his crib and closed the door. The house drowned in peaceful quiet. I grabbed myself a popsicle and sat down to watch TV. An hour might have passed, but when I heard the faint Coco Melon lullaby playing softly upstairs, I didn't see any device in Tommy's room. So how come Coco Melon is playing upstairs? I climbed the stairs slowly. The nursery door was cracked open. Through the gap, I could see Tommy sitting up in his crib, rocking side to side in the dark. He was singing along to music that had no sense of being there.
Rock-a-bye baby in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock.
I pushed the door open wider. Tommy turned to look at me, still rocking. His eyes reflected the hallway like an animal's. When he smiled, his mouth stretched impossibly wide, imitating the cartoon characters he watched.
Ruby's awake,
he said, licking his lips.
Tommy wants Ruby asleep.
My hand shook as I flipped on the light.
Tommy, you should be in bed.
Tommy is in bed,
he giggled.
Ruby should come play. Grandma won't be here for hours and hours.
His eyes were hypnotizing. He knew exactly when his grandmother was coming back. Mrs. Henderson had been lying about his condition.
I think you need to go back to sleep,
I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Tommy climbed out of his crib with fluid-controlled motions.
Tommy doesn't want to sleep. Tommy wants to play games. Fun games.
I shrieked and stumbled as Tommy crawled toward me like a spider. His eyes were hypnotizing.
Does Ruby want to play hide and seek? Tommy loves hide and seek. The last babysitter loved it too.
Last babysitter?
His smile got wider.
She's still playing. Want to see where she's hiding?
I backed toward the door, but it slammed shut behind me. Tommy giggled, and it sounded like the Coco Melon baby laugh played in reverse.
Don't leave, Ruby. Tommy gets lonely when Mama's gone. Tommy gets angry.
He grabbed a stuffed animal from his toy box and tore its head off, spilling its stuffing all over the place.
Tommy did that to the last babysitter too. She didn't complain. Want to see?
He pointed under his crib. In the shadows, I could make out what looked like a head of a woman resting on the floorboard. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and blinked at me. I lunged for the window, but Tommy moved faster than any child should. His small hands grabbed my ankle with impossible strength.
Stay and play, Ruby. Tommy likes you. We can watch Coco Melon together, forever and ever.
His grip tightened, and I felt something sharp dig into my skin. His fingernails had grown into claws. I kicked as hard as I could, connecting with his face. He let go with a shriek that sounded demonic. I grabbed the desk chair and smashed the window, cutting my arms as I climbed through. I fell into the bushes below and ran to my car, not looking back until I was 3 blocks away. When I finally caught my breath, I called the police. They gave me a chilling backstory about the house. Months back, a mother and her young son lived there. She was no ordinary woman. People whispered she practiced rituals, using her own child as a medium to cure sickness. They said she would summon dark spirits and latch them inside the boy's body, forcing him to endure their torment. Neighbors often heard his screams piercing the night, cries so raw they rattled the walls. To muffle the horror, the mother would play a soft lullaby, her voice drifting through the house until the child's wailing quieted. But one night, it wasn't the boy who screamed, it was her. By the time neighbors rushed inside, she was sprawled on the floor,
lifeless, her eyes gouged out as if ripped by unseen hands. The boy was gone, vanished into the darkness, never to be seen again.
I was 11 when Dad got transferred and we ended up in the quiet corner of Santa Fe. It wasn't bad, just extremely hush-hush. It was a Halloween night, and I was out with my friends Mateo and Asher, hitting porch after porch until our pillowcases were dragging. By 9, the little kids had cleared out. The streets were quiet as we ducked into the park to sort through our haul before heading home. "Bro, the one with the full-size Snickers is king." Mateo grinned, already halfway through his second. "He ain't king until we hit every house," I said, nodding toward the one across the park. It sat alone without any jack-o'-lanterns or cobwebs, just dark windows and a porch that looked like it hadn't seen a visitor in years. Asher shuddered. "Ugh, Fred lives there. Nobody goes there." "Why not?" "You don't know?" Mateo leaned in, lowering his voice like he was about to spill state secrets. "Fred's wife vanished a year back. Most folks think he buried her." "What? Why?" "Susie was stunning and sweet, but way out of Fred's league. He knew that, and it ate at him. Always accused her of messing around with the mailman. Then one night, he did something horrible to her, and nobody ever saw her again." "What did he do?" "Not sure. Town people say Fred went full crazy and took an axe to her. You know, split her clean in half. Neighbors saw blood smeared on the windows and called it in, but when they searched the place top to bottom, they couldn't find anything. Fred swore she ran off with some guy," Asher added. I laughed and shook my head. "That's bullshit. If the cops searched his house and found nothing, then nothing happened. It's just some made-up spook story." "I'm serious," Asher insisted. "Everyone knows Fred did it to her. Why do you think no one talks to him anymore?" "Okay, fine. If you really believe that story, let's go trick-or-treat at his house." Mateo looked nervous. I stood up and started walking toward Fred's house. "Come on, don't be babies." Up close, the house was worse. The paint was flaking off while the shutters dangled like broken limbs, and the smell was coming from somewhere that reminded me of the time a mouse died in our garage wall. I jabbed the doorbell before my nerves could talk me out of it. A few seconds later, Fred showed up. He was a very tall man with strong build. He had hairs that touched his shoulders and a creepy stare. He had this axe in his hand that looked pretty rusted. Fred definitely looked scary. "Trick or treat," I fumbled, holding up my bag. He smiled slowly, then said in a deep voice, "Oh, of course. Let me get you something special." He turned and vanished into the house, leaving the door half open. We waited. The porch light buzzed overhead, and I could feel my smug little grin about proving Asher and Mateo wrong. Fred smelled weird and looked like he hadn't done laundry since last winter, but he was taking a really long time, like way longer than it takes to grab some candy from a bowl. "What's he doing in there?" Mateo whispered. Before I could answer, we heard Fred's low, muffled voice. He was talking to someone, but there wasn't supposed to be anyone else in that house, right? Maybe his wife didn't leave after all. I nervously chuckled. Asher crept closer to the door and peeked inside. His face went white. "Guys, you need to see this." We crowded around the doorway and peeped into Fred's living room. We could only see a portion of the room where we could spot a dining table with lit candles and plates. Fred came back a minute later, carrying 3 king-size chocolate bars, the expensive kind that usually cost like $5 each. "Here you go, boys," he said, handing them out. "Enjoy." "Thanks," we mumbled, but Mateo couldn't help himself. "Are you having a party or something? We saw your table." Fred's smile got wider. "Oh, that's for Susie and me. We're having a special dinner tonight." I felt my stomach drop. "Susie?" "Yes, she's been waiting for me to start eating. Very patient woman." Fred chuckled. "Would you boys like to meet her?" Before we could answer, he pulled the door wide open so we could see the whole dining room.
Sitting at the far end of the table was a woman. She was wearing this fancy dress and had makeup caked on so thick it looked like a ski mask. But instead of her eyes, there were just empty sockets filled with something dark and moving. I squinted a little, and what I saw made the supper swirl in my stomach. The sockets were full of maggots. Her skin was gray and stretched too tight over her bones, and her mouth was sewn shut with thick black thread. But the worst part was her smell. It was sweet and rotten, like fruit left out in the sun for weeks.
"Isn't she beautiful?" Fred cooed. "Just as gorgeous as the day I married her. She never ages, never complains, never tries to leave me for other men."
We screamed, loud enough to wake up half the neighborhood as we bolted faster than we'd ever run in our lives, across the park and down the street until our lungs burned and our legs gave out. When we were almost near my house, we stopped to breathe. Asher and Mateo were staring at me with horror. I couldn't believe what just happened either. We never told anyone what we saw. Who would believe us? And like Asher said, even if we called the cops, Fred would probably just hide the body somewhere else by the time they got there. Hell, he'd done it before. I threw away that chocolate bar without even opening it. My friends did the same.
I'll never forget the summer the GTA 6 trailer dropped. Everyone was talking about it, rewatching it 100 times and speculating about every little detail. But for my friend Tyler, it became something else entirely. See, most of us just laughed at the chaos, the neon lights, and the wild stunts. Tyler, he locked on to Jason, the male protagonist in the trailer. And I don't mean he liked the character. I mean, he became him. At first, it was harmless. He started dressing like Jason, practicing the same cold expressions in the mirror when he thought no one was watching. He hit the beach gym every night, lifting under the orange glow of the pier lights, pretending he was training for something. We teased him about it. He'd laugh along at first, shrugging it off, but it was clear he wasn't enjoying the joke. With each week, Tyler drowned in his dark, imaginative world. By July, he stopped talking about anything else. Jason wouldn't waste time, he'd mutter, or Jason always finishes what he starts. It was weird, but we told ourselves it was just an obsession. Everyone has a phase, right? I wish that was all it was. It happened on a humid night by the pier. The sand was damp from the tide, the air sticky and heavy. A few of us were hanging around, spotting each other on the outdoor benches and bars, drinking and talking trash. Tyler was there too, dead silent, repping weight plates like he was possessed. His arms looked almost alien in the dim light, veins snaking up, muscles twitching with every lift. His eyes would go wide like he was seeing something in the oblivion. I thought to tease him a little. "Careful, man, you're starting to look more like Jason than Tyler." He beamed, like it was some compliment. I teased him a bit more, thinking it's harmless. "But Jason still gets the girls, unlike you." Everyone joined me for a laugh, but Tyler just set the weight plate down and stared at me. I should have stopped right there, but I didn't. I grinned, reached out, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Face it, bro, you're just a wannabe in a game that'll never drop." Our laughter grew louder. Tyler got up and faced me. I braced myself for a shove, maybe a swing, but instead, he hugged me. At first, I thought it was some weird joke. His chin pressed against my shoulder and I felt his breath against my ear, but he didn't let go. His arms tightened around me. His grip got uncomfortably strong. Then he began whispering in my ears. I couldn't make out the words, just a fast, steady stream of sound, like some ancient mantra. Dude?" I laughed nervously. "You good?" Suddenly, his hands slid upward. His thumbs pressed into my throat. I froze, disbelief rooting me in place. The pressure built in my windpipe and I gagged. I tried to push him back, but his grip was like steel. My breath hitched, my vision blurred. My knees buckled in the wet sand.
I could hear myself choking, rasping.
Tyler! What are you doing?
His face hovered inches from mine, blank, focused. It was as if he wasn't even seeing me. He was merely following a script in his head. His eyes didn't look human. They looked evil.
Help! Guys! I can't!
Panic surged. My friends rushed forward, grabbing at him, yelling for him to let go. But Tyler didn't even flinch. It was like trying to peel a machine off of me. My chest burned, every vein in my head screaming. I thought, this is it. Tyler's going to kill me. My own friend.
Tyler, stop! Are you crazy?
Let go of him, Tyler!
My friends were screaming while trying their best to separate us. My eyes went black. I could feel myself fading into darkness. My eyes suddenly went to the sand on the ground. Something primal kicked in. My hand shot into the wet sand beside me. I scooped up a fistful and shoved it into Tyler's eyes.
Ah! My eyes!
For the first time, he reacted. He jerked back, gasping, blinking furiously. The hands around my throat loosened, and I collapsed onto the ground, sucking air like I'd been drowning. Two of the guys grabbed Tyler by the arms, dragging him backward as he thrashed and snarled. I'll never forget that sound. Half growl, half scream, like he was furious we'd interrupted something sacred.
I won't tolerate this! Don't test me!
We pulled away from each other, all of us panting, eyes wide. Tyler's chest heaved, his hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. He looked less like a person and more like an animal. And then, just like that, he went still. He ripped free from their grip, straightened his jacket, and walked away. No words, no glance back, just vanished into the darkness under the pier. We haven't seen Tyler since then. I know how that sounds. If I hadn't lived it, I'd think it was an exaggeration, some overblown story meant to freak people out. But the truth is, sometimes people break. And when they do, it doesn't look like madness. It looks like obsession sharpened into something lethal. The cops couldn't find him. His parents said he left everything behind. Phone, wallet, even his bed sheets. Just gone. Like he'd shed Tyler entirely and stepped into Jason's skin. But here's the part that keeps me up at night. On quiet evenings, when the wind shifts just right through the palm trees by my window, I swear I can still hear his voice. That low, steady whisper right by my ear. The same one I couldn't make out that night. And I can't shake this thought. When GTA 6 finally drops, when the world ultimately gets to play Jason, Tyler will come back. Not to play the game. He's coming back to prove that he was never just pretending.
I swear on everything, what I'm about to tell you is real. I wish it wasn't. Honestly, I wish I'd never taken that damn shortcut through the alley. It was almost midnight when I was walking home. The streets were empty, just my sneakers tapping against the cracked sidewalk. I was walking past the dumpster when I saw something sticking out from the pile of garbage bags. At first, I thought it was just trash, but looking carefully, I realized it was a toy. Not just any broken toy, but the recently viral one, Labubu. Its fur was dirty, brownish, and matted, like it had been soaked in rain for days. Every bone in my body told me to keep walking, but for some reason, call it curiosity, call it stupidity, I reached in and grabbed it. The fur felt greasy, like touching wet carpet. I actually gagged, but I tucked it under my arm and kept moving. This weird vibe from the Labubu's glassy eyes didn't let me ignore it. When I got home, my phone buzzed. I answered without thinking, and my best friend Kayla's roommate started crying over the phone.
Steph, Kyla's gone. The plane, it crashed. What?
My brain just shut down. Kayla, my ride or die since middle school, my other half, gone, just like that. I don't remember much after that. I locked my door, threw my phone somewhere, and cried until my chest hurt.
At some point, I passed out hugging my pillow. I don't recall the time, but I woke up to this faint sound, like a giggle. Initially, I thought I must have left my laptop open, playing some silly TikTok video. But no, my room was dark and dead silent. The laugh took place again. Slowly, I turned my head. The Labubu doll was sitting on my nightstand, but I swear I hadn't put it there. Its glassy eyes glimmered in the dark, and its mouth moved. The stitches were stretching, pulling apart like wet fabric, and then, in this voice that sounded like broken glass scraping against metal, it whispered, "Steffi, wanna play?" I screamed, but no sound came out. My throat locked up. I tried to get up, but my body felt heavy, pinned down. The doll twitched, one jerk, then another. Then it flung itself off the nightstand and landed on the floor with a sickening thud. Its limbs were bent wrong, like broken sticks, but it crawled, fast, straight toward me.
Don't be sad. You'll see her soon.
I kicked at it, finally finding my voice.
Get the hell away!
But the doll began to grow bigger. Right in front of me, it started stretching, bones cracking, fur ripping, and body twisting like some nightmare origami. Within seconds, it wasn't a doll anymore. It was a giant, its head scraping the ceiling, claws carving into the walls like paper. Its grin was now jagged, splitting its face wide open. I stumbled off the bed, backing into the corner. My heart felt like it was going to explode.
She's waiting for you, Steffi.
It growled, voice echoing like 100 ravenous dogs layered together.
See you on the other side.
Grinding its monster teeth, the Labubu lunged at me. Its claws slashed at my chest. I screamed as blood sprayed across the floor. I tried to run, but the Labubu grabbed me by my leg and kept pulling. I suffered like a tiny prey, trying my best to get away.
No exit, Steph!
The voice was right in my ear. I whipped around to see the giant Labubu standing over me. My chest rose and fell like I was suffocating. It slowly bent down to my level, bringing its face inches from mine. Its breath smelled like rotten meat.
She screamed when the plane fell, Steffi. Do you want to scream too?
My whole body went cold.
Let go of me!
I sobbed, slamming my fists against its chest. It laughed, the sound splitting my skull. Then it stabbed its claw straight through me. The pain was so real, so sharp, I thought I actually died. I gasped and woke up. I shot up in bed, drenched in sweat, my heart beating like a drum. My chest hurt, but there was no wound. For a second, I thought it was all a nightmare, just a dream. But then, I saw the Labubu doll, sitting perfectly on my nightstand, facing me, smiling. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The second the sun came up, I grabbed that thing with shaking hands, stuffed it in a bag, and bolted out of my apartment. I didn't even care if people thought I was crazy. I ran straight back to that alley and threw the bag into the same dumpster. As I was heading back, I turned one last time to the alley behind me, but instead of the Labubu, I saw a girl. She was standing near the dumpster with curious eyes, and it all felt like déjà vu for a moment.
No.
I whispered, sprinting forward. She reached in, pulled out the Labubu, and hugged it like she'd found a treasure. She walked away with it.
Hey! Drop it!
I screamed, waving my arms like a maniac. She stopped while crossing the road and looked back at me, confused. And then, bam! A bus came out of nowhere, horn blaring too late. It slammed into her. The sound. I'll never get it out of my head. She flew, hit the pavement, and didn't move again. The doll rolled out of her arms, landing in the gutter. I couldn't breathe. People rushed over, screaming, calling 911. I just froze there. From that moment on, I knew the truth. Labubu isn't just some creepy toy. It's cursed. I saw death follow it twice with my own eyes. First Kayla, then that poor girl. Maybe it chooses people. Maybe it feeds on us. I don't know.
All I know is that I won't touch it again. And if you ever see one lying around, don't pick it up. Run. Just run.
I work at a marketing firm in Portland, and every Tuesday, I pick up my 4-year-old niece, Olivia, from daycare. My sister Jess is a single mom and pulls double shifts at the hospital, so I help out when I can. Olivia is this tiny ball of energy who's absolutely obsessed with Cocomelon videos. That particular Tuesday was warm and sunny, with perfect park weather. Olivia had been begging to go to Riverside Park all week, and I, for once, obliged. I needed to decompress anyway, after the hellish morning I'd had with client presentations. The playground was packed with the usual mix of exhausted parents and screaming kids. Olivia bolted straight for the swings, already humming a Cocomelon song under her breath. I found a spot on a nearby bench and pulled out my phone to catch up on emails.
Look, I'm flying, Aunt Sarah!
Olivia called out, pumping her little legs in the swing. I smiled at her and was about to dart back to the screen when I heard someone humming Cocomelon. I looked over and saw a man sitting at the end of the same bench. I didn't see him when I sat down, hence had no idea when he got here. He wore some faded khaki pants and a button-down shirt. At first glance, he looked like every other suburban dad at the park. But then he moved closer, saying, "Cute kid."
Thanks.
I couldn't put my finger on what, but my instincts blared an alarm in his presence. He started dangling his feet just like Olivia. "Cocomelon's the best, isn't it? My buddy JJ and I watch it together all the time. He's such a good kid. Always listens to Uncle Mark." I froze. Uncle Mark? Wasn't JJ a cartoon character? "JJ loves the playground episodes," the man went on, eyeing Olivia with this unsettling grin. "He's always so happy when he gets to play with new friends, especially little girls with dark hair like that." He pointed at Olivia. My stomach dropped. The way he said little girls made my skin crawl. I immediately grabbed Olivia and took her to one of the slides instead, far away from the guy. For a while, everything was normal. Olivia was mingling with the other kids, running around, while I followed her everywhere with my eyes. I looked back at that bench, and the man was gone. But then my phone rang. It was my boss, freaking out about a lost file from a server malfunction. I answered, and turned slightly away from the playground to hear better over the kids' screaming. The call lasted maybe 2 minutes. When I turned back around, my heart stopped. Olivia wasn't anywhere to be seen. I scanned the playground frantically. Slides, monkey bars, sandbox. My hands were shivering. Where could she be?
Aunt Sarah!
A tiny muffled sob came from the parking lot, and every hair on my body stood in alarm. I squinted at the cars before I spotted him.
Olivia!
That Cocomelon creep was walking quickly toward the street, dragging Olivia along the way. Her tiny hand was gripped in his much larger one. She was crying, stumbling to keep up with his long strides, and looking back toward the playground with panic in her eyes. I ran, faster than I've ever run in my life, my legs pumping so hard I thought my heart would explode. Olivia saw me coming and started thrashing at him as they neared his car with black tinted windows.
Hey, stop, you freak! Help! Help!
The man looked back and saw me charging toward them. He hurriedly threw Olivia in the back seat and was about to jump in the driver's seat when I tackled him from behind. The two of us went down in a tangle. Olivia scrambled out, sobbing hysterically, while I clawed at his arms and face like a wild animal. "Hey now, calm down," he chuckled, as if the whole ordeal amused him. "JJ and I were just going to go home and watch some videos. You can come along too." He was looking at Olivia, toe to head, and licked his lips.
My name is Olivia! I want to go home!
She screamed through her tears. "Don't be silly," he said, trying to reach for her again, even with me on top of it. "You're JJ. I know you are. I've been watching you play here every Tuesday for 3 weeks. You love the playground, just like in the episodes. 3 weeks? He'd been stalking my niece for 3 weeks, learning her schedule and planning this. Other parents had noticed the commotion and were running over. Someone was already on the phone with 911. 2 fathers grabbed the man and held him down while I pulled Olivia into my arms. "This isn't over," he said calmly as we waited for the police, his eyes never leaving Olivia's face. "JJ and Uncle Mark are meant to be together. I have all his favorite episodes saved in my computer. Uncle Mark loves little girls, like you." When the cops arrived, they searched his phone and found exactly what he described. Dozens of downloaded CoComelon episodes. But worse than that were the photos. Hundreds of pictures of children at different playgrounds around the city. All the little girls are around Olivia's age. They charged him with attempted kidnapping and stalking, but the damage was already done. Olivia hasn't watched CoComelon since that day. She has nightmares about Uncle Mark coming to take her away. She won't even go to playgrounds anymore without having panic attacks. And me? I can't stop thinking about how normal he looked. How he could have been any of the other dads at that park. How he knew exactly when to take advantage of one distraction. I don't even want to think about what he'd do to the kids if he abducted them. He's in jail now, but there are others like him out there who wear friendly faces and call themselves uncle as they plan to execute the unthinkable.
I wasn't even supposed to be there that night. Lori had called in sick earlier, but then management texted me last minute to cover her late shift. I was annoyed, but I needed the hours, so I dragged myself through rain, windshield wipers slapping uselessly against the downpour, and pulled into the Five Guys parking lot. The storm was already fierce, hammering against the glass doors, the lot shining with black puddles. Inside, the place felt like a hollow shell, fluorescent lights buzzing, grills hissing softly, and the red and white tiles reflecting the storm outside. Gina was at the register, half asleep from boredom.
Rough night to be here,
she said, giving me a tired smile. The rain pounded against the window so hard I thought the glass might crack. Customers trickled out one by one until it was just us, Gina and me, wiping down counters, checking the fryers, and trying to stay awake until close. At around 9:30, Gina started locking up. She went to secure the side door, then walked to the back windows. But suddenly, she stopped, staring at something, or maybe someone. I saw her shoulders tense, her head cocked to the side.
Lori?
She said softly. I frowned.
What?
Then, I saw her too. Standing just inside the doorframe, dripping wet, pale as the lightning flashing outside. Lori. Her Five Guys uniform clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered against her skull. She smiled, but it was weird, too wide, too stiff. Her lips didn't seem to match her eyes.
I came back.
She said, her voice flat and distant.
Car broke down nearby. Figured I'd finish the shift.
For a moment, relief surged through me. Maybe she hasn't been sick at all. Maybe she just wanted to make sure she didn't lose her hours. But as I looked at her closer, that relief curdled into something colder. Her movements were jerky and unnatural, as if she were a puppet someone was still learning to control. She dragged her feet slightly, leaving thin trails of water across the tile. And that smile, it stayed fixed, unblinking, like it had been carved into her face.
You okay?
Lori tilted her head.
Never better. Feels like all my problems are gone.
A chill ran down my spine.
What?
She stepped closer. I swear, the lights dimmed with her movement. Her wet clothes didn't drip anymore. The water just seemed to vanish into the floor.
You didn't cover for me.
She whispered, her voice suddenly much lower, rasping like it came from somewhere deep in her chest.
I covered for myself.
Gina backed away.
Tamara, something's wrong.
The air grew heavy, pressing against my lungs. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the walls, reaching for us like grasping hands. Then, with a harsh snap, the light shattered, spreading glass everywhere. In the darkness, I heard Lori's voice, closer.
Sorry for being late.
The lights from the window, along with the sudden lightning, transported the restaurant into another world, and I noticed Lori standing right in front of me. Lori wasn't solid anymore. Her body shimmered like smoke, her face pale to the point of translucence. Her eyes were hollow, glowing faintly from within.
Lori?
I whispered, though I wasn't sure why. She gave me that same stiff smile.
I had an accident.
Suddenly, the storm outside howled louder, rattling the building. The windows slammed shut on their own. Gina screamed and ran for the back. I stumbled, my heart hammering as Lori drifted closer. Her face twisted, her smile warping into something pained, furious, and broken.
I died on that road.
I tried to move, but my legs felt like stones.
Blood on my hands. Glass in my skin. And no one came. No one helped.
She floated closer, the glow from her wide eyes reflecting in the dark. Her fingers twitched, reaching for me. They weren't fingers anymore. Not really. They stretched too long, thin as wires, trembling with rage.
You didn't hear me scream, Tamara. Nobody did.
I choked on air.
You're not real. You're not.
Her head snapped to the side unnaturally, the bones cracking like breaking sticks. She screamed.
I'm here!
The sound reverberated through me, rattling my teeth. Loud thunder cracked outside. That was enough to break me free. I bolted for the door, shoving past the unseen wind that clawed at me. My hands fumbled with the lock, but somehow it gave way, and I spilled into the storm outside. The rain hit me like ice water, soaking me instantly. The storm howled, but it wasn't as loud as the wail echoing from the restaurant. Lori's voice, stretched and broken, chasing me into the night. I sprinted across the lot, my sneakers slipping on wet pavement, lungs burning. And then I found her car at the edge of the lot, right by the road. At least, what was left of it. The windshield was shattered, glittering shards scattered across the asphalt. The front of the car was crushed inward, the bonnet crumpled like foil. Steam hissed from the mangled engine. I should have kept running. I should have never looked inside. But I did. Through the broken glass, illuminated by flashes of lightning, I saw her, Lori. Her body was slumped against the steering wheel, uniform stained dark with blood. Her skull was split open, brains spilling across her Five Guys uniform. One eye was gone, the other stared blankly, lifeless. My stomach lurched, bile rising in my throat. Then, her head moved. Snapping up with a sickening crunch, her ruined face turned toward me. As her lips drew into that rigid, overly broad smile, blood trickled down her chin. Lightning cracked overhead.
I told you.
She rasped. Her mutilated hand twitched against the window, fingers dragging across the glass in slow, deliberate lines. I screamed and ran, the storm swallowing me whole. But her words followed me, stuck in my skull, replaying over and over. After that night, I left my job at Five Guys. Gina called 911, who took away Lori and investigated her accident. I didn't follow up. I want to forget that night and everything that happened. But I do hope she finds peace. I've been collecting horror stuff for 15 years, and yet to date, nothing has ever hit me like the Freddy Fazbear animatronic I bought at Grimwood Auctions last month. 7 feet tall, matted fur, creepy as hell. The Fazbear was perfect for my farmhouse collection.
Just a heads up, man. That thing's got a bad history. Came from a pizza place that shut down right after they bought it.
the auction guy told me as we signed the papers. I laughed. They all have stories. Help sell them, right? 12 grand later, Freddy was mine. The delivery guys had trouble getting it through my front door. The thing was heavier than it looked. We wedged it into the corner of my living room by the window somehow, where it sat through the day with its mouth hung open and this permanent grin and those eyes that seemed to follow you around. That evening, a storm hit. Heavy rain hammered the windows. Wind tore through the trees. By dinner, I'd lost cell service. The isolation didn't bother me, though. It was part of the reason why I had bought the house in the first place. Around midnight, a loud crash woke me up. Sounded like a tree fell, but as I listened, something felt wrong. The house had gone dead quiet despite the storm outside. I grabbed my phone's flashlight and went downstairs. The living room looked different. It took me a second to realize why. When I did, my stomach dropped. The chair where Freddy sat was empty. I swept the flashlight around, looking for where it fell. Some old animatronics have backup battery packs that can last for hours. Maybe the storm triggered something and it moved a few steps. Before I could figure it out, I heard music from the hallway. Happy Birthday played in tinny mechanical tones, but skipping notes. "Who's there?" I said, then felt stupid for talking to myself. I followed the sound down the hall. As I turned the corner, a shiver ran down my spine. Freddy Fazbear was standing upright, staring at me with those glassy eyes that now seemed alive.
Hey, buddy!
It screeched in a glitched voice. I ran for the front door, and it slammed shut before I reached it, hard enough to shake the frame. The deadbolt turned by itself with a sharp click. Behind me, heavy footsteps thudded on the floor. The thing was coming after me. I ducked into the kitchen and crouched behind the island, trying to breathe quietly. This was insane. Animatronics don't just walk around. There had to be an explanation, but I couldn't think of one. Freddy found me in the kitchen. That broken song played on repeat.
Happy birthday to happy birth.
Suddenly, the kitchen lights flickered twice. Then, the bulbs exploded. My flashlight threw crazy shadows on the wall. I heard whirring sounds of gears turning. I peeked around the edge. The animatronic stood in the doorway, with its arms raised at weird angles. Its head tilted sideways too far. Its jaw opened and closed in jerky movements. It took one lurching step forward, then another. I pressed against the cabinet, trying to disappear. The thing was 6 feet away now. I could smell old fabric and machine oil. Its head turned left and right, scanning like it was hunting. Then, it looked down, and its eyes locked onto mine. Its jaw snapped shut with a metallic clang that echoed in the small space as it lunged at me. One massive claw hand swept across the counter, sending dishes crashing. I rolled sideways as its other hand slammed down where my head had been, leaving deep scratches in the wooden island.
Stay away!
I yelled. Freddy got more violent. The mechanical sounds got louder and more aggressive. I scrambled through the back door, but it beat me there. Its claws raked across my shoulder, tearing through my shirt and cutting skin. The pain was searing, but fear kept me moving. I stumbled toward the door in the dark. That broken melody started up again, but now there was mechanical laughter with it, like a broken carnival ride. The last thing I remember was falling backward, my legs giving out from terror. My head hit something hard and everything went black. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. My neighbors found me during a welfare check after the storm cleared. I had a bad concussion, dehydration, and cuts that needed stitches. The police said it looked like vandalism. Kids probably broke in during the power outage. My house was a wreck. Furniture was overturned, and Freddy was gone, along with some other valuable pieces. I didn't correct them. How do you tell cops that a soulless robot tried to kill you? How do you explain to them that you found the backup battery pack later in your garage that was supposed to be torn out of Freddy's chest cavity? Cables ripped clean off? The thing is, that battery was dead, completely drained, had been for months according to the date sticker. So how did Freddy move without power? The police report mentioned strange electrical activity during the storm. Lightning struck the power lines 3 times that night. Maybe some kind of surge got into the house wiring, into Freddy's circuits. I don't know. What I do know is that the animatronic disappeared that night and never turned up. Not in pawn shops, online, or anywhere else. The insurance paid out, but I never bought another collectible. Sometimes, late at night, I hear that broken melody in the distance, faint, like it's coming from far away. I tell myself it's just the wind, or maybe a neighbor's music box. But I installed security cameras after that, and motion sensors too, because part of me wonders if that thing is still out there somewhere, waiting for another storm to knock the power out, waiting for the lights to go dark again, and if it comes back, I'll be ready this time.
I was 15, visiting my grandparents for the week before Halloween in Granger Hollow. It was this small town in the middle of nowhere, but my cousin Evan acted like he knew the place like the back of his hand, and had been hyping up this harvest fair all week. On Halloween night, we walked to the fairgrounds on the edge of town. The place was lit up with flickering torches and strings of orange lights. It cast everything in this eerie glow. The air was thick with smoke from bonfires and the smell of hay and spiced cider. I have to admit, the atmosphere was pretty sick. There were booths selling weird trinkets, hay rides through fake graveyards, and people in the most insane costumes I'd ever seen. Evan immediately ditched me to hit on some girls dressed as Disney princesses while I wandered around by myself, checking out the games and stuff. That's when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and nearly jumped out of my skin. Standing behind me was this clown straight out of a nightmare. His costume was faded and patchy, like it had been rotting in someone's basement for decades. The makeup was thick and cracked, with this painted-on smile that was way too wide, while his eyes were these pale blue things that seemed to track the number of times I blinked. He was holding out a piece of candy, some kind of corn syrup thing wrapped in clear plastic, but the wrapper was covered in cat hair and dust, like he'd pulled it out of a garbage can. "Want some candy, kiddo?" he offered, grinning. I looked at the nasty candy and then back at his face. The vibe around him made my skin crawl. "No thanks," I said, backing away. He didn't say anything else, just stood there holding out that gross candy as I turned and walked away as fast as I could. I found Evan by the haunted house. He was still trying to impress those princess girls. "Dude, there's this really creepy clown over by the games. Like, seriously messed up."
A clown? That's probably just Friendo.
One of the girls giggled.
He's like the town legend or whatever. Used to be the mascot of this syrup factory that closed down years ago.
"He's harmless, bro," Evan said, not even looking at me. "Just some old weirdo in a costume." But as we moved through the fair, I kept seeing him in my peripheral vision. He was behind the apple bobbing booth one second, and next, I spotted him standing next to the hayride or lurking by the bonfire. Every time I looked directly at him, he'd vanish. But each time I tell Evan, he'd just laugh and shrug. "There!" I grabbed Evan's arm and pointed. "See? By the corn maze entrance. He's giving me the creeps, Evan." Evan followed my finger and saw Friendo standing there, still as a statue, staring right at us. "All right, 'cause you're my cousin," Evan scoffed as he picked up a rock from the ground. "Hey, Friendo! Catch!" He hurled it at the clown. I watched it smack right into his forehead. Blood immediately started running down his face, mixing with the white makeup. Friendo didn't scream or wince. He didn't even touch the wound. He just stared at us for another few seconds, letting the blood soak his clothes before he walked back into the crowd. "Holy shit, Evan. Why did you do that? Relax, he'll be fine." But I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just made a huge mistake. By midnight, the fair was winding down. Most of the families had gone home, leaving just teenagers and drunk adults stumbling around. Evan finally got bored trying to impress girls, and we decided to head back to my grandma's house. Instead of taking the main road,
Evan insisted we cut through the cornfield behind the fairgrounds.
It's faster,
he said. The fog had rolled in thick, making it hard to see more than a few feet in any direction. The corn stalks towered over our heads, rustling in the wind. We were maybe halfway through when we heard the laughter, raspy and broken, like someone gargling glass. It echoed through the field from somewhere behind us.
Did you hear that?
I whispered. Evan stopped walking. Yeah. The laughter came again, closer this time. We turned around, and I saw a shape moving through the fog. He was tall and wrong, shambling towards us between the corn rows.
Friendo!
I gaped. The blood had dried black on his face, and he was carrying something that glinted in the moonlight. As he got closer, I could see it was an axe. The dark blade was something that definitely wasn't rust. His painted smile seemed even wider now, stretching impossibly across his face.
Run,
Evan breathed. We bolted through the corn, stalks whipping across our faces as we crashed through row after row. Behind us, Frendo's laughter got louder and more excited. He was enjoying this. I could hear him crashing through the corn behind us, that horrible giggling getting closer. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt like jello, but I kept running.
This way!
Evan grabbed my arm and yanked me to the right. We burst out of the cornfield and onto the main road, sprinting toward the streetlights of town. I looked back once and saw Frendo standing at the edge of the field, axe hanging at his side. He wasn't following us anymore. He just watched. The fog swirled around him like he was part of it. We ran all the way to my grandparents' house and locked every door and window. Spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room, jumping at every sound. My grandpa found us there in the morning, looking like we'd seen a ghost. When we told him what happened, his face went white.
"You boys stay away from the Harvest Festival from now on,"
he said quietly.
"Some traditions in this town are better left alone."
I never found out who Frendo really was or what happened to him after that night, but I know one thing for sure. I'm never spending another Halloween in Granger Hollow.
I'm 15 years old and a sophomore at Lincoln High in Portland. My sister Leela is 3 years older than me and has been making ASMR videos since she turned 15, starting with simple whispering and tapping sounds that somehow attracted thousands of subscribers. By the time she hit 18, she had over 1 million followers and was making enough money to help our parents with the mortgage. Leela made those mukbangs videos where she'd whisper while trying different cuisines, recording sounds that our viewers somehow found relaxing. I never understood the hype, but our parents were thrilled and acted like she'd made it big, which is why they didn't hesitate when she asked for a private studio in the basement and stopped eating with the family altogether. 6 months ago, she brought home a fluffy Siberian cat and some albino rats for aesthetics. Leela would stay locked up in the studio the whole time. When asked what she was working on, she'd get this distant look and say, "I'm developing content for a more dedicated audience." Her subscriber count was growing fast too. Within a month, she'd gone to over 3 million subscribers. But soon, the sounds started bothering me. I'd been hearing Leela's ASMR through the house for years, so I was used to the whispers and gentle eating noises. But these new sounds were different. The chewing was wetter and more aggressive. Sometimes I'd hear whimpers and tearing, like she was eating too aggressively. What kind of viewers enjoy this? One night, our parents had driven to Seattle for Dad's work conference, leaving me, Leela, and her pets alone for the weekend. Leela was excited about having the house to herself, said she had a special project planned that required complete privacy. I shrugged and disappeared into my room. A storm rolled in around midnight. The rain was pounding against my bedroom windows, and I was having trouble sleeping. That's when I started hearing the voices again. There were soft whimpers and slurping. I had to check. The studio door was open, and light was spilling up to the stairs. I could hear her soft giggles as the whimpers grew louder before fading away.
Shh, little one.
just a second longer.
I crept down the stairs just far enough to peep into the studio. What I saw has to literally be anyone's worst nightmare. Leela was kneeling in blood, knife in hand. Her arms and shirt were smeared. Skin and fur clung to her fingers like wet tissue. The camera was rolling, while the ring light cast a soft glow over the mess. The mutilated body of the cat was lying on the ground, and my sister was eating it. Raw meat dangled from her mouth as she chewed slowly, letting every squelch and crunch echo for her forum followers.
Leela?
I gasped, horrified. She flinched for a second, then slowly looked at me.
Jeremy,
Leela slurped, continuing to chew.
come taste the heaven.
What?
I said, inching away.
Whoa, don't be afraid. See how much views I get from these videos? We're gonna be super rich soon.
I started backing up the stairs, but Leela was already moving toward me. Blood dripped from her mouth, while fresh meat hung loosely in between her fingers.
They've taught me so much, you know,
She said, crawling towards me.
about angles and flavors and slicing.
Who? I gulped.
The audience. Here, this one's fresh. You'd love it.
She held out one eyeball, hoping I'll join her in this madness. Every few seconds, she'd stop and giggle.
Don't be shy. Eat.
I'm alone in the house, and if I had to survive, I need to play along. I sat down beside her, my whole body shaking in disgust. I took the eyeball in my hand and immediately vomited on the floor. Leela laughed like a toddler, clapping her hands.
You're such a softie. Come on, try again.
Leela offered a chunk of meat this time, but I couldn't stand anymore. I bolted to the living room. I tried to head for the front door, but Leela was faster than I expected. She grabbed my arm and dragged me back.
Get off me! You've lost your brain cells! You're sick!
I screamed, thrashing my arms and legs blindly. Leela merely giggled, as if my panic amused her.
You used to believe in me. What happened? This is the only thing that's ever made me feel seen. I'm not crazy. I'm finally alive.
I bit on her hand to tear free and bolted toward the kitchen, heart hammering. Leela was right behind me. I grabbed a chair and shoved it between us. She stumbled, just enough for me to keep going. I sprinted down the hallway, right into our parents' bedroom. I reached for the lock, but she kicked the door with everything she had. It slammed into me, and we both went down hard. She landed on top. Her breath was hot and sour, and her eyes were wild. In her hand, she was still clutching the knife she had used on the cat.
We could have had better footage. You ruined it.
She muttered, dragging the blade across my cheek. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Terror had choked me clean. I could merely watch her raise the knife to silence my tremors forever. Just then, bright headlights swept across the bedroom window. Tires crunched gravel, and a car screeched to a halt in our driveway.
Jer, Lila, baby, we're home.
Mom called out. Our parents had returned earlier than expected. Taking advantage of her distraction, I hurriedly shoved Leela off and scrambled back, gasping like I'd just surfaced from drowning. Leela didn't chase me this time. She just sat there, knife still clutched in her hand, frozen and full of madness. When our parents discovered the truth, they were horrified. Leela now lives in a mental institution. Last time I visited her, she was talking to the walls. I can't even recognize my sister anymore. Her obsession to be seen in the internet didn't just ruin her. It ruined our entire family.
I don't even know why I agreed to it. Maybe it was the alcohol. Maybe it was the sudden surge of adrenaline.
Or maybe it was just the blind confidence that comes from thinking nothing bad ever happens to you when you're young. It was past 2 a.m. when we stumbled out of the nightclub, half drunk, half awake, and fully reckless. My friend Mason jingled the keys of his dad's car, grinning like a devil.
Let's do it! GTA 6, baby! We'll recreate it tonight!
The others cheered, but my stomach sank. I knew the scene he was referring to. We'd all seen the trailer 100 times. The car driving at insane speed with a girl leaning out of the sunroof, arms raised, with a neon-lit city sprawling behind her. It looked wild. This is stupid, I muttered, but nobody heard me over the excitement. By the time we reached the highway, the music was blasting so loudly that it made the rearview mirror rattle. Emily had already crawled halfway out of the roof, her glittery dress catching every passing light. Her arms reached up into the night. Mason slammed the gas pedal and the car leapt forward, weaving between lanes.
Woohoo! We're legends!
Emily screamed, her hair whipping around in the wind. I tried pulling her back in. I even told Mason to slow down, but the group just kept laughing, as if it were our last night, insisting that we should make the most of it. A silver sedan swerved into our lane without signaling. Tires screeched, horns blared, and for a second, I saw us rolling, flipping end over end like a crumpled soda can. But somehow, Mason straightened the car.
Jesus Christ, guys, it's getting risky now. Please!
Emily whooped even louder.
Just like the trailer! Enjoy the fun!
At this point, my heart was hammering so hard it hurt. None of them listened to me. We were speeding like hell when a motorcycle appeared from nowhere. Its red taillight glowed like a warning flare. Mason swerved again. The car rocked so violently that Emily almost lost her grip on the roof. I lunged forward, grabbing her arm, yanking her back down just enough for her to steady herself. But she still didn't budge.
Relax, we're fine!
Fine? We weren't fine. We were seconds away from death. But I'm the only one who saw that. We continued on the road, dodging cars like it was a game. I felt like we were going to crash at any point because of how close we were with vehicles coming from the other side. Suddenly, two white beams cut straight through the darkness ahead. At first, they looked distant, but in seconds, they swelled larger and brighter, barreling straight toward us.
Mason! Mason!
I screamed, seeing the truck. Mason's hands jerked on the wheel. He hit the brakes and the car screeched, spinning in motion. The world became a blur of headlights and shadows. Everyone screamed, trying their best to grab the seats, but the impact was huge. My body slammed against the door so hard my ribs rattled. Somehow, by a miracle, we missed the truck, but the car skidded off the road and slammed into a tree. The crunch of metal and shatter of glass echoed into the night. We all ricocheted off the seat, and for a second, all went silent. A numb ringing blurred my vision. I thought we were dead, but a few seconds later, when I opened my eyes, I heard groans, coughs, and the hiss of an engine. Mason was clutching the wheel, blood streaking down his forehead. I was dazed, chest heaving, every nerve screaming. But Emily was still out of her mind. She climbed the roof.
What the hell are you doing?
She didn't answer. She jumped down onto the road, her heels chattering against the pavement. Her arms shot up again, triumphant, as though we hadn't just cheated death.
Fans of GTA 6 are invincible!
She cried, spinning in the middle of the highway under the neon glow of the distant city lights. Her laugh echoed, high-pitched and manic, like she was trying to prove something to the universe.
Emily, get back here!
I fumbled with my seatbelt, finally breaking free and stumbling out of the wreck.
Emily, please, get off the road!
But she didn't hear us, or maybe she didn't want to. She twirled and twirled, her dress glittering like some kind of beacon. Cars swerved in the distance, horns blaring in protest, but she only laughed louder.
I'm gonna live till the end, baby! GTA 6 fans are immortal!
She was going full bonkers.
I'm gonna live, and we're all...
I saw it before she did, bright headlights rushing her way.
Emily!
I screamed, my voice tearing from my throat. She turned, finally, just as the truck's headlights washed over her. For a fraction of a second, I saw her smile falter, saw her arms lower, and saw the truth sink in. And then, she was run over. The sound was indescribable. It was a bone-crushing metallic roar that ripped the night apart. One moment she was there, alive, spinning, laughing. The next, she was gone. The truck didn't even stop. It just thundered into the darkness, leaving behind what was left of Emily. I dropped to my knees, the asphalt tearing into my skin. Mason convulsed with sobs. Our two other friends staggered toward me, their faces ghost pale, lips trembling. But all I could see was Emily's lifeless body lying on the road. Her head was split into two, with her arms and legs twisted like a rag doll. We sat there until the paramedics and cops arrived. Strangers gathered, and officers pulled us aside and asked what happened. But there were no words. Nothing could explain the madness of that night. Nothing could bring Emily back. All I could think about was that trailer scene, the one that looked so free, so alive, and how we tried to bring it to life, only to find out the truth. Video games reset when you crash. Real life doesn't.
Running a funeral home isn't glamorous. People think it's morbid, depressing work. And maybe they're right. But I've been around death long enough that it feels normal, peaceful even. The dead don't scare me. They can't move, can't hurt you. At least, that's what I used to believe. It was a Tuesday morning when a young girl was brought in. She looked barely 12, drowned in her bathtub. Her father delivered the body himself, his face pale and hollow, eyes sunken like he hadn't slept in days. When I unzipped the body bag, I found a Labubu toy tucked in her arms. She loved it too much. Never let it go. I was familiar with the hype of these dolls, so I recognized it immediately. The girl's face was bloated, like any other drowning victim. Her lips had this faint bluish tint. All her veins were extra visible under the pale, waterlogged skin. At the very first glance, she kind of unsettled me. The doll's grin only added to the discomfort. I brushed it off, cataloged her details, and set her in the basement's embalming room. Around midnight, I began my work. I work in the nights because it's the most peaceful time. The embalming table creaked under her weight as I arranged my tools. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, a steady hum I'd grown used to. But that night, the silence of the room felt different. The air was thick and heavy. My eyes kept darting to the corners, convinced I saw shadows twitching. Every now and then, I heard faint dripping, as though water was leaking, but the taps were dry. And the doll? God damn that freaky Labubu. I set it on a stool beside the stretcher, but every time I glanced over, I swore its glass eyes weren't quite where I left them, like it was following me. Focus, I muttered, sliding on my gloves. It's just fatigue. Halfway into the process, I figured out I left my scalpel in the storage room, so I went to get it. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, but when I came back, the stretcher was empty. The girl's body and the doll, both were gone. Chills rushed down my spine. All my muscles locked tight in an unknown fear. My stomach dropped like a stone. For a full minute, I just stood there, scalpel in hand, breath ragged. How is this even possible? The girl has been dead for hours. She can't just travel around. Suddenly, I noticed bloody footprints on the floor, and they were leading out of the embalming room. My heart hammered so hard, I thought I'd pass out. Slowly, against everything my instincts shouted, I followed. The prints led upstairs, one sticky step after another, until they disappeared into the kitchen. I gripped the doorframe, forcing myself to breathe. That's when I heard it. Clatter, scrape, thump. Someone was ravaging the kitchen in the middle of the night. My knees went weak. Every nerve told me to run, to leave the house and never come back. But my body moved anyway, dragging me forward. I turned the corner, and my blood froze. She was there, the drowned girl, sitting cross-legged on the kitchen floor in front of the open freezer, her wet hair hanging like seaweed across her face. She clutched a raw chicken leg in her little hands and tore into it with jagged bites. Strings of bloody flesh dangled from her mouth. The sound of her animalistic chewing filled the air. The scalpel dropped from my hand, hitting the cold floor. It made this subtle metallic clank, and she stopped chewing. Making this bone-cracking sound, she turned her head slowly. She faced me. Her eyes were filled with blood and glowing. Her lips curled into a grin. Her teeth and mouth were smeared with blood. Behind her, the doll leaned against the freezer door like it had life in it too. The evil bunny was grinning wider now. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. All of a sudden, the girl opened her mouth, and in a voice that was wet and gurgling, she whispered,
"Every night, I chew and I chew, but I still feel the water in my throat."
That broke me. I screamed, stumbled backwards, and collapsed against the counter. My vision swam, the world spinning as my chest clenched. My last memory was her crawling toward me on all fours, her hands smearing the floor with blood. Then everything went black. When I opened my eyes, morning light streamed through the basement window. I was lying on the embalming room floor. The girl was back on the stretcher, pale and lifeless, exactly as she'd been the night before. The doll rested neatly against her chest, its stitched grin as stiff as ever. I thought maybe it had been a nightmare, sleep deprivation, stress, something my mind conjured up. I got up to take a closer look at her face, and drops of sweat appeared on my forehead. In her mouth, between her teeth, hung shredded strands of raw chicken flesh. Even the Labubu toy had bloodstains on its crooked teeth. I staggered back, bile raising in my throat. My mind screamed, "Leave! Leave now!" But I couldn't. I couldn't abandon her body. The family trusted me. The rest of that day passed in a blur. I embalmed her like any other client, though my hands shook so badly, I nearly dropped my instruments. The whole time, I felt her eyes on me. Every so often, I thought she blinked at me. It's been 3 nights since then. I haven't slept. Every time I close my eyes, I see her crouched in the kitchen, gnawing raw flesh, her dead eyes shining. I hear the Labubu doll laughing, whispering things I don't really understand. Yesterday, her father called me to invite me to her memorial. I didn't go. I said I was down with fever. I couldn't muster up the courage to see the girl again. I find it difficult to believe that her death was just a mere accident. I'm sure the Labubu doll has something to do with it.
Have you ever had that feeling in your gut like something's just off? Not the usual, I hate my job and wish I was dead kind of off, but that kind where the hairs on your arms start standing up like antennae. That's exactly how I felt that night at Five Guys. I was cleaning the fryer, all set to close and go home. I was exhausted, sweat clinging to my uniform, when the front door creaked open.
Tell me that's someone who forgot their wallet.
I muttered, turning toward the entrance. I could hear heavy footsteps approaching, but before I could see the customer, I noticed my coworker Louise. He was mopping behind the milkshake station, but now he stood frozen with a face as pale as a sheet. I immediately got that feeling of dread. Once I came out from the kitchen, I understood Louise's reaction. A man had stepped inside. He was limping like a broken toy. He wore a grease-stained clown outfit, 2 sizes too big, patched together with duct tape and something that looked like dried blood. His painted face grinned, lips cracked like old leather, revealing yellow teeth. The smeared red blush on his cheeks made him look like Captain Spaulding from the movie House of a Thousand Corpses.
I hear the Fries are here to die for,
he hissed, dragging a rusted crowbar across the floor tiles. Louise reached for his phone, but the clown raised the crowbar and announced,
What? You don't like clowns? Don't we make you laugh?
Louise froze again.
No calls, okay?
He cackled.
We're gonna play a fun little game tonight. Hide and shriek. Think of it as employee engagement activity.
I stood rooted to the floor, having no clue of how I'll get out of this situation, alive. He started rummaging through the counter, opening drawers and grabbing spatulas and ketchup bottles like they were sacred relics.
Tell me, Blondie, do you enjoy games?
I was terrified, but chose to stand my ground.
There are cameras here. The cops will find you, you know?
Cops!
He let out a wheezy chuckle.
Oh, sweet thing. If the cops had already caught me for the fun I had, I'd be sitting in the electric chair by now. Electric. Zzz.
He mimed electrocution, rolling his eyes back while taking his tongue out. I'd never seen anyone having such a red tongue. He turned on Louise then.
You, handsome, got any meat back there? I've got a hankering for something rare. Really rare. Maybe a spleen burger. Eyeball sliders. Do I look like I have dietary restrictions?
He herded us toward the back with lazy swings of the crowbar. It wasn't random. He was performing, feeding off the fear he smeared all over the walls, like his smeared clown grease paint. We backed into the freezer area.
Clowns hate the cold, but I love a good screamsicle.
Luis was trembling. I could see him glancing toward the emergency exit, but I knew better. It'd been jammed for months. Every time we complained, management shrugged at us, saying, just keep it closed. Now, that laziness might get us killed. The clown danced in circles, spinning with the crowbar like he was auditioning for a sadistic version of America's Got Talent.
Okay, my little burger buddies,
he said, bowing.
Time for round one. Who can scream the loudest?
Why are you doing this? Louise asked, voice shaking. The clown paused, tapping the crowbar against his teeth.
Have you ever started a grill so long that the sizzle starts sounding like a lullaby? Ever dream about meat? I do. Every night. You think you're just flipping burgers? You're part of the machine, and I'm here to clean the gears.
He grabbed Louise by the collar and dragged him back into the kitchen. I saw the panic in Louise's eyes, and something else. He wanted me to run. So I did. I slipped behind the freezer door and darted through the dry storage, barely dodging a falling box of peanut oil. My hands found the panic button under the prep counter. I hit it. Silent alarm engaged. I then hid behind the storage boxes, watching out from the gap. The kitchen echoed with screams and laughter, the kind that makes your insides twist. I crouched behind the storage rack, heart slamming against my ribs, listening.
You scream like a pork chop in a pressure cooker, Louise,
the clown shouted, followed by a wet crunch.
You think that's broken? You should see what they did to my dreams.
I heard Louise's scream 2 more times, followed by sounds of bones breaking. After that, all went silent. I could barely stop myself from crying. Then, I heard him calling out to me.
Jamie! Jamie! Where's my little blondie? I promise I'll make it quick. Well, quick-ish, depending on how flexible your kneecaps are.
I bit down on my knuckle to keep from sobbing. I thought he wouldn't be able to find me, but as I looked from the small gap between the boxes, I saw a pair of eyes staring dead at me. He slowly moved the boxes, revealing his entire face, staring up close.
One little hider shaking in a crate, 2 bloody hands soon to seal your fate. 3 seconds left. Wanna run? Too late.
I closed my eyes, knowing I was going to be dead in seconds, when I heard cop cars right outside the Five Guys entrance. When I opened them, the clown was gone. The cops pulled me out and took away Louise's dead body in a stretcher. He was beaten to a pulp. I told the cops everything. I told them to check out the security cameras, but it too was out of order. I showed them a picture of Captain Spaulding, but the cops didn't look very hopeful. They said clowns kept changing their attire, so maybe this time he was Spaulding. Next time he might come as Friendo. Who knows? They never found the clown, and I know they won't. Like he said, if they did catch him for what he did, he'd be sitting in a chair, getting electrocuted. I promised Mom and Dad I'd take Patricia trick-or-treating while they handed out candy at home. My little sister was 5 and obsessed with fairies, so she donned this sparkly pink costume with wings that kept getting caught on everything, while I threw on this old pirate outfit from last year. The street was packed with kids and parents. Patricia was having the time of her life, running up to every door and doing this little curtsy before asking for candy. She was being adorable, and I was absolutely enjoying myself for once, instead of feeling too cool for this stuff. Suddenly, my eyes went to a street light about 4 houses down. There was this tall guy, dressed exactly like Michael Myers from those horror movies, standing under it. His costume was perfect, like he'd walked straight out of the set. He stood like a mountain, peering at the rest of us.
Brian, look!
Patricia tugged on my sleeve, holding up a full-size Snickers bar.
The nice lady gave me the big candy.
That's great, Patty, I said, but I kept glancing back at the guy who was still glaring at us. We hit a few more houses. Patricia was getting excited by the hour. But every time I looked over my shoulder, the man was still there, always the same distance behind us, never getting closer, but never falling back either.
Why isn't that man getting candy?
Patricia asked, following my gaze. I don't know, Patty. Maybe he's just watching his kids or something. I said that, but I didn't see any kids with him, and he never moved toward any of the houses. He just followed us from one house to another. By the time we'd gone 6 houses, my stomach was twisting into knots. The man hadn't said a word. He hadn't waved at anyone or done anything normal. He just stood there in that horrible mask, watching us through those empty eye holes. Come on, Patty, I said, taking her hand. Let's head back home.
But we just started. I want to get more candy.
She whined. We can come back out later with Mom and Dad. As we turned around and started walking back toward our house, I heard footsteps behind us, mimicking ours. I glanced back to find the man trailing after us.
Ryan, you're squeezing my hand too tight.
Patricia complained. Sorry. I loosened my grip, but didn't let go. Patty, we need to walk a little faster, okay?
Why?
Just listen to me. I picked up the pace, pulling Patricia along. Behind us, the footsteps got faster, too. My heart started pounding. This wasn't my imagination. This guy was definitely following us. We were 3 blocks from home when I heard the footsteps speed up even more. I turned around and saw the man walking faster, his arms swinging at his sides. Something metallic glinted in his right hand. My eyes widened when I caught the edge. He was holding a huge butcher knife that looked just like the one from the movies. Run, I whispered to Patricia.
What?
Run! I grabbed my sister's hand and we bolted down the sidewalk. Behind us, I could hear the man break into a full sprint. Heavy boots pounded against the pavement, getting closer with each step. Patricia's fairy wings were slowing her down, catching on bushes and mailboxes. She was stumbling and trying to keep up with my longer legs.
Ryan, I can't run this fast.
The footsteps were right behind us now. I could hear his breathing through that horrible mask. We were close, really close. Just then, Patricia tripped and went down hard, scraping her knee on the concrete. She started screaming, not just from pain, but from terror. She had seen the knife too. I didn't blink, just scooped my little sister up in my arms and kept running as her fairy wings crushed against my chest. She couldn't have weighed more than 40 pounds, but my legs were on fire. The man was so close I could hear the knife cutting the air as he swung it. Luckily, our house was just a short distance apart. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life. I fumbled with the door handle. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it. When the door finally opened, I shoved Patricia inside, slamming it behind us and turning every lock. "What happened?" Dad rushed over from the living room where he'd been watching TV. Mom was right behind him. "There was a man," I gasped, still trying to catch my breath. He was following us and he had a knife." Dad's face stilled. He grabbed his baseball bat from the closet and headed for the door. "Call the police," he told Mom. "Dad, don't go out there." But he was already outside, bat in hand, looking up and down the street while Mom dialed 911. He came back in 5 minutes. "You sure you saw him there?" I nodded. The cops showed up 20 minutes later and took our statements. They searched the neighborhood, but didn't find anything. The officer said it was probably just someone's costume that scared us, that we might have overreacted. But the next morning, Dad found deep stabbing marks over his mailbox. Those were fresh cuts that definitely weren't there before Halloween night. The police came back and took photos, but they never found who did it. Patricia had nightmares for weeks after that. She'd wake up screaming and sobbing. Mom had to sleep in her room until she felt safe again. I never told my parents about the part that scared me the most, how perfectly steady he was throughout, like he'd done this before. We moved to a different neighborhood the next year. Dad said it was for a job, but I knew the real reason. Every time we drove past our old house, those knife marks were still there on the mailbox, reminding everyone that monsters sometimes wear masks and walk among us on Halloween night. I've been delivering for Domino's for about 6 months. It was mostly campus dorms and suburban homes. Then came this one order, just past 10 p.m., for Maple Ridge Road. The address was way out, but the customer offered $50 for a large pepperoni, and I was greedy. The GPS kept glitching the whole ride, and the trees grew thicker and thicker until the road ahead was barely visible. Then, out of nowhere, the fog lifted, and a small house appeared at the end of the road. But just as I pulled into the driveway, the car jolted. "Ugh, are you kidding me?" I groaned as I got out and crouched next to the front wheel. A long metal screw was buried deep in the rubber, letting the air hiss out. But this wasn't some random hardware store screw. The threading looked like it belonged in a power station. I pocketed it and grabbed the pizza, figuring I'd deal with the tire situation later. The front door opened before I even made it to the porch steps. "Bummer," this old guy greeted, smiling way too wide for someone expecting pizza delivery at 11. From the look of it, he was your grandfather across the street. Gray hair, thick glasses, wearing a cardigan that probably came from Sears 20 years ago, but the vibe around him was nasty. "That's me, $22.50 for the large pepperoni." "Wonderful. Come inside while I find my wallet," he said, stepping back to make room. "Besides, sounds like you'd be here for a while. I heard a tire blow from my kitchen." It was getting chilly and I was stranded, so I followed him inside. Every wall in the living room was covered with missing child posters with those same desperate missing or have you seen me text across the top. Some looked fresh off the printer, others were sun-faded and curling at the edges like they'd been up there for years. "Whoa, quite a collection you have." "You bet. My uncle knew 'em all. Very well, in fact." "Your uncle was a cop?" "Oh, no," the old man chuckled. "Way powerful than that." The way he said powerful felt suspicious. I needed to call someone and get away ASAP. I immediately dialed Jake, trying to keep my voice normal while dozens of missing kids stared down at me. "Hey man, can you come pick me up?" "Yeah, the Maple Ridge order. Tire blew out." 20 minutes? Okay, cool. "Hey, you mind if I use your bathroom while I wait?" I asked, desperate for any excuse to get away. "Down the hall, second door on your right." I thanked him and headed down. At the far end, a door stood slightly ajar. Through the gap, I caught glimpses of what looked like a workshop. I knew I shouldn't snoop, but this place was weird enough to seek answers. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Taped to the back wall was a blown-up photo of a man in a security uniform. His name tag read William Afton. Beneath it was a collage of newspaper clippings with headlines about missing children and a security guard who vanished before his trial. But what stopped me cold was what lay on the floor. Bonnie's head. I swear, it wasn't a toy or a replica. It was real or close enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Its purple fur was filthy, clumped with something dark and crusted. One eye dangled from a mess of wires, twitching slightly like it still wanted to see, while the other socket was just empty. Screws were scattered around the floor, like someone had been obsessively tearing Bonnie apart and putting her back together again and again. They were the same kind that blew out my tire. "That's my uncle!" I spun around to find him blocking the only door in the room. Gone was the friendly grandfather smile. His eyes were bloodshot and wild. "I was named after him, you know." Will grinned, inching closer. "Uncle Billy taught me everything before he had to disappear." Taught you what? "Ways to freedom. He understood that kids like you are meant for greater things." Will picked up one of the screws and examined it like it was a precious gem. "I've been following in his footsteps, helped a few find their way, gave them purpose." "You've been killing kids?" I finally realized the dark stains on Bonnie's head weren't rust. "Freeing them," Will corrected, smiling. "The animatronics make it beautiful." I looked at Bonnie's head again and saw scratches inside the jaw, like fingernails had clawed desperately at the metal, and that could have been my final mistake. Suddenly, I felt bony hands grabbing my throat. I couldn't breathe. We crashed into the workbench, making the tools fly everywhere. I ain't petite for a guy my age. 4 years on a farm gives you real muscle. Still, this 60-year-old was impossibly strong. He moved like he'd done this before, maybe for tens of times. "Give it up, kid. You'd love it up there," he grunted, squeezing harder. I drove my elbow into his nose. He gasped but didn't let go. Blood dripped down his broken nose. Still, he smiled bigger. I found a wrench from the scattered tools and swung it blindly at his head. The crack echoed through the room. Will's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. I didn't check if he was breathing. Bolted straight out of the house and threw myself into my car. The engine sputtered twice before catching. I floored it down the gravel driveway as the blown tire shredded to nothing by the time I hit the asphalt. Jake found me in a gas station parking lot 20 minutes later, shaking uncontrollably. I told him an old guy attacked me. We rang the cops. They checked the house for hours but couldn't find anything. Will had vanished, leaving only those posters and that horrible Bonnie head. That was 8 months ago. They never found Will. I quit the job the next day. Yet, every time I see Five Nights at Freddy merchandise, I think about those scratches in Bonnie's jaw and wonder if Will's still out there, carrying on Uncle Billy's work.
I just moved into the studio apartment near campus 3 weeks ago. The rent was suspiciously cheap for the area, but as a psychology major, I knew exactly why. The previous tenant, another psych student named David, had supposedly lost his mind studying child psychology there. He used to talk to himself, blaring Cocomelon videos all night, and claimed in his journals that he felt he was getting addicted to the stuff. David dropped out mid-semester and wasn't ever seen again. I ignored these rumors, and the first 3 nights went absolutely normal, until on the 4th, my life turned to hell. I was deep into studying developmental psychology when I heard the faint Cocomelon intro jingle playing outside my window. Some neighbor with a kid, maybe, I figured. So I plugged in earbuds and went back to my textbook. An hour passed without a pin out of place, but then I removed the earbuds. I could still hear the jingle boom. This time, I couldn't help myself. I lived on the 3rd floor, facing the quietest street in the city, usually hush at day and night alike. The
jingle felt enchanting the longer it echoed, as if it were pulling me towards itself. My feet mechanically inched toward the window, and my hands flung open the curtains to find a man standing directly under my building, holding a tablet above his head. He wore a cracked plastic cocoa melon mask, with half of the face missing, showing real skin underneath. It was the tablet blasting the jingle at full volume, but what made my stomach drop was the way his shining eyes were staring directly into mine. When he saw me looking down, he tilted his head too far, like his neck wasn't attached to his body. Then, he pointed right at me and smirked. I stumbled back, heart racing. It's just my imagination, I told myself, waited, then looked again. He was still there, blaring the same addictive jingle, only it was getting louder and louder. Additionally, the tablet glitched and changed clips, until the man raised it higher, angling it toward my window. I grabbed my phone and zoomed in on the screen. What I saw made my blood run cold. The video showed me studying minutes before in the studio. The angle was from above, like whoever recorded it was floating inches away while filming. I could see my textbooks, my coffee mug, and everything exactly as it is right now. I slammed the curtain shut and called 911. "There's a man outside my apartment," I told the dispatcher. When Officer Martinez arrived 20 minutes later, we went to the window together. The street was empty. "You said he was right there?" he asked, scanning the now empty sidewalk. The officer checked around the building, but as facts had it, there wasn't any trace of a human presence. "The previous tenant reported similar hallucinations, Jake, until he vanished," he said. "Be careful and ring me if you ever feel like you don't want to." That night, sleep was the farthest thing from my mind. I kept checking the locks and windows. The clock had struck 4 a.m. when exhaustion finally took over, and I dozed off, only to be awakened minutes later to the same Cocoa Melon intro jingle, and it was coming from my laptop. This time, it wasn't only louder, it felt closer. I spun around, peering at every inch of the space. The apartment was empty, but my door was unlocked. The glow of the laptop screen flickered across the walls, but it wasn't the light that froze my blood. It was the man whom I saw outside moments back. In the far corner, crouched low like an animal, a man stared at me with wide, glowing eyes. His lips twisted into an unnatural grin. His skin looked pale, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones, and the sound of a faint giggle escaped his throat. When my eyes locked with him, he rose slowly, bones cracking as he straightened, still smiling. "I can't stop hearing it," he whispered, his voice shaking, with a mix of madness and a cry for help. He pulled something from his pocket, an old rusted stapler. "The jingle never ends, but I've got an idea now. I'm gonna make him stop." Before I could move, he lifted the stapler to his ear and clack, drove the first staple through flesh. Blood trickled down his cheek as he laughed louder, his eyes never leaving mine. Clack, clack. Each squeeze tore his ear further, the metallic snap echoing in the room. Blood dripped on the floor, staining the carpet. His laughter turned guttural, unhinged. I screamed, calling out, "Marcus! Marcus!" My voice cracked with terror. At once, the man's grin faltered. Without another word, he bolted, sprinting out the door and down the hall, leaving a trail of blood behind. I called the police again. This time, they found evidence of forced entry, scratches around the window lock, and footprints on the fire escape. The man had been coming and going for weeks. As the cops took a good look at the apartment, they found a hidden space inside the walls. There was a dirty mattress with empty cans of beer and plastic wrappers of protein bars piled around. And under the mattress, there was an almost faded-out student ID that read the name David Bowles. David was found in the basement, hiding behind sewage pipes. When the cops escorted him out, he was shaking his head and laughing like a maniac. As he walked down the hallway to the cop car parked outside, he kept singing, "Wash, wash, wash your hands, wash them nice and clean. Brush, brush, brush your teeth, brush them every day. Peekaboo, I see you. Peekaboo, I see you." It was later confirmed that David descended into madness from watching too much Cocomelon. I also did my own research and came to this conclusion. Cocomelon is designed to hijack a toddler's natural attraction to sound, color, and repetition. Basically, it's baby crack, and it can turn you insane too, if you succumb to it.
I bought a Labubu doll for my niece's birthday. She's got this obsession with weird toys, the kind that makes most kids scream and cry. Creepy stuffed animals, pop-eyed figurines, skeleton-shaped plushies. If it's bizarre, she wants it. When I found a limited edition Labubu online, I thought it was perfect. Still, when the package arrived, I felt a chill just looking at it. The doll was small, covered in blue fur that felt greasy when my fingers brushed against it. Its black button eyes were too wide, too shiny, like they were always wet. But the grin was the worst part, stitched from corner to corner, jagged and crooked, like it had been torn across its face. I remember whispering, "Man, this thing is more nightmare fuel than a birthday gift." I wrapped it anyway, set it on the shelf in my living room and tried not to think about it. But later that night, I couldn't stop. I was scrolling on my phone when I stumbled onto a horror forum. One post jumped out at me. The Labubu Whisper game. Don't stare at its grin in the dark. If you do, it'll call your name at 3 a.m. Ridiculous internet garbage. But still, I had the doll, right there, wrapped, sitting on the shelf. By 2:50 a.m., I decided to test it. I turned off the lights, sat on the couch, and unwrapped the gift just enough to reveal its face. The grin stared back at me, glowing faintly in the moonlight leaking through the blinds. The house was dead quiet except for the clock ticking on the wall. I stared. Minute after minute passed. My eyelids grew heavy. I was just about to laugh it off when... My breath caught. Someone did whisper in a child's voice. I jumped in fear. I live alone. No way it could be a prank. My pulse blasted in my ears. No way. I'm just imagining it. But then I heard it again. Ethan. Wanna play hide and clap? This time, right by my ear. I shot off the couch, spinning in circles, hands raised like I could fight whatever it was. I even saw a shadow that looked like a bunny running into the living room. I followed it with caution, but there was no one. All I could hear was eerie silence, and the creepy Labubu was staring into my soul. I was wondering whether my mind was playing tricks on me when my phone buzzed. The vibration nearly made me scream. I grabbed it with shaking hands. It was a text from my niece. How weird, I thought before reading it. But once I opened it, I was 10 times more scared.
Uncle, I can hear you calling my name. Why are you outside my window?
I looked at the time. It was 3:07 a.m. I felt the blood drain from my face. I hadn't left my living room. My hands began trembling. Without wasting a second more, I called my sister. After a few seconds of ringing, she answered the phone in a groggy and annoyed voice.
What, Ethan?
Listen to me. Do not open the door. Do not open the windows. Go to Trish's room. Now, please.
What are you?
Damn it, just do it. Please. I held on to the call until my sister reached my niece's room. I heard her opening a door. A few seconds of pause were retained. Then she uttered, confused.
She's asleep. Fine. What the hell is this about?
I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just hung up, grabbed the Labubu, and ran out of the door. The streets were empty as I sped across town, every shadow looking like it was moving. I got to their house in record time and rushed inside. My niece was curled under her blanket, peaceful, like nothing had happened. My sister demanded an explanation, but I couldn't give her one.
I just stood there, staring at my niece's tiny chest, rising and falling, before glancing down at the doll in my arms. Its grin seemed wider now, its glass eyes catching the dim light like they were alive. I knew then I couldn't give it to her. Back home, I carried it straight down to the basement. My hands were shaking as I dragged out an old iron trunk. I dropped the doll inside, the sound of it hitting the bottom echoing in the concrete room. I slammed the lid shut, locked it with the thickest padlock I owned, and then I whispered, "You're not getting out. Ever." For a moment, silence. The basement felt colder and heavier, like the air had stopped moving. Then I heard a cry. The cry sounded like a child who had endured harsh treatment from its parents. The cry grew louder and louder, but I wasn't falling for the trap anymore. The Labubu tried various ways to mold you to its will. Maybe that's why people can't help but submerge themselves in the madness of these toys. I bolted upstairs, slammed the basement door shut, and locked it. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, sitting on my couch with every light blazing, waiting for the sun to come up. By morning, the world looked normal again. The doll was locked away, the whispers were gone, and my niece was safe. But one thing stuck with me. The text is from my niece. It's still on my phone. Thought later, she said she didn't text me anything like that. The whole event from that night is so mysterious. I have a dozen questions, but not a single answer. Is it possible that the doll somehow bewitched me and my niece at the same time? Maybe she did hear my voice, but drifted quickly back to sleep, not knowing some evil spirit controlled her for some time. I'll keep it locked in the trunk in my basement, forever, because I know if it ever gets out, I might not get the chance to walk out of my house alive.
The day it happened started like any other. I'd driven my van 5 hours deep into the mountains, chasing a spot I'd scouted online. It was a quiet clearing wrapped in tall pine trees. The air was crisp, with cozy monsoon vibes and the soft crackle of campfires nearby. It felt like a hidden gem, perfect for my ASMR channel, which had finally started gaining traction. I pitched my tent and set up fast. I locked the camera in for golden hour as the camp stove crackled to life, exactly what my subscribers eat up. For a while, everything went as planned. The chopping footage was crisp, and the sizzling meat created satisfying crackles. I was already imagining the comments. Then the sun sank, and the coyotes began. The first howl came from maybe half a mile west, followed by an answering one from the north. 10 minutes later, they were howling from every direction, drawing a full circle. I kept filming, trying to play it off as authentic wilderness ambiance, but my instincts screamed danger. Coyotes don't box you in unless they're hunting, or unless something bigger is hunting them. I ducked into my tent to eat and film the final segment, almost desperate to get it over with. The mesh windows gave me a clear view of the darkening forest, while the camera captured every bite. I lifted the first piece of steak, eyes on the lens, when a sudden movement at the window knocked the air out of my lungs. I turned to look at the window and saw a pair of wide blue eyes staring back at me. Someone was standing in the dark and observing for God knows how long. I only saw the eyes and a patch of forehead, yet I could tell the unknown intruder was smiling at me. I screamed and scrambled back to find something to defend myself, but as I looked again, the man was gone. It was just empty darkness outside my window. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely unzip the tent. Somehow I made it into the van and slammed the car door shut. For a while, nothing happened. Everything was so still. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. It could be fatigue, or maybe just the mountain and forest playing tricks on my mind. 5 to 7 minutes passed. No suspicious event occurred. But suddenly, the passenger side door handle rattled. "Evening, beautiful." Someone spoke in a masculine voice from outside, with this weird cheerful tone that made my skin crawl. I loved your ASMRs and the aesthetics. The handle rattled more aggressively. "I've been watching you for months," he said, circling the van. "Those location tags are literally lifesavers."
Who are you?
I stuttered. "A loyal follower.
he murmured, his voice shifting closer. I drove 6 hours for you. The least you can do is come out and say hi. Maybe give a little autograph? I tried to start the engine, but it rumbled twice and then died. He tapped on the window. Oh, sorry, but I kind of messed up your car. Hope you don't mind.
Are you nuts?
He planted his face on the glass window and murmured, You know, you're even prettier up close. I couldn't waste a chance like this. I even brought my own camera. How about we film a video together? I was terrified, but managed to stay calm. He wants me to be scared, but I won't let him take the upper hand. I screamed back.
You think I haven't dealt with worse than you? Stick around, I'll let the cops handle what's left.
He paused for a second, then climbed onto the roof. The van rocked under his weight. I tried the engine again. It just won't work. He started jumping on the van, yelling like a mad hound. To make it worse, the weather got rough. It started drizzling before a total downpour took over. Through the streaming windows, I caught glimpses of him jumping down, circling the van like a vulture. I dialed 911 and told the operator about my whereabouts, secretly hoping they'll reach me before this crazy psycho does. Rain makes everything more dramatic. He laughed, pressing his face against my window. His shirt was gone. His pale skin was gleaming wet. He started licking the window, and trust me, I've never seen such a big tongue. I tried the ignition again, but the engine was completely dead. Through the rain, I saw him hefting a rock the size of a bowling ball. He moved toward the back of the van, toward the rear window. Panic flooded my system. I must get away now. I raked my eyes all over the place. The heavy rain had stolen nearly all visibility, but it had made the ground slippery, and my van was parked on a slope. My hand shot to the parking brake. If I could just... The rock smashed through the rear window. Glass exploded everywhere as his arm reached through the jagged opening, reaching for me. I yanked the parking brake. The van lurched forward, rolling down the incline. He screamed as the momentum ripped his arm back through the broken glass.
Ugh, my arm! You witch!
I needed to go faster. I pumped the brake pedal to steer around the trees, the van sliding wildly down the slope. Through the mirrors, I saw him chasing after me, blood streaming down my arm. The van hit level ground, and I slammed the ignition again. This time, the engine caught. I floored it without looking back and didn't stop until I reached the nearby town. The man's name was Daryl Rothborn, and he was caught 3 days later at another campground 50 miles south. Turns out he's been running this stuff for over a year now, targeting young women who posted their locations online. He got life without parole. I quit YouTube, deleted everything, but I still wake up sweat-soaked, knowing that somewhere out there, more psychos like him exist.
I needed the money. That's the only reason I took the night cleaning job at the old Freddy Fazbear's location on Elm Street. The place has been shut down since the mid-90s after some tragedy nobody in town wants to discuss. Kids went missing, or so the rumors went. The owner, a property management company, just wanted someone to keep it from falling apart completely while they figured out what to do with it. $12 an hour to mop floors and dust off 20-year-old pizza grease seemed easy money for a guy between jobs. It was my first night and I was somewhat cynical. The place was huge and smelled like mold and rancid cooking oil, but I'd worked worse gigs. So those faded murals of cartoon animals that still covered the walls, their paint peeling away in long strips, didn't creep me out much. Neither did the old arcade machines that sat dark and silent, with screens cracked or entirely missing. What got to me was the stage. 3 animatronics stood there like broken mannequins, a bear, a rabbit, and a chicken. Some had stripped most of their fur years ago, leaving exposed metal endoskeletons with wires spilling out like guts. Their glass eyes reflected my flashlight beam whenever I walked past, and each time it was an effort not to stop and stare. The clock had struck 12 p.m. I was mopping near the stage when I heard the faint, mechanical clapping echoing from somewhere in the building. I instantly stopped and listened, but the sound had already faded. The building hadn't had power in years. The electrical company had disconnected everything after the place closed. But as I stood there in the dark, the stage lights suddenly flickered on for maybe 2 seconds before dying again. In that brief moment of light, I saw the bear's jaw twitch open.
"Welcome back, kids,"
came a voice from the speakers, thick with static and barely audible before it went silent. My mop hit the floor with a wet slap. Every muscle in my body was telling me to run, but I forced myself to think rationally. It's an old building, dude, I reassured myself. Maybe it was some residual power in a backup battery somewhere. The animatronics were probably motion activated, responding to my movements. I nodded to myself. It made sense, but as I bent to pick up the mop, those faint giggles made my skin crawl. It started soft, like an echo from another room, but grew louder until it filled the entire building. It felt like I was standing at a kid's birthday party, but there were no kids. The building was empty, except for me. I ran for the front entrance, fumbling with my keys as the laughter continued behind me. But when I reached the doors, I found heavy chains wrapped around the handles. I hadn't noticed them when I came in. Maybe someone locked them after I started. "Hey!" I called out, pounding on the door. Behind me, the stage light surged brighter, and this time it stayed on. I watched in horror at those deflated balloons hanging from the ceiling. The tables in the dining area had paper plates and cups scattered across them, as if kids had just finished eating. The dining room had been empty minutes ago. Now every table was full. Pale children sat at every table, maybe a dozen of them, all staring directly at me. Their faces were too white and still. Their clothes looked like they came from decades ago. All of them had this wide grin on their faces, screaming, "Run!"
"Get him! Get him! Get him!"
They cheered. Suddenly, grinding metal filled the air as the 3 animatronics stepped down from the stage. Their movements were jerky and unnatural, servos winding with each step, wires dragged behind them like intestines. The bear spoke first.
"It's time for the show!"
I backed toward the kitchen, looking for another exit, but found myself trapped between the dining room and a wall of stainless steel equipment. The animatronics advanced slowly. Their glass eyes never left my face.
"Don't you want to stay for the fun?"
the rabbit asked, its head tilted at an impossible angle. The children at the table began to giggle again. They even clapped in joy like my fear amused them. I grabbed a heavy meat cleaver from the prep station and held it out in front of me.
"Stay back!"
The chicken animatronic lunged first, moving faster than anything that Broken should have been able to. Its metal claws raked against my forearm, tearing through my jacket into my skin. I swung the cleaver and connected with its neck joint, sending sparks flying as wires severed. It kept coming. The bear grabbed my shoulders with hands that felt like steel vices. I could smell motor oil and decay as it pulled me close to its ruined face.
"You can't leave,"
it whispered.
"No one ever leaves."
I drove the cleaver into its chest, hitting something vital. The animatronic convulsed and released me as black fluid sprayed from its damaged components. I ran through the kitchen toward what I hoped was a back exit. The rabbit's footsteps pounded behind me. I found a door marked emergency exit and threw my full weight against it. It opened into an alley behind the building. I didn't stop running until I reached my car 3 blocks away. I tried explaining everything to the company once. They said I was hallucinating from stress. The building burned down 2 months later. They blamed faulty wiring, but the place hadn't had power in years. Sometimes I drive past the empty lot where Freddy Fazbear's used to stand. There's nothing there now except charred concrete and weeds. But on quiet nights, if I roll down my windows, I swear I can still hear children laughing in the distance. Some jobs aren't worth the money, and some places should stay closed forever. I was grounded on Halloween night because I had, forgotten to take out the trash for 3 weeks straight, which felt like the worst punishment in the world when you're 10 years old.
No costume, no candy, or leaving this house, Tristan. Maybe next year you'll be more responsible.
Mom warned. So, I sat by my window, listening to groups of kids laughing and running down our street. By 10, the house was quiet. Mom and Dad had gone to bed early, probably exhausted. That's when I made the stupidest decision of my life. I grabbed my vampire costume from the closet, found an old pillowcase, and snuck out through the back door. The street was mostly empty now, except for a few teenagers heading home, but some neighbors were still answering their doors. I actually managed to collect a decent amount of candy, feeling pretty proud of myself for pulling off the great escape. I was heading back home when I decided to take a shortcut through Willow Park. It was this old playground that the city kept meaning to update but never did. During the day, it was fine, but at night, it felt like a graveyard with rusted swings creaking in the wind and broken streetlights casting weird shadows. That's where I saw her. She was sitting on one of the swings, rocking slowly back and forth, donning an old wedding dress, but it was torn and dirty, like she'd been dragging it through mud. Her long black hair hung down over her face, and she was humming under her breath. I stopped walking, trying to make out the words. It sounded like a nursery rhyme intentionally sung off key.
Ring around a rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
Something about the way she sang it made my skin crawl. It wasn't playful like when kids sing it. It sounded sad and angry at the same time. I should have turned around and found another way home. Every instinct I had was telling me to get out of there. But I was 10, stupid, and curious. I dragged my feet closer. Just then, the swing stopped moving. It halted like someone had grabbed the chains, defying every law of physics I'd later know. Slowly, the woman lifted her head and looked right at me. I'll never forget her face until my last breath. Her skin was pale and mottled, like meat that had been left out too long, but it was her eyes that made me want to scream. She smiled really big.
Come here, little boy. Come play with Sarah. Sarah's been so lonely.
I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were made of concrete. She started to stand up from the swing, and that's when I saw the rest of her. The wedding dress was stained crimson, and there was a rope burn around her neck like someone had tried to hang her.
I said, come here.
She hissed, agitated. The evident fury bounced across the playground and smacked right through my bones. That broke whatever spell had frozen me in place. I sprinted faster than I'd ever run in my entire life, hearing her giggles right by my ears. The pillowcase was long forgotten. I made it home in record time, slipping back through the rear door and up to my room without waking my parents. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might explode. I changed out of my costume and got into bed, pulling the covers over my head. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was just some hobo who'd wandered into the park and my 10-year-old brain had turned her into a monster. But the singing, I heard the singing crystal clear, and I was hearing it again.
Ring around a rosy, pocket full of posies.
I peeked over my blanket and nearly wet myself. She was there, pressed against the window, staring at me with those horrible eyes. Her face was squished against the glass. Her black hair was spread out like spider legs.
Ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
She sang, grinning, looking me straight in the eye. I tried to scream for my parents, but no sound would come out. I could only lie there, trembling like a leaf, while she hummed that rhyme over and over again. Each time her fingernails scraped against the glass, I'd flinch, whimper, and sob. This went on for hours. Every time I thought she left, I'd hear that scratchy voice again.
Ring around the rosy.
The worst part was that my bedroom was on the second floor. There was no tree outside my window or anything else that could remotely explain a climb, but she was right there, lurking and giggling. Exhaustion might have taken over somewhere, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through my window, and my alarm was going off. For a few seconds, I thought it had all been a nightmare, the worst nightmare of my life, but still a dream. Then I saw it. Stuck in the corner of my window frame was a piece of dirty white fabric. When I opened the window to get a better look, I realized it was a piece of wedding veil, old and yellowed, with dark stains that looked suspiciously like dried blood. I never told my parents about that night. I was too terrified and confused. They would have thought I was making up stories to get out of being grounded anyway. I found out later from my friend's older brother that a woman had killed herself in Willow Park about 10 years ago. She'd been left at the altar by her fiancé and couldn't handle the humiliation. They found her hanging from the swing set, still wearing her wedding dress. Her name was Sarah Mitchell, and according to the newspaper articles, she'd been dead for days before anyone found her. I never took that shortcut through the park again. Even now, I drive the long way rather than pass by those swings.
Kyle dragged me to this Halloween party against my will, even when he knew how much I hated parties, crowds, and all that pretending. "Julia's gonna be there," he said with this wink as he walked over. My stomach dropped. "Why the hell would you tell me that now? Come on, man, she's cute and obviously into you." Into me was putting it lightly. Julia had been stalking me for months. It started when I made the mistake of being polite to her at a Starbucks. Next thing I know, she's showing up everywhere I go and leave this creepy stuff behind. Dead birds wrapped in black cloth, jars filled with dirt and hair. When I told her to back off, she just smiled and said she'd come around once the moon was right. The girl was totally unhinged, but I couldn't let her dictate my life. I told myself I'd enjoy the party, and I did, until I saw her again. She was across the room, dressed like Aunt Gladys from the movie Weapons. She had makeup that looked like skin rotten in place. It was gray, cracked, and clung to bone. Her eyes were sunken deep, and she had put red contacts on that glowed like coals under the dim light. Stringy hair hung down her shoulders, and I wasn't sure if it was a wig, and her red lipstick was smudged on the corners of her lips. I tried to ignore her, engaging in conversations with other people, but I still could feel her eyes on me wherever I went. At around midnight, she cornered me by the kitchen.
"Dance with me, Eric."
She purred in this raspy voice. "Just stay away."
You can't fight what's meant to be.
"You're crazy. Get help." She scrunched her nose, but backed away. I could see her lips moving like she was muttering to herself. I didn't stick around. Kyle was too drunk to notice, so I slipped out quietly and headed home alone. 3 blocks from my apartment, the street light ahead started flickering. I brushed it off and kept walking, but just as I turned the corner, there she was. Still in that Aunt Gladys costume with same rotting makeup and stringy hair. But instead of the red contacts, now her eyes were pitch black. Not just the pupils, the whole thing. Like someone had poured ink into them.
"We need to finish this,"
she said. "There's nothing to finish. Leave me alone." I tried to walk past her, but she grabbed my wrist. Her skin was ice cold, and her grip was strong enough to bruise.
"You don't get to choose,"
she hissed. Before I could react, she lunged forward and grabbed a fistful of my hair. Pain shot through my scalp as she yanked hard enough to rip strands out by the roots.
Hey, what the heck are you doing?
She pulled out this twisted piece of wood covered in thorns and started wrapping my hair around it, chanting in some language I didn't recognize. Her voice got deeper with each word, like something else was speaking through her.
"You're mine, Eric."
She whispered, her breath hot against my ear.
"Body and soul."
The twigs started getting warm near my chin before it burned hot. She snapped it in half while still chanting, and I swear the air around us got thick. "You're insane!" I screamed, finally managing to shove her away. She stumbled but didn't fall.
I would rather die than be with you,
I yelled.
That can be arranged.
She giggled as she came at me with the broken twig, thorns aimed at my eyes. I immediately bolted down the street, my sneakers pounding against the concrete. Behind me, I could hear her feet hitting the pavement, but she wasn't running footsteps. Instead, I could hear this weird skipping rhythm, like she was dancing. I glanced back and immediately wish I hadn't. She was moving wrong. Her arms were swinging too loose, and her head had tilted at an angle that should have hurt her neck, but she was gaining on me. I cut through an alley, jumping over trash bags and dodging dumpsters. My lungs were burning, but I could still hear that sick skipping and giggling getting closer. When I looked back, she was maybe 10 feet behind me, grinning that horrible stretched smile.
Eric! You can't run forever!
She squealed. I burst out of the alley and onto the main street. My building was still 2 blocks away. My legs were cramping up, but every time I slowed down even slightly, I'd hear that skipping and chanting getting closer. At the corner, I glanced back. Julia was just a few feet away. Her palms were reaching out to me, and I could feel the heat of her body mingling with mine. Before she could grab me, I shoved an elbow into her ribs, hard. I felt her stumble back, heard a crack, but didn't look twice. I bolted, sprinting down the block like my life depended on it. Maybe it did. I made it to my building and slammed the door behind me, throwing every lock we had. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see Aunt Gladys smiling at me. The next morning, Kyle gave me the news. They'd found Julia unconscious on the sidewalk around 3 a.m. with a severe head injury. She was in the hospital, but couldn't remember anything, not even her name or where she lived.
Weird thing is, Kyle said, there was all this hair scattered around where they found her, human hair, and some kind of burned wood.
I touched the sore spot on my scalp where she'd ripped out my hair. The doctors said Julia's memory loss might be permanent. Part of me feels bad about pushing her, but mostly I was relieved. If she couldn't remember me, maybe the nightmare is over. I should have noticed the red flags when she refused to let me sign that roommate agreement in anything but green ink. Even so, I was desperate for a place near campus, and Vera seemed normal enough during our brief coffee shop meeting. The apartment was exactly what I was looking for. In a week, I moved in. The first morning, I woke up to this weird, rhythmic sound coming from the kitchen. Whisk, whisk, whisk. I stumbled out in my pajamas, expecting to find her making pancakes or something. Instead, Vera stood at the counter in complete silence, whisking green powder in a ceramic bowl with surgical precision. I watched her count under her breath.
78, 79, 80.
Before she lifted the bowl with both hands, bowed her head like she was praying, and took one tiny sip.
Morning ritual.
She giggled when she noticed me staring.
Matcha helps me wake up.
I laughed it off and went back to my room to continue my revisions. By 9, things got stranger. I stepped out of my room to find my coffee maker unplugged and shoved into the back of a cabinet.
Oh, that thing?
Vera said when I asked.
I moved it. The smell was interfering with my matcha practice. Interfering? How?
She paused, holding her matcha whisk like it was sacred.
Coffee creates chaos in the mind. Matcha brings clarity.
I plugged the machine back in and made my usual mid-morning cup. Vera watched me from across the kitchen, her eyes tracking every movement. When I took a sip, she visibly flinched. The next time I took a break and stepped out, she had 2 bowls out.
I made extra this time,
she said, extending one toward me. The liquid was this unnatural bright green, almost glowing under the kitchen lights.
You should try it, Danny. Really, try it.
I took a polite sip. It tasted like grass clippings mixed with chalk.
Thanks, but I'd stick to coffee.
Her smile flickered.
Coffee is poison. It makes you jittery. Matcha would heal you. I like being jittery.
I replied, trying to keep it light. By the time afternoon fell, all my coffee and coffee maker had disappeared. When I confronted her, Vera had the audacity to claim she'd never seen it.
Maybe you put it with those trash boxes?
She suggested, with that same sweet smile.
Memory can be unreliable when you're slowly poisoning yourself with caffeine.
I didn't want to go looking for rentals all over again. I figured I'd just avoid her and ordered a new machine instead. It arrived a couple of hours later, only to be smashed to pieces before I could even get my hands on it. I was in my room when I'd heard the crash. When I stepped out, Vera was neatly arranging the pieces in a circle on the kitchen table.
Vera!
I hissed, somewhat pissed.
Sit.
She said, patting the chair across from her.
We need to talk.
I spared one annoying glance at the broken coffee maker and settled in.
Your obsession with coffee is unhealthy, Danny. You've no idea what you're missing on.
She reached across the table and grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were ice cold.
I'm trying to help you see clearly. To see the world through green.
I yanked my hand away.
You're insane. I'm moving out and I'll sue you.
That's when her mask totally slipped. Vera was furious and looked like a child whose favorite toy had been taken away.
You can't leave.
She whispered.
Not when my matcha fairy has accepted you.
I stood to go to my room, but she was faster. She grabbed my dangly earring and yanked hard. The metal tore through my earlobe and I felt warm blood trickling down my neck.
Vera, what the?
She slammed me against the wall so hard my vision blurred.
You will drink the matcha. You will see what I see. You will understand what I understand.
She hissed, her face inches from mine.
Leave me! Help! Somebody help me!
She dragged me toward the stove, where a pot of green tea was simmering. The liquid was thicker than before, with an oily film on the surface.
This is a special batch,
she said, ladling it into a bowl.
It'll help you transition.
The tea was scalding hot. I could see steam rising from it as she carried it toward me, but I ducked away at the last second, and the entire bowl of liquid splashed across my left arm. The pain was immediate and excruciating, like someone had pressed a hot iron against my skin. I screamed, clutching my burned arm, and that seemed to snap something else inside her. She walked calmly to the knife block and pulled out the butcher blade. It was a 10-inch chef's knife with a wicked curved edge.
If you won't drink it willingly,
she said, testing the knife's sharpness against her thumb.
Maybe I need to help you understand differently.
No, please, Vera, please!
She couldn't hear me. She raised the blade above her head and lunged forward, but in her rage, she'd forgotten about the puddle of spilled matcha beneath her feet. Her sneakers hit the slick tile and went out from under her. She fell backward, and her head struck the kitchen floor with enough force to crack the tile. The knife skittered across the floor and came to rest under the refrigerator. Vera didn't move. For maybe 30 seconds, I just stood there, bleeding and burned, staring at her motionless body. A thin line of blood was pooling beneath her head, mixing with the spilled green tea to create this sick brownish color. I remember calling 911 with shaking hands. The paramedics arrived first, then the cops. They loaded Vera onto a stretcher. She was breathing but unconscious, with a massive lump on the back of her skull. One of the EMTs said something about a possible brain bleed. The police charged her with assault when she woke up in the hospital, but I moved out that same day and haven't followed the case except where needed. I don't consume tea or coffee anymore. I just can't without an urge to throw up.
I moved to Milan 3 months ago for a job at this tech company. Life felt good. Better than good, actually. I was addicted to those Italian memes and weird internet stuff, so living here was the exact dopamine hit that promised the high. But being 23 and alone in a foreign country gets lonely real fast. I didn't have many friends yet, and weekends were usually spent curled up in a blanket at home, scrolling the gram for hours. That's when Lucy from accounting came up to me with a pet carrier during lunch. She had this wide smile that seemed a bit too excited.
You said you wanted a companion so badly. I found the perfect one for you.
She squealed. When she opened it, I saw a cat with a name tag, David, hanging on its collar. David was not like any cat I'd ever seen. No hair at all, with skin that looked see-through under the light. His eyes bulged out of his head like they were about to pop. His arms and legs were way too long for his body. He was bigger than most cats. He's, different, I said, intently eyeing the weird creature.
Oh, isn't he special?
Lucy giggled. The moment she left, the cat looked right at me and made this rough whisper that sounded like, "Yeah." And I burst out laughing. This was it. It was peak brain rot come to life. I whipped out my phone and started recording, dubbing him the Gato Gyat. Within hours, the video had blown up. 500K views, thousands of comments. People were losing their minds over this bizarre Italian meme cat. I felt like I'd struck internet gold. But as I returned home, I noticed the cat's behavior getting weirder. I found him trying to crawl at my bedroom door with these unnaturally long claws, repeating gyat in different tones. Sometimes it sounded high-pitched. At others, it was so deep, it sounded like it came from somewhere else entirely. When I yelled at him to stop, he stilled completely. Then he stood up on his hind legs and stared at me with his bulging eyes. He wasn't even blinking. He just stared and stared and stared. Ignoring all this, I fed David and ate dinner. Around 12, I was lying down in my bed, scrolling through comments on my recent video, when I heard someone calling from the living room. "Hey, come here for a sec." My mouth went dry, and my heart hammered. I live alone in a 2-story house. As I stepped into the living room, I found David in the center of the room. He was again standing in his tubes. And not just that, he was smiling, like a solid, scary, psycho grin. When he spoke again, my soul left my body. "Contemplating life choices, aren't we, Marco?" The creature crept closer, baring its teeth at me. "You shouldn't have let me in." I bolted into my room screaming. I slammed the door shut, just in time before the cat, or whatever it was, lunged at me. In the chaos, my phone flew out the open window, tumbling into the alley below. For 8 hellish hours, I begged whatever God was listening to keep me alive. David didn't stop. He hurled furniture at the walls and pounded on my door with fists. But the worst part wasn't the noise. It was the voices, mocking and bleeding through the wood like poison. "Come out and play, Marco," he'd whisper in my tone. "Don't you want to make another video?" Around 3 a.m., the banging got so violent, I was certain he'd break through. I crawled into my closet, pulled my knees to my chest, and tried to convince myself this wasn't happening. Fever set in somewhere around dawn. My body was shaking uncontrollably as the sounds of shrill meowing and demonic growls numbed my ears. This continued for God knows how long. But suddenly, it all stopped. I couldn't hear anything more. I finally found the courage to open the door. Outside my bedroom, the apartment looked like a crime scene. Furniture was overturned. Dishes were smashed. Deep claw marks were gouged into every surface. In the living room lay a crumpled pile of what looked like empty skin, mixed with blood and foul-smelling translucent liquid. There were tracks of bloody stains all over the floor, like someone dragged a dead body in my house. And David? Well, he was gone. My phone sat on the kitchen counter, somehow unbroken despite the chaos. There was one new video in my camera roll, recorded at 4:17 a.m. The footage showed my living room. David stood in the middle of the frame, but he wasn't David anymore. His skin hung loose like an oversized coat. And underneath? God, I couldn't name what was underneath. Something with too many joints. Fingers that bent in directions that shouldn't exist. And a face that kept shifting between human features I couldn't recognize. As the thing shed David's skin completely, it turned to look directly into the camera. When it spoke, it used my voice again. Yeah, damn, this body's getting old. Time to find a new one. Thanks for the followers, though. They're going to love what comes next. The video ended with the sound of my apartment door opening and closing. I haven't posted anything since. Every time I see a viral video now, every time something becomes an instant meme, I wonder if it's really organic or if something else is using our obsessions against us. Skinwalkers are adapting, evolving, and learning our language through our screens. David is still out there somewhere in Milan, probably wearing someone else's face and speaking in someone else's voice. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm scrolling through my feed, I see comments on random videos that make my stomach drop. Comments that just say, yeah, and get thousands of likes.
Everyone at the office knew Brian as the matcha guy. In the 3 months since he joined our marketing team, I hadn't seen him eat a single real meal or even glance at a cup of coffee. Just endless mugs of that green powder whisked right at his desk. We thought it was just another wellness kick, until Brian went full cult mode. He'd called people out mid-meeting like it was his personal mission.
Matcha drinkers don't make dumb mistakes.
He scoffed after I flubbed a slide in the client deck.
Maybe if you detoxed once in a while, your brain start actually functioning, Daniel.
Sarah rolled her eyes from across the room. We'd both hit our limit with Brian's non-stop judgment of everyone's choices. I complained to HR and they said he was just passionate about wellness and that they'd talk to him, and that was that. The breaking point came during a late-night shift. It was just the three of us, scrambling to finish an urgent project. Brian was shooting down every idea Sarah and I pitched.
Your thinking is clouded,
he kept saying.
Green tea opens the mind. Coffee shuts it down. No wonder yours is so backed up.
When he finally disappeared to the bathroom around 10 p.m., Sarah looked at me, exasperated.
Oh, I can't do another 4 hours of this, Dan.
She groaned. That's when my eyes fell on the sacred stash of matcha tins, all lined up like smug little soldiers on his desk, and an idea popped up. You thinking what I'm thinking, Sarah? With a wicked grin, she replied.
Let's teach the matcha prophet a lesson.
We gathered every tin of his precious powder and carried them to the office bathroom. Sarah giggled excitingly as I opened the first container and dumped the bright green dust into the toilet.
So satisfying.
Sarah tittered as we flushed away months of his expensive collection, watching the toilet water turn an unnatural shade of green. By the time we finished, we'd destroyed at least $300 worth of his supply. There, maybe now he'll shut up about the matcha god's superiority, I said, as we settled into our desks. 20 minutes later, Brian returned from his break and went straight to his matcha station. I watched from my computer as he reached for his first tin and frowned. He went on to open the second, the third, and the fourth. For a couple of seconds, he just stared at those empty tins like they were proof the universe had turned on him.
Where is it?
He hissed through clenched teeth. Sarah and I kept working, ignoring him entirely.
Where is my matcha?
Brian repeated, gritting his teeth so hard I really thought he'd break a molar or two.
Maybe you ran out?
Sarah stuttered.
When I just received 8 imported ceremonial grade this morning?
His hands were legit shaking as he stormed over to my desk.
What did you do with my matcha?
Dude, why'd you ask me? Why would I even touch your stupid tea stuff?
Because you're jealous,
he sneered.
Because you know you'll never have the same clarity, purpose, or enlightenment with your coffee.
Brian, it's just tea. I nervously chuckled. Calm down, okay? We'll get you more.
Just tea?
I nearly jumped as he grabbed my ceramic mug and hurled it against the floor.
Matcha is life. Matcha is consciousness. Without it, there's only darkness and confusion.
Sarah stood up, backing toward the door.
Brian, chill, please.
You did this,
he accused.
You ruined everything. Months of cleansing. Now I'll show you what happens when you interfere with enlightenment.
Before we could blink, Brian picked up a chair and hurled it at the window. The glass exploded inward, sending sharp fragments across the office floor. The alarm system started blaring.
Brian, stop!
I shouted. It was a bit late. Brian had already lunged at me with a piece of broken glass in his hand, his eyes wide and completely unfocused. Sarah screamed as I dodged, sending Brian crashing into his desk. His computer monitor crumpled into pieces.
You poisoned my temple!
He screamed, picking up another glass shard.
You destroyed my connection to the green wisdom!
Before we could reach the door, Brian turned to me and aimed for my arm. The glass sliced my skin, resulting in bleeding quite immediately. As I stood grabbing my arm in pain, he kneeled down and started praying.
I'm sorry, my lord. Forgive this sinner by accepting his blood sacrifice as an offering.
He kept praying as he rocked back and forth. We ran to the conference room and slammed the door, pushing chairs against it as a barricade. Through the glass walls, we could see Brian running around the office, slapping himself, uprooting his own hair like he had totally lost all sense of reasoning. He found another chair and started smashing it against the conference room window, trying to break through to us.
The god is offended! He wants offerings! I must sacrifice both of you! I have to!
We had to call the cops. It took 3 officers to restrain Brian as he fought them, still ranting about tea ceremonies and mind purification, still bleeding from all the cuts on his arms and hands. Officer Thompson took our statements. We admitted to dumping the matcha, expecting maybe a lecture about workplace pranks.
You had no idea what you were dealing with,
he said instead.
It's a severe mental illness that you triggered. You could have died.
They found Brian's apartment filled with thousands of dollars of matcha supplies, detailed journals about tea enlightenment, and evidence that he'd been consuming dangerous amounts of caffeine through excessive matcha consumption for months.
The powder was the only thing keeping his psychosis stable, Thompson explained. When you removed it, you removed his anchor to reality.
Brian spent 6 weeks in a psychiatric hold. The company paid for counseling for Sarah and me, but I couldn't shake the image of him screaming about human sacrifice. I should have listened when my roommate Maya warned me about walking alone after night classes. She's been obsessing over these missing girls cases around the campus, 3 in 6 months, all of whom had vanished after evening psychology lectures. The university had managed to keep it under the rug, but students like Maya had a way of getting insider scoops. But there I was, at 9:47 p.m., broke with a dead phone, walking the exact same route where Sarah Byrne, Monica Rivera, and Ashley Park were last seen alive. Professor Scott's lecture had run late again, and I had to stay behind to help her with tomorrow's notes. As I walked on the deserted streets, the November cold cut through my jacket like knives. Those old oak trees behind the building created this wall of darkness. The woods stretched for miles, thick enough to hide anything. All of a sudden, I heard footsteps behind me. They were slow and deliberate, and mimicked my pace. I turned around to see a tall guy in a wrinkled suit some 20 feet behind me. He was grinning, staring like he'd won a stupid lottery. Even in the dim light, everything felt wrong with his face.
Riz God never loses.
He whistled, loud enough only for me to hear. My blood turned ice cold. It felt as if the wind had picked up pace. I walked faster. He matched my pace perfectly. When I glanced back, I saw his phone held up with the camera pointed at me. The blue glow lit up his stubbled face, and I could see he was older and scarier than I thought. Maybe 30, with dead eyes.
You're my baby,
he called out.
Don't resist. Just duet with me.
I'd seen this before. Maya had shown me TikToks of girls being followed and filmed without consent. Without wasting a second, I fumbled for my phone and groaned, remembering it was dead. Panic crawled up my throat, as I realized how isolated we were. The woods stretched to my right, empty buildings lined my left, and at least 4 blocks separated me from any main streets or human presence.
Come on, don't be difficult.
He clicked his tongue. His voice is louder now.
Jen Bear thinks she's too good for us, huh?
My heart stalled for a beat before slamming into overdrive.
Hey, at least say hi to my friends.
He chuckled.
You're gonna be all over the internet. Viral, just like the others.
The others? Was he talking about the missing girls? I ran toward the woods instead of away, hoping to throw him off. Maybe I could loop around and make it back to campus in time. But the trees felt like they were closing in, swallowing me as I pushed deeper into the dark.
Brave girl!
He hooted, while chasing me like a creep in shadows. It took everything not to collapse. I forced myself to focus, scanning for a way out. Then I remembered something Maya showed me, an emergency feature on our student ID app. Even with a dead phone, the panic button would ping my location to campus security. I pulled out my phone, praying for enough battery. The screen flickered as I hit emergency, then turned to face him. I screamed.
I've called the campus security! They know I'm here!
El Riz for being a spoiled sport.
He growled. I flinched as the soft click of a blade echoed through the rustling trees.
I'll make this special for my followers.
The knife was small but sharp, with dark stains on the blade that made me sick. Without hesitation, he pressed it against his arm and carved an L into his skin. Blood ran down his hand, but he never stopped smiling. He licked the blood off his skin, then said,
See how dedicated I am? The others didn't appreciate my commitment, but I've a feeling you will.
I started running again. I knew if he got me, that'd be the end for me. He was constantly yelling at me to stop and pose for his followers, but all I could see was an endless tree line no matter which direction I headed.
Rizgod takes what he wants!
He screamed. There was only darkness and the sound of him getting closer. My lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Then, I saw red and blue lights flashing through the trees. A siren was growing louder.
No, no, no!
He screamed behind me.
We were just getting to the good part!
I stumbled out as 2 patrol cars pulled up. Officers had weapons drawn, flashlights cutting through darkness.
Jennifer Morrison?
One called.
Campus security got your emergency alert.
I collapsed, sobbing with relief. They caught him 20 feet behind me, still holding the bloody knife, still grinning. As they cuffed the man, I heard an officer radio.
We got him. The TikTok killer, Marcus Webb.
Later at the station, they showed me his phone. We had hours of footage of girls walking alone, running scared and begging to be spared. He ran a twisted forum on the dark web where he unloaded the last moments of his victims. His follower count was hundreds of thousands. People actually watched this stuff, bet money, and enjoyed it. Officer Williams said they'd been tracking him across multiple states. I was supposed to be victim number 7. They found the bodies 2 days later, all buried in those woods, shallow graves marked with carved wooden stakes. The trial was a circus. His lawyers claimed performance art and mental illness, but the evidence was overwhelming. Hours of footage showing him stalking women while his audience cheered. He got life without parole. His TikTok got banned, but the videos are still out there, shared on dark corners of the internet. I don't walk alone anymore, ever, and I obsessively check my phone battery. Sometimes I think about his followers, those thousands of people who watched girls being tortured mercilessly and typed W in the comments. They're still out there, waiting for the next sick creator to follow the trend and keep the loop going.
Derek and I had been together for nearly a year and a half when he suggested the cabin trip. The cabin was 3 hours outside the city, tucked away in the woods with no neighbors in sight. At first, it felt magical. We cooked dinner side by side, opened a bottle of wine by the fireplace, and curled up on the couch, talking about spring plans. But I couldn't help but notice how Derek kept glancing at his phone every few minutes.
Work email?
I asked. Yeah, just some stuff I need to handle when we get back. I didn't push it. He'd been fussing about some Chinese clients lately. We went to bed at around midnight. I fell asleep thinking about what ring he might have hidden in his bag. At 3 a.m, loud footsteps woke me up. My first thought was deer, but the rhythm was too steady. I shook Derek awake.
Someone's outside.
He blinked at me, confused. It's probably just an animal. But right then, a soft scraping sound echoed against the living room window, and we both jumped out of bed. We crept toward the living room. The cabin was small, with just one bedroom, a bathroom, and an open living area with a kitchenette. Most of the windows had these thick curtains that the owner had left closed, but we'd open them during the day to see the lake view. When we looked toward the living room window, my heart stopped. There was a man's face pressed against the glass. He was pale and gaunt, with eyes that were too wide and a smile that looked wrong. His breath was fogging up the window. Jesus Christ, Derek whispered, backing away a little. We blinked, and the face disappeared. There were more footsteps moving around the cabin. He was circling it, and every few seconds, there'd be a soft tap on a different window, like he was testing them.
We need to call the cops,
I said, fumbling for my phone. Signal's terrible out here, Derek replied, already dialing. The owner gave me his number for emergencies. I'll try him first. Derek's phone kept dropping the call. He tried 3 times before it finally connected, but it went straight to voicemail. Meanwhile, the man kept moving from window to window, tapping and testing. When he reached the one near the kitchen, he stopped and stared right at us. Up close, I could see he was mid-30s with dark hair plastered to his forehead. Even though it was freezing outside, sweat dripped down his temples, and his face was flushed like he'd been running.
Let me in! I'm cold! Get the hell away from here!
Derek shouted. The man just kept staring with that stretched smile plastered across his face.
Please! I'm so cold! Just let me in for a minute!
Derek was frantically dialing 911 now. It took 4 tries before the call finally went through. He yelled our location, screaming that someone was breaking in. The man's smile dropped in an instant. His face went completely blank before it contorted with rage. He ran to the front door and started kicking. The whole cabin shook, wood splintered with each impact.
I'll kill her! Open the door! Go away! The cops are coming!
Derek shouted, backing away. Everything went dead quiet. For about 30 seconds, I thought he'd run off, maybe scared of the police. But then, he showed up at that kitchen window again.
You didn't tell her, Derek.
Wait a sec. You know this guy?
Derek didn't answer. He just stood there, staring at the man in the window. The man pulled back, then slammed his head into the glass over and over. Blood streaked down the window. The glass cracked, and thin lines spread from the impact point.
Jesus, Jake, stop!
Derek yelled. But Jake didn't stop. His forehead split open. Blood poured down his face as he kept ramming his head into that window. The cracks spread wider.
Please!
Derek's voice broke.
Jake, please stop!
Jake slammed harder. The window was about to shatter.
I'm sorry!
Derek screamed, dropping to his knees.
I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry!
Jake stopped and stood there, swaying, while blood dripped from his face onto the snow below. And he smiled.
I told you I love you, Derek. I can't see you with anyone else.
Saying this, he turned and walked into the darkness. I looked at Derek, who was still sobbing on his knees.
I should have told you earlier, Olivia.
The cops showed up about 45 minutes later. By then, Derek told me most of it. The man's name was Jake. They'd been together for 2 years. Derek had been seeing both of us this entire time.
He lives 2 hours north,
Derek said, voice shaking.
I told him I had work trips.
He didn't know about you. I thought I could just figure it out.
Figure what out?
I choked. Who I wanted to be with. I kept meaning to end it with him, but
you didn't.
He shook his head. He found out somehow. Saw something on my social media. I don't know. He started calling, texting, saying he was coming to us. I thought he was just upset that he'd cool off.
He tracked you here?
He must have followed us or put something on my phone. I don't know. The cops searched, but Jake was gone. They found blood in the snow outside the kitchen window and footprints leading into the woods. We drove home the next morning. I broke up with him in my apartment parking lot. Derek kept apologizing, saying he'd made a mistake, that he loved me, that Jake was unstable, and he'd been afraid to tell me the truth. But all I could think about was that night. The way Jake had looked at Derek with so much pain and rage that he'd literally smashed his own head through a window. I even posted in social media to let everyone know that Derek and I aren't together anymore. I hope Jake have read so that he doesn't see me as a threat anymore. My dad left before I was even born. It was my mom who raised me alone against the world. I was 10 years old that Christmas. My mom, Erica, had just finished making dinner. It was simple: mashed potatoes, roasted chicken, and her special apple pie. She worked 2 jobs, so Christmas Eve was one of the few nights she could actually sit down and smile for a while. The lights on the tree flickered in red and green, reflecting in the windows like tiny stars. I remember how delighted she looked when she handed me a candy cane and said,
Merry Christmas, my little man.
For a while, it was perfect, until we heard the knock. It was close to midnight. Mom frowned.
That's strange. Who could it be this late?
The knock came again, louder this time.
Stay here, Noah.
She whispered and went to the door.
Who is it?
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, ma'am. Delivery for your family.
My mother's brow furrowed.
I didn't order anything.
My mom looked through the peephole, and I watched color drain from her face. Her eyes widened, but before she could speak, the man outside started kicking our door like he was desperate to get in. I screamed, not knowing what was happening. My mom told me to hide, but I couldn't move in fear. After some violent kicks, our door gave in. Mom grabbed me to her chest and we darted back to the corner, watching a man dressed in a bloodied Santa suit walk into our living room. His eyes looked empty, like he wasn't really there.
Is this how you welcome Santa?
He growled. In his gloved hand was a long kitchen knife, glinting under the Christmas lights. Mom shoved the table against him, sending plates crashing.
Run, Noah!
I froze. The man lunged, knocking the table aside like it was nothing. Mom grabbed my arm and pulled me into the kitchen. We ran, her bare feet slipping on the floor, my candy cane still clutched in my hand. She yanked open the pantry door.
Inside, quick!
We squeezed in together, surrounded by cereal boxes and flour jars. She shut the door and pressed her hand over her mouth, whispering,
Don't make a sound.
Through the slats, I saw him stalking through the kitchen.
I know you're hiding. Santa sees everything.
Mom was trembling, but her eyes were sharp. She looked toward the back window, just a few feet away from the pantry. It was small, the kind that barely opened wide enough for a kid to slip through. As soon as the man's footsteps faded toward the basement door, Mom led me to the window. She kissed me on the forehead and whispered,
Listen to me, baby. You have to crawl out that window and run to the neighbors. Don't stop. Don't look back. Please ask them to contact the police.
No, Mommy!
I whispered, tears streaming down my face.
Come with me!
She shook her head, tears in her eyes too.
I won't fit through. Just do what Mommy's saying, okay?
I crawled onto the counter and pushed the window open. The cold hit my face like knives. I turned back, and that's when I saw it, the shadow moving behind her.
Mom!
The man burst from the basement door, grabbing her from behind. The knife glinted as he pulled her back, laughing.
Where are you two going? Christmas just started!
She screamed.
Run, Noah! Go!
But the man grabbed me by the collar next, trying to pull me back in too. But Mom didn't let him. She kept kicking. She clawed at his face. Blood streaked across his cheek as she ripped off a handful of hair. The man howled in rage and let go of me, turning all of his fury on her. I dropped into the snow and ran barefoot through the yard. Behind me, I heard glass shattering, furniture breaking, and my mother's voice screaming. The neighbor's house was 2 doors down. I pounded on the door. When Mr. Harris opened it, I was shaking so hard I couldn't speak.
Oh, man, Mommy's hurt. Call the cops.
He called 911 immediately. I remember hiding under their Christmas tree while he locked the doors and turned off the lights. The sirens came minutes later, but it felt like hours. When the police got to our house, they found the front door broken and the living room trashed. The Christmas tree was on its side, ornaments shattered across the floor. The man dressed as Santa was lying unconscious near the fireplace, bleeding from his head. Mom had hit him with the heavy brass candlestick from the mantel. The officers said she fought like hell, but she didn't make it. They found her collapsed beside him, the knife still in her side. She had lost too much blood before help could arrive. The cops found a picture of me crumpled in her palm. In her last breath, all she thought of was me. It's been 20 years since that night. The cops told me later that the man had escaped from a nearby psychiatric hospital. He'd stolen the Santa costume from a donation drive hours before he broke into our home. He survived the blow to the head, but he's been in a secure facility ever since. Sometimes I wonder if he remembers what he did, but mostly I wonder if Mom knew how brave she was in that moment, how she chose to die so I could live. I can't stand Christmas music anymore. Every night before I go to bed, I ask God why he took the person who wanted to stay. Why do we lose those who care? When my dad left me and never came back, never bothered to check on Mom or his kid, God did nothing. But the only person who tried to make ends meet by devoting her life to her son suffered such a vicious end? How can life be so unfair? After Lily's mom walked out on us 2 years back, it's been just the two of us. I work 60-hour weeks at a distribution center, so hardly get any time out to spend with my daughter. So when my boss gave me a long weekend, I just threw our stuff in the car and drove 3 hours to Clearwater Beach. It was a sight to watch my little girl's face absolutely glow the second she laid eyes on the ocean. Lily spent the whole afternoon racing along the shore, chasing waves and building sandcastles that honestly look like lumpy piles of wet sand, while I sat there on our beach towel watching her. That's when this woman showed up, heavily pregnant, like she could go into labor at any minute. She had on this loose floral dress hanging over her belly, sandals, and one of those wide-brimmed hats.
She's beautiful. How old is she?
The woman smiled in this warm, motherly way. 6.
Oh, I'm having a girl too.
She rubbed her bump. I congratulated her with a polite smile. She stepped closer to Lily, who was still playing in the shallow water.
Her hair's gorgeous. So thick and shiny. And that sundress is just perfect. You're the perfect size, aren't you, sweetheart?
The perfect size. Something about the way she said it felt off. I watched her more carefully now. She had so much makeup on that I could barely imagine how her original face might look like. Something just didn't add up, so I decided to leave and told Lily to come back.
Oh, don't leave yet.
The woman said quickly, stepping between me and Lily. Before I could say anything, she walked right past and headed straight for my daughter.
Sweetheart, come here for a second. I want to tell you something.
Lily looked up, confused but curious. As she started walking toward the woman, every instinct in my body screamed at me. I moved fast, reaching Lily first. I put myself between them. Actually, we're late for dinner. Come on, Lil. The woman's smile didn't fade. but her eyes went cold.
Just 1 minute. I'm not gonna steal her.
We really need to go, I said firmly. I turned my back on her for maybe 2 seconds to grab our beach bag when I heard Lily scream. I spun around to find the woman sprinting toward the boardwalk, scooping Lily by her waist. Lily! I dropped everything and chased. For a pregnant woman, she moved like an Olympic sprinter, weaving through clusters of people, dragging Lily with her like a rag doll. My girl was crying, trying to pull away, but the woman's grip was iron. I pushed people out of the way, shouting for help, but most just stared. A few pulled out their phones to record as she headed for the parking lot. My heart stopped. If she got Lily into a car, I'd never see my daughter again. Someone stop her! The woman glanced back at me, and for a split second, our eyes met. She was smiling triumphantly. Then she turned forward again, running faster. My chest felt like it was going to explode. My vision blurred, but I kept running. She was maybe 20 feet from the parking lot entrance when a lifeguard stepped into her path. Ma'am, stop! The woman didn't stop. She tried to shove past him, but he grabbed her arm. Another lifeguard appeared from the side, blocking her escape. The woman twisted violently, hissing like a cornered animal, still clutching Lily's wrist. I reached them a second later, ripping Lily from her grip. She buried her face in my chest, sobbing. It's okay, baby. I got you. The woman struggled against the lifeguards, screaming incoherently and thrashing like she was possessed. More beach staff arrived, holding her carefully until sirens filled the air. The police showed up quick. 2 officers took the woman into custody, while a third questioned me. One officer walked over and reached for her belly. She screamed as he pulled out a knife and cut through the fabric. The dress fell down. What I saw made my stomach drop. Instead of a baby bump, she'd strapped a fake silicone bump around her waist. Underneath, her stomach was thin and wiry. Next, the officer reached for her hair and pulled off the wig. Bit by bit, they stripped her of the disguise until the real face became clear. Suddenly, a sense of urgency took over. The officers exchanged looks and made a phone call. It's him, the trafficking scout, he muttered to his partner. I felt like I was going to throw up. It wasn't some helpless pregnant lady, rather a child kidnapper named Butch who was already in the wanted list. I couldn't speak. I just held Lily tighter, feeling her heartbeat against mine. They arrested him, took him away in handcuffs. I gave my statement, answered every question, and then carried Lily back to our hotel room. She didn't let go of me for the rest of the night. We left the next morning. Lily hasn't been the same since. She doesn't sleep well. She won't go outside unless I'm holding her hand. She wakes up crying, asking if the bad lady is coming back. I tell her no. If that lifeguard hadn't been there, if I'd been one step slower, if I'd looked away for just a little longer, she'd be gone. I think about that every single day, and I think about all the other parents out there who weren't as lucky. I don't take Lily to beaches anymore. I don't take her anywhere crowded. I keep her close, because I know now, in the worst possible way, that monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like a pregnant woman with a kind smile, and sometimes they're seconds away from stealing everything you love. Norman and I had been dating for a month when he started pushing me to spend New Year's Eve at his family's farmhouse. The place was 2 hours outside of the city, buried in the woods next to a lake that looked pitch black even during the day. There were no neighbors in sight for miles. The second we pulled up, the front door swung open before we even made it to the porch, and his mom practically tackled me.
Jenny! You're even prettier in person. Get in here. We've been waiting all day.
She grabbed my hands and squeezed so hard it hurt. Inside, the place smelled of old wood, mixed with something sickeningly sweet. The furniture looked ancient. Every wall had these creepy photos of people with blank faces, staring straight ahead. We walked into the living room, and Norman's uncle's eyes glazed over. "Jenny, you're hot!"
I went stiff, but Norman laughed it off, asking me to take it easy. How could I, when his uncle couldn't stop leering all through dinner? Every single time I glanced up, he was watching me with this gross smile, licking his lips. Norman's mom was just as bad. She'd stroke my hair, squeeze my shoulders, and grab my wrist every time I so much as breathed.
Have more,
she said, dumping another pile of gray slop onto my plate.
I'm stuffed, really.
Her smile stayed frozen, but her fingers dug into my wrist.
Just one more bite, sweetie.
So, Jenny, tell us about your folks.
Norman's dad leaned across the table.
They're back in the city. My mom teaches philosophy. Do they know you're here?
That stopped me cold. I looked at Norman, but he wouldn't meet my eyes, so I mumbled an awkward yes and went back to the food. An hour later, Norman's mom carried in a cake with "Welcome to the family" written in red frosting. Suddenly, Norman's dad got up and pulled out a little box from his pocket. He set it down in front of Norman. I felt ice in my veins when he opened it. Inside was tucked an old, tarnished ring with a black stone that looked like it swallowed light.
Norman, go ahead.
His mom giggled. Norman grabbed my hand and knelt. Jenny, will you marry me? I tried to laugh it off while my heart pounded in my chest.
Norman, it's just been a month.
I know, he said, grinning. But when you know, right?
This is insane.
Norman's mom's face changed.
Aren't you his girlfriend?
Yeah, but...
So you will marry him?
Maybe, but we need more time.
Time?
His mom's voice went shrill.
For what? You ate our food. You're in our home. You're a part of us now.
I came for dinner, not a wedding.
My voice cracked. Carl pushed himself up.
What an ungrateful bitch!
I got up to leave, but Norman grabbed my wrist hard. His dad stepped in close, blocking my path to the door. Carl moved to the other side while Norman's mom stood behind me.
Please, let me go home,
I said, tears starting to spill. I tried to pull away from Norman, but his grip only kept tightening. Carl had grabbed my other arm. Between him and Norman, they started forcing me down into the chair. I struggled and wiggled, but they were too strong. Sit down! You're embarrassing me!
Stop it, please!
Norman's dad pulled the ring from the box.
Put out your hand!
No!
Carl wrenched my arm forward. Norman held my wrist still. His dad moved the ring toward my finger. I had to get away. I searched my brain for any potential exit until it clicked.
My parents have to be here.
I screamed. Norman's dad stopped. What?
My parents.
I choked out through tears.
They need to see this. That's how it's done.
Norman's mom frowned.
We don't need.
Yes! It's tradition. Please, they have to be here.
They exchanged looks. Norman's grip loosened slightly.
She's stalling,
Carl muttered.
No, I'm not, I swear. It's a union of two families, too. That's proper, isn't it? I mean, Norman deserves a grand celebration after all.
I looked at Norman, pleading with him to believe me. He looked at me, and his face softened. Fine, Norman said slowly, letting go of my wrist. I'll go get them. His dad didn't look convinced, but Norman had already grabbed the car keys and was heading towards the door.
I should give him a good luck kiss.
I mumbled, wiping my eyes and following a few steps behind. As I passed the table, I sneakily grabbed the cake fork and slipped it up my sleeve. I know you have doubts right now, but once you're in, you'll get it, Norman said at the door. I nodded, stepping closer until we were standing inches apart. I went up on my toes. He closed his eyes, waiting for the touch. Instead, I jammed the fork into his eye as hard as I could. Norman went down screaming, clutching his face as blood poured out. The car keys hit the porch with a clatter. I snatched them up and bolted.
His mom started shrieking behind me. I didn't look until I dove into the car and shoved the key in. The engine turned over right as Norman's dad got to the window, hammering on the glass. "You made a mistake!" I hit the gas. Gravel sprayed everywhere as the car kicked sideways, then straightened out. In the mirror, I could see all four of them on the porch under that yellow light, just watching me tear down the driveway. I drove for over an hour before I could pull over. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Norman's blood was all over my sleeve. Every time I blinked, I saw the fork going in. I've shifted apartment and now staying with my parents. I can't go to the cops because I too stabbed Norman that night. I just hope we never cross paths again. Ryan and I had been married for exactly 4 days when we touched down in Bali for our dream honeymoon. Aro, our personal guide, was the first to greet us. He was part of the package by the resort provided to show us around. He seemed friendly at first, spoke decent English, and knew the area inside out, so we really didn't mind him. But there was something about the way he looked at me that gave me the creeps. But since Ryan was around, I really didn't think much of it. We were climbing down this track from this infamous sunset point when Aro chimed in. "I have the perfect spot for you. It's an exclusive place and absolutely romantic. Not many people know it, but it has the perfect moon view." Ryan's eyes lit up. "That sounds incredible. What do you think, Mia?" I hesitated.
I don't know. Maybe we should stick to the main beaches?
"Come on, babe, we're on our honeymoon. Let's do something adventurous." Aro nodded enthusiastically. Yes, very safe. I take many couples there." He kept explaining how quiet and exclusive that place was, like he was selling us on the idea a little too hard. But Ryan was already grabbing his camera, and I didn't want to be a prude, so I agreed. We followed Aro down a narrow path that led away from the resort, and the other tourists sprawled on the main beach. The farther we walked, the quieter everything got. We came to a point where everything was dead quiet except for the waves crashing and our footsteps on rocky ground. Aro was already moving into the cave, motioning for us to follow. Come, very beautiful inside. Trust me." I didn't trust him, but Ryan was already stepping inside, and I couldn't just leave him behind.
How much further?
Very close, just a little more. The path got narrower. Ryan was ahead of me, filming everything on his phone. I kept my eyes on Aro's back, watching how he kept checking over his shoulder to make sure we were still following. My stomach twisted when the cave entrance came in sight. It reeked of salt and something rotting, like something had died in there and nobody had ever bothered to remove it. The smell hit me so hard I actually gagged. The deeper we went, the darker it got. The only light came from our phones, throwing long shadows on the damp stone walls.
This is far enough. I can't even see the sky. Forget about the moon, Ryan, seriously. Let's go.
Before I could turn around, I heard metal scraping against stone. I spun just in time to see Aro swinging a flashlight at Ryan's head. The crack was brutal. Ryan dropped like a stone, his phone clattering across the wet ground. I screamed as Aro lunged at me. He grabbed my wrist and yanked me toward him. His breath was hot and sour in my face. His grip was bruising as he slammed my back on the cave wall and tried to take advantage of me. "You're very pretty," he chuckled. By now, the shock had worn off. I'd trained in mixed martial arts for 8 years, started when I was 20, kept it up even when people told me it was pointless. Ryan used to joke that I could probably kick his ass if I wanted to. He wasn't joking. I headbutted Aro, twisted his wrist, and shoulder threw him on the ground hard. His evil smile rubbed off from his face. Instead, he looked shocked and scared. He tried to get up, but I didn't give him time. I started showering him with kicks in the stomach. I felt his ribcage crunch under the impact. Blood came out of his mouth. He stumbled back, clutching his chest, begging me to stop. I didn't stop. I stomped down on his knee with everything I had. The bone popped, and Aro screamed in agonizing pain. His leg was twisted at an angle, revealing a pretty gory sight. I stood there, shaking with blood all over my hands and my dress ripped. Then Ryan groaned. Mia? I ran to him. Blood was streaming down the side of his face. His eyes were unfocused. I got him on his feet and threw his arm over my shoulders. He could barely walk. His weight slowed me down with each step, but I wasn't stopping. We staggered out of the cave and back down the path. My legs felt like jelly, my chest burned, but I kept dragging him forward. Ryan mumbled the whole way, his head heavy against my shoulder. The second we hit the main beach, I screamed for help. Security came running. They took Ryan from me and called for medical. I collapsed next to him, gasping, trying to explain what happened. 2 security guards ran toward the cave. The others stayed with us, asking questions I could barely answer. Police found Oro in the cave. He was unconscious with broken bones and serious injuries. They arrested him right there. Turns out he had a history of harassing women, but since the resort owner was his cousin, they looked the other way. The resort gave us a full refund and apologized constantly, even offered another honeymoon on them. We turned him down and flew home the next day. People keep asking us how the honeymoon was. We tell them it was great. We show them a couple of beach photos from the first day, smile, and change the subject. We don't talk about the cave or Oro, but sometimes, late at night, Ryan touches the scar on his head and asks me what happened after he got hit. I tell him the truth about how I fought back. He's grateful that I could defend myself and sorry that he ignored a woman's instincts. Now he knows that it never lies, and neither do her fists. That Saturday evening, my folks were out to visit my grandma, so I had the whole house to myself. I figured it was the perfect time to finally watch The Conjuring without Mom freaking out about the psychological impact on a 15-year-old. I made this huge bowl of popcorn, crashed on the couch, and got about 30 minutes in when someone knocked on the door. When I looked through the peephole, a girl was standing on my porch wearing a green Girl Scout sash and pigtails. She had this huge smile that was way too big for her face. Girl Scouts sold cookies all the time. It wasn't meant to be anything special, but some just didn't fit right in. Girl Scouts are usually like 10 years old, but this girl looked at least 20. She had full makeup on, mascara and lipstick, but was dressed like a little kid. I almost didn't open the door. My gut told me not to, but then I thought I was being paranoid from watching too many horror movies. Plus, she was just selling cookies. What's the worst that could happen? I opened the door.
Hi! We're raising money for the troops. Wanna buy some cookies?
Up close, she looked even weirder. Her makeup was caked on, covering what looked like acne scars. The pigtails were messy as if she had tied them in a hurry, and her eyes didn't match her smile. Sure, I said. How much?
$5 a box.
She held up Thin Mints, and her smile got wider.
You're cute. You know that?
My heartbeat picked up. Thanks, I said, reaching for my wallet. I'll just take 1 box. She leaned closer, and I could smell her perfume. It was heavy and sweet, that kind that sticks in your throat.
You know, I've got more varieties in my van, if you want to pick your favorite.
Everything in my head was telling me to say no and close the door, but I was 15 and stupid, and some part of me was flattered that an older girl was paying attention to me. Yeah, let me check them out. She giggled, turned, and walked toward the curb, where a white van was sitting with its engine running. As we got closer, I noticed that instead of the windows, the van had solid white panels in the back.
They're right here,
the girl said, reaching for the side door. She slid the door open. Before I even figured out what I was looking at, hands shot out of the dark and grabbed me. One yanked my arm, another grabbed my shirt, and suddenly I was being pulled inside. I tried to scream, but a hand clamped over my mouth. My feet barely touched the ground before they shoved me all the way in. The doors slammed shut, and the van lurched forward. Inside, one of them pinned me down while the other went through my pockets. They took my phone first, then my wallet. I was wearing my new Jordans my dad just bought me. One of them yanked those off too, laughing. "The new edition," he whistled.
Please,
I sobbed, hating how scared I sounded.
please just let me go. I won't tell anyone.
The girl was sitting in the passenger seat. She smiled as she pulled off the pigtails, and without them, she looked at least 10 years older, harder, and meaner.
Stupid, horny teenagers.
She said, lighting a cigarette. She took a drag, then turned around and pressed the lit end against my arm. I screamed. That's when the guy started hitting me in the gut, face, and ribs. They weren't trying to knock me out. They just wanted to hurt me. I curled up trying to protect myself, but there wasn't enough room. Every time I moved, another punch landed. I tasted blood. My nose was bleeding, dripping onto the van floor. One punch caught me in the eye, and I saw stars. Another hit my ribs, and I heard something crack. The pain was so bad I couldn't breathe. They were laughing, making jokes about how I was crying and how easy it was. I don't know how long it lasted. Everything blurred together into pain and the smell of cigarette smoke and beer. After a few hours, the van stopped. One of them opened the door, and they threw me out onto the street. I landed hard, scraping my hands and knees on the pavement.
Stay down,
one said.
Don't look up, and if you go to the cops, we know where you live.
The van peeled away while I lay there on the street. My whole body hurt. My face felt swollen, and blood dripping from my nose onto the sidewalk. When I finally sat up, I had no idea where I was. It was some neighborhood I'd never seen. A woman came out of one of the houses with her phone.
Oh my god, are you okay? I'm calling 911.
I tried to say I was fine, but when I opened my mouth, more blood came out. My ribs hurt so bad I could barely breathe. She made me sit on her porch while we waited. The paramedics said I needed the hospital. I called my parents. My mom cried when she saw my face. My dad looked like he wanted to kill someone. Cops came and took a statement, but I couldn't tell them much except that the van was white. I didn't see the plate, and there were at least 2 of them with the fake scout girl. I spent 2 days in the hospital. I had 3 cracked ribs, a concussion, and a broken nose. The bruises took weeks to heal, but the physical stuff wasn't the worst part. The worst part was living afterward. Every time someone knocks on the door, I freeze. Every white van I see makes my heart race. I have nightmares about being in that van, about those fists in the dark. My therapist says it's PTSD. She's teaching me ways to feel safe again. But some nights, I still wake up sweating, convinced I can smell smoke and beer. The cops never caught them. As far as I know, they're still out there, knocking on doors, looking for stupid, horny teenagers to follow a stranger to their van.
This happened last year, a few days before Christmas. My wife, Julia, and I had to take a last-minute trip to the mall to buy decors and dinner supplies with our son, Danny. The mall was getting crowded each second. I told Danny to keep by my side, but a few seconds later, when I looked down, my son was nowhere to be found. We tore through every store, screaming his name. Dread coiled in my gut. Julia started crying. We were talking to the mall security to help us find Danny when we heard an announcement from their office. "Attention shoppers, one of our security personnel has been found dead in the men's restroom. Please remain calm and stay inside the building." Suddenly, one security personnel showed us footage of another security guy leading Danny by the hand toward the back hallways. "There, that's our son! Call your security guy!" I watched the guard's face turn pale. He said the man in the footage was not their coworker. The uniform he's wearing actually belonged to the dead guy found in the bathroom. Julia broke down crying on the floor. My son's helpless, innocent face flashed right in front of my eyes. "The cops will be here any minute, sir." But I didn't wait. I ran. "Sir, wait! He might have a weapon!" I didn't care. That was my Danny back there. I pushed through the employees-only door and into a narrow concrete hallway. Spotlights were strung along the ceiling, half burnt out, throwing jumpy shadows that moved when I did.
I ran past storage rooms full of boxes, and I could hear Danny screaming.
Dad! Dad!
I followed his voice and burst through the door into a big storage room. The man was holding Danny off the ground. His one arm was locked around his chest, the other pointed a knife at him. Danny's little feet kicked weakly. His face was red from crying.
Stay back,
he warned.
Let him go.
I could barely get the words out.
He's only 6. Please. I don't care. He's my key to get out of this mall without any trouble from the cops.
Danny was crying, shaking really badly. His little hands were stretched towards me. I knew my one wrong move could cost my son's life, so I had to be smart. I raised my arms up in surrender and said,
Look, you want to get out of here, right? I'll help you. Just let him go and hold me hostage. I promise I'll cooperate.
The man scratched his head with the knife, then looked at Danny and back at me.
Is this some trick you're trying to play? Because if so, I'll shoot. No! Take me, let him go. Look, the cops are coming. You've got to listen to me, now.
My words convinced him, and he let Danny go. He ran towards me with little steps, and I hugged him. He was crying, thinking the man could still hurt him, but I calmed him down and told him to go back to Mom. Told him that I'll be all right. But just then, I heard running footsteps coming our way. The man grabbed me by the neck and placed the knife on my forehead. The cops burst through the door. Danny was still there, calling out for me, crying. One of the cops took him into his lap, while 3 others told the man to let me go. But the man threatened them, saying if anyone tries to stop him, he'd me. I told the officers to first get my kid out of there because I'm all right. When we all walked back to the mall, everyone watched me and the guy with fear and suspense in their eyes. The cops were negotiating, but the man who had been a runaway convict wasn't falling for any of their words. My wife screamed from the crowd, seeing me. I was a little relieved to find Danny back with Julia, but I knew it broke her. She got her son back, but put her husband in danger instead. It was like her life traded fear with fear. The convict told me to head for the exit without doing anything foolish.
One mistake, and I'll blow off his head!
I nodded and started walking away slowly. The cops had their guns at him, but couldn't do anything because my life was hanging by a thread. We were about to get inside the elevator when I noticed this big metal Christmas star hanging right inside the elevator. An idea clicked in my mind. The man hit me on the head with the knife and shouted,
Get in! You're coming with me, remember?
I got in, but just before the elevator door closed, I noticed the man laughing at the cops. He thought he won. His pride distracted him for a few seconds, and that's when I snatched the star from the ceiling and stabbed him in the right eye with its pointy peak. He screamed in pain, and the knife fell out of his hand. The cops swarmed in and pinned him down to the ground. It happened so fast and quickly that everyone stayed silent for minutes. Finally, I was reunited with my family. Danny came running at me. While hugging me, the poor kid kept apologizing.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I shouldn't have left you.
Shh, don't say that. You're safe. That's all that matters.
Were you scared?
Terrified. But seeing you, I'd give my whole life for you.
Will you always protect me?
Always. I promise.
That day, I could have lied to Danny, telling him how I don't scare easy or how big of a hero I am. But if you ask me, I think it's better to tell our kids the truth. It's better to let them know that parents are human too, and they can make mistakes as well. This teaches your kid to respect your decisions. Miles and I had this TikTok account where we posted dumb pranks and stupid challenges. It wasn't anything insane, just stuff that got us laughs, a few thousand followers, and occasionally brand deals. But recently, the views had started tanking. We were stuck at 23K, and no matter what we did, the algorithm didn't care. The comments were getting brutal too. Then, one night, Miles texted me, saying he had an idea that was going to break the internet. The next day, he showed up at my place, grinning like he'd just solved world hunger.
Dude, listen, there's this new trend called #MidnightHide. It's kinda risky, but everyone who's done it blew up.
I frowned. What even is that? He explained that we'd have to sneak into some random house at night, hide till morning, film everything, and post it. It sounded stupid and dangerous, but we were 16, and when you're 16 and chasing views, stupid feels like an adventure too. We picked this house at the end of our street. It's been dark for weeks, with newspapers piling up on the porch. We figured the owner was away. We got in through a basement window at around midnight. The house was quiet and smelled like a hospital.
This is perfect,
Miles whispered, already filming.
We're gonna blow up.
We went upstairs. The kitchen had old takeout containers everywhere. The dishes were stacked in the sink. We started messing around for the camera, ate food from the fridge, and laughed about it. Miles found expensive cologne in the bathroom and sprayed himself, joking about smelling rich for once. Our followers were eating it up. The comments kept coming in. People were saying we were crazy, that we had guts. Then, one comment made us stop. Someone commented about the pile of sheets laying behind us, saying they had weird stains, much like blood. Miles turned his camera toward the living room corner, and true enough, a pile of white sheets was crumpled by the wall. He got closer with his flashlight. The stains were dark red and spread all over.
Dude,
Miles whispered.
That's actual blood.
My stomach dropped.
We gotta leave, right now.
I gulped, but before we could move, we heard a key in the front door as it creaked open. Somebody was home. We froze, listening to the heavy footsteps coming upstairs. Miles grabbed my arm and pointed at the bedroom. I dove into the closet, while Miles hid under the bed. Through the crack in the closet door, I watched some guy walk in. He was maybe 40 and average looking. He had tattered jeans and a polo on. Nothing about him screamed dangerous, and somehow that made it worse. He went to the corner and pulled back the sheets. What I saw nearly made me scream. It was the corpse of some guy with a gunshot wound to the head. The corpse's eyes were wide open and held terror. The wound was still leaking, but the blood was thick. I put my hand over my mouth. My heart was pounding. We'd broken into a murderer's house, and he was just standing a couple feet away. I panted as the guy grabbed the body by the arms and started dragging it. He was nearly out of the door when, suddenly, he stopped and sniffed the air. He started pacing the room in circles.
I know you're somewhere here, bud.
He chuckled.
I can smell ya. Come out now. I promise I'll make it quick.
He pulled out a gun from under his hoodie. Then he bent down and looked under the bed.
Well, hello there.
Miles got out and raised his arms, begging the guy.
I won't tell anyone. I promise. We didn't.
The gunshot was so loud it hurt. I watched Miles falling dead to the floor. His eyes were still open, blood pooling under his head. I just watched my best friend since the 3rd grade getting murdered. I bit down on my sleeve so hard I tasted blood. I was trying not to scream, breathe, or do anything and get caught. The guy dragged Miles toward the hall, leaving blood smeared on the floor. I thought maybe he'd leave, take both bodies, and go. But he stopped in the doorway one more time.
Wait a minute. Did he say we?
He muttered. He turned back and started checking everywhere. Behind the door, the dresser. He was getting closer to the closet. His hand touched the closet door, and he started opening it. I didn't think. I pushed out hard, slamming the door into his face. He stumbled, and I bolted. He shouted at me, then fired twice. The bullets hit the wall, missing my head. I stormed down the stairs, hit the front door, and ran for my life. I didn't stop till I was 3 blocks away. I couldn't breathe. My legs were shaking. Somehow, I called 911. The cops found 2 bodies right where I'd seen them. Shockingly, the first one was the actual owner of that house, David Matthew, who had been missing for 2 weeks, And then there was Miles still lying limp in the doorway, holding his phone, which had recorded everything, including his death. The killer got out the back while I was running. They caught him 3 days later at his mom's house, packing to leave the state. He was David Matthews' business partner. They had some feud over money, and the guy killed him. David was shot dead that same day, in the morning, and later hidden under the piles of bed sheets until his killer figured out how to get rid of it. We walked right into it. Miles's funeral was last week. His mom wouldn't look at me. She knows it wasn't my idea to do the challenge, but I surely was a partner in crime. I deleted TikTok, but I still see Miles every time I close my eyes and see his arm going limp. I still hear that gunshot. The comments on that final video before the cops took it down were the worst. People were saying it was fake. We staged it for views. They didn't believe it was real, even with Miles bleeding out on camera. That's what we wanted, though, right? To go viral and get views. We got it, at the cost of Miles's life. It happened on a Wednesday in October. Mark, my husband, manages Tony's Pizza downtown and was working late doing inventory that evening. My 7-year-old Liam and I were having dinner when the doorbell rang. I glanced at the clock. It was 7:30. When I looked through the peephole, Dylan, one of Mark's recent recruits, was standing there with a pizza box. I'd met him a couple of times and knew him as this quiet and polite guy who never really caused any trouble.
Hey, Dylan.
I said, opening the door.
Mark's still at work if you're looking for him.
I know,
He replied with a smile that looked tight.
he sent this for you guys. It's on the house.
I didn't remember Mark saying anything about pizza, but it wasn't weird. Sometimes he sent leftovers home.
Oh, thanks.
I said, reaching for the box. Only Dylan didn't let go. That's when I noticed his bloodshot eyes and that faint reek of alcohol. But before I could shut the door, Dylan shoved his way inside. I stumbled back, more confused than scared.
What are you doing?
He slammed the door and threw the pizza box on the floor.
Your husband fired me today, said I was stealing.
My heart started pounding.
Dylan, you need to leave. Right now.
Stealing?
He laughed, throwing his head back.
I took $40, Sarah, because my power was getting shut off. Your dear Mark fired me over $40, called me a thief in front of everyone.
I'm sorry, but that has nothing.
He grabbed my hair and yanked me backward. I screamed as the pain shot through my scalp like fire. He slapped me across the face so hard that everything went white for a second.
Quiet, witch!
He hit me again, making me taste blood in my mouth.
Mommy!
Liam's voice rang from the kitchen doorway as he came running in.
Run, Liam! Go!
I screamed, but my baby had frozen in place. His face was white as a sheet, and he was still holding his juice box. Dylan dragged me toward the living room by my hair. I tried fighting, but he was so much bigger and stronger. He threw me against the wall, and I hit it hard. My shoulder exploded with pain.
This is your fault,
he kept saying.
Your husband's fault. You're gonna pay.
He pulled a gun from his jacket and pointed it at my face.
Dylan, please. Please don't. I have a son.
And I'd a life before your husband destroyed it.
That's when Liam moved. He ran at Dylan, screaming,
Leave my mommy alone!
He hit Dylan's legs, kicked and punched with everything he had. Dylan stumbled, and I tried to make it to the door, but he caught himself fast.
You little brat!
He yelled, and pushed Liam so hard his head hit the corner of the coffee table with a crack. He rolled onto the floor and didn't move. Blood started pooling beneath his head.
Liam! Baby, please! Wake up!
I screamed, crawling to him, but there was so much blood. Dylan looked down at what he'd done and panicked.
I didn't mean... I just pushed him. Oh, God.
He bolted out the door, leaving it wide open. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and called 911. The dispatcher tried calming me down, but I could barely breathe.
Still, I pressed my hands against the wound on Liam's head, trying to stop the bleeding. His eyes were closed. His little body was still.
Stay with me, baby. Please stay with Mommy.
I whispered, hiccuping. The ambulance came fast. Paramedics took over while I just stood there, covered in his blood. They lifted him onto a stretcher and I climbed in beside him, holding his hand. One of them kept talking about skull fracture, brain injury, but it barely made sense. At the hospital, doctors rushed him into surgery. Mark showed up terrified, and I collapsed into his arms, telling him everything through sobs. Police came and took my statement, promised they'd find Dylan. Around midnight, the doctor came out. "Your son's in a coma. The head trauma was severe. We've done everything we can. Let's just hope for a miracle." I sat by Liam's bed for 3 days straight, holding his hand, talking to him, and begging him to come back. Mark brought food I couldn't eat, clothes I barely changed. The nurses tried to make me rest, but I couldn't leave. On the third day, the police came back. They'd found Dylan in some alley 2 towns over, passed out drunk. He was arrested, charged with assault and attempted murder. He'd go to prison a long time. I sat by Liam's bedside, his tiny hand limp in mine, a beeping of the monitors the only sign that he was still here with me. My throat ached from whispering prayers that never seemed to reach anywhere. The room smelled of antiseptic and fear. I brushed his hair off his forehead, my voice trembling.
The one who hurt you is behind bars now, baby. Please, come back to us.
For a moment, there was nothing, just silence and the hum of machines. Then, I felt it. His little fingers twitched against my palm. My heart stopped.
Liam?
I breathed. His eyelids fluttered, his chest rose shakily, and then those familiar eyes met mine.
Mommy?
He whispered, his voice small and broken.
Are you safe now?
I didn't realize I was crying until my tears fell onto his hand. I nodded furiously, choking out a laugh that was a half sob.
Yes, sweetheart, I'm safe. You saved me.
I gathered him into my arms, careful of the IV lines, and buried my face in his hair. He smelled like home, like everything good that I thought I'd lost.
You're my little hero.
I whispered, holding him tighter as his heartbeat pressed against my chest. The world outside could keep spinning, but in that moment, all I could feel was his warmth, his life, his courage. My little boy was awake, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I believed we'd both be okay.
Working the late shift at Hooters isn't glamorous. Most nights were routine, fryer sizzling, orders coming in, and the hum of conversation and clattering dishes. Nothing ever disturbed me until that night. It was around 11:50 p.m. I was wiping down the grill, trying to finish my side prep, when headlights bounced off the windows. A delivery truck pulled up silently outside the back door, not the usual branded delivery van. No one inside spoke as the driver jumped out, carrying 3 unmarked cardboard boxes. They were labeled in black Sharpie, premium cuts. The driver handed a clipboard to Carl, the branch manager. He looked normal enough on paper, mid-30s, slicked back hair, a permanent smirk, but something about his eyes always made me uneasy. That night, he barely glanced at the receipt, shoved it into his pocket, and muttered, "Leave him alone. Just freezer stock, Louise." I nodded, but something in the pit of my stomach didn't sit right. The boxes were heavy, the tape was peeling, and they smelled weird. Carl wheeled them inside like they were nothing and slammed the door shut behind him. The shift ended. I clocked out, grabbed my keys, and headed for my car. But as I reached the alley outside the back, I realized I'd left my phone on the prep table. Not a big deal. I figured I'd just grab it and leave. I went back in, and this time I noticed the freezer humming louder than usual. I froze. The door, which Carl had slammed shut, was now slightly ajar.
I had no reason to open it. He specifically asked me to leave the boxes alone, but something gnawed at me. Curiosity? A gut instinct? I pulled the door fully open. Cold air hit my face, fogging the glasses I wasn't wearing. I stepped inside, eyes adjusting to the dim freezer light. I saw one of the boxes, opened. I swear my heart stopped. Vacuum-sealed bags of raw meat lay spilling out, stacked unevenly. At first, I thought maybe a box had torn in transport, but something was wrong. The cuts were uneven and jagged. The color was off, not fresh red, but a sickly brown pink that made my stomach churn. In addition to the unsettling color, there was a tattoo. It was faint, almost invisible beneath the packaging, but unmistakable. A small crescent moon tattoo on a wrist. My blood ran cold. That tattoo, I knew it. One of our missing Hooters waitresses, Jenna, had that exact tattoo. I stumbled back, fumbling for my phone, and shaking, I dialed 911.
Hello? There's human meat in the freezer at Hooters. You need to send someone. Please, hurry.
The dispatcher asked questions I barely heard. I was hyper-aware of every sound, the hum of the freezer, the empty street, and my own breathing. I was about to give them the address when a voice stopped me.
You don't understand, Louise.
I spun around. Carl was standing there, knife glinting in the alley light. His smirk was gone. His eyes were hard and dark. You're seeing things that aren't there.
I saw it,
I said, my voice shaking.
The tattoo. It's her. There's human...
Carl stepped closer, raising the knife slightly.
You misheard, or you misunderstood. Nothing here is what you think it is.
I backed up instinctively, bumping into the dumpster. My adrenaline spiked. I pressed the phone against my ear and whispered into it.
He's here. He's got a knife.
The dispatcher told me to stay calm as the cops were on their way. Carl lunged, just a quick swipe, more of a threat than an attack. I dodged and ran toward the street, shouting,
Help! Somebody help me!
I hid behind this heap of trash bags waiting for the cops. When they finally arrived, they found Carl inside. He was putting those meat boxes in a large bag, probably planning to run away. They caught him quickly. He didn't resist, but even as they cuffed him, I saw the panic in his eyes turn to something colder, more calculated. They searched the freezer and found more boxes. They ripped them open carefully, gloved hands moving like surgeons. Every box contained vacuum-sealed human remains. I couldn't look directly at most of them, but the tattoos were unmistakable. Jenna, another missing cook, and even a manager from a different branch. Carl tried to explain it away. He said he handled premium cuts for specialty events, and there was a misunderstanding. But the officers weren't buying it. Evidence, DNA, fingerprints, it all pointed to him. I watched him being let out, still trying to charm, still trying to argue, and I realized something that would stay with me forever. He didn't see these people as people, just inventory, premium cuts. That was what he called them. I never returned to that Hooters. I couldn't. I can't. They offered me counseling and relocation. I turned them down. I don't know where I would go if I felt safe again. I quit restaurant work entirely. Sometimes late at night, I still wake up with the cold fear pressing on me. The memory of the tattoo, the way he smirked when he held the knife. It's like a shadow I can't shake. I walk past Hooters on the highway occasionally. The building's lights hum in that familiar orange glow, and I get that same feeling in my gut, like someone's watching me, like those boxes are still there, waiting for the next shift, the next person who thinks they're safe. Because I'm not just scared of men like Carl, I'm also terrified of those who ordered his premium cuts. I was working overnight shift at the hospital that 2 in New Year's Eve. I needed the money, honestly. The blizzard started around 11:30 and accelerated to the point where you can't see 5 feet in front of you. I was watching IMR Scary Tales on YouTube when I heard someone slam against the front door. I buzzed him in, and he basically fell through the entrance, soaked in blood. He was breathing hard, and his eyes kept darting around. I hit a deer. My car went off the road. It's stuck in a ditch about a mile back. Please, help. I went into from watching scary stories to being in one. Are you hurt? Is this your blood? No, it's the deer's. Thing came out of nowhere. His teeth were clattering. I pushed up the heat, grabbed some gauze, and started clearing the blood off. The guy was unshaven and had tattoos creeping up his neck. Naturally, I was a bit alarmed, so I squinted closer, and that's when I noticed the consistency of the blood. It was too thick and dark. My uncle hunts, so I've seen deer blood plenty of times. I could swear it wasn't it. Where exactly did you crash? I probed. What? Your car. You said it went off the road. Yeah, Route 26, about a mile back. I walked here. I'd been watching the parking lot window for hours and hadn't seen any headlights pull in. His hands wouldn't stop shaking, but his eyes were moving around the room, taking in the door, the window, and the phone on the wall. Is anyone else working tonight? That question made my stomach drop. The overnight doctor's in his office. 2 other nurses are doing rounds. I lied, watching his jaw tighten. All right. Something about the way he said that made me uncomfortable. He stood up suddenly. Can I use your bathroom? Sure, down the hall, second door on the left. The second he walked out, I locked the exam room door from the inside. My hands were shaking when I pulled out my phone, but it had lost signal. The blizzard must have knocked out the tower. I tried the landline on the wall. It was dead as well. The storm had taken out everything. I heard his footsteps in the hallway, but he wasn't going toward the bathroom. He was going the opposite direction, toward the supply room where we had the back exit. He was checking the layout. I stayed quiet and pressed myself against the wall. Through the gap under the door, I could see his shadow stop outside the exam room. He tried the handle twice. I know you're in there. Open the door, he asked, but I didn't move. My heart started pounding. Look, it wasn't a deer, okay? She was hitchhiking, and I just wanted to feel less alone on New Year's Eve. Is that too much to ask? I tried to kiss her, a simple kiss, but she slapped me and called me a freak. After that, I just couldn't let her walk alive, you know? I felt sick. I mean, she probably slept with 1,000 random dudes, and now calling me a creep. I tell you, girls these days are impossible. I couldn't believe my ears. I let a madman in who killed someone for no reason. I told him to back off, as I have already called the cops, but he kept laughing, saying I was lying. I knew the door won't hold long if he attempted to get in, but shockingly, he did nothing like that. He calmly sat down right outside the door and continued talking to me. You know, people like her, they bring it on themselves. I offered her company, kindness. It's New Year's Eve. Everyone hates being alone on the holidays, but she acted like I was garbage. He chuckled softly. She hit me, spit on me, called me a creep after everything I did. He shifted, leaning his back fully against the door. I could feel the pressure through the metal. They think they can treat men however they want, and nothing'll happen. So yeah, I handled it, and I'd do it again. I pressed a hand over my mouth. I'm going back for her after I warm up, he continued casually. Storm's perfect for covering tracks. I'll get her off the road, bury her deep. Snow will hide the fresh dirt. Nobody'll find her till spring, if even then. I felt dizzy. The blizzard outside roared, but his voice was loud and clear. You seem like a smart guy, he murmured. You're not going to tell anyone I came here tonight, right? He didn't wait for my answer. Good, because if you did... He laughed under his breath. Well, let's not think about that. I even left you something, a gift. right by your door." His boots scraped against the floor as he stood up. He didn't try the handle again. He didn't want to bang or shout. He just walked away, humming softly as he headed down the hallway. I waited until I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. Maybe a full minute, maybe 5. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the keys as I opened the exam room door. The hallway was empty. I sprinted to the main entrance and locked it with trembling fingers. Only then did I notice something on the floor by the exam room. Something small, glinting in the dim light. A shine of metal in the dark. I swallowed, turned on my phone flashlight, and crouched. It wasn't metal. It was a human ear that belonged to a woman. Small, pale, and frozen stiff. A silver stud still pierced through it. I nearly fell over. He'd had it in his pocket the whole time. He'd been inches from me while carrying a piece of her. I locked every door and window that night. I sat with my back against the wall until daylight finally broke through the parking lot windows. Since that night, I check the news every morning. Local, state, national, hoping they find a body. I don't have the guts to go to the cops because I know he's watching me. I get that feeling every night. I just hope sharing the story here might help me sleep. I hadn't seen Maddie in almost 3 years when she texted me asking we meet up. We'd been tight in high school until life happened. She suggested Chuck E. Cheese of all places, said it'd be nostalgic. I showed up first and snagged a booth near the back. Maddie walked in maybe 10 minutes later, looking like she'd stepped off a runway with this massive diamond on her finger that kept catching the light every time she moved her hands. We ordered pizza and started catching up, but I noticed pretty quick that the conversation kept looping back to Ricky, her fiancé.
Ricky owns 3 car dealerships. We're exchanging vows in June.
She said, toying with the ring.
That's amazing. You must be over the moon. Over the moon? I'm set for life, Vi. Ricky's loaded and loves spoiling me.
Something about how she said it rubbed me the wrong way.
But are you actually in love with him?
I asked. Maddie's smile slipped for just a second.
Of course I am.
Before I could push back on that, this employee walked past us carrying a tray piled with dirty dishes. Maddie's eyes tracked him, then widened.
Jesus. Is that you, Nathan?
She called loud enough to make heads turn at tables. The guy stopped walking. I saw his face and immediately remembered him as Nathan, her boyfriend of 2 years during high school, whom Maddie had dumped right around graduation. "Hey, Maddie." Nathan smiled softly.
Nice seeing you after so long at Chuck E. Cheese.
"It pays the bills." He shrugged.
Of course it does. But what happened to all those startup ideas and yacht dreams?
"My mom got sick," Nathan replied. "I had to stay home and take care of her."
Oh, how noble.
Maddie taunted, then showed him her huge diamond engagement ring.
See this? This is what my life looks like now. I'm marrying Ricky Crawford. You've probably heard of him? Crawford Auto Group? Maddie, stop.
I tried cutting in, feeling embarrassed for both of them.
You know what's the difference between you and Ricky, Nathan? He's a winner while you're still here wiping down tables.
Nathan just looked at her for a second, then just nodded once and walked away.
Oh, God, that felt good.
Maddie said, settling back in the booth.
I can't believe I wasted 2 whole years on that loser.
That was cruel.
I replied flatly.
Oh, come on, Vi. I'm just being honest.
Before I was about to tell her exactly what I thought of her honesty, the front door slammed open, and 2 guys in ski masks came rushing in, waving guns. Everyone started screaming immediately. "Everyone get down!" One of them fired a shot into the ceiling, and suddenly the whole place went dead quiet, except for some sobbing kids. Maddie grabbed my arm as one of the gunmen went behind the counter and forced the manager to empty out the register. The other one started making his way between the tables, demanding wallets, phones, and jewelry. When he got to our table, he pointed the gun straight at Maddie. "The ring! Give it here!" Maddie's other hand flew up to cover it.
No, it's mine. My fiance gave me this.
The guy grabbed her by the hair and yanked her head back hard. Maddie screamed, but he shut her up with a hard slap across the face. She fell sideways in the booth. "Stop!" Nathan shouted as he approached us with his hands raised. "Leave her alone. Just take the money and get out."
Nathan, don't.
"Back off, man. I'll shoot." The gunman swung the weapon toward him. "She's scared," Nathan said, still coming closer. "Just let her keep the ring. It doesn't mean anything to you anyway." "You kidding? It's worth thousands. Get back!" Nathan looked at Maddie, who was sobbing, still holding her face where she'd been hit. Then back at the gunman. "Take this instead. Just leave her alone," Nathan said, pulling off his watch. It wasn't anything special, probably worth about $50. The gunman actually laughed at that. "That's a piece of junk! You, girl, give me the ring!" He reached for Maddie again, but Nathan lunged forward, grabbing at the guy's arm. They started struggling, the gun waving around between them. Other people were screaming now, running for the exits. The second gunman was shouting something I couldn't make out over all the chaos. Suddenly, the gun went off. Nathan stumbled backward. His hand went to his chest. Blood started spreading across his shirt.
Nathan!
Maddie screamed. He went down. The gunman took off running. I dropped to my knees beside Nathan and pressed my hands against the wound, even though I could already tell it was bad.
Someone call 911!
I shouted. Nathan's eyes found Maddie. She was on the floor next to him now, sobbing, her hands hovering over him like she wanted to help, but had no idea what to do. "I'm sorry," Nathan whispered. His breathing was getting shallow. "I'm sorry I couldn't. Nathan choked before his eyes closed. The paramedics showed up maybe 3 minutes later, but there was nothing anyone could do. They pronounced him dead right there on the Chuck E. Cheese floor, surrounded by arcade games and birthday decorations. The cops took statements from everyone. They caught the gunman a couple of hours later, trying to cross state lines. Maddie sat in the back of the ambulance, with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, just staring at nothing. I sat down next to her, and we didn't talk for a long time. Then, Maddie completely broke down.
I'm awful, Vi.
She looked down at her engagement ring, that massive diamond Nathan had died trying to protect. Slowly, she pulled it off her finger and just stared at it.
I lost a diamond while I was chasing gold.
She choked out. Maddie never married Ricky. She called off the engagement 2 days after Nathan's funeral. She said she couldn't marry someone she didn't actually love, not after seeing what real love looked like. She visits Nathan's grave every week now, but none of that can bring him back. My mom's a nurse, so she works a lot of night shifts, and I'm used to being home alone by myself. It never really bothered me. The house felt safe. We had a good neighborhood, solid locks, and streetlights that actually worked. Lately, though, her boyfriend Steven had been staying over sometimes. He worked at the same hospital, and Mom said it was nice having another adult around when she worked late. He seemed fine. That night was supposed to be like any other. I was doing homework around 9:30 when someone knocked on the door. I looked through the peephole and saw Steven standing there in his work scrubs, looking tired. I opened the door but kept the chain lock on.
Hey, Steven. Mom's at work.
"I know," he said, sounding apologetic. "Sorry to bother you. I left my backpack here yesterday. My meds are in it, and I really need them." He did look pale, and I remember seeing his backpack on the living room chair earlier.
Okay, hold on.
I unlatched the chain and let him in. He went straight for the living room, muttering thanks. Something about the way he moved made me uneasy, so I grabbed my phone and called Mom while walking toward the kitchen. She answered on the second ring.
Hey, sweetie. Everything okay? Steven's here picking up his backpack. He said he needs his medication.
Maya,
Mom sounded panicked.
lock yourself in your room right now. We broke up this afternoon. He's sick in the head. I told him not to come to the house.
My blood ran cold. I turned around and Steven was standing in the doorway. Instead of his backpack, he was holding Mom's handgun. "Hang up the phone, Maya," he hissed, shaking the gun in his hand.
Maya, what's happening?
Mom was screaming through the phone. I ended the call with shaking hands. Steven stepped closer, and I backed up against the counter. "You know what your mother told me today? She said I'm sick and I need help, so I'll show her exactly how sick I am." His smile was ugly.
Steve.
"Get on your knees," he said.
What?
"I won't say it twice. Get on your knees." I obeyed. He pressed the barrel against my forehead, making me shiver. I could see his finger on the trigger.
Please don't kill me.
I sobbed, squeezing my eyes shut. "You know, Maya," he murmured, crouching down to my level, "I think I'd rather have you than your stuck-up mother. It's a shame I gotta kill you now." My mind went into overdrive. If I didn't do something right away, he'd kill me. I searched my brain for anything that'd help me escape. Then it struck me. I nodded hurriedly, letting real tears stream down my face.
You're right.
I choked out.
My mom, she's awful. She doesn't see how good you are.
Steven's expression shifted. "What?"
She never appreciated you. She's always working and leaves me alone. She's selfish. She wouldn't take care of me the way you would.
My voice cracked, but I kept going.
I hate her, Steven.
His grip on the gun loosened slightly. He was listening.
I hate living like this.
I looked up at him, forcing myself to meet his eyes.
You're the only one who's ever really been here for me.
His shoulders relaxed slightly. "Do you really mean that?"
Of course I do.
I reached out slowly, putting my hand on his arm.
I want to be with you. Please.
Steven lowered the gun. His eyes were still bloodshot, but now they were slightly soft. He cupped my face with one hand, the other still holding the gun at his side. "I knew it," he whispered. "I knew you were different." He pulled me into a hug and I felt the cold metal of the gun pressing against my ribs. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, but I hugged him back. "We could leave tonight, start fresh," he said into my hair. My heart was pounding so fast I thought he'd heard it.
Okay, but I need to grab some things first. IDs, clothes, my phone charger, stuff I'll need.
Steven pulled back, studying my face. For a horrible moment, I thought he saw through it. Then he smiled. "All right, but I'm coming with you."
Of course.
I forced a smile. We walked down the hallway together. Steven kept the gun in his hand. His other hand gripped my shoulder. Inside my bedroom, I started opening drawers with shaking hands, grabbed my stuff, and shoved it in my bag. Steven stood in the doorway, watching my every move. "Don't take too long," he said. I nodded. My vision was starting to blur. The room felt like it was spinning. I could feel sweat dripping down my back. Then I saw my bathroom door.
I need to use the bathroom real quick. Before we go, it's a long drive, right?
Steven's eyes narrowed. "Make it quick." I walked toward the bathroom, legs trembling. My hand found the doorknob. "Leave the door open," he said. I froze.
Steven, please, I'm embarrassed.
He stared at me for a long moment, then sighed. "You've got 2 minutes." I stepped inside and carefully pushed the door shut. The lock clicked so quietly I barely heard it myself. Then I pulled out my phone and called Mom.
Mom!
I whispered, crouching in the bathtub.
He has your gun. He wants to take me away. He's in my room right now. I already called the police. Hang in there. We're coming.
She said, her voice tight with panic. "Maya, you about done in there?" He was right outside the door. I didn't answer. "Maya!" The doorknob rattled violently. "Open this door!" I pressed myself against the wall, phone still at my ear. I heard sirens in the distance. They were faint, but getting louder by the second. Stephen heard them too. "You called the cops?" he yelled. "Open the door, you liar! I'll kill you!" He was kicking the door. I could see the wood cracking near the lock. It nearly brought down the door, but the cops got in time. The kicking stopped. Stephen's footsteps ran back. There was more shouting. I could hear furniture crash before silence took over.
Maya?
Mom whispered.
It's okay, sweetie. You can open the door.
I unlocked it and fell into her arms. She was crying, holding me so tight I could barely breathe. The police had caught Stephen trying to run out back. He was on the ground, handcuffed and screaming. When he saw me, his face contorted with rage. "I'll find you, Maya. When I get out, I'm coming for both of you." They dragged him away, charged him with breaking and entering, unlawful possession of a firearm, attempted kidnapping, and terroristic threats. We moved to a different town that summer. Mom got a new house, and I got into a new school. We didn't tell anyone our address. My mom got a concealed carry permit. We have a security system that would wake the dead. But even now, with him locked up, I can't feel safe. Because one day, maybe in 5 years or maybe 10, he's getting out, and he'd come after us. It was a Friday in late March. I'd been at my buddy's bachelor party, bar hopping downtown until the places started closing. By the time I got to the subway station, it was past 1 a.m., and I was pretty wasted. The station was empty, except for the buzzing fluorescent lights that made everything look washed out. My train wasn't due for another 7 minutes, so I leaned against a pillar, trying to keep the world from spinning. That's when I saw him. Standing under a flickering light, on the opposite platform was this guy wearing a full Chuck E. Cheese mascot getup, complete with gray fur body and an oversized plastic rat head. But the fur was filthy, stained with what looked like oil or dried blood. The costume had tears in it, and the head had cracks around the mouth, like someone had beaten it with a construction hammer. He was just standing there, staring at me through those plastic dead eyes. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling on TikTok to ignore him, but I could still feel his eyes on me. When I glanced back, he hadn't moved an inch. Luckily, my train pulled in just in time. The doors opened and I stumbled inside, grateful to put some distance between me and whatever weirdo was playing dress-up at 1 in the morning. Inside, the car was completely empty. I collapsed into a seat near the middle and closed my eyes. Right then, the doors beeped, and I heard squeaky footsteps shuffling around. I opened my eyes, and my blood went cold. The Chuck E. Cheese guy was in my car. When did he cross platforms? I brushed off, thinking he probably changed his mind and eagerly waited for my stop to arrive. Soon, he would walk to a seat and sat down for maybe 3 seconds before standing up and moving to another seat, then another. He was getting closer to where I was sitting. The squeaking of his costume made my heart race. "Hey man, you got a problem?" I called out, suddenly pretty sober. My throat felt parched. Something was very wrong here. I stood up and moved to the other end of the car. Much to my horror, he followed with that awful squeaking. I could hear his heavy and wet breathing, plastic head as he kept hopping from seat to seat, like we were playing some sick game. Finally, he sat down directly across from me, close enough that I could smell the awful mixture of sweat and rot and something chemical that made my eyes water. He tilted his head at an unnatural angle till I heard his neck crack. I could see his real eyes now through the mesh in the mascot's mouth. They were bloodshot and wide, with pupils dilated so large they looked black. "What's your problem, dude?" I yelled, irritated and terrified at the same time. Right then, he reached into the costume's pocket and pulled out a dead rat. He dangled it at my face level for a couple of seconds, before he chunked it right at my face. The moment it hit my nose, I lost it. I shirked and jumped. My stomach lurched, and I puked my dinner all over the subway floor. All this while, he just laughed. The sound echoed off the metal walls until it sounded like multiple people were laughing at once. I looked up through tears and saw the next station approaching. The train started slowing down. He was still laughing, standing right behind me when the doors opened. I just stepped out when I felt a sharp sting at the back of my neck. I spun around to find him holding up a large syringe in his hand. It was half full of some clear liquid. He waved at me as the doors began to close and the train pulled away, carrying him back into the darkness. I stood there touching my neck, feeling a small puncture wound and a trickle of blood. What had he injected me with? I ran up the stairs, flagged down a cab, and told him to take me to the nearest emergency room. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone to call 911. The ER doctors ran multiple tests. Everything came back normal.
You're lucky. Whatever was in that syringe doesn't seem to be affecting you. But we'll keep monitoring your blood work.
The doctor said. I filed a police report immediately. They said they'd checked the subway security cameras, but the footage from that car was corrupted. I went home thinking I'd dodged a bullet, that whatever that psycho had injected me with was harmless, or maybe the syringe had been empty and he was just trying to scare me. Last week, I was making breakfast, simple omelet with cheddar cheese. The second I opened the bag, my stomach turned. The smell hit me. I barely made it to the sink before I was throwing up. Must be food poisoning, I thought, or the flu. But then it happened again with a slice of pizza, and again with a cheeseburger. Every time I got near cheese, my body violently rejected it. I went back to the doctor. They ran more tests. Everything still came back normal.
It might be psychological. Trauma can manifest in strange ways. Your brain might be associating cheese with that incident.
But it wasn't just cheese I couldn't be near. Anything that reminded me of Chuck E. Cheese made me sick. The color combination of red and yellow made me nauseous. The sound of arcade games made my hands shake. I couldn't walk past the restaurant without having a panic attack. My therapist calls it PTSD with a psychosomatic component. My friends think I'm making it up. The police never found the guy. But I know what happened. Someone targeted me that night, followed me onto the train, terrorized me, and injected me with something that changed me in a way doctors can't detect or explain. But the worst part is knowing he's still out there, hunting his next victim. I'll never forget the Christmas sleepover when I was 12. It was supposed to be perfect. Hot cocoa, movies, matching pajamas, and staying up till midnight laughing with friends. My dad had gone all out that year. He put lights on the porch, hung stockings by the fireplace, and even rented one of those fake snow machines for the backyard. My best friends, Emily and Harper, came over at around 6. We baked cookies, made a mess in the kitchen, and built a blanket fort in the living room. Everything felt warm, cozy, and safe. Around midnight, we were in the fort watching Home Alone 2, when Emily suddenly froze and whispered that there was someone at the window. Harper and I turned toward the window. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, I noticed it, just beyond the frosty glass, standing near the tree line behind our fence. A man. He was dressed in a Santa suit. He wasn't moving, just standing there, watching us. His face glowed red from the lights strung along the fence, making him look even creepier. Harper laughed nervously, saying maybe Dad was trying to scare us. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But Dad was upstairs folding laundry, and the way that figure stood so still, it didn't feel like a joke. We ran to the stairs and called for him.
Dad? There's someone outside.
He came down immediately, half smiling like we were overreacting. Lils, it's probably a neighbor or some guy walking his dog. But when he looked out the window himself, the man was gone. See? Dad said. Just shadows playing tricks. We went back to the fort, but none of us could focus on the movie anymore. Every little creak made us jump. I tried to act brave for my friends, but deep down, I couldn't shake the image of that Santa standing in the snow. About half an hour later, we heard something else. It was a soft thump, followed by another, and it came from above. Soon, there was the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps on the roof. Harper screamed. Emily started crying. I just stared at the ceiling, frozen. Dad burst out of his room, yelling, "What's going on?" We told him someone was on the roof. He grabbed his jacket and flashlight, muttering something about raccoons, and ran outside. We watched through the front window as he circled the house, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the snow. Then, everything went quiet. A minute later, I heard a faint creak. It came from the attic. I felt my heart skip.
Did you guys hear that?
I whispered. Before they could answer, a soft scraping noise came from above, like something or someone was crawling in the attic. We screamed for Dad. He came running back inside, his boots dripping, his flashlight trembling in his hand. We huddled in the hallway and watched my dad pull the attic ladder down. The cold draft hit us from above. I'll never forget Dad's face when he aimed the flashlight upward. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Who opened the window?" We all stared. There was a small, circular attic window, and it was pushed out. Snowflakes drifted in, and there were snowy footprints leading from the window into the darkness of the attic. Dad's voice shook as he said, "I'm calling the police." Before the cops arrived, Dad stood under the attic, grabbing a baseball bat. He could tell someone was inside the attic. When the cops finally showed up, they searched the property, starting with the attic. They were up there for maybe 5 minutes before one of them shouted that someone was hiding behind the old boxes. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help it. They let a man down the ladder. Our next-door neighbor, Mr. Harlan. He was wearing a Santa coat, the hat still on his head, and his hands cuffed behind his back. His face was pale and sweaty, eyes darting around like he was trying to find a way out. Dad just stared, speechless. Mr. Harlan had always seemed harmless, a quiet, lonely guy who waved when we got the mail. Sometimes he'd bring us cookies or offer to shovel our driveway. I'd never imagined that he'd... The officer opened the bag they'd found with him. Inside were clothes that belonged to us, a set of pajamas, socks, and even underwear. They also found a Polaroid camera with a stack of photographs that were taken without our knowledge. Harlan took our photos when we were changing, and he hid in the attic to set up a secret camera in my bedroom for more future content, I guess. When the cops asked him why he did it, he just smiled and said,
"Santa always watches the good girls."
The whole room went silent. Dad put a hand on my shoulder and pulled me close. I'd never seen him so pale before. I could feel him shaking in anger and disbelief. After they took Mr. Harlan away, the police stayed for a while, collecting the cameras and dusting for prints. That night, none of us slept. Dad sat up with us until sunrise, checking the locks every few minutes. He kept apologizing over and over, saying he should have believed us, that he should have noticed something sooner. Around 6 in the morning, the first light of Christmas Day crept through the blinds. Harper and Emily's parents came to pick them up. Dad made pancakes, but I couldn't eat. I just kept thinking about that red suit, those boots on the roof, and the scary smile on Harlan's face. Later that day, a detective called to say that Mr. Harlan had been doing this job for years, breaking into homes, filming families, and collecting memories. They found dozens of tapes in his basement of young girls and boys. I didn't go up into the attic for months. Even now, 2 years later, I still can't fall asleep when I hear the house creak at night. Every Christmas, when the lights flicker on the roof, my chest tightens. Christmas used to be simple in my house. Just me, Mom, and Dad. We did not have a large family, so our holidays were peaceful. Watching movies, playing board games, enjoying my mother's burnt sugar cookies, and my father feigning appreciation for them. That year, though, things were different. Dad said someone new would be joining us for Christmas dinner. He said the new guest was a cousin from his mother's side whom he hadn't seen for a long time. His name was George. When Uncle George arrived, something about him immediately felt off. He was tall, a little overweight, with thinning gray hair. His eyes were still, but he blinked a lot. He came in wearing an old trench coat and carrying a single duffel bag.
"Dylan! I've heard so much about you!"
He hugged me before I could even react. His arms lingered too long, his breath hot against my neck. I pulled away quickly, forcing a smile. Mom glanced at Dad with a confused look, but Dad just shrugged like he didn't notice anything strange. Dinner was awkward. George kept saying a lot. Every few minutes he'd turn to me and ask pretty weird things, like how old I was or if I had a girlfriend. The way he looked at me while asking made my skin crawl. His eyelids just kept moving like butterfly wings. It made his face look very freaky. At one point, he reached over to touch my hair and said,
"You got strong features. You remind me of someone."
I pushed my chair back and muttered, "Excuse me," before heading upstairs. Mom called after me, asking if I was okay. I just said I was worn out. Truth was, I hated him. I stayed in my room most of the night, playing games with my headphones on to drown out the noise downstairs. I fell asleep not long after. Then, sometime past midnight, I woke up. I heard some soft footsteps coming closer. They stopped right outside my door. My stomach dropped. The doorknob turned slowly, and the door creaked open. Standing there, silhouetted by the hallway light, was Uncle George. He was wearing a Santa suit, not a cheap one either. It looked old and dusty. His beard hung crooked, and in his hands he held a red sack. What are you doing?" I stammered. He grinned, stepping closer.
"Santa brought a gift for his favorite boy."
"You need to leave," I said, my voice shaking. He ignored me. He set the sack down, reached into it, and pulled out a small wrapped box. He held it out toward me again, blinking like crazy.
"Merry Christmas, Dylan. I've been waiting a long time to give you this."
I didn't move. My heart was pounding so loud it hurt. He took another step, then another.
"Come on,"
he whispered.
"Just one more hug for Santa."
That's when I screamed, the kind of scream that ripped straight from my chest before I even knew what I was doing. Mom and Dad came running. The hallway light flashed on and my dad's voice thundered.
"What the hell are you doing in here?"
George flinched, but didn't move away. His hands were shaking now, his smile twitching.
"It's okay,"
he said softly.
"He knows me. We've always been close."
Dad lunged forward and shoved him back.
"Get out of my house, George!"
Mom grabbed my arm, pulling me out of bed. I could barely breathe. George's Santa hat fell off as he stumbled toward the door. His face was pale, his eyes unfocused.
"You don't understand,"
he muttered, looking at me.
"I've known him since the day he was born."
Dad shouted again.
"Get out before I call the cops!"
George backed toward the hallway, smiling faintly, his teeth yellow and uneven.
"You've been my favorite since the beginning, Dylan,"
he said.
"You always have been."
Then he turned and walked out, just like that. Down the stairs, through the front door, into the snow. Dad locked it behind him and immediately called the police. When the officers came, George was gone. They searched the area and even drove around the neighborhood, but there was no sign of him. His car was still parked outside, engine cold, but the driver's seat was empty. The duffel bag he'd brought was missing too. One of the cops stayed to take statements. I sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket, my hands still shaking. Mom cried quietly in the kitchen, while Dad tried to explain what he knew. There wasn't much. He said George had called him a few days earlier, claiming to be a distant cousin who'd moved abroad decades ago. He'd sounded harmless, just a lonely old man trying to reconnect. My dad never questioned it. But when the police ran his name, they couldn't find a George with the same last name anywhere in our family records. Not on Dad's side, not on anyone's. No ID, no trace, nothing. The box George had tried to give me was still sitting on my nightstand. The officer took it for evidence, but let my parents open it later after it was cleared. Inside was a photograph, a picture of a newborn baby wrapped in a blue blanket. The back was labeled in messy handwriting, Dylan, 2008, my birth year. We had no idea where it came from. My parents stated that the photograph was not from them. It was not even taken at the hospital where I was born. For weeks afterward, I kept seeing flashes of that night in my head. His face, the red suit, and the sound of his voice when he said my name. I slept with the lights on until February. The police never found him. Occasionally, I try to tell myself he was just some crazy guy who got the wrong house. But deep down, I know that's not true. He knew too much. He knew me. I'd only been at Tony's Pizza for a couple of weeks when that order came in. The address was in a nice suburban neighborhood with manicured lawns and wooden swing sets. I pulled up to find this woman on the porch screaming into her phone. Her face was red and she was waving her free hand frantically.
I don't care what your mother said, Brian. You promised you'd be here by noon.
Her little daughter, who was maybe 5 or 6 years old, was riding circles on a pink tricycle in the driveway, completely clueless about her mom's meltdown. I grabbed the pizza and walked up. The woman barely looked at me, just held up one finger, mouthed a second, and kept yelling.
No, you listen to me. I'm sick of your pathetic excuses.
I stood there, holding the pizza, trying not to listen. That's when I noticed the black van parked maybe 3 houses down. It was an older model with tinted windows. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I looked closer, I saw this guy in a hoodie sitting in the driver's seat, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. His eyes were glued to the little girl. Dread crawled at my nape as I looked at the kid, then back at the van, and at the mom still yelling into her phone. The woman finally ended her call and came toward me, digging through her purse.
Sorry about that. How much?
$18.50.
I answered, still watching the van.
Ma'am, I think you should bring your daughter inside. There's a man down the street watching her.
The woman looked up and scrunched her nose.
What are you talking about?
I pointed at the van.
That black van. There's a man inside watching her. I really think you should—
Oh my god. Mind your own business.
She snapped, shoving a 20 at me.
Keep the change.
She grabbed the pizza and went inside, slamming the door hard behind her. The little girl was still playing and humming to herself. I lingered a bit with the keys in my hand, contemplating what to do. The woman had basically told me to fuck off, but the van was still sitting there with a shady-looking guy in it. I sighed and got back into my car, but couldn't turn it on. Instead, I sat there and watched the little girl. She'd gotten off her tricycle and was playing with chalk now. 5 minutes went by and he didn't move. But just when I turned on the engine, I saw the van open up. The man got out. He was big, maybe 6'2", wearing jeans and a black neck gaiter pulled up over his face beneath the hoodie. He walked toward the house, real casual, like he lived there or something. My heart started pounding. When he got close to the girl, he crouched down and pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket. She looked up at him and smiled, kind of shy. That's when he grabbed her and clamped a hand over her mouth. She tried to kick and scream as he started hurrying toward the van. I didn't even think before throwing the door open. I ran across the lawn and yelled,
Hey! Get away from her!
His head snapped violently toward me. The kid was crying and trying to get away, but he was too strong, and the van was only a couple feet away. My mouth dried. I had to do something.
Help! Somebody help!
I was sprinting as fast as I could. He broke into a full run, still holding onto her arm. She was screaming. Her little feet were dragging across the pavement. The van door was wide open, waiting. I was about 10 feet away when I saw a rock on the ground. I grabbed it and threw it as hard as I could. I nailed him in the shoulder and he stumbled. His hand slipped just enough for her to yank free.
Run! Go to your house!
I yelled. The girl ran for the door, sobbing. The dude snarled at me. For a second, I thought he was about to come after me, but he took off for the van instead. jumped in and floored it. I tried to see the license plate, but it was all covered in mud. The van disappeared around the corner, and I just stood there, shaking. The front door flew open and the mom came running out. She grabbed her daughter and just broke down right there in the yard. Neighbors started coming out too. They asked what happened. I told them everything and someone called 911. The cops showed up pretty fast. They took everyone's statements, asked for descriptions, and checked the neighbors' security cameras. One of the cameras caught the van pulling away, but only part of the plate was visible. The officer told me they'd been getting reports about a black van cruising neighborhoods. This was the first time someone actually spotted it.
"You saved that girl's life," he said. "If you hadn't been paying attention, she'd be gone."
The mom wouldn't stop crying and apologizing. She kept hugging me, saying she should have listened, that it was very irresponsible of her. She had never thought something could happen right in her own yard. I caught him a week later, trying the same thing 30 miles away. He had a record for child abduction going back 15 years. Police said that based on what they found in his van, the girl would have been his 8th victim. I still have nightmares about what almost happened. In them, I listen to the mom instead of my gut. I tell myself it's none of my business and drive away. And later, I see the news of a little girl missing from her front yard while her mom was inside. And I lie awake, wondering what they might have done to her, what that little soul might have gone through, all because I decided to mind my own business.
This happened last year, a few days before Christmas. My wife, Julia, and I had to take a last-minute trip to the mall to buy decors and dinner supplies with our son, Danny. The mall was getting crowded each second. I told Danny to keep by my side, but a few seconds later, when I looked down, my son was nowhere to be found. We tore through every store, screaming his name. Dread coiled in my gut. Julia started crying. We were talking to the mall security to help us find Danny when we heard an announcement from their office. "Attention shoppers, one of our security personnel has been found dead in the men's restroom. Please remain calm and stay inside the building." Suddenly, one security personnel showed us footage of another security guy leading Danny by the hand toward the back hallways. "There, that's our son! Call your security guy!" I watched the guard's face turn pale. He said the man in the footage was not their coworker. The uniform he's wearing actually belonged to the dead guy found in the bathroom. Julia broke down crying on the floor. My son's helpless, innocent face flashed right in front of my eyes. "The cops will be here any minute, sir." But I didn't wait. I ran. "Sir, wait! He might have a weapon!" I didn't care. That was my Danny back there. I pushed through the employees-only door and into a narrow concrete hallway. Spotlights were strung along the ceiling, half burnt out, throwing jumpy shadows that moved when I did. I ran past storage rooms full of boxes, and I could hear Danny screaming. "Dad! Dad!" I followed his voice and burst through the door into a big storage room. The man was holding Danny off the ground. His one arm was locked around his chest. The other pointed a knife at him. Danny's little feet kicked weakly. His face was red from crying. "Stay back!" he warned. "Let him go!" I could barely get the words out. "He's only 6. Please!" "I don't care. He's my key to get out of this mall without any trouble from the cops." Danny was crying, shaking really badly. His little hands were stretched towards me. I knew my one wrong move could cost my son's life, so I had to be smart. I raised my arms up in surrender and said, "Look, you want to get out of here, right? I'll help you. Just let him go and hold me hostage. I promise I'll cooperate." The man scratched his head with the knife, then looked at Danny and back at me. "Is this some trick you're trying to play? Because if so, I'll shoot." "No! Take me. Let him go. Look, the cops are coming. You've got to listen to me, now." My words convinced him, and he let Danny go. He ran towards me with little steps, and I hugged him. He was crying, thinking the man could still hurt him, but I calmed him down and told him to go back to Mom.
Told him that I'll be alright, but just then, I heard running footsteps coming our way. The man grabbed me by the neck and placed the knife on my forehead. The cops burst through the door. Danny was still there, calling out for me, crying. One of the cops took him into his lap, while 3 others told the man to let me go. But the man threatened them, saying if anyone tries to stop him, he'd shoot me. I told the officers to first get my kid out of there because I'm all right. When we all walked back to the mall, everyone watched me and the guy with fear and suspense in their eyes. The cops were negotiating, but the man who had been a runaway convict wasn't falling for any of their words. My wife screamed from the crowd, seeing me. I was a little relieved to find Danny back with Julia, but I knew it broke her. She got her son back, but put her husband in danger instead. It was like her life traded fear with fear. The convict told me to head for the exit without doing anything foolish.
"One mistake, and I'll blow off his head!"
I nodded and started walking away slowly. The cops had their guns at him, but couldn't do anything because my life was hanging by a thread. We were about to get inside the elevator when I noticed this big metal Christmas star hanging right inside the elevator. An idea clicked in my mind. The man hit me on the head with the knife and shouted,
"Get in! You're coming with me, remember?"
I got in, but just before the elevator door closed, I noticed the man laughing at the cops. He thought he won. His pride distracted him for a few seconds, and that's when I snatched the star from the ceiling and stabbed him in the right eye with its pointy peak. He screamed in pain, and the knife fell out of his hand. The cops swarmed in and pinned him down to the ground. It happened so fast and quickly that everyone stayed silent for minutes. Finally, I was reunited with my family. Danny came running at me. While hugging me, the poor kid kept apologizing.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I shouldn't have left you.
Shh, don't say that. You're safe. That's all that matters.
Were you scared?
Terrified. But seeing you, I'd give my whole life for you.
Will you always protect me?
Always. I promise.
That day, I could have lied to Danny, telling him how I don't scare easy or how big of a hero I am. But if you ask me, I think it's better to tell our kids the truth. It's better to let them know that parents are human too, and they can make mistakes as well. This teaches your kid to respect your decisions. I never thought a job at Hooters could change the way I looked at people. When I first started, it was just supposed to be temporary. A way to pay for college, cover rent, and maybe save up enough to get my own car. The money was good, the hours were brutal, and the uniform wasn't exactly empowering, but I had to endure it. Most nights were fine. Loud groups of drunk guys from whom we had to fake smile, hoping it will get us bigger tips. Nothing I hadn't gotten used to. You learn how to laugh things off, keep your cool, and walk away before somebody crosses the line. But even after all this, I still met one scumbag whom I'll remember for the rest of my life. It was a Thursday shift, the kind that dragged forever. I'd already been on my feet 6 hours when a man walked in. He looked like trouble the second I saw him. Mid-40s, maybe. Slick hair, gold chain, the kind of greasy confidence some guys wear like a badge. He scanned the room, then chose a table right in my section. I pasted on my usual customer service smile and walked over.
Hey there. Welcome to Hooters. What can I get you to drink?
He looked me up and down like he was inspecting something he'd already bought. "You," he said, grinning. Then, "Beer, whatever's cold." I forced a laugh, the kind we all learn to fake.
Coming right up.
As I turned to leave, he added, "And smile more, sweetheart. It's part of the job, right?" I didn't answer, just kept walking, counted to 10 and told myself he was just another jerk having a bad day. When I came back with his drink, he leaned across the table, way too close. "You look tense," he said. "Maybe I can help with that later."
Sir,
I said as calmly as I could.
if you keep talking like that, I'll have to get my manager.
He smirked, completely unfazed. "Oh, lighten up, doll. You girls act like you don't love the attention. I wanted to scream, but I'd been warned before about my attitude. My manager Ronald always said the customer pays your rent, not your pride. So I smiled tightly and said,
Would you like to order some food?
He grinned wider, showing yellowed teeth. How about you come home with me after your shift? I'll pay you more in a night than this place pays in a month. I froze. My throat felt tight. Then he laughed, loud, fake, like he thought it was some kind of joke.
Get out.
I snapped before I could stop myself. The laughter around the restaurant stopped. A couple of tables turned to stare. Ronald appeared instantly, frowning like I'd done something wrong.
Fiona, a word?
He pulled me aside, his voice low but sharp.
You can't talk to customers like that.
He harassed me.
I hissed.
He just offered me money to—
I don't care what he said. Just keep it professional. Customers are priority.
I felt my stomach drop. Behind me, the man chuckled, swirling his beer like it was the funniest thing in the world. See? Even your boss knows how this works. I turned, shaking.
I said, get out.
He stood up, big and heavy, reeking of cheap cologne and arrogance. His hand shot out and gripped my wrist hard enough to hurt.
Come on, sweetheart, he sneered. Why don't you come sit on my lap? That's your job, isn't it?
I tried to pull away, but he yanked harder. My eyes darted to Ronald. He just stood there, frozen, like he didn't know whose side to take. I was in tears, not knowing how to get out of the situation, when a deep voice boomed across the room.
Let her go!
We all turned. A middle-aged man had stood up from the next table, broad shoulders, clean cut, dining with his wife. His face was calm, but his voice carried that dangerous kind of authority you don't argue with.
Mind your own business, old man,
the creep spat. The man stepped closer, fists clenched.
You touch her again, and you'll regret it.
The creep smirked. What, you gonna stop me? Before anyone could move, the man slapped him across the face, hard. The sound cracked through the restaurant like a gunshot.
Get your hands off her,
he said again, low and cold. The guy stumbled back, clutching his cheek. Ronald finally seemed to wake up and yelled,
That's enough! Everyone calm down!
The wife was already dialing 911. The creep was shouting,
She asked for it! You all saw she was flirting with me!
Even if she was flirting with you, what right do you have to treat a human being like an object? You should be ashamed of yourself!
My wrist throbbed, and I could barely breathe. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head. His hand on me, his voice, Ronald's silence. When the police arrived, it was chaos. They questioned everyone. The wife handed them her phone. She'd recorded the last minute of it. The video showed everything. His grab, his words, my reaction, and the slap. They cuffed him right there in the middle of the restaurant. He was still yelling as they dragged him out.
This ain't over! You'll see!
Ronald tried to smooth things over, muttering something about bad for business. I ignored him. My hands were shaking too much to even untie my apron. The man who helped me, his name was Oliver, stayed until the cops left. When things finally calmed down, I walked over to him, still crying.
Thank you,
I whispered. He smiled kindly. You don't have to thank me. Everyone works hard in this life. No job is small. But respect? That's not optional. I'll never forget the way he said that. After he and his wife left, I clocked out early. My wrist was bruised where the creep had grabbed me. Ronald didn't apologize. He just said I should try better not to make a scene next time. I quit the next day. Last year on Christmas, something happened to me that I'm still trying to process. I study in college and decided to visit my family at the last moment on Christmas Eve. Driving down the highway amidst a blizzard was probably the dumbest decision I ever took in my life. After half an hour of difficult driving, my car gave up on me at Highway 9. The blizzard got worse, and within minutes I was stranded with no signal, miles from home, and the temperature was dropping fast. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, watching snow pile up on the windshield, trying to catch even one bar of service while the cold crept in. That's when I saw headlights cutting through the storm. A pickup truck pulled up behind me. It was old and beat up, covered in blinking Christmas lights like someone had gone crazy at a dollar store. There was even a wreath wired to the grill, the kind you hang on a front door. Through the snow, I could just barely make out the driver. When he leaned out the window, I almost laughed, seeing him wearing a Grinch costume.
Need a ride, kid?
Yes, thank you so much.
Hop in. Can't leave you out here on Christmas.
I grabbed my phone and wallet and climbed into the passenger seat. The truck smelled like pine cleaner mixed with something metallic underneath. The dashboard had candy canes duct taped everywhere.
Thanks for stopping.
Sure thing.
We drove in silence for a minute before he spoke again.
You know what I hate about Christmas?
What?
All that fake cheer. Families pretending they like each other. Kids screaming for toys that'll break in a week.
I laughed nervously. No wonder you're dressed as the Grinch. He laughed. I also thought he was just playing the part. I forced out a chuckle too, because what else was I supposed to do? Where are we going? I asked, suddenly alert, as he drove past the turn to the town.
Home. You're my Christmas guest, kid.
His gloved hands squeezed the wheel.
The Grinch doesn't like spending it alone anymore.
My stomach dropped. Actually, my parents are waiting for...
Let them wait! Where were they when you stood next to that broken car? Huh?
The way he said it made my mouth go dry.
The roads are dangerous tonight,
he chirped.
Better if you stay with me. We can have Christmas dinner together. I've been preparing something special.
I watched his hand move toward the glove compartment. He popped it open. A knife was sitting inside next to a candy cane. The blade was dark with something that definitely wasn't rust.
That's for carving the Christmas roast. I've been planning this dinner for weeks.
My heartbeat got faster. We were slowing down now, getting close to this patch of dense woods on the left side of the road. There weren't any houses or lights, except his truck's blinding decorations.
You ever carve a roast, kid?
He picked up the knife, still driving with one hand.
It's an art. You have to know exactly where to cut.
I didn't think. I yanked up the door lock and threw myself against the door. It flew open, and I rolled out onto the snow-covered road. Pain shot through my shoulder and hip as I hit the pavement. The truck's brake lights went red. I got to my feet and ran toward the tree line. I heard the truck's engine rev behind me. I looked back and saw it reversing. He was coming back. I ran into the woods, grimacing every time the branches whipped my face. The snow was knee-deep, and every step felt impossible. I could hear the truck's engine getting louder. Then, the headlights hit me. He'd driven off the road and was crashing through the trees after me. The Christmas lights blinked like crazy as the truck bounced over roots and rocks. I cut left hard. The truck tried to follow, but clipped a tree. I didn't stop to check and kept running. My lungs burned from the cold air. The truck was catching up. I could hear him laughing over the engine. The bumper was maybe 10 feet behind me when my foot caught a root hidden under the snow. I went down, face first, into a drift. I rolled onto my back just in time to see the truck's grill coming right at me. The truck was maybe 3 feet away when sirens went off from somewhere close. Red and blue lights flashed through the trees. The truck slammed on its brakes, skidded in the snow, and stopped inches from my legs. Through the windshield, I could see him staring at me. Before driving away in the opposite direction, he put out his head from the window and yelled,
"Merry Christmas! Enjoy it while you still can!"
I just lay there in the snow for God knows how long. Then I heard sirens in the distance. A highway patrol SUV came through the trees. The spotlight swept across me. The officer jumped out.
"You okay, kid? We got a call about a vehicle driving erratically."
He tried to kill me.
I couldn't stop shaking.
He was wearing a Grinch costume, and he had a knife.
They found my car where I'd left it, covered in snow. Found tire tracks leading into the woods, but the truck was gone. The officers said they'd been patrolling nearby after reports of a decorated truck driving recklessly. They never found him, despite countless reports from other drivers who said a truck covered in Christmas lights had followed them for miles before turning off. They never found the knife, the costume, or any proof he'd existed at all, except for the tire tracks and my bruises. I don't drive on Christmas Eve anymore. Don't even like seeing Christmas lights on cars. And every time I see someone in a Grinch costume, even at a mall with kids around, I leave. Because I know he's still out there somewhere, driving that beat-up truck with its blinking lights, looking for Christmas guests who won't make it home. Lucas and I had been dating for about 8 months. He was cute, popular, and his TikTok was blowing up. He was a moto influencer and posted stuff like slow-mo shots of revving his bike, which had gotten him some 50,000 followers and a few small brand deals. Luck loved the attention when people recognized him at gas stations or commented fire emojis under his posts, but lately it had started to get to his head. Then, one day, one of my friends said she saw him at the mall with Haley Parker, this girl who'd been commenting on all his videos, and I freaked out. When I confronted him, Luck insisted that they were just friends and called me out on being insecure and jealous. He even suggested we break up if his social media career was too much for me. So, I decided to slap him with proof. I convinced him to do a couple's truth or dare live at my house. He loved it immediately because it meant content. We set up in my living room with good lighting, arranged snacks, and went live at around 8 on Friday. People flooded in. His followers were mostly commenting about how cute we were together. We started easy, like, what's your favorite thing about each other? Or do your best impression. Everyone was having fun. The chat was going crazy, and Lucas was performing for the camera. Half an hour in, I shifted gears.
Truth or dare?
I asked playfully. He grinned at the camera. Truth, I've got nothing to hide. The comments exploded with suggestions. I ignored them all.
Did you sleep with Haley Parker last Friday after telling me you were sick?
Lucas's smile froze, and the chat exploded. What the hell, Amber? He said, glancing at the viewer count. 3,000 people were watching him blow up.
It's truth or dare. You picked truth.
I pulled out my phone and hit play. The audio came through clear in his voice. Come back to bed, Haley. We've got time before the dum-dum shows up. Haley had posted it on her private Instagram account, the one she only let a few people follow. One of my friends had screenshots from it and sent me the clip before Haley took it down. Lucas lunged for my phone, but I pulled it away. The comments were losing their minds. This was going viral in real time. You set this up? He hissed.
You cheated on me, Luke.
I said, looking at the camera.
I wanted everyone to know who you really are.
His whole face changed. The charm and all that fake confidence he carried around disappeared. He looked really, really mad. I could see it hit him. We were live. People were watching us. His perfect little image was falling apart right in front of him, but there wasn't much he could do. Amber, turn it off. Give me the phone. He was practically shaking with rage.
No.
Amber, I'm serious.
Yeah? So was I when you said you weren't seeing Haley.
He shoved his chair back so hard it crashed to the floor.
You think this is funny? You think ruining me on live is some kind of girl power move?
Lucas, calm down.
I started.
Don't tell me to calm down.
He was pacing, running his hands through his hair.
I'll kill you for this. You hear me? I'll fucking kill you.
He lunged toward the counter and grabbed the big butcher knife sitting by the cutting board and turned towards me. My stomach dropped.
Luke.
You ruined my life,
Lucas said, walking toward me with the knife raised.
You destroyed everything I worked for.
I backed away from the camera, heart hammering.
Lucas, put the knife down. Please.
I'll kill you! He screamed. I swear to God, I'll kill you for this! I turned and sprinted toward the door, but he was right behind me. I could hear his footsteps, his breathing, and his voice screaming. The camera was still live and recording everything. 3,000 people were watching me run for my life. I made it to the front door but couldn't unlock it fast enough. Lucas grabbed my shirt and yanked me backward. I screamed. He swung the knife at my face. I slammed my arm up and felt it cut me. I screamed as hot blood ran down my elbow. You destroyed me! He was crying now as he raised the knife and came again. Everything I worked for is gone! They hate me! I grabbed a lamp off the table and swung it at him. It hit his shoulder and he stumbled back. The knife swung wild and caught my side, just below my ribs. Pain exploded through me. Then, the door burst open. My friends crashed through. Tyler tackled Lucas in the side and they both went down. The knife skittered across the floor. Maya jumped on Lucas's back while Jake pinned his arms. Lucas was still screaming and fighting. Get off me! I'll kill all of you! She ruined everything! Jake's girlfriend had her phone out. Lucas was thrashing, trying to bite Tyler's arm and kicking at Maya. It took all three to hold him until the police arrived. When the cops got there, Lucas was still screaming threats. They had to cuff him while he yelled about his followers and career. As they dragged him to the patrol car, he looked back at me. You think this is over? He shouted. I'll come for you when I get out. You're dead, Amber. You hear me? You're dead! The live stream had stayed on the entire time. By morning, it was everywhere. Lucas was charged with assault, terroristic threats, and attempted murder. He took a plea deal. He got 3 years of juvenile detention, but his lawyer made sure I knew that when Lucas turns 18 in 6 months, he'll transfer to an adult prison. And when he gets out in 2.5 years, nothing stops him from finding me. In total, I needed 40 stitches, 23 in my arm, 17 in my side. I deleted all my social media and changed my number. My parents installed security, but none of that makes me feel safe, because I know Lucas meant every word he screamed. Working at Hooters isn't as wild as people think. Sure, you get the occasional drunk guy or creepy comment, but most nights it's just wings, small talk, and pretending to laugh at bad jokes for tips. I'd been there for almost 2 years, used to the routine, until that night. It was a Tuesday. The restaurant was half empty and I was cleaning off a table near the bar when I noticed a woman in her with a weird mushroom haircut that looked like she'd cut it herself. She wore this heavy sweater, even though it wasn't that cold yet. The moment our eyes met, she smiled at me, and before I knew, she walked up to me, clutching her purse.
Hi, honey.
She said, her voice sugary but creepy.
It's good to finally meet you, Sarah. I follow your Insta account like Bible.
I froze a little. It's not like I'm the influencer type, and meeting someone who admits to stalking so proudly was very new to me.
Okay. How can I help you?
She smiled wider.
Oh, you're more beautiful in person. Table for one, please. But I'd like you to be my waitress. No one else. Just you. Sure. Right this way.
She followed me to a booth in the corner, humming some old tune under her breath. When I handed her a menu, she brushed her fingers on mine intentionally while taking it.
You've got such lovely hands. Do you play piano? No. Just carry trays and drop things.
She giggled, high-pitched and a little too loud.
Oh, you're funny. A natural charm about you.
I smiled thinly and asked what she'd like to drink. She ordered sweet tea. When I came back with it, she went super annoying with personal questions like she was shooting cannonballs.
Do you live nearby? Are you married? What kind of car do you drive? Do you go to church?
Finally, she said,
You know, I think you and I could be great friends, Sarah. Maybe even more.
I blinked.
I'm sorry? Yeah. We can be a couple, you know? I'll take good care of you. Oh, that's really sweet. But I actually have a boyfriend.
Her expression changed instantly, like a switch flipped. Her lips pressed together. Her eyes went dark.
Men ruin everything beautiful. Excuse me?
She suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her hand was cold.
You shouldn't waste yourself on one of them. Ma'am, please let go. Doreen. Call me Doreen. I'm not your ma'am. You need to calm down, okay?
Soon, our conversation turned into a heated argument, and Doreen was screaming at me. Tom, my manager, noticed from across the room and came over.
Everything all right here?
She's fine,
Doreen said, smiling again. That eerie, broken smile.
We're just having girls talk.
Tom looked at me.
You good, Sarah?
I explained to Tom how Doreen was misbehaving with me. Tom immediately took stand for me and asked Doreen to leave. The face she made when Tom threatened to call the security to throw her out was pure hatred and rage. Yet before leaving, she smiled at me and gave Tom a burning look. The matter resolved there. I tried to shake it off. My boyfriend, Evan, came to pick me up after work. I couldn't stop replaying her words, the way she'd said my name, the strength of her grip. Evan sensed my tension and asked if I was okay. I told him about Doreen on the drive home. He called her a psycho and told me to report her next time I see her. That night, I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I woke to my phone ringing. It was Carly, one of my coworkers. Her voice was trembling.
Sarah, did you hear? Hear what? Tom's dead.
My stomach dropped. His body was found in the alley behind the restaurant. He was stabbed, like brutally. The cops think it happened right after we closed. I sat there in bed, staring at the wall. Tom took rivalry with her for me, and no doubt she can be vengeful. But what proof do I have? All day, I couldn't shake the thought that it was connected. Doreen's face kept flashing in my mind, that look she gave him. That evening, I got home to find a small package sitting on my doorstep, no return address, my name written in neat cursive. I thought maybe Evan had ordered something for me, so I brought it inside and opened it on the kitchen counter. I dropped it instantly, heart hammering. Under a pile of blood-soaked tissues, there was a folded note. The handwriting was shaky, but deliberate. It read,
You shouldn't have said no.
I called Evan immediately. He told me to lock the doors and call the police. I did. They took the package, filed a report, but said without proof it was her, there wasn't much that they could do. I barely sleep nowadays. Every creak in the house makes me flinch. I haven't been back to work since. I think I should move out of town, start over somewhere new. Evan feels I'm getting paranoid, but deep down, I know it won't matter, because last night, as I walked past my living room window, I caught a reflection in the glass. Out on the sidewalk, I saw Doreen peeking at my house. I know she won't let this go so easily. I grew up bouncing between foster homes, so when I finally got my nursing certificate at 26, working at Meadowbrook Senior Living felt just right. I knew what it was like to have nobody, and I wanted to be there for people who did. Most of the residents were sweet. Some got a little confused at times, but they laughed and lived, except for Bob. He was 68 and usually kept to himself. His file mentioned occasional psychotic episodes, but the few times I'd looked after him, he seemed fine. At Christmas Eve, Marion, the activities director, had organized a party. Each resident's family had sent gifts, and we were all gathered in the common room passing them out. It was supposed to lift spirits during the holidays. The party started at 6.
The residents sat in a circle, passing gifts and laughing along to an old Bing Crosby track playing through the speakers. Bob sat across from me, still as stone, with a faint smile on his face that didn't quite reach his eyes. Mrs. Patterson opened hers first. Her daughter had sent a nice scarf. Mr. Rodriguez got slippers. Rena's uncle had sent her books and candy. Nearly everyone got thoughtful presents. Then, Marion handed Bob his gift. It was a small box wrapped in red paper with a gold bow. His hand shook as he took it. He peeled back the paper slowly, like he already knew what was inside and was dreading it. When he lifted the lid, his whole expression shifted. Inside was a man's leather belt. It was flashy and looked expensive. For a few seconds, Bob just stared at the belt like it was a snake curled up in that box. Then, he screamed and threw the box across the room.
Bob!
Marion shouted, but he wasn't hearing anything. He grabbed one of the caregivers and shoved her so hard she hit the floor. His knees pinned her down as his hands locked around her throat. All the while, he kept screaming. It took 3 of us to pull him off. Even then, he kept thrashing, trying to get back to her. Marion had to call for the sedative. They dragged him to his room after that. The party was over. Everyone was shaken. Jenny had bruises on her neck, but said she was fine. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing Bob's face when he opened that box, the pure terror in his eyes before the rage took over. At around 2 a.m, I woke up to heart-wrenching sobs from the East Wing. I found Bob in a dark corner near the supply closet, curled up on the floor. Tears ran down his face as he whispered his wife's name over and over.
Margaret. I'm sorry, Margaret.
Bob?
I knelt carefully, keeping a safe distance from him.
It's Ruthie. What's wrong?
He looked up, and his face just crumpled.
You won't let me forget, Ruthie. He promised he'd never let me forget.
Who won't let you forget what?
My son, Carl. He won't ever let me get over it.
I sat down next to him.
What happened, Bob?
He rocked back and forth, arms wrapped around himself.
The cardiac arrest took Margaret 3 years ago. She was the only good thing in my life. And when she went...
He swallowed hard.
Carl got worse.
Worse how?
Boy was trouble since he could walk. Ran with the wrong crowd. Drank young. He stole from me more than once. Margaret always took his side, said he'd grow out of it. After she passed, there was no one left to pull him back.
My stomach tightened.
He cleaned out my savings on booze and cards. When I tried to stop him,
Bob's voice went low, almost a whisper.
He turned mean, started using his belt on me.
I felt sick.
He'd come over drunk, drag me out of bed and beat me with it. Said I deserved it for being a terrible father, for not giving him enough money, for still being alive when his mother wasn't.
Tears were streaming down Bob's face now.
I tried calling the police once. He laughed, said who'd believe me, that I was just a crazy old man with dementia.
Bob, we need to tell someone. If Carl's been hurting you...
He's a lawyer, Ruthie. Knows exactly how far he can go without leaving marks that last. And he's got everyone convinced I'm losing my mind.
Bob looked at me with hollow eyes.
Every Christmas he sends me that belt, just to remind me that Margaret's gone, and I'm at his mercy now.
This is abuse. There are laws.
Nobody will believe me. He made sure of that. Got to my doctor to document episodes. Got the staff here thinking I'm unstable. He's been building his case for years.
I waited for Bob to stop crying before I went back to my locker and found that belt Marion had put there. I stared at it for a long time before calling the police. They came, took our statements, and bagged the belt as evidence. But Bob was right. Carl really had everything figured. He showed up the next morning in an expensive suit, calm as anything. He listened to everything with a small smile. My father has documented psychotic episodes. This is obviously a delusion. I'm concerned about the quality of care here if staff members are encouraging these fantasies. The administration bought his story. I was reprimanded for causing unnecessary distress and basically forced to quit. I couldn't stay there anyway. Couldn't look at Bob, knowing he was trapped, and Carl would do it again next Christmas, and the one after that. For however many years Bob had left, I still think about Bob in that dark corner, crying over his dead wife, trapped by the son she'd protected her whole life. How Carl turned his grief into a weapon. How nobody believed the old man breaking down at Christmas. Sometimes, the real monsters wear expensive suits and know exactly which laws protect them. It was a Friday night in September when Dad took me and Lily to Chuck E. Cheese. The place was absolutely nuts with kids screaming everywhere, those game machines going crazy, and that creepy giant mouse mascot waddling around, snapping photos with families. Dad told us to find a table by the play area while he got in line for pizza. Lily was practically vibrating in her seat, already staring at the ball pit, when this guy just walked right up to us. He looked like every other Chuck E. Cheese guy, donning the employee shirt, but something about his smile was creeping me out. "Hey kids, want to see some magic tricks?" he said, popping himself down on a chair without even asking. Lily's whole face lit up. Before I could say anything, he was doing that old coin behind the ear thing. He kept going, showing off those petty tricks, but something felt wrong. His smile never changed, even when he was talking, and he kept looking over at the entrance like he was checking to see if someone was watching. "I've got way better tricks out in my car, plus some special candy they only give employees. Wanna come?" Every single alarm in my head blared. I told them we're good here, but he kept insisting. "It's right outside, parked by the—" "If you don't leave us alone right now, I'm getting my dad." I said it loud enough for people to look over. His friendly smile vanished, and his eyes went cold. For a second, I thought he'd throw hands, but he stood up and simply walked away. Dad showed up a couple minutes later, carrying our number thing for the pizza. Then Lily said she wanted to go to the bathroom, and Dad asked me to tag along. The women's room was down this short hallway away from everyone. "I'll wait right here. Don't talk to anyone and come straight back out."
I'm 8, not a baby.
She rolled her eyes and went inside. I leaned against the wall and pulled out my phone. A minute went by, then another. When 5 whole minutes had passed and Lily still didn't show up, I went up and knocked on the door. "Lily?" I knocked again. My heart started pounding. I pushed the door open and nearly froze in terror. That trick guy had Lily's wrist in one hand, while his other hand clamped over her mouth. Lily's eyes were huge and utterly terrified. She was crying badly, but all her screams and sobs were muffled by his big palm. "Hey, let her go!" I screamed and threw myself at him. He was way bigger than me, but all I could see was Lily's wide, terror-filled eyes. I crashed right into him, trying to make him let go of my baby sister. He shoved me, and I went down hard, hit the tile floor, and felt pain shoot through my elbow. I yelped and tried getting on my feet, but couldn't. Suddenly, my eyes fell on his shoes. He was wearing regular sneakers with long laces, and I got an idea. He was too focused on keeping his grip on Lily and the door to notice me grabbing both his shoelaces. I hurriedly tied them together as he kept trying to prevent Lily from escaping. That's when the door opened, and a woman with her daughter walked in. "Help! He's trying to take my sister! Get my dad!" I yelled from the floor. The woman's eyes went huge. Still, she spun around and ran. The guy knew he was screwed. He let go of Lily and tried to run for the back door, but the second he took a step, his tied laces sent him crashing down. He went down so hard his head bounced off the tile. I jumped up and pulled Lily behind me. The man was trying to get up, fumbling with his shoes and swearing. Right then, Dad came bursting through the door with 3 Chuck E. Cheese workers and a security guard right behind him. The guard grabbed the guy before he could get his laces untied. He was fighting back, yelling that this was all a big misunderstanding, that he worked there, but the employees denied ever seeing him in their lives. Turned out he'd stolen that shirt from someone's locker in the back. The cops showed up fast. They took him away in handcuffs while he screamed about his rights. One of the officers talked to me, Lily, and Dad separately. I told her everything that happened. Turns out we weren't the first. The guy had been hitting different Chuck E. Cheese places across the states, doing the same exact thing. Your son's quick thinking saved his sister's life. That shoelace trick bought just enough time for help to get here. That could have ended a whole lot worse, the officer told Dad. Dad hugged both of us so tight I could barely breathe. He didn't say anything, just held on while his shoulders shook. I realized he was crying. I'd never seen my dad cry before. On the drive home, Lily sat next to me in the back and held my hand. She hadn't let go since we left.
Carson, thank you for saving me.
Her voice was so small it made my chest hurt.
I was really scared.
I know. I was scared too.
But you still came to help me.
Of course I did. You're my little sister. I'd fight anyone for you, even if they're way bigger than me.
She put her head on my shoulder.
You're the best big brother ever.
Dad looked at us in the rearview mirror, and I could still see his eyes were wet. Lily's 9 now, but she still won't go into a public bathroom by herself, and she gets nightmares sometimes about that night. But she also knows that her big brother's always gonna be there to keep her safe. And I would, no matter what, because that's what big brothers do. Protect our little sisters at all costs. I'm 25 now, but I still remember that New Year's Eve like it happened yesterday. I was 7. My brother Lucas was 4. Our parents had been invited to some fancy party at a hotel downtown, and they'd hired Jade to watch us. She was 19, a college student who babysat to pay for textbooks. We've had her before. Lucas loved her because she played with us instead of just staring at her phone. She showed up at around 7 that night, wearing jeans and an oversized sweater. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She brought coloring books and promised to let us stay up until 11 to watch the ball drop on TV.
Your parents will be back around 1,
she said, plopping down on our couch.
So we're gonna have the best New Year's Eve ever, okay?
Lucas was already showing her his new action figures while I was pretending to be too old for babysitters. Everything was normal until around 11:15. Suddenly, we heard a woman's terrified shrieks from the corridor outside, followed by breaking glass. Jade's head snapped toward the door. She stood up slowly, telling us to stay put while she checked the peephole. I saw her face go pale. What's happening? She didn't answer, just grabbed her phone and dialed 911. I heard her whisper into it.
There's someone in the building. We're on the 8th floor, apartment 804. Please hurry.
She hung up, then turned to us with a smile while her eyes were filled with fear.
Guys, we're gonna play a game, okay? We're gonna hide in the bathroom, really quiet like ninjas. Do that?
Lucas thought it sounded fun, but I knew something was wrong. Jade grabbed our hands and led us to the bathroom. She lifted Lucas into the tub first, then me, and pulled the shower curtain closed.
No matter what happens, you two stay in here.
Jade, what's going on?
I whispered.
Just promise me, Alex. Promise you'll stay here with Lucas.
I promised. She started to leave, then stopped and knelt beside the tub, looking at us through the curtain.
I need you to be brave, okay? Trust me. I'm going to keep you safe.
Lucas and I sat in the dark bathtub, listening. For a while, there was nothing except the sound of our breathing and the distant hum of the building's heating system. Then, we heard footsteps in the hallway outside our apartment. They were loud and stopped at each door. I held Lucas close, covering his mouth with my hand. My chest felt like it was going to explode as I kept listening. The footsteps stopped outside our door. There was a long silence before the doorknob rattled. I heard Jade's voice, muffled but clear enough.
The door's locked. The police are coming. Just leave.
There was a short pause before something heavy slammed against the door. Jade's screamed numbed our ears. I was shaking, and so was my little brother. We heard a crash, like furniture being knocked over, followed by the sound of running footsteps. Lucas started crying in my arms, but I clamped my hand tighter over his mouth. Whoever broke in was moving through our apartment now. He was fast. I heard another crash, closer this time. The man was tearing through our living room. He kicked open my bedroom door so hard it slammed against the wall, and I nearly jumped. Then he moved toward the bathroom. I held my breath as the bathroom door opened. Through the crack in the shower curtain, I could see his shadow. He was tall and wearing a black ski mask. He was holding a meat chopper. His fingertips were dripping blood. He took a step toward the tub, but just as he was about to open, Jade screamed.
Hey! Over here!
The man spun around and ran. I heard him chasing her, heard her footsteps pounding toward the stairwell, and the heavy door slam open. Then there were sounds of shouting and sirens. The cops had showed up. Everything happened fast after that. Officers flooded the building. Someone pulled us out of that bathtub. A female cop wrapped us in blankets and asked if we were hurt. I was shaking so bad, I couldn't even answer. "Where's Jade?" I kept asking. They didn't answer. My parents came running in about 20 minutes later. Both of them were crying, holding us so tight it hurt. They kept saying we were safe, that it was over, but I didn't feel safe because I saw them wheeling someone out on a stretcher. I saw the blood on the white sheet and a blonde ponytail hanging off the side. That night, Jade almost died saving us. She was beaten so badly that when the police arrived, she was unconscious. She had broken ribs, a fractured skull, and some kind of bleeding inside her body. She had to spend 2 weeks in the hospital. The man they arrested was named Jax Ryder. He'd been released from jail 3 days earlier and was looking for the guy who testified against him. The guy lived on our floor, but Jax didn't know which apartment. So he was going door to door, attacking anyone who got in his way. He would have killed us, hadn't Jade led him away. I visited her in the hospital after she woke up. She could barely talk. Her face was covered in bruises, but when she saw me, she tried to smile.
You stayed in the tub,
she whispered. I nodded and broke down. Even the 7-year-old me knew I owed my life to that girl. Jade recovered eventually, but she never babysat again. She moved to a different city for grad school. My parents paid her medical bills, set up a fund for her college, and tried to find the words to express what she'd done for us. Lucas and I are adults now. We both have our own lives, our own apartments, and our own problems. But every New Year's Eve, we meet at Jade's place. We order pizza, watch the ball drop, and remember the night a 19-year-old girl chose to put herself between 2 kids and a monster. She saved our lives, and we shall never forget it. In my junior year, we had this girl, Bianca, who basically ran the whole school. She was stupid pretty. Her parents had money, and she had like 5,000 TikTok followers, so she acted like she was famous or something. Bianca loved making people miserable, and her favorite target was Holly, this straight-A student who always read and never really bothered anyone. That afternoon, after gym, I was getting dressed when I heard Bianca's high-pitched voice echo through the locker room. She had her phone out and was probably live streaming on TikTok.
Guys, you're not going to believe what I found in the showers.
I looked over and saw Holly standing there in just a towel. She was frozen and shaking. Bianca had her phone pointed right at her as the comments rolled in. Nearly all of them were mean stuff about how Holly looked, her body, everything.
Look at this,
Bianca said, circling Holly with her phone.
This is what happens when you're too busy being a nerd to care about how you look.
Holly's face was bright red. She was trying to hold her towel tighter and make herself smaller. Tears were streaming down her face, but that didn't stop Bianca.
Suddenly, she reached out and tried to yank the towel away. Holly screamed and somehow managed to pull it back with all of her strength. Bianca continued humiliating her like she always did. I don't know what came over me. I'd watched Bianca terrorize people for years and never said anything because I didn't want to be next. But watching Holly standing there sobbing while hundreds of people mocked her, something snapped.
Enough,
I said, stepping between them. Bianca turned the camera toward me.
Look, everyone! Another loser here to defend the freak.
I stared at Bianca.
You need to stop. Or what?
She stepped closer, phone still recording.
You're gonna cry like this, nerdy.
I was done.
Your dad's been cheating on your mom for 2 years.
I said, loud enough for the stream to hear.
That's why she filed for divorce and moved to her sister's place last month, leaving you behind.
Bianca's smile faltered.
Shut up!
And that nose? You got it done last summer. I saw the before pictures your cousin posted. You paid a surgeon to fix what you hated about yourself. And now you tear other people apart for being authentic.
The locker room went silent, except for the live stream comments going insane.
I said shut up!
Bianca's voice cracked.
You're cruel because you're miserable. You destroy people because you hate yourself.
Her whole face transformed. The fake sweetness vanished and she was replaced by rage. She slapped me across the face so hard my vision blurred. The crack echoed through the locker room.
You think you're better than me?
She screamed.
You and your broke father who can barely afford rent.
She reached into an open locker and grabbed scissors, the kind from art class with long, sharp blades. She held them up to the camera. Her eyes were glowing like a wolf.
Let's see how you look bald on TikTok.
She grabbed my hair with her free hand and raised the scissors. That's when Holly screamed like a wounded animal and lunged at Bianca from behind. She shoved Bianca hard. Bianca stumbled, and the scissors clattered to the floor. What happened next happened in seconds. Holly bent down, grabbed the scissors, and charged at Bianca. Bianca tried to run, but Holly was faster.
Holly, don't!
I tried intervening, but she wasn't listening. She caught her near the showers and drove the scissors right into Bianca's eye. The screaming was horrible, mingled with the sound of metal going into flesh. The live stream was still going, capturing everything. Blood poured down Bianca's face as she collapsed. But Holly didn't stop. She stabbed again and again at Bianca's neck, chest, and anywhere she could reach. Blood was everywhere, spraying across the tiles, pooling on the floor, splattered on the shower curtains. Holly was laughing like she had tasted victory while I screamed for help. Holly was still laughing when the police came, covered in blood, holding those scissors. They had to tackle her to get them away. She fought them the whole time, laughing and screaming and trying to get back to Bianca's body. The trial was brutal. Holly's lawyers argued temporary insanity from sustained psychological torture. The prosecution showed the TikTok live stream, all 13 minutes from Bianca's cruelty to Holly's attack. The comments were evidence too, thousands of people who'd participated in tormenting Holly. Holly was declared mentally unfit to stand trial. She's in a psychiatric facility now. The doctors say she had a complete psychotic break. I still go to the same school, but it's different. They banned phones in locker rooms, started anti-bullying programs, and brought in counselors. Bianca's parents tried to sue everyone. The lawsuits were dismissed. Every friendship day, I get a card from Holly with nearly identical message.
You're the only friend who stood up. Thank you, Evie.
Sometimes she draws flowers. Sometimes there are stains that might be tears. I visited her once. Holly seemed calm, medicated, but peaceful, until I mentioned Bianca's name. Then her eyes went distant, and that laugh started again. I don't think Holly regrets anything, but I can't stop thinking about that day. About Bianca's face when Holly came at her. The live stream is still out there somewhere. People downloaded it before it got taken down. I've seen it on gore sites and conspiracy forums. People are analyzing the footage, debating if it's real. Some use Bianca's death as entertainment, just like she used Holly's humiliation to entertain herself. I still wake up screaming for help at night. My therapist says I witnessed a traumatic event and need to process it. But how do you process watching one person destroy another so completely that murder became the only option? Every friendship day, I get that card, and every time, I wonder if Holly knows what she did to me that day, if she understands that I see her standing over Bianca's body every time I close my eyes, if she knows that I'm trapped in that locker room too, just in a different way.
I still remember that night like it happened yesterday, the night that changed everything. It started with a phone call. I had been lying in bed, scrolling mindlessly through my phone when the harsh buzz of an unknown number lit up my screen. Something in my gut told me I should answer.
Hello?
Is this Pearl Carter? The voice on the other end was firm, official.
Yes, who is this?
This is Officer Bradley from the Portland Police Department. Ma'am, your mother's been in an accident. She was hit by a truck on Route 17. For a second, everything around me stopped. My heart pounded in my ears.
What?
My voice cracked.
Is she alive?
She's alive, but in critical condition. Paramedics are on the scene, taking her to St. Mary's Hospital. You need to get there as soon as possible. I didn't even remember putting on my shoes or grabbing my car keys. I just ran out of the house, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. The roads blurred past me as I sped through the accident site. When I arrived, red and blue lights flashed in the darkness. The scene was chaotic. Broken glass scattered across the pavement, the twisted remains of my mother's car sitting on the side of the road like a crumpled toy. A large truck was stopped nearby, the driver talking to the police, his face pale and shaken. And then I saw her. The paramedics were lifting my mother onto a stretcher. Her face was bloodied, her body limp, her clothes soaked in red. I choked back a sob as I rushed forward.
Mom!
Are you her daughter? One of the paramedics asked, his voice urgent. I nodded, unable to speak. We're taking her to St. Mary's. You can follow us there. Inside the hospital, everything smelt like antiseptic and despair. The doctor came my way and said, Miss Carter, your mother has lost a lot of blood. We're doing everything we can, but the chances of survival are very low. I'm sorry. His words sliced through me like a knife. I felt my knees go weak and I stumbled back onto a bench in the empty hallway. I didn't cry. I just sat there, staring at the cold, white floor, waiting for a miracle. The tiresome waiting mixed with the anxiety made me pass out on the bench at some point, but then the sounds of footsteps woke me from my slumber. Opening my eyes, I saw a silhouette of a man. At first, I thought he was just another patient. He was dressed in a hospital gown, his bare feet dragging against the tile floor as he shuffled through the corridor. But something about him wasn't right. He moved too slowly, his head tilted slightly to one side. His arms hung limply at his sides. His skin was pale, too pale, almost gray. He passed by under the dim fluorescent lights, and when he turned his head slightly, I saw that he was smiling. But not a normal smile. His lips stretched too wide, his teeth bared like an animal. A shiver ran down my spine. I swallowed hard, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my neck. Maybe he was just sick. Maybe he needed help.
Sir?
My voice was barely above a whisper. The man stopped. Slowly, he turned his head toward me. You shouldn't be here. The way he said it, so soft, so cold, made my stomach drop. Before I could say anything else, he turned and walked through a nearby door. Something inside me screamed, "Don't follow him," but my legs carried me forward anyway.
The door led to a small chapel inside the hospital. I had seen it earlier when I first arrived, a quiet place for people to pray for their loved ones. But when I stepped inside, it didn't feel holy anymore. The air was heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. The dim lighting flickered above, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The room smelled musty, like old books and something rotten beneath it all. The man stood at the altar, his back to me. His shoulders trembled violently, his whole body shaking as if he were freezing. And then he started whispering. Low, raspy words that I couldn't understand. The sound crawled under my skin, making my hair stand on end.
Sir, are you okay?
My voice wavered. He didn't answer. His whispers grew fast, more frantic. His fingers twitched at his sides. His head jerked slightly, like he was trying to control a spasm. I took a step back. I need to leave, right now. And then he turned. My breath caught in my throat. His face was wrong. His skin was too tight over his skull. His eyes sunken and hollow, black pits that seemed to swallow the dim light of the room. His mouth stretched open, impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. A deep, gurgling noise rattled from his throat. I screamed. Darkness swallowed me whole. When I woke up, I was lying in a hospital bed. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, chasing away the horrors of the night before. A nurse was standing beside me, checking my vitals.
Good morning, Miss Carter.
She said kindly.
You gave us quite a scare. We found you unconscious inside the chapel.
The memory of that thing flashed in my mind, and I bolted upright.
The man!
I gasped.
The patient! He was there with me. Did you see him?
The nurse frowned.
What patient?
She shook her head.
The man in the hospital gown. He talked to me. He went into the chapel.
I'm sorry, but no one else was found there. Are you sure you weren't dreaming?
I wanted to argue, to insist that what I saw was real, but my voice failed me. Then she smiled.
There's some good news, though. Your mother made it through surgery. She's stable now.
Relief crashed over me like a wave, and tears filled my eyes. I had almost lost her, but she was alive. Still, even as I sat beside my mother's bed later that day, holding her warm hand, I couldn't shake the memory of that thing in the chapel. To this day, I don't know if he was real or if my exhausted mind had conjured him in my grief and fear. But one thing is certain, hospitals are supposed to be places of healing. That night, I learned they can also be haunted. The story you just saw is loosely based on this video circulating on Reddit. In this video, the capturer spotted a weird man inside a hospital chapel behaving very oddly. No one knows if this video is a hoax or some authentic evidence of possession, but the man's behavior in this video is enough to give one chill. When I first moved into my new house, I thought I had finally found peace. The neighborhood was quiet, the house was modest but comfortable, and everything felt normal. My next-door neighbors were an elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. Turner. Mr. Turner was a tall, thin man with sunken cheeks and sharp eyes. His wife, Judy, was always in a wheelchair, sitting on their porch like a statue. She never moved, never blinked. The first time I saw her, I thought she was asleep, but the longer I watched, the more unsettling it became. Her pale skin looked almost lifeless, her hands resting limply on her lap. I never saw Mr. Turner talk to her. She just sat there. One evening, as I was watering my flowers, I glanced toward their porch and froze. Judy was watching me. Her eyes were locked onto mine, wide and empty. She didn't blink, didn't move, just sat there, unblinking, watching me. A cold shiver crawled up my spine. I looked away for a second, trying to shake off the eerie feeling, but when I turned back, she was still staring. My heart pounded against my ribs. My breathing grew shallow. Something about her gaze sent an icy dread through my entire body. Then, a cold, bony hand clamped down on my shoulder. I gasped, spinning around so fast I nearly fell.
Didn't mean to startle you.
It was Mr. Turner. His voice sounded rough, like gravel. I forced a nervous chuckle, trying to steady my breathing. It's fine. He followed my gaze toward his wife and let out a sigh.
Judy's been like that for 12 years now, paralyzed. She just sits there all day, staring at nothing.
I swallowed hard. 12 years? He nodded, his face tired.
Doctors say there's nothing we can do, but she's harmless, just lost in her own world.
I nodded, but the unease in my gut didn't go away. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about her. The way she sat so still, how her gaze never wavered. I told myself I was overreacting. Then, knock, knock, knock. I sat up, my heart leaping into my throat. The clock on my nightstand read 1:03 a.m. I held my breath, listening. Knock, knock, knock. My pulse pounded in my ears as I slipped out of bed and crept toward the window. I pushed the curtain aside and peered down at my front door, and my stomach dropped. Judy was standing there, not in her wheelchair, standing. Her frail body was hunched, her head tilted slightly to the side. The porch light cast deep shadows over her face, making her look even more unnatural. I stepped back, my breath caught in my throat. No, this isn't possible. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I rushed downstairs and threw open the door. The porch was empty. She was gone. A heavy silence settled over the night. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my mind racing. The next morning, I confronted Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner? I said cautiously. Did Judy come to my house last night? His expression darkened instantly. His eyes narrowed.
That's not funny, he snapped. My wife can't move. She hasn't moved a muscle in over a decade. What kind of sick joke is this?
I swear I saw her, I insisted. She was standing at my door. His face twisted with anger.
Don't you ever say that again.
I backed away, unsure of what to say. Either I was losing my mind or something was terribly wrong. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Judy's lifeless stare. Then, at around 2 a.m., laughter. A slow, raspy giggle floated through the air. I bolted upright, my skin crawling. With shaky hands, I stepped outside. Judy was standing next to my fence. Her back was facing me, her frail shoulders shaking slightly as she laughed. Her hair was damp, clinging to her face. She stood unnaturally still, like a broken doll propped up by invisible strings. Judy? My voice trembled. Please, go back inside. She didn't move. Judy? Suddenly, she twisted her head all the way around without turning her body. Her face was a nightmare. Her pale skin sagged unnaturally. Her mouth stretched into a wide, grotesque grin. Her eyes, wide, bloodshot, and soulless, locked onto mine. Her lips trembled as she let out another hoarse, choking laugh. My stomach twisted in horror. Then, she lurched toward me. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over myself as I sprinted to my house. I barely made it inside before slamming the door and locking it. I stood there, my chest rising and falling rapidly. Silence. I peeked through the peephole. She was gone, but I knew she wasn't really gone. I stayed up the rest of the night, every sound making my skin crawl. For the next few days, I avoided looking at the Turner's house, but I could feel her, watching. Then, one night, I woke to a different sound, scraping. A slow, dragging sound, like something being pulled across concrete. I sat up, heart pounding. The noise was coming from outside. With my breath held, I crept to the window. Judy was standing in my yard. Her wheelchair sat a few feet behind her, tipped over on its side. My stomach lurched. How did she get here? Then, in the dim moonlight, I saw her fingers. Her nails were digging into the pavement, dragging her frail body forward inch by inch. Her arms trembled as she pulled herself closer to my house. I stumbled back, my heart racing. This can't be real. I rushed downstairs and pressed my ear against the front door. Silence. For a moment, I thought maybe, just maybe, it was all in my head. Then, tap, tap, tap. I jumped back as a single bony finger tapped against the wood. I covered my mouth to keep from screaming. I waited and waited. Eventually, the tapping stopped. When I dared to look through the peephole, she was gone. But I knew it wasn't over. Every 2 or 3 nights, I'd wake up to find Judy outside my house. She never moves, never speaks, just stands there and watches. I can't keep living like this. I need to leave before it's too late. A man living in a quiet neighborhood started seeing a creepy woman loitering around his house at night. One night, he spotted her near his fence and went to confront her, but the woman didn't say a thing or move an inch. The video you're about to see is the inspiration for the above story. Let us know in the comments what you think about this creepy video.
Every flipping night. Move. Every next man goes to the person don't move. Like she's sick in her head. Me not touch her, you know. Hey.
When my grandmother passed away, I inherited a few of her belongings. Some old books, a couple of photo albums, and one item that made my skin crawl the moment I laid eyes on it, a Jester clown doll. It sat in a small wooden box, wrapped in a faded red cloth. Its porcelain face was frozen in a wide, eerie grin, its painted blue eyes gleaming under the dim light. The doll wore a tattered red and gold outfit, and its jester hat had 2 long drooping points with tiny bells at the end. I had no idea why Grandma kept such a thing. I don't remember ever seeing it at her house before. Maybe it was an old childhood toy, or maybe she had picked it up from some antique shop. Either way, I didn't like it, but I couldn't just throw it away. It had belonged to her. So I brought it home. That night, I had the first dream. I was in my bedroom, lying on my bed, but something felt off. The air was heavy, suffocating. My body was frozen. I couldn't move, couldn't even turn my head. Then I heard it, a soft jingle, like tiny bells swaying with movement. The sound came from the foot of my bed. I tried to breathe, tried to scream, but my body refused to obey. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from the darkness. The Jester doll, but it wasn't small anymore. It was life-sized. It stood at the edge of my bed, its painted grin stretching wider, its blue eyes glistening with something alive.
I like watching you sleep.
It whispered in a voice that was both playful and chilling. I wanted to run, to wake up, anything to escape. But then, it lunged. I gasped awake, my heart hammering in my chest. My bed sheets were drenched in sweat. Just a nightmare, I told myself. Just a dream. Then, my eyes darted to the chair in the corner of my room. The Jester doll was sitting there. I swore I had left it on the shelf. The next night, it happened again. I was dreaming, but everything felt too real. I was lying in bed, the room eerily silent. I turned my head towards the chair in the corner. The Jester doll was gone. A chill ran down my spine. Then, jingle. The sound of bells coming from under my bed. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Slowly, a hand crept over the edge of the mattress. Porcelain fingers with tiny cracks along them. The Jester's grinning face peeked up from the shadows, its blue eyes locked onto mine. Then, it spoke.
Why did you take me?
I bolted awake, my body shaking. I turned my head toward the chair. The doll was gone. My stomach twisted as I scanned the room, and then I saw it. The Jester doll was sitting on my nightstand, facing me. Over the next few days, strange things kept happening. I would leave the doll in one place only to find it somewhere else hours later. Once, I put it in the hallway cabinet and went to take a shower. When I came back, it was sitting on the couch. I tried to convince myself I was just being forgetful. Maybe I had moved it and didn't remember, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. Then one night I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. Laughter, soft, high-pitched giggles echoing through my room. I shot up in bed, heart pounding. I reached for my phone to turn on the flashlight. The laughter stopped. I swallowed hard and leaned over the edge of the bed, shining the light underneath. The Jester doll was there. Its wide, painted grin seemed bigger. I slammed the light off and backed away, my entire body shaking. I had to get rid of it. I grabbed the doll and rushed downstairs. I yanked open the basement door, my hands trembling as I stepped inside the cold, musty air. I found an old wooden chest in the corner, threw the doll inside, and locked it. Then I ran back upstairs and slammed the basement door shut. I breathed in relief. It was over, or so I thought. That night, I woke up to a sound. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps pacing outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, gripping the covers tight. Then came another sound, a childlike sobbing, quiet but filled with pain. A voice whispered,
Let me out.
I didn't sleep that night. The following night, I had the worst dream yet. I was in my bed, unable to move. A crushing weight pressed down on my chest. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then I saw it, the Jester doll sitting on my chest. Its porcelain hands gripped my throat, squeezing tighter and tighter.
You can't get rid of me,
it whispered.
I belong to you now.
My vision blurred, my lungs burned. Then, I woke up with a violent gasp. I was drenched in sweat, my throat sore as if something really had been choking me. And then I saw it. The Jester doll was lying in my doorway, face up, staring at me. I couldn't stay in the house another night. I grabbed the doll, wrapped it in an old red cloth, and drove straight to my grandmother's grave. The cemetery was eerily silent, the cold wind whispering through the trees. I stood in front of her headstone, clutching the doll in my shaking hands. "I don't know why you had this thing," I muttered, "but I don't want it." I placed the doll at the foot of her grave, stepping back quickly. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, as I turned to leave, I heard something that made my skin crawl. A faint jingle. I didn't look back. I ran to my car, started the engine, and sped away. I never saw the Jester doll again, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I swear I can still hear it, that soft, eerie sound of bells, waiting. The story is loosely based on this video of a clown doll that this man inherited from his grandmother. Soon, the doll started moving around the house on its own, spooking the man just enough to record it and share it on the internet. What do you think of this video? Let us know in the comments. It started as just another quiet evening, the kind where you don't expect anything out of the ordinary. Brittany wasn't home that night. Her house in Thousand Oaks was peaceful, bathed in soft twilight, the kind of serene setting that hides the lurking shadows of danger. None of us could have imagined what was about to happen. The first sign of trouble came as a strange, jittery notification on my phone. Jason Alexander was live streaming. The name made my stomach churn. Jason, Brittany's ex-husband for those fleeting 55 hours back in 2004, had always been a ghost of her past. But lately, he'd transformed into something far darker, a relentless shadow that refused to let go. I clicked on the notification, my curiosity quickly giving way to dread. The live stream flickered to life, and there he was, standing outside Brittany's sprawling home. His face was gaunt, his eyes glassy with a mix of obsession and mania. The shaky camera panned over the front yard, its neatly trimmed hedges and immaculate walkway. His voice, a guttural whisper, came through the feed. "I'm here for you, Brittany," he said, his tone dripping with an eerie sense of purpose. "I'm coming inside." He moved toward the house, the camera jittering as he walked. My chest tightened. The way he moved, calculated yet frantic, reminded me of a predator stalking its prey. He reached the front door and jiggled the handle. Locked. His frustration was palpable. A sharp exhale of breath followed by muttered curses. Then he circled the house, the camera capturing glimpses of the darkened windows and the faint reflections of his gaunt figure. He found a window. I'll never forget the sound that followed, the sharp, piercing crack of glass shattering. The live stream trembled as he climbed through, his breath ragged, his voice a mix of exhilaration and delusion. "I'm here," he murmured. "This is where I'm supposed to be." The view shifted as he moved inside. The pristine, polished floors gleamed under the soft glow of recessed lighting. The silence of the house was deafening, broken only by the creak of his footsteps and the occasional unsettling chuckle that escaped his lips. He wandered through the living room, his hands brushing over furniture like he was claiming it as his own. When he reached the staircase, the tension became unbearable. Step by step, he ascended, the camera bouncing with each movement. "Are you hiding from me, Brittany?" he called, his voice echoing in the empty space. "You don't have to hide! I'm here for you!" He entered her bedroom. The camera lingered on the bed, perfectly made with crisp, white sheets. He approached it slowly, his hand trembling as he reached out to touch the fabric.
"This is where she sleeps,"
he whispered, his tone almost reverent. Then he turned to the closet. My heart raced as I watched him slide open the doors, revealing rows of neatly hung clothes. He ran his fingers over the fabrics, his breath hitching.
"So close,"
he said.
"I can feel her."
It wasn't just the words, it was the way he said them, a sick mix of awe and possession. The invasion was intimate and grotesque. This wasn't just a house, it was Brittany's sanctuary, and he was violating it in the most personal way possible. But he didn't stop there. Jason's footsteps creaked as he walked into the adjoining bathroom. The live stream showed him running his hands along the marble countertops and pausing at the sink. He picked up a loofah, pressing it to his face and inhaling deeply.
"She used this,"
he whispered, his voice cracking with emotion.
"This was hers."
He opened the medicine cabinet next, rifling through its contents. Bottles clinked as he pulled out a perfume bottle, spraying it into the air and walking through the mist like it was some twisted blessing. He giggled, a high-pitched, unsettling sound that sent chills down my spine. The camera jerked again as he turned back toward the bedroom, his eyes scanning for more intimate relics. He picked up a pillow from the bed, clutching it tightly to his chest, as if it were a stand-in for Brittany herself.
"I'll wait for you here,"
he murmured, sinking to the floor beside the bed, rocking slightly as he hugged the pillow. The livestream audience exploded with comments. "What is this guy doing? Someone call the cops! This is insane!" And then the screen jolted. A sudden sound shattered the tension. Voices, sharp and authoritative. Brittany's security team had arrived. The camera tilted wildly as Jason tried to run, his breathing frantic. The feed cut off abruptly, leaving a suffocating silence in its wake. Later, I learned the police had arrested him on charges of trespassing, vandalism, and stalking. Brittany wasn't home, thank God, but the damage was done. The footage of that night stayed with me, haunting my thoughts. Jason's actions weren't just terrifying, they were a chilling reminder of the thin line between fandom and obsession. Even now, every time I see a live stream pop up on my phone, I feel a pang of unease. That night wasn't just an invasion of Brittany's privacy, it was a glimpse into the darkness of fixation, the kind that doesn't just watch from afar, but forces its way in, leaving fear and violation in its wake. Jason Alexander, Britney Spears' ex-husband, was arrested in June 2022 for stalking and trespassing at her California home on her wedding day to Sam Asghari. Alexander live-streamed himself attempting to crash the wedding, gaining unauthorized entry and claiming he was invited. He was subdued by security before reaching Spears. Authorities charged him with trespassing, stalking, vandalism, and battery. Alexander had a history of erratic behavior and had previously shown obsessive tendencies toward Spears. He was convicted of aggravated trespassing and sentenced to 64 days in jail. Spears and her team heightened security measures following the incident. It was just another Tuesday night, and I was sitting on my porch, lighting a cigarette after a long, exhausting day. The street was quiet, unusually so. A soft breeze carried the faint hum of distant traffic, and for a moment, it felt like the city was finally giving me a break. I leaned back, exhaling a cloud of smoke, my mind drifting as I watched the occasional headlights pass by. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Reggie walking down the street. He was heading towards his sister's place like he always did around this time. Reggie was a familiar face in the neighborhood, the kind of guy who'd nod and say hello even if he didn't know you well. He had this quiet, gentle way about him, the type of man who wouldn't harm a fly. Tonight, he looked the same as ever, just another guy heading home. I took another drag and glanced up the street again. That's when I saw them. 5 girls, maybe teenagers, walking a few steps behind him. They were laughing, pushing each other, like kids do. Nothing about it seemed strange at first, but as they got closer, I caught something in their tone, a sharpness, an edge that made me sit up a little straighter. Still, I shrugged it off. Kids are kids, right? Reggie turned down the alley that cut through his sister's block. It was a shortcut everyone in the neighborhood knew. I'd taken it myself plenty of times. The girls followed him, their laughter echoing louder now. Something about it made the hair on my arm stand up. It wasn't the kind of laughter you'd expect from kids. It was cruel. I stayed where I was, watching. At first, it sounded like nothing more than playful teasing.
Hey, old man!
One of them shouted. Reggie turned, confused. He said something, but I couldn't make it out.
We're bored.
Another girl said, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Reggie tried to walk faster, but they were on him in seconds. One of them grabbed his bag and yanked it out of his hand, spilling its contents onto the pavement. He protested, reaching down to gather his things, but another girl shoved him hard. He stumbled back against the wall, his hands raised defensively. "Leave me alone," he said, his voice trembling.
Or what?
The tallest girl sneered. Before he could answer, she slapped him across the face, hard. The sound cracked through the alley like a gunshot. Reggie staggered, and that's when it began. They swarmed him, fists flying. One girl grabbed his belt and yanked it free, whipping it across his back with brutal force. Another kicked his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. He tried to crawl away, but they didn't let up. One of them grabbed a chunk of broken concrete and slammed it into his already broken body over and over until he stopped moving. The sound of it was sickening, a dull thud that I can still hear in my nightmares.
This is too easy.
One of them said, laughing. She stomped on his chest, her sneaker leaving a bloody print on his shirt. Another girl knelt beside him, pulling at his pockets, searching for something worth taking. When she didn't find anything, she spat on him. Reggie's groans grew quieter with every blow. His face was a mess of blood and swelling, barely recognizable. They didn't stop. They kicked him in the ribs, his head, anywhere they could reach. One girl stood back, recording the whole thing on her phone, her voice shrill as she egged the others on.
Hit him harder! Make it count!
I wanted to scream, to run over and stop them, but my legs wouldn't move. My hands were shaking so badly that I nearly dropped my cigarette. All I could do was watch, frozen in horror, as they beat him to death. When it was over, they stood over his body, panting and laughing. One of them tossed the belt onto him like it was some kind of trophy. Another one kicked him lightly, testing if he'd move.
Let's go,
the tall girl said, wiping her hands on her jeans. They walked off, their laughter fading into the distance, leaving Reggie crumpled and lifeless on the cold concrete. I sat there for what felt like hours, unable to move, unable to think. Eventually, I forced myself to call 911. My voice shook as I told the operator what had happened, but I couldn't bring myself to say that I'd seen it all and I'd done nothing to stop it. The paramedics came, the cops came. They covered Reggie's body with a sheet and started asking questions. I stayed in the shadows, watching, unable to face the reality of what I'd witnessed. In the days that followed, the video surfaced. It was everywhere. The girls' faces were plastered on every news channel, their mugshots a chilling reminder of how young they were. People called them monsters, demons, and maybe they were. But all I could think about was how easily it had happened, how they'd turned a man's life into a game just because they were bored. In October 2023, 5 girls aged 12 to 15 attacked and killed 64-year-old Reggie Brown in Washington, D.C., reportedly out of boredom. They chased Brown, a disabled man, and brutally beat him in an alley, causing fatal blunt force trauma. The assault was recorded by one of the girls. In December 2024, a 13-year-old girl was sentenced to confinement until age 21 for her role in the murder. Other participants received varying sentences, including a 15-year-old who was sentenced to 3 years in prison after pleading guilty to assault with a dangerous weapon. In our town, there was no escaping her.
Hawk to a girl.
Was everywhere, on billboards, trending hashtags, and glowing phone screens. Her rise was the kind of meteoric success people dream about. She wasn't just a local celebrity, she was a phenomenon. She had a way of drawing people in, making them feel like they knew her. Every video she posted went viral, and every stunt she pulled was copied by fans across the world. She was larger than life. My younger brother Jonah was one of them. At first, it was harmless, following her every post, memorizing her catchphrases, even recreating her viral challenges. I thought it was just a phase. "She's different," he told me one day, his face glowing as he scrolled through her account. "She actually cares about people like us." Then came Hawkcoin. The way Jonah talked about it, you'd think it was a ticket to a better life. "This is it," he said, showing me a flashy promo video featuring her and 2 crypto influencers. "This isn't just some scam, it's a movement." He drained his savings into Hawkcoin. When that wasn't enough, he sold his gaming setup, his phone, and even his old scooter. "You'll see," he said, more to himself than to me. I wanted to believe him, but deep down I knew this wouldn't end well. And it didn't. One morning, I found him in the living room, staring blankly at his laptop. "The site's gone," he whispered. "Everything's gone." Hawkcoin had crashed overnight. The website disappeared. The influencers went silent. Jonah had lost everything. That was when the cracks started to show. He stopped leaving his room, barely eating, barely sleeping. I'd hear him muttering at night, pacing back and forth. His walls were covered with screenshots of her posts, Hawkcoin ads, and scribbled notes I couldn't understand. One night, I pushed open his door and froze. Jonah was sitting in front of his mirror, my makeup clumsily applied to his face. He had tied his hair back into a bun, imitating Hawk Tua's signature style. "I'm loyal to you," he whispered to his reflection. "I'll prove it. You'll see how much I believe in you."
Jonah.
I called softly, trying not to startle him. He whipped around, his wild eyes meeting mine. The smeared makeup on his face made him look hauntingly unrecognizable.
"What are you doing?"
I asked, my voice trembling. His lips twitched, like he was trying to smile but couldn't quite manage it. "You don't understand," he murmured. "I'm not Jonah. I'm Hawk Tua." I couldn't say anything. I just backed out of the room, my stomach churning. Then, one night, he was gone. I found a note on the kitchen counter, scrawled in shaky handwriting. "The world will remember me." I ran to his room, hoping to stop him, but it was empty. My makeup was scattered across the floor, next to a blood-stained razor blade. I followed the noise. By the time I reached the park, a crowd had already gathered. Jonah stood on a bench, dressed in a makeshift version of Hawk Tua Girl's most famous outfit. A glittery blouse and ripped jeans, stained with smears of red. He'd painted his face white with my foundation, his lips trembling under a smear of my lipstick. "I am Hawk Tua!" he screamed, waving his arms wildly. "I'm here to save you all! Hawkcoin will rise again!" The crowd laughed at first, pulling out their phones to record him, but Jonah's movements grew sharper, more erratic. "You think this is funny?" he yelled, his voice cracking. "You don't believe me? You'll see! You'll all see!" Then he pulled out a knife. The laughter stopped. Jonah slashed the air with the blade, his movements frenzied and terrifying. People backed away, murmurs of panic rippling through the park. A few tried to calm him, but he lunged toward them, sending the crowd into chaos. "Back away!" he screamed, his eyes darting frantically. "She's watching me! She's watching all of us!" The sound of sirens grew closer, but Jonah didn't notice. His breath heaved as he pointed the knife at his own reflection in a puddle on the ground. "Hawk Tua," he whispered. "I'm proving myself. Are you proud of me?" I stepped forward, my voice trembling.
"Jonah, please, put the knife down."
He froze, his wild eyes locking onto me. For a brief moment, he seemed to recognize me. "Jenny?" he whispered, his voice breaking. "Do you see me now? Do you see me?" The cops arrived, shouting commands. "Drop the weapon!" Jonah ignored them, swinging the knife wildly. "She's watching me! She'll save me!" When they tackled him to the ground, he fought like a wild animal, screaming her name over and over. The sight of him being dragged away, his face twisted in rage, his body flailing, will haunt me forever. By the time I got home, videos of his breakdown were already trending. Comments flooded in. LOL, this guy's insane. Haktua's ultimate fanboy. Why are people like this allowed outside? And Haktua girl? She didn't say a word. Her account was still active, her posts still raking in millions of likes. She went on, untouched, as if none of it ever had happened. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. Jonah had lost everything because of her, and now he'd lost himself. Haley Welch, known as the Haktua Girl, gained viral fame in June 2024 from a humorous interview clip. Capitalizing on her internet popularity, she launched the Hawk meme coin in December 2024. The cryptocurrency initially surged to a market capitalization of nearly $500 million, but rapidly collapsed, leading to significant investor losses. Subsequently, investors filed lawsuits against the coin's developers, alleging fraudulent activities. Welch, though not named in the lawsuits, expressed her commitment to cooperate fully with legal proceedings. The Monon High Bridge Trail was our spot, a place where we could laugh as loud as we wanted, take goofy pictures, and talk about everything we wouldn't dare say at school. That afternoon, the air felt heavier than usual, but we didn't think much of it. Abby, Libby, and I had crossed the bridge so many times before. We just made it across, laughing at how I'd almost tripped over a gap in the planks. Libby was lagging, holding up her phone to snap one last picture of the tracks disappearing into the horizon.
Another one for Instagram?
Abby teased, rolling her eyes.
You'll thank me when we're famous.
Libby shot back with a grin. We didn't see him at first. A man stood at the far end of the bridge, stocky with a blue jacket and jeans, his cap pulled low. He wasn't moving, just staring.
Creepy guy alert.
Abby mumbled, her voice just loud enough for us to hear.
Let's just go,
Libby said, tucking her phone into her pocket. We hurried off the bridge, trying not to look like we were panicking, but as soon as we passed him, he turned. His boots thudded against the wood, deliberate and heavy. Abby glanced back, her face pale. "Hey!" he called out, his voice rough and sharp. We froze. "Down the hill," he said, pulling a gun from his jacket. Libby grabbed Abby's hand and Abby latched onto mine. We stumbled down the steep, narrow trail, the sound of his boots crunching leaves behind us. My heart was pounding so loud I could barely think.
What does he want?
Abby whispered. I didn't answer. My throat was dry, my legs heavy. Libby kept looking over her shoulder, her hands trembling. The trail ended near the creek. The water is dark and sluggish. The man pointed the gun at us and barked, "On your knees!" We dropped down. The mud was cold and sticky, soaking through my jeans. He pulled a knife from his jacket, its jagged blade catching the light.
Please.
Libby begged, tears streaming down her face.
I'll do anything, just...
He grabbed her by the hair and yanked her back. The knife flashed across her throat in one brutal motion. The sound was sharp and wet, like meat tearing apart. Blood sprayed from the wound, hot and bright, splattering across my face. Libby's eyes bulged, her mouth opening and closing as she gasped, clawing at her neck. Her legs kicked wildly, her shoes scraping at the mud as she tried to crawl away. The blood gushed faster, pooling around her as her movement slowed. Her fingers twitched weakly, then stilled. Her lifeless eyes stared up at the sky, frozen in an expression of terror. Abby screamed, a sound so raw it made my stomach twist. She scrambled to her feet, but the man grabbed her and threw her back to the ground. "Pretty little thing," he sneered, kneeling beside her. His voice was calm, almost playful, as he dragged the blade across her cheek, leaving a thin red line.
Please. I'll do anything, just don't.
"Don't?" He interrupted, his tone mocking. You think begging's gonna save you? He pressed the knife under her chin, tilting her head up. Blood trickled down her neck as she whimpered. Stop crying, he said, his voice cold now. They always cry. With one savage motion, he drove the blade into her stomach. Abby's scream was guttural, filling my ears with agony as blood soaked her hoodie. Abby turned her head toward me, her eyes filled with panic.
Run!
She gasped, her voice wet and weak. Blood bubbled from her lips as she tried to speak again, but her head slumped forward, her body convulsing as her screams turned to gurgles. I ran. I don't remember thinking, only moving. My legs burned as I pushed through the brush, branches tearing at my face. Behind me, I could hear his boots crunching leaves and the sound of my friend's screams fading in the distance. I tripped, hitting the ground hard. My palms sank into the wet dirt, my hands tainted with blood, Libby's blood. I gagged but forced myself up. The woods seemed endless, trees closing in around me. My breath was ragged, my chest aching, but I didn't stop until I burst onto the road. Headlights blinded me as a car skidded to a stop. I collapsed onto the pavement, screaming incoherently. A woman jumped out of the car, her face pale. All I could utter was,
He's got them.
I spent the next 48 hours in the hospital, and when I came back to my senses, I heard the horrible news. The search teams had found my friends, Abby and Libby, my best friends, were gone. Their bodies were found near the creek, mutilated beyond recognition. Libby's phone had captured a grainy image of the man on the bridge, the recording of his voice forever echoing in our town. Down the hill! When Richard Allen was arrested in 2022, we thought we'd feel relief, but knowing him didn't make it better. He wasn't a monster hiding in the woods. He was someone we'd passed in the grocery store. Even now, their screams echo in my dreams. The knife, the blood, their wide, terrified eyes. It's all burned into my memory. And that voice, low and steady, still whispers in my ear. Down the hill! It'll haunt me forever.
In February of 2017, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German were found murdered near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana. The case drew national attention, especially after police released a photo and audio of a suspect captured on Liberty's phone. Despite extensive investigations, the case remained unsolved for years. In October 2022, Richard Allen, a local resident, was arrested and charged with their murders. In November 2024, Allen was convicted on all counts and subsequently sentenced to 130 years in prison.
I was lying on my bed, my phone glowing as I swiped through TikTok, laughing at some ridiculous video. The soft knock on my door made me look up.
Guess who's brought snacks?
Madison's voice chimed as she nudged the door open with her shoulder. She was balancing a plate of cookies in one hand and 2 cans of soda in the other. I grinned and sat up.
Your mom made cookies again? She's spoiling me.
Madison smirked, flopping onto the bed.
First of all, I helped. Second, these are mine, but I'm nice enough to share. Wow, what a hero.
I teased, grabbing a cookie. We sat there for the next hour, gossiping and scrolling through our phones, planning the weekend like we always did. Madison was my person, the one who knew me better than anyone else. We'd grown up together, sharing secrets, dreams, and even our dumbest fears. She wasn't just my neighbor, she was family. I was still awake around midnight, mindlessly scrolling through Instagram when I noticed something outside my window. Movement. At first, I thought it was just a stray cat or maybe some neighborhood kids sneaking around. But as I peered closer, I saw them. 3 guys, moving fast, sticking to the shadows. My stomach tightened when I realized they were heading for Madison's house. I grabbed my phone and crept outside, the cool night air hitting me like a slap. My bare feet made no noise against the damp grass as I moved closer. My heart was hammering in my chest, each beat louder than the last. I crouched behind the bushes near her bedroom window. They were already inside. The scene inside was almost surreal. Madison was sitting on her bed, her fairy lights casting a warm glow around the room. She looked confused, maybe even annoyed.
What are you doing here?
She asked, her voice firm but shaky. Jacobine Brown stepped forward first, his movements smooth and confident. I knew him vaguely from school, the kind of guy you stayed away from. Behind him, Justice Smith and Yusha Mathis hung back, their faces tense and shadowed. You know what this is about, Jacobine said, his voice low and cold. Madison stood up, her arms crossed.
No, I don't. You shouldn't be here. Just leave.
His smirk was chilling, the kind of look that made my stomach churn. You think you can mess with us and walk away?
Mess with you?
Madison's voice rose, panic creeping in.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I pressed my hand to my mouth, stifling a gasp as Jacobine pulled a gun from his waistband. Sit down! He barked, pointing the gun at her. Madison froze.
Please, just go.
She begged, her voice trembling.
She's not even worth this,
Eustace muttered, his voice low but sharp. Jacobine shot him a glare.
Shut up!
He turned back to Madison, his face twisting into something unrecognizable.
You think you're better than us? Jacobine, don't!
Yeshua started, but it was too late. The gunshot ripped through the room, deafening and final. Madison staggered backward, her eyes wide with shock. Blood erupted from her forehead, splattering the wall behind her in a violent spray of red. She crumpled to the floor, her body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. I felt my stomach heave, bile rising in my throat, as I watched the pool of blood grow beneath her, soaking into the carpet. Her lifeless eyes stared up at the ceiling, wide and frozen in terror. Jacobine stood over her, the gun still in his hand, his chest heaving.
She had it coming,
he muttered, almost to himself.
Man, what the hell did you do?
Eustace hissed, his voice breaking.
She deserved it!
Jacobine snapped, his voice ice cold.
No one was supposed to die!
Yeshua yelled, his voice shaking as he paced the room. The metallic smell of blood filled the air, so strong I could taste it. My whole body was trembling, my hands digging into the dirt beneath me as I tried not to vomit. They didn't stay long. Jacobine wiped the gun with his sleeve, muttering something under his breath as he climbed back out the window. Eustace and Yeshua followed, their footsteps heavy and hurried. I stayed hidden, pressed into the shadows, my heart racing so fast I thought it might stop. When they were finally gone, I wanted to run to Madison, to hold her, to scream for help. But I couldn't move. Her blood was everywhere, on the walls, the floor, her fairy lights casting a dim glow over the horror. The next morning, Madison's mom found her. Her screams cut through the quiet neighborhood, raw and piercing. I watched from my bedroom window as the police arrived, their radios crackling as they surveyed the scene. They carried her out on a stretcher, a white sheet covering her body. I couldn't keep quiet anymore. I wrote everything I saw that night in an anonymous letter and dropped it at the letterbox of the police station. I don't know if it was my tip or the investigation process that led the cops to Jacobine, Eustace, and Yeshua. They were finally arrested a few days later. Jacobine showed no remorse. Eustace and Yeshua looked hollow, like they were already haunted by what they'd done. In February 2023, 15-year-old Madison Gesvine was found dead in her Peachtree City, Georgia bedroom, having suffered a fatal gunshot wound to the head. Her mother discovered her body upon returning from an overnight shift. 3 18-year-old acquaintances, Eustace Smith, Jacobine Brown, and Yeshua Mathis, were arrested and charged with murder. Investigations revealed that Brown had entered Madison's room through a window and shot her over some previous disagreement while she lay in bed. In July 2024, Brown was convicted and sentenced to life without parole. Mathis was acquitted in October 2024, while Smith's case remains pending. It was just another morning. The Florida sun was creeping up, birds making a racket outside, and the smell of coffee filled the house. Marlene was finishing up the dishes, half listening to the radio when the doorbell rang. I was in the other room, flipping through the morning paper, sipping my coffee, when I heard her footsteps heading toward the door. I heard her twisting the doorknob, followed by a creak. Somebody's at the door, probably a delivery guy, I assumed. But then, I didn't hear anyone speaking. The silence prevailed for 4 to 5 awkward seconds, and suddenly, a loud bang numbed my eardrums. I shot up from my chair, my heart slamming against my ribs as I ran to the door. And there she was, my wife, my beautiful Marlene, sprawled out on the floor, blood everywhere, her head twisted at an unnatural angle. Her face, Jesus, her face. The hole where her eye used to be was just a dark, gory mess, blood soaking into the carpet and pooling around her body. Her mouth moved slightly like she was trying to say something, but no sound came, just those last rattling breaths and her trembling body. And then I saw it, the clown. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching, holding a bouquet and 2 balloons, one of them red. The makeup was perfect, too perfect. The exaggerated red lips curved into a wide, unnatural smile. It wasn't even a smile, rather a deadly, horrific grin. The eyes, God, the eyes, they were black, empty pits. It stood too still, too calm, like it wasn't even real, like it was something out of a nightmare that had seeped into reality. My whole body went cold. The air felt thick, like something pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. Joe's scream rang out behind me. My son, my goddamn son, running to his mother, slipping in her blood, trying to hold her broken face together like he could stop the life from leaking out of her. His hands trembled as he touched her, his fingers slipping over the raw, ruined flesh, his hands getting all wet from his mother's blood. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The world was spinning. The clown, slow as anything, turned, walked down the driveway, climbed into a car like it hadn't just killed my wife, as if it was just a daily chore. The balloons bobbed in the air as the car pulled away. I stood there, frozen, watching them drift higher and higher, disappearing into the bright morning sky. But the image of that painted face, the way it grinned at me before leaving, burned itself into my brain. The cops came fast. They took one look at Marlene and started talking about a robbery gone wrong, some freak accident. But I knew this wasn't random. Somebody planned this. Somebody wanted her dead. For years, I grieved. I drank. I sat in that house, hearing the echoes of that gunshot every time I closed my eyes. People talked. Some whispered that I had something to do with it, that my business, my dealings weren't exactly clean. But none of that mattered. My wife was dead, and the killer was a ghost. And then there was Sheila. She had been in my life before Marlene died. It started as something small, something secret, a thrill, a mistake, I told myself, that didn't mean anything. But Sheila wanted more, and Marlene was in the way. We got closer after Marlene's murder. We fell in love for real. We built a life together, got married, opened a restaurant. She made me believe I could start over. She made me believe I was safe. And then, after all those years, the cops showed up at our door. DNA evidence, new forensic testing, the truth dragged into the light. The woman I had loved, the woman I had trusted, Sheila Keene Warren, had pulled the trigger that day. She had dressed up like a nightmare, knocked on my door, handed Marlene those flowers, and shot her in the goddamn face. All I remember is that when the cops were taking her, the words that came out of her mouth were,
I hated that woman. You are mine. You always were. I despised her. Michael, you are mine.
I couldn't process it, couldn't understand it. I sat through the trial in a daze, but Sheila, she barely reacted. No remorse, no fear, no regret. She sat there, calm, like it was just another day, like none of this even mattered. And when they read her charges, she smiled. That same wide, unnatural grin, just like the clown. 12 years. That's it. 12 goddamn years for what she did. 12 years for walking into my home, for putting a bullet through Marlene's head while she smiled. But there was something worse. The way she looked at me, even after all those years, after all that pretending, like she still had some kind of control, like she still owed me. And, in a way, maybe she did. Because I had spent so long in her shadow, loving her, believing in her, that I didn't even see the monster staring back at me every night. And me? I live with it. I live with the knowledge that I kissed the lips of a woman who took Marlene's last breath, that I built a future with the same hands that held that gun, that every memory I had with her was built on blood. Some nights I wake up gasping, feeling like I'm suffocating. And sometimes in the quiet of the house, when the wind howls through the trees, I hear it. The squeak of oversized shoes, the rustle of balloons. And I swear to God, if I turn too fast, I'll see it. Those orange curls, that frozen painted grin, those dead painted eyes staring right at me. Marlene never saw it coming, but maybe I should have. 'Cause I know I am the one who's actually responsible for my wife's death. I cheated, but she suffered the consequences. The Marlene Warren case is a decades-long murder mystery that finally saw justice after over 30 years. On May 26, 1990, 40-year-old Marlene Warren was shot in the face at her front door in Wellington, Florida, by a person dressed as a clown, carrying balloons and flowers. The killer then calmly walked away and drove off in a Chrysler LeBaron. Suspicion soon fell on Sheila Keene Warren, who was rumored to have been having an affair with Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. However, at the time, authorities lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest. The case went cold until 2014, when DNA and advancements in forensic science linked Sheila to the crime. In 2017, she was arrested in Virginia, where she had been living with Michael Warren, whom she married right after Marlene's death. Sheila Keene Warren was charged with first-degree murder, but pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of second-degree murder in 2023 as part of a plea deal. She was sentenced to 12 years in prison, with credit for time served, allowing for an imminent release. The case remains infamous as the killer clown murder, a chilling tale of deception, love affairs, and delayed justice. It was New Year's Eve 2017, and the energy backstage at Katy Perry's Witness tour was electric. The crowd's screams were so loud they made the walls hum. I'd been hired to assist her security detail, a last-minute assignment and a prestigious one. This was Katy Perry, after all, one of the biggest stars in the world. And while her fans were known for being passionate, tonight they seemed harmless enough. At least, that's what I told myself. The concert itself was a blur of lights, music, and cheering fans. I stayed near the stage, scanning the crowd for anything unusual. That's when I first noticed him. He was tall, in his mid to late 30s, and dressed too plainly to be part of the glitter-covered audience. His face was pale, his eyes dark and intense. While everyone else danced and screamed, he stood completely still. He wasn't watching the show, he was watching her. His lips moved constantly, whispering something I couldn't hear. "See that guy?" I said to another guard, nodding toward him.
"Yeah, creepy, but harmless, right?"
"Maybe," I said, but something about him sent a chill through me. He wasn't just watching her, he was fixating. When the show ended and the crowd began to disperse, I felt a wave of relief. The man had disappeared, and I figured he'd gone home like everyone else. But as the crew started packing up and Katie's team moved backstage, a strange feeling settled over me. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. I was doing a final sweep of the hallway leading to Katie's dressing room when I saw it, a smear of red lipstick on the wall. It trailed downward into a jagged streak, ending in a small handprint. My stomach twisted. I radioed another guard, but before they could respond, I heard a faint noise. It was coming from the dressing room. I pushed the door open cautiously, my heart pounding. At first glance, everything seemed normal. Her makeup was laid out neatly on the vanity, her costume hung up on the rack, and the faint smell of roses from the bouquets filled the air. But then I saw him. He was sitting in the corner of the room, half hidden in the shadows, his head tilted to an unnatural angle. His hand rested on one of her brushes, stroking it slowly, almost lovingly. His lips moved again, whispering words I couldn't make out. My voice caught in my throat as I took a step inside. "Hey," I said, my voice sharper than I intended. "You're not supposed to be here." He didn't react. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the vanity mirror. That's when I saw the words scrawled in bright red lipstick. "She belongs to me." "Stand up," I ordered, taking another step toward him. My hand hovered over the baton at my side. Finally, he moved. Slowly, deliberately, he stood, his eyes never leaving the mirror.
"She's waiting for me,"
he said softly.
"She called me here."
"You need to leave," I said, my voice firmer now. I reached for my radio, but before I could signal, he lunged at me. The force of his attack sent us crashing into the vanity, shattering the glass surface. Perfume bottles and makeup were scattered across the floor. He grabbed a shard of glass and swung wildly, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity.
"You don't understand!"
he screamed, his voice raw and desperate.
"She's mine! She's always been mine!"
I fought to restrain him, but his strength was unreal. It was as if pure obsession had given him power. He clawed and thrashed, his breath hot against my face as he muttered Katie's name over and over. Just as he broke free of my grip, 2 other guards burst into the room, tackling him to the ground. Even then, he didn't stop fighting. He didn't stop screaming. The police arrived minutes later. They found a notebook in his jacket pocket, its pages filled with rambling letters addressed to Katie. They weren't love notes. They were fantasies, dark, detailed fantasies about he'd rescue her, how they'd start a life together. He'd been following her for weeks, showing up at 6 different concerts, sneaking backstage each time. But what made my blood run cold was the last page. It wasn't just a plan, it was a promise. Written in shaky black ink were the words, "Tonight is the night we'll finally be together." Beneath it, he'd drawn a crude sketch of her dressing room, down to the last detail. As the police dragged him away, he turned to me, his face twisted into a grin.
"You can't stop destiny,"
he said.
"She'll come for me. You'll see."
For weeks after, I couldn't shake his words. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, his smile, the red lipstick on the mirror. I stayed in security, but I was never the same. Every fan in a crowd became a potential threat. Every open door made my pulse quicken. And every time I heard Katy Perry's music, I thought of him, of the notebook, of the words he'd written in lipstick. She belongs to me. Powell Jersky, a 37-year-old Polish man, was arrested for stalking pop star Katy Perry during her concert tour in December 2017. He reportedly attended 6 of her concerts in different cities across the U.S. and made multiple attempts to approach her. Jersky was caught at Miami's American Airlines Arena after attempting to force his way backstage. Authorities found he had a history of obsessive behavior, including plans to enter Perry's hotel. He was charged with aggravated stalking and trespassing. Perry's team reported feeling unsafe due to his persistent actions. Jersky later claimed he wanted to meet and talk with her. It was just like any other call, just another homicide in the dark underbelly of Beverly Hills. The dispatcher's voice crackled through my car radio. 2 deceased, 722 North Elm Drive, possible home invasion. No urgency, no tremor, just another night, another crime. When I arrived, the Menendez mansion loomed before me, a pristine facade concealing an atrocity. The moment I stepped inside, the air was thick, suffocating. Gunpowder, blood, something foul and sickly sweet mixed in, a scent that would cling to my skin for days. The bodies were in the living room. The coroner was already there, shaking his head as he zipped up the second bag. Jose Menendez's body was barely recognizable. His head, or what was left of it, was a gaping hole, skull shattered into jagged shards, brain matter splattered across the couch, dripping in thick, slimy clumps. His chest looked like someone had taken a sledgehammer to it. Buckshot had ripped straight through, exposing broken ribs and raw, torn muscle. Blood wasn't just on the floor, it was everywhere. On the walls and on the ceiling, the expensive Persian rug was soaked like spilled ink. His fingers, twisted and curled, were locked into a final spasm of agony, as if he had been trying to claw himself back from death. Kitty Menendez had suffered even worse. She had tried to run. Her body was sprawled across the floor in a grotesque pose, her limbs bent at unnatural angles. The first shot had exploded her kneecap, leaving nothing but a mess of shattered bone and tendon. Another had ripped through her shoulder, the flesh peeling back like raw meat. The last shots were to her face. What had once been a woman was now a pulp of mangled skin, empty sockets where her eyes had been, her jaw blown clean off, leaving behind a yawning, gory cavity. The sheer brutality of the attack didn't just speak of rage, it screamed of something unhinged, something feral. Then there were the sons. Lyle and Eric Menendez arrived at the scene in hysterics, their screams piercing the night air. Eric collapsed onto the neatly trimmed lawn, his body racked with violent, jerking sobs. His face contorted between terror and some twisted, unreadable emotion. Lyle clutched at his own hair, his fingers digging into his scalp so hard I thought he might rip it out. His mouth moved silently before sound finally escaped. Raw, broken wails.
"Oh my God, they're dead! They're dead!"
He shrieked. His voice cracked into something that wasn't quite human. His eyes were wide, bulging, glistening with tears, but there was something else in them, something off, something calculating. "Just tell us what happened," I said, trying to keep my voice steady.
"Break it!"
Lyle gasped, his chest heaving.
"We went to the movies, and when we came back... Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!"
Eric buried his face in his hands, nails raking down his cheeks so hard I expected to see blood. It seemed plausible. Beverly Hills wasn't immune to crime, but something was wrong. The way Lyle's sobs would cut off abruptly like he was checking our reactions, the way Eric's wails felt too practiced. For months, the case went cold. No forced entry, no suspects. But then, the brothers started spending. They weren't grieving sons. They were predators set loose. Rolex watches, luxury cars, designer suits. Eric hired a full-time tennis coach. Lyle bought a restaurant. Their spending spree totaled hundreds of thousands of dollars. It stank of guilt, of arrogance, of boys who thought they had gotten away with it. But guilt does strange things to people. Eric cracked first. Dr. Jerome Oziel, a name I will never forget. Eric, racked with anxiety, had confessed everything to his therapist. In hushed, shaking whispers, he described that night. The moment they crept up behind their parents, the cold steel of the shotgun was heavy in their hands. He spoke of his father's startled expression, turning to horror as the first shot tore through him, of his mother's screams ripping through the house. He told Oziel about the way she had crawled, her nails scratching the hardwood, and that she had reached out to him, her own son, for mercy, and how he had pulled the trigger again and again until there was nothing left of her face but a wet, pulpy mess of bone and flesh. And then he spoke of what came before. He spoke of the nights when Jose would creep into his room, a shadowed figure silhouetted in the dim glow of the hallway light, of how he would press a heavy hand over Eric's mouth, muffling the whimpers as he whispered threats, promises of pain if he ever spoke. He described the disgusting, suffocating feeling of his father's weight crushing him, the sickening warmth of his breath on his skin,
The way the door would creak shut, trapping him in the darkness, in that horror, night after night. Lyle's story was worse. He had been the first. He had suffered longer. He talked about the beatings, the welts, the bruises that never healed, the way his father would laugh, a cold, cruel sound when he flinched, the way his mother did nothing, just sat there, drinking herself into oblivion while her sons were being ripped apart. He told the court how he would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the footsteps, waiting for the nightmare to begin again. How he would watch his little brother suffer the same fate. How the rage built inside him, seething, festering, until it finally exploded into something unstoppable. Dr. Oziel had hesitated, bound by patient confidentiality. He told no one at first, but then he told his mistress, Judalon Smith, and she told us. We arrested the brothers in March 1990. Lyle fought, Eric didn't. The trial that followed was a descent into something even darker than murder. The jury couldn't decide. The first trial ended in a deadlock. The second, in 1996, stripped them of their defense. The verdict was swift, guilty of first-degree murder, life in prison, no parole. Justice, some called it. Others called it a tragedy. Years later, I still don't know what to believe. I know they planned it. I know they executed it. But I also know the look of a victim, and Eric Menendez had the eyes of someone who had lived through hell. Even now, sometimes I drive past that house. It's changed hands many times, but to me, it will always be soaked in blood. Sometimes I think I see shadows in the windows, lingering figures of the past. Maybe it's just my imagination, or maybe some ghosts never rest. The Menendez brothers, Lyle and Eric, were convicted for the 1989 murders of their wealthy parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, in their Beverly Hills home. Initially, the brothers claimed they were innocent, but later admitted to the killings, arguing they acted in self-defense after years of alleged abuse. The prosecution maintained they murdered for financial gain. Their first trial ended in a deadlock, but in 1996, they were retried, convicted of first-degree murder, and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case remains controversial, with ongoing debates over their motives and claims of abuse influencing public opinion. My phone vibrated, the screen lighting up with Liam's name. I hesitated before answering. Liam didn't call for no reason. He never did. There was always trouble brewing whenever he called. "Yo, come pick me up," he said, low and urgent. "Bradley Beach, now." I let out a sigh, already regretting it. "Why? What's going on?" "Just get here," he snapped. "I'll explain." I should have ignored it, should have left him there, but I didn't. I drove up to the beach parking lot. It was freezing, bones seemingly cold. Liam was already pacing around, his hand shoved deep into his hoodie pocket, shoulders tensed forward. As soon as he spotted me, he got in, slapping the door shut. His face was pale, but his eyes, they were wild, excited. He rubbed his hands together, looking jittery like he had too much adrenaline in his system. His breath came out in short, sharp bursts, like he was trying to contain something boiling inside him. I adjusted my phone, making sure the hidden camera was on. "All right, man, what's going on? You sounded urgent." He breathed in once more, his lips then granting a wide, wavering smile to burst free of himself. "Bro, I did it. It's done." A chill ran down my spine. "Did what? What in God's name are you talking about?" His breath hit my face now, with cigarette smoke and metal. "Sarah, man, she's gone. Just vanished. Poof." My grip tightened on the wheel. "What do you mean Sarah's gone?" He's grinning at me, and his teeth seem to be glowing in the dim light. "I killed her, strangled her with my own hands right in her house. You have no idea how long it takes for someone to die like that. It's not like all the movies, bro. It takes forever." He's chuckling softly as if he doesn't believe in himself. "I thought she'd go out quick, but no, she kept fighting. Her nails, man, she clawed the hell out of my arms.
My grip started slipping. Her whole body was thrashing. I had to push down hard with my knee and pin her there. You wouldn't believe how strong someone gets when they know they're dying.
I felt my stomach turn. You're screwing with me. Liam laughed, shaking his head.
I wish, but nah, this is real. Months of planning, every little detail. And when it finally happened, it was unreal.
I made myself stay steady. Tell me what happened. Liam settled back against the seat, stretching like he was reminiscing about a great night out.
I went to her place. It was a normal visit, nothing weird. We were just talking, laughing. She had no clue. Then, when she turned around,
He mimed his hands tightening around her throat.
I wrapped my arms around her, squeezed tight. At first, she thought I was kidding. Then she started fighting, hard, scratching, kicking, gasping. It was wild, dude. Her face. Oh man, her eyes got so big. Her lips turned blue. Have you ever seen someone really fight for their life? It's something else.
I felt bile rise in my throat, but I pushed the voice steady.
Jesus, Liam.
He let out a soft whistle.
Dude, you should have seen her. Her tongue just hung there, twitching. That's when I knew I had her, but it took forever, like 30 minutes. I was sweating, my arms were burning. You think it's quick, but it's not. The body doesn't want to go.
He laughed like he was telling some bar story.
After a while, she stopped jerking. I let go and she just slumped like a rag doll.
I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles went white.
Why? Why the hell would you do this?
His face turned dark, and then that weakly, sickish grin crept back.
Money, brother. She had that inheritance. Thought I'd be rolling in it. But you know what's funny? The money was all old bills, practically worthless. I killed her for nothing. Can you believe that?
He snorted.
Fucking nothing.
I swallowed my revulsion. What did you do afterward? Liam leaned forward, lowering his voice as if savoring every detail.
I had to move the body, so I stuffed her in the passenger seat of her own car. Had to force her into that seatbelt and make it look natural. Her head kept flopping to the side, her mouth hanging open like she was still trying to say something.
He shuddered, grinning.
Creepy as hell, dude.
I forced myself to ask, where is she now? Liam cracked his neck, stretching like he had just finished a workout.
Route 35 bridge. Preston helped me. We took her body there, dead of night. It was freezing, dude. We got to the edge, popped the trunk, and there she was. Just lying there. Looked peaceful. Almost peaceful. You'd think she was just sleeping, but no, she was dead.
I made my hand stop shaking. You threw her? He cringed, grinning, like he was recalling some wacky stunt.
We hoisted her up and dragged her out to the railing. She was heavy. Dead weight's no joke, man. Then we just dropped her, just like that, into the black waters below. No splash, no scream, just gone, swallowed up by the dark.
I could hardly breathe. The awfulness of what he was saying, the nonchalance in his voice, it was just too much. My palms were slick with sweat as my hands tightened on the steering wheel, my head feeling dizzy, my forehead sweating, my feet shaking. Liam stretched again, yawning.
Nobody. No crime. No one's ever gonna find her.
I looked at him, my heart pounding. I had just recorded a monster confessing to murder. I'll see about that. The distant howl of sirens drifted through the night. Liam was frozen in place, his grin sliding off his face.
What's that?
I didn't respond. The flashing lights came into view in the rearview mirror and brightened. Liam's eyes widened, panic creeping in.
You called them?
I kept my voice steady. You just confessed to murder, Liam, on camera. He lunged at me, and I was prepared to push him back. Police cars surrounded us, officers shouting for him to get out. Liam's face twisted in rage, but nothing he could do. He was trapped. As they handcuffed him, I gave over my phone. The recording continued to play. Liam's voice filled the air, cold and unfeeling, recounting every horrific detail. He glared at me, but I didn't flinch. Justice had been served. The sirens faded as they took him away. I sat in the car, shaking but relieved. Sarah Stern's story wouldn't end in silence. Her killer would pay, and I had made sure of it. The Sarah Stern murder case revolves around the tragic killing of 19-year-old Sarah Stern from Neptune City, New Jersey, in December 2016. Stern was reported missing on December 2, 2016, when her abandoned car was discovered on the Route 35 bridge in Belmar, leading authorities to initially believe she had died by suicide. However, the truth was far more sinister. Her former childhood friend, Liam Mikitosny, was later revealed to have strangled Stern in her home during a premeditated robbery. Mikitosny believed she had inherited a large sum of money from her deceased mother. He and his accomplice, Preston Taylor, disposed of her body by throwing it off the bridge in the Shark River. Stern's remains were never found. A key break in the case came when Mikitosny confessed on video to a mutual friend who was working with the police. In 2019, Mikitosny was convicted of first-degree murder, robbery, desecration of human remains, and other charges, and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Taylor, who pleaded guilty to helping dispose of the body, received an 18-year sentence. The case remains notorious for its betrayal and shocking cruelty. My name is Joseph, and I never thought I'd come this close to death. I'd spent years in the music industry, programming beats and spinning records as a DJ, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened on New Year's Eve. The subway was crowded that night. It always is on New Year's Eve. People were heading to parties, celebrating, laughing. I was just trying to get home after a long night of work. My head was buzzing, not from alcohol, but from exhaustion. I had played a long set, and all I wanted was my bed. I stepped onto the platform at 49th Street Station, waiting for the train. The cold air seeped through my jacket, and I pulled it tighter around me. That's when I noticed him. A man stood a few feet away, shifting from one foot to the other. He was tall and wiry, with sunken cheeks and eyes that seemed too wide, too alert. He was mumbling to himself, his fingers twitching. Something about him made my stomach turn. New York is full of strange people, so I told myself to ignore him. But then, he looked right at me. His lips curled into a grin, a slow, deliberate smile that made my skin crawl. My instincts screamed at me to move, to walk away, but I stayed frozen. The distant hum of an approaching train filled the tunnel. People shifted, inching closer to the edge. I checked my phone, trying to act casual, but my heart was pounding. Then, everything happened too fast. A rough shove slammed into my back. My body lurched forward, and before I could react, I was falling. Time slowed. The screams of bystanders echoed through the station. The ground rushed toward me, my hands flailing to break the fall. My head hit the metal rail, and a sharp pain exploded through my skull. I barely registered the blinding light of the train's headlights, the screech of brakes. Luckily, the train operator saw me at the last second and pulled the emergency brakes. Somehow, I had landed in the small space between the rails, just inches from being crushed. Pain flooded my body. My ribs felt like they had been smashed with a sledgehammer, and my head throbbed like it had been split in two. Blood pooled in my mouth. I tried to move, but agony pinned me down. Voices shouted above me. Someone was calling for help. Sirens wailed in the distance. The next thing I remember was being lifted onto a stretcher, bright lights burning my eyes. Paramedics spoke to me, but their words blurred together. The world faded in and out. I woke up in a hospital bed, my body wrapped in bandages. My head was pounding. The room smelled of antiseptic, the steady beep of machines filling the silence. A nurse leaned over me.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Linsky.
Lucky? I felt like I had been hit by a truck. Then, the memories came flooding back. The subway, the shove, the cold tracks beneath me. My stomach twisted. The nurse told me my injuries, a cracked skull, fractured ribs, a ruptured spleen, but I was alive, barely. Then came the news that made my blood run cold.
They caught him.
She said.
The man who pushed you. His name is Kamel.
A few days later, the police visited my hospital room. They showed me a mugshot. It was him. Kamel had a long history of violent crime, assault, robbery, drug possession. He had been in and out of jail for years, yet he was still walking the streets, free to push an innocent person in front of a train. I stared at his picture, my fingers clenching the hospital blanket. His eyes, those same wide, empty eyes, stared back at me. He didn't say why he did it? I asked. One of the officers shook his head. No real motive, just said he felt like it. A chill ran down my spine. This man had tried to kill me for no reason. No argument, no provocation. Just a sick desire to see someone suffer. Even after Kamel was arrested, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back on that platform, feeling the force of his hands on my back. The train's headlights burned into my mind. One night, I woke up gasping for air, my heart hammering. Sweat drenched my sheets. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the news. Kamel's trial was approaching. The prosecutors were pushing for attempted murder charges. I needed to see him again. Against the advice of my doctors and friends, I attended one of his hearings. I needed closure. When I walked into the courtroom, my ribs still aching, Kamel was already sitting there in an orange jumpsuit. His hands were cuffed, his posture slouched. Then he looked up. That same grin spread across his face. It was subtle, just the corner of his lips curling, but I saw it. My stomach twisted. He wasn't sorry. He wasn't afraid. He was enjoying this. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. I wanted to shout, to ask him why. But what good would that do? This man has no soul. The judge read the charges, and for the first time, Kamel's grin faded. Reality was sinking in. Months have passed, but the scars, both physical and emotional, are still there. Kamel Hawkins was sentenced to 25 years in prison. It doesn't feel like enough, but at least he's off the streets. I still flinch when I hear the roar of a subway train. I take deep breaths before stepping onto a platform, always standing as far from the edge as possible. I survived that night by pure luck. Many others weren't as lucky. Every time I see my reflection, the scar on my forehead reminds me of how close I came to death, but it also reminds me of something else. I'm still here. I lived through it, and I refuse to let fear win. On New Year's Eve, Kamel Hawkins pushed 45-year-old music programmer and DJ Joseph Linsky onto the tracks of an oncoming train at a Manhattan subway station. Miraculously, Linsky survived, sustaining severe injuries, including a cracked skull, fractured ribs, and a ruptured spleen. Witnesses described Hawkins as acting erratically before the attack. He had a prior criminal history, including assault and robbery, and was quickly arrested at the scene. Prosecutors charged him with attempted murder and assault. Linsky later recalled the chilling moment Hawkins locked eyes with him before shoving him without warning. The train operator's quick reflexes prevented a fatal tragedy. The case highlighted concerns about repeat offenders and public safety in New York's subway system. Hawkins showed no remorse in court, and he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Linsky, though traumatized, vowed to move forward, grateful to have survived the near-death experience. I remember the day Mom brought John to our house for dinner. She was glowing, her smile wide as she introduced him.
We met at work,
She said, her voice bubbly. John looked harmless enough, a tall man with dark hair, a neat beard, and a confident smile.
Nice to meet you, Tara, he said, extending his hand. I shook it reluctantly, feeling his grip linger just a second too long. Mom deserved happiness. I knew that. After Dad passed away, she'd been lonely. And I wanted her to find love again, but John? I didn't like him. No one could take my dad's place, and John's constant attempts to win me over only made it worse. He started showing up increasingly, always trying to charm me and my cousin, Liam, who lived with us. At first, he bought us little gifts, tickets to a basketball game and a pair of headphones for me. He joked around like he was trying to be our new buddy. Then, one evening, Mom and John sat us down.
We have exciting news,
she said, holding his hand.
John and I are getting married.
Liam cheered, and Mom's eyes sparkled with joy. I forced a smile. If she were happy, I'd have to make peace with it, even if my gut told me something was off about him. One day, I was in the kitchen late at night, making a snack. I'd just finished a sandwich and turned around. John was standing in the doorway, watching me. I didn't hear him come, so seeing him suddenly jolted me.
Whoa, John. Why are you...
He didn't let me finish. You should be more careful. His voice low and dicey. Someone could sneak up on you. I laughed nervously.
Yeah, I guess.
He didn't laugh back. He just stared blankly, then walked away. I didn't pay attention to our weird interaction that night. A few days later, I accidentally spilled juice on the carpet in the living room. John was watching TV and he snapped. His face turned red and his eyes bloodshot in anger. Do you know how expensive this carpet is? He shouted, leaning down on my face. His bad breath and spit almost made me vomit.
I'm sorry.
I stammered. Sorry isn't good enough, he said, his eyes narrowing. You need to do better. Do you understand me? He grabbed me by my shoulders and shook me like some helpless lamb. I nodded quickly, almost tearing up. And then there was the night I heard them arguing. Mom's voice was shaky, pleading.
John, please, calm down,
she said. Don't tell me to calm down, he roared. I peeked into the living room, my stomach twisting. John was towering over her, his fists clenched. Mom looked so small and scared. Her chin was bleeding and she had bruises on her arms. Enough is enough. I decided to dig into John's past. I found an old shoebox in his closet, hidden beneath a pile of clothes. Inside were fake IDs, credit cards with different names, and stacks of cash. My hands trembled as I pieced it together. John wasn't who he said he was. He's lying. He's lying to my mom, to all of us. I had to tell Mom, but I wanted to wait until I got home from school the next day. I wanted Liam there too. That afternoon, as the final bell rang, I grabbed my backpack and headed toward the parking lot. I was unlocking my bike's chain when a familiar voice spoke behind me. Did you go through my belongings, sweetheart? Drops of sweat appeared on my forehead as I turned around. John was leaning on me, a dark, evil smile on his face. Tara, 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 he said, his voice calm but menacing. We need to talk.
I don't want to talk to you,
I said, backing away. He took a step closer, pulling a knife from his jacket. You should have minded your own business, little birdie. The parking lot was nearly empty. I screamed for help and my voice echoed into the void, but no one heard me. I tried to run, but John lunged at me, twisting my arm. I fought back, kicking and struggling, but he started dragging me toward his car. He stomped me on the bonnet and then stabbed me in the shoulder. The feeling of flesh slashing and blood pouring is not something any teenager should experience. I knew if I gave up, this man would kill me and make my death seem like an accident. Adrenaline surged through me. I grabbed his wrist, twisting it as hard as I could. The knife clattered to the ground and I dove for it. Let go! He shouted, trying to pull me back, but I was faster. I swung the knife toward him, my hand trembling. He lunged again, and I reacted on instinct, plunging the blade into his chest. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock.
then collapsed onto the pavement. I stood there, gasping for breath, blood dripping from my shoulder. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the knife. A teacher ran over, shouting for help. Sirens wailed in the distance as the world blurred around me. The Tara Newell case is a remarkable story of survival and resilience, highlighted in the true crime podcast and TV series Dirty John. Tara, the youngest daughter of Deborah Newell, became the unexpected hero in a terrifying encounter with John Meehan, a con artist and abusive man who manipulated Deborah into a toxic relationship. On August 20th, 2016, John ambushed Tara in a parking lot with the intent to harm her after his manipulative schemes were exposed. However, Tara fought back fiercely. Despite being attacked with a knife, she managed to wrestle it away and fatally stab him in self-defense. Her quick thinking and bravery saved her life. The case sheds light on the dangers of abusive relationships, the power of self-defense, and the strength of the human spirit. Tara's actions made her a symbol of courage, inspiring others to trust their instincts and fight for their safety. It was just another Friday night when I decided to hit up the Rusty Keg, a dimly lit pub tucked in the corner of town. I needed the break after a grueling week at work. The loud laughter, the smell of stale beer, and the low hum of conversation offered a sort of comforting chaos. I was sipping my second drink when he walked in. Samuel, tall, rugged, with a cocky smirk that made it clear he knew the effect he had on people. He slid onto the bar stool next to me and offered a casual, "Hey, what's a pretty girl like you doing here all alone?" I chuckled, half flattered, half embarrassed. "Just unwinding. Long week, you know?" He grinned. "Well, lucky me. I get to end my week meeting you." We bantered for a while, his compliments becoming bolder as the night wore on. When he told me I was beautiful, my cheeks turned pink, and I nervously toyed with the rim of my glass. For the first time in a long while, I felt seen. Not in the way I dreaded, but in a way that made me feel normal. After a couple of drinks, my phone buzzed. It was my roommate, Brooke. When I hung up, Samuel's curiosity got the better of him. "Your roommate?" he asked casually. I nodded. "I need to buy shaving cream for her." Samuel asked disappointedly, "So your roommate's a guy, huh?" That's it. I knew the moment had come where I had to tell him. I liked him, but I was worried the truth might scare him away. I hesitated for a second, then answered, fumbling, My roommate's trans, and so am I." The words hung in the air like a balloon ready to pop. I braced myself for the reaction I'd seen so many times before. Disgust, awkward excuses, anything to get away from me. Samuel blinked, his expression unreadable. My heart sank and I quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lead you on. I thought... Never mind." Grabbing my bag, I bolted out of the bar, my face burning with shame. I couldn't believe I'd let myself get comfortable, let myself hope. Heartbroken, I walked down the street to the 24-hour store, grabbed the shaving cream, and headed out into the humid night. That's when I saw it, the gold Pontiac Le Mans, parked at the curb. Samuel leaned against it, his smile wider this time. "Hey," he called out. "Thought I'd give you a ride, save you the walk." My heart flipped. Maybe I'd been wrong about him. Maybe he wasn't like the others. Hesitant but hopeful, I climbed into the passenger seat. The car ride started fine, Samuel chatting about the bar and the night. But soon his tone shifted, subtle at first. Questions that felt too probing, compliments that carried an edge. Then he turned off the highway. This isn't the way to my place," I said, my voice trembling. "Shortcut," Samuel replied, his grin gone. His eyes stayed locked on the road, his hands gripping my thighs so tightly that his nails dug into my skin, making me bleed. My stomach churned. I reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. "There's no point in running now." His chilling voice echoed to my ears. He stopped the car near a sugarcane field. What are we doing here? I asked, panic rising in my chest. Samuel smiled at me without blinking, then lunged. His fist hit my jaw like a brick, and stars exploded in my head. I screamed, clawing at the door, but he was faster. His hand wrapped around my neck, his grip getting tighter each second. Then he slammed my head against the dashboard. Pain shot through my skull, and everything went black. When I came to my senses, I found myself being dragged. My body scraped against the wet, muddy ground, and the smell of damp earth filled my nostrils. Where was he taking me? I kept my eyes closed, playing dead. My heart throbbed and my limbs felt like lead, but the primal urge to survive kept me still. I could hear Samuel whistling while dragging my numb body. What kind of sick psycho is he? I knew what was coming. I could feel death looming, its cold breath on the back of my neck. But I waited for a moment, one chance, one opportunity. Finally, he dropped me and walked back toward the car to get something. This was it. Summoning every ounce of strength, I got up and bolted. My bare feet dug into the muddy ground, and my body screamed in protest. I didn't look back, didn't care if he saw me. My wig was gone, my makeup smeared, my clothes torn and soaked, but none of that mattered. All that mattered was running. The sugarcane field seemed endless, but finally I saw headlights on the highway. I stumbled onto the asphalt, waving my arms and screaming for help. A truck screeched to a halt, and the driver jumped out, horrified at the sight of me.
Help me!
I gasped, collapsing into his arms.
Please!
The story you just saw is based on the murder of a 19-year-old transgender woman named Mary Ann at the hands of Samuel Little, the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history. Even though in the above story Mary Ann made it out alive, in reality she suffered an even worse fate. While serving his life in prison, Samuel Little confessed about Mary Ann. He met Mary Ann at a bar in Miami and later reconnected at another bar in Overtown, offering her a ride home. After a stop to buy shaving cream, they returned to Little's car, a gold Pontiac Le Mans. Instead of taking her home, Little drove her north on Highway 27, killing her near a sugarcane field. He then continued into the Everglades, dragging her body about 200 yards into muddy water near a swamp. Little believed her body was never recovered. It started like any other glamorous evening. The air outside was freezing, thick with the unmistakable New Year's buzz. Inside the venue was alive with light and chatter. Emma Watson, the star of the night, looked every bit the icon, calm, radiant, and focused. Everything seemed perfect. The first time I saw him, he was just another face in the crowd, hanging back near the service doors. At first glance, he didn't stand out, but then I noticed his eyes. They didn't just follow Emma, they locked onto her, like she was the only person in the world. His clothes looked scruffy, his hair unkempt, and there was the strange stiffness and how he stood like he was forcing himself to stay still.
Doesn't that guy seem odd?
I whispered to one of the security guards. Over by the doors? The guard glanced over and nodded. I'll check him out. I watched as the guard approached him. The man didn't argue or resist. He just backed off into the crowd, his eyes still darting toward Emma whenever he thought no one was watching. I shook off the unease. These events always had a few overzealous fans. No big deal, right? Until the scraping started. I was by the dressing rooms, checking the final schedule, when I heard it, a faint metallic sound, like something sharp being dragged over metal. My stomach knotted. At first, I thought it was just one of the crew adjusting equipment. Then it came again. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Heart pounding, I turned the corner toward the sound, and there he was. He was crouched at Emma's dressing room door, a thin piece of metal in his hand. A lockpick. But that wasn't all. His other hand was pressed against the door, fingers clawing at the wood, his nails scraping so hard that they were splintering and cracking. Blood dripped from his fingertips, smeared across the door like some grotesque message. I froze, watching in horror as one of his nails bent back completely, snapping off with a sickening crack. He didn't flinch. He didn't stop.
Emma's my bride. We're gonna get married. Trust me, I'm not lying,
he whispered, his voice shaking but determined.
Oi! What the hell are you doing?
I shouted. His head snapped up, his eyes wide and wild. For a moment, he just stared at me. Then he smiled. Not a normal smile. This was slow, twisted, as he'd been just caught doing something he was proud of.
You don't get it,
he said, his voice low and shaky.
She's mine. She's always been mine.
Before I could react, he lunged at the door, slamming his shoulder into it with a force that shook the frame. Inside, I heard Emma's panicked voice calling for security. I yelled for help, but he kept battering the door, each impact more frantic than the last, his bloody handprints smearing across the wood. When the security team arrived, they grabbed him and dragged him away. He thrashed and screamed, his voice echoing down the hallway.
You can't keep us apart! She's mine! She's been waiting for me!
Even as they hauled him off, he kept his eyes fixed on the door, his grin unshaken. The sight of his bloodied, nailless fingers burned itself into my mind. I thought that was the end of it. Emma insisted on finishing the evening, her composure unbroken. But as we walked her to the car later, the air felt heavier and colder. Security swept the lot, giving the all clear, and Emma stepped into the car. Just as the door closed, one of the guards' radios crackled.
There's something by the back exit,
a voice said, tight with tension. The team moved swiftly, and I followed, my stomach twisting. At the far end of the lot, near the service entrance, they found it. The door he'd been clawing at earlier, now splattered with fresh blood and scratched to splinters. Next to it lay a pile of Emma's photos, torn from magazines, printed from the internet, all smeared with streaks of red, along with obscene and filthy desires and fantasies of him with Emma were written behind them. Above them was a note scrawled in what we could only assume was his own blood. She is mine. You'll never stop me. Emma left that night under heavy protection, and the event organizers promised tighter security measures in the future, but no amount of assurances could ever erase what had happened. I still see his face in my nightmares, the lipstick smeared like a twisted mask, his words playing on a loop in my mind. Men like Chad don't stop. They find cracks to slip through and shadows to linger in, and even when they're gone, their presence stays behind, a dark stain that never quite fades. In September 2023, Chad Michael Busto, 43, was arrested for trespassing at a New York Fashion Week event, where he allegedly entered a dressing room and shouted his desire to marry actress Emma Watson. He was charged with criminal trespass and disorderly conduct. Busto has a history of similar incidents, including attempting to approach actress Drew Barrymore. In June 2024, he was arrested in Oxford, UK, after seeking information about Watson at the university where she was studying. Authorities detained him on suspicion of stalking and later released him under investigation. My name is Anna, and I work as a showgirl in Las Vegas. It's not a glamorous life, but it's the one I built for myself after running away from my abusive parents at 17. With no degree and no skill that could land me a good job, I had to take whatever came my way. That's how I ended up here, on a dimly lit stage, dancing under neon lights, surrounded by men with lustful eyes. The nightclub was packed as usual. The air was thick with smoke and the scent of cheap cologne. Men sat at small, sticky tables, sipping overpriced drinks while watching us perform. My heels clicked against the stage as I danced, the pole cold against my skin. I was used to the stares by now, even the occasional whistles and shouts. It was part of the job. But that night, one customer stood out. He was sitting in the far corner, shrouded in shadows. I wouldn't have noticed him at all if it weren't for his eyes. They seemed to glow, almost like a predator's eyes in the dark. They never left me, watching every move I made. A chill ran down my spine, but I pushed the feeling aside. Creepy guys came with the territory. When my set ended, I headed to the bar for a quick drink of water. That's when he approached me. "Anna," he said, his voice low and smooth. I froze. How did he know my name? He smiled, his teeth unnervingly white. "Your performance was mesmerizing."
Thanks.
I said flatly, not wanting to encourage him. He extended a hand. "I'm Yoni." I didn't take it.
Nice to meet you.
I said, keeping my distance. "Let me buy you a drink," he offered, his tone insistent.
No, thanks.
I said, trying to be polite. "Come on," he pressed, his smile tightening. "Just one drink."
I said no.
I replied, stepping away. As I turned to leave, I heard the crash of glass behind me. I whipped around to see Yanni standing there, blood dripping from his hand. He had crushed the glass he was holding, and shards were embedded in his palm, but he was smiling. "Oops," he said, his voice light, as if it were a joke. My stomach churned. I hurried away, my heart pounding, and found two of my co-workers, Lisa and Jade, smoking outside in the back alley.
Some guy just freaked me out.
I told them, trying to shake off the unease. Before they could respond, Yanni appeared, stepping out of the shadows like he'd been waiting there the whole time. "There you are, Anna," he said, his voice dripping with something I couldn't place. Obsession, maybe. "I thought we were getting to know each other." Lisa narrowed her eyes.
Who the hell is this?
"I just wanted a picture," Yanni said, ignoring Lisa and staring straight at me. "A picture with the most beautiful girl in the club."
No. Leave me alone.
He stepped closer, and Lisa, always the fiery one, slapped him hard across the face.
Did you not hear her? She said no, you creep.
I backed away, shaking.
Yoni, I'm serious. Leave me alone. A no is a no. Do you understand that?
For a moment, he just stood there, his face calm, his eyes dead. Then he turned and walked away. Lisa snorted.
What a psycho.
But before we could even breathe a sigh of relief, he came back running. This time, he wasn't alone. He was holding a knife. Lisa saw it first.
What the?
Before she could finish, Yanni lunged at her, the blade flashing under the alley's dim light. He stabbed her once, then again, and again, laughing as he did it. The sound of his laughter, high-pitched and hysterical, will haunt me forever. Jade screamed, but I was frozen, my feet rooted to the ground as Lisa's blood pooled beneath her. Yanni turned to me, his smile wide and insane. "You can't leave, Anna," he said, his voice almost sing-song. "You can't get away insulting me. No one does." I snapped out of it and ran, my heels clattering against the pavement. But he was faster. He grabbed me by the hair, yanking me back so hard I thought my scalp would tear. "Don't run from me!" he shouted, his voice suddenly filled with rage. I screamed as I felt the knife pierce my back. The pain was searing, blinding, but adrenaline kicked in, and I twisted out of his grip, falling to the ground. By then, the chaos had spilled into the club. People were screaming, running in every direction. Jade shouted for security, tears streaming down her face as she cradled Lisa. Yanni tried to run, but the bouncers tackled him to the ground. He thrashed and screamed, his laughter turning into guttural howls. The cops arrived minutes later, dragging him away in cuffs. I was rushed to the hospital, my vision blurring as the pain in my back became unbearable. Lisa didn't make it. Even now, I can still see Yanni's face when I close my eyes, his glowing eyes, his twisted smile, his blood-stained hands. That night didn't just change my life, it ended someone else's. I survived, but I'll never feel safe again. On October 6, 2022, Yanni Barrios carried out a stabbing spree along the Las Vegas Strip, resulting in 2 deaths and 6 injuries. The attack began after Barrios approached a group of showgirl impersonators, and when they declined his request for a photo, he began attacking them and others nearby. Barrios exhibited a lack of empathy and remorse, attacking strangers. His actions were impulsive and violent, aligning with behaviors often associated with psychopathy. The random nature of the attacks in a popular tourist area combined with the brutality of the stabbings left the community and nation in shock. The camera crew sets up, their equipment humming, and the harsh white lights make the prison walls seem even more lifeless. The journalist clears his throat, adjusting his recorder. He's trying to mask his nerves, but I see the way his fingers tremble slightly as he clicks his pen. The red recording light blinks. "Ready?" he asks, his voice steady but unsure. I nod. My throat is dry, my palms clammy, and then, just like that, I'm back there. It was hot that night, the air thick, damp, pressing down like an unseen weight, the kind of night that makes your skin itch, that makes the world feel wrong. Skylar was so happy. She sat in the back seat, smiling, laughing, oblivious. She had no idea. She talked about the future, about college, about how we'd always stay together. Her voice was light, full of dreams. It almost made me hesitate. Almost. She slipped out her window at midnight, hoodie pulled over her head, slipping into the car like she always did. She smelled like vanilla perfume. I remember that. We drove deep into the woods. The road stretched endlessly, the trees closing in on us. The headlights cast long shadows, stretching and bending like something was lurking within them.
Sheila, do you have a lighter?
I asked, my voice barely a whisper. That was the signal. Sheila nodded. Skylar turned away for just a second, searching the ground, and that's when we struck. I plunged the knife into her side. The blade sliced through her skin like butter, sinking deep, cutting muscle, tearing through organs. Hot blood sprayed across my hands, sticky and thick. Skylar gasped, her mouth opening in shock before it twisted into agony. She shrieked a raw, ear-piercing sound. Her hands flew to the wound, her fingers trembling as they touched the deep gash in her side. Blood pulsed between them, spilling down her hoodie, soaking into the fabric, turning it dark and wet. She staggered forward, her knees buckling, but Sheila was on her before she could even process what was happening. The next stab went into her back, a crunch, then a wet squelch. Sheila yanked the blade out, and Skylar collapsed to her knees, shaking violently. Blood poured out of her, pooling around her on the dirt, sinking into the earth. Her eyes locked onto mine, wide with confusion and betrayal. Her lips trembled, forming words she couldn't get out. Her breaths came in ragged gasps, thick with blood, each one weaker than the last. But she wouldn't die. She wouldn't stop moving.
She's still breathing.
Sheila hissed, wiping the blood off her face with the back of her hand. Skylar tried to crawl away, her fingers clawing at the dirt, nails breaking off as she struggled to drag herself forward. I stepped over her, lifting the knife high. My heart pounded, my vision blurred, my hands were slick, the handle of the knife almost slipping from my grip. Then, I brought it down, straight into her neck. Her body spasmed violently, her mouth opening in a silent scream. Blood sprayed, warm and thick, coating my face and dripping down my arms. Her throat gurgled, a horrible wet sound as she tried to breathe, drowning in her own blood. Sheila kicked her onto her back. Skylar's body twitched, her chest rising and falling unevenly, her eyes rolling back. She was still alive.
Finish it.
Sheila spat. I didn't think, I just stabbed. Over and over and over. Each thrust tearing through flesh, slicing veins, hitting bone. Blood sprayed up, hitting my face, my clothes, my skin. It was everywhere. The body beneath me twitched once, then stopped. The forest was silent. The smell of blood filled the air, thick and suffocating. The pool of red around Skylar seeped into the earth, soaking the dirt and covering my shoes, my hands, and my face. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, deafening. We had planned to bury her, but the ground was too hard. The shovel barely scraped the surface. It didn't matter anyway. There was too much blood. It was everywhere. So we left her there. We covered her with leaves and branches, but her hands still stuck out, fingers stiffening in the night air, nails caked with dirt and flesh. Her face was barely hidden beneath the foliage, eyes lifeless, mouth frozen in a silent plea. We got back into the car. The seats were soaked red. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My clothes, my face drenched in blood. The scent clung to me and seeped into my pores. I could taste it on my tongue. We drove home in silence. My head was pounding. I could still hear it in my ears, choking, gasping, bones cracking under the weight of our knives. For months, we acted like nothing happened. We posted her pictures online and handed out missing posters with our blood-stained hands. We cried in front of the cameras, hugged her parents, lied to their faces. But I heard her every night. Her screams echoed in my ears, her bloodied hands reaching for me in the darkness, her mouth twisted in agony. I felt the weight of her body under mine, her flesh splitting beneath my hands. It wouldn't go away. So I cracked. I told them everything. The trial was fast. The world recoiled. They called us monsters. Sheila tried to act tough in court, but I saw it. The fear in her eyes. She knew. She got life, no way out. I got 30 years, parole in 10. Skylar got a shallow grave in the woods where no one could hear her scream. I was lost in the trauma when the interviewer brought me back to reality. The journalist looked pale, his hands gripping the table, knuckles white. He clears his throat, voice barely above a whisper. Do you regret it? I don't answer right away. I let the question hang in the air like the stench of blood that will never wash off my hands. I meet his gaze.
Every single day.
The red light blinks. The interview is over, but my nightmare will never end. Skylar Neese, a 16-year-old from West Virginia, had two best friends, Sheila Eddy and Rachel Showoff. One night, the trio went out for a late-night drive, but it was a trap. Sheila and Rachel stabbed Skylar to death, leaving her body in the woods. The killers acted normal for months, even helping in the search for Skylar. Rachel later cracked under guilt and confessed, leading to Sheila's arrest. The reason the killers gave was that they didn't want to be friends with her anymore. Rachel got 30 years, eligible for parole in 10. Sheila got life in prison with parole eligibility after 15 years. They were best friends. Skylar had no idea she was walking to her own execution. I have this weird hobby. I like taking Snapchats in creepy places. It started as a joke, just something to freak out my followers. Most of the time, it's just shadows or weird lighting, but sometimes things don't add up. Tonight is one of those nights. I heard about it during lunch. A bunch of kids whispering about the old pet cemetery in Blackwood Hollow, about the cat lady. Decades ago, she lived alone, obsessed with her cats. When she died, she was buried with them. And now, they say she haunts the place, looking for new souls to take. People claim they hear meowing when there's no cat around, see glowing eyes watching them from the trees. It's too good to pass up. I drag Harper and Jake out with me. Harper protests the whole way, muttering about bad vibes, while Jake rolls his eyes, calling it all Grade A horror movie stupidity. But I see the way Jake keeps glancing at Harper when he thinks I'm not looking, and the way Harper's voice shakes when she talks about Blackwood Hollow, like she knows more than she's saying. We reach the cemetery just after sundown. It's smaller than I expected. Rows of tiny headstones, some crumbling, others marked with little paw prints. The wind carries the faint smell of damp earth and something else. Something stale, like
dust and decay. Then I see it. A massive tombstone at the center, one word carved into the stone: Holloway. A shiver crawls down my spine, and I pull out my phone. Snap. Nothing. Snap again. Still nothing. I switch to night mode. The snap takes longer to load. The screen lags. Then a notification pops up. Meow. Look behind you. My stomach twists. I didn't type that. My breath turns shallow.
Guys, I didn't write this.
Harper snatches my phone, her hands trembling. Jake's face pales. This is a joke, right? Before I can respond, a low guttural meow echo through the graveyard, then another and another. Glowing eyes blink from the shadows, dozens of them. The darkness shifts, slithering like something alive. The sound of scratching, of nails against stone, rises around us. Harper screams. Jake yells, "Run!" We bolt. My heart slams against my ribs as I sprint, my breath sharp and burning. The meows grow louder, almost human-like, turning into warped, distorted cries. The ground feels unsteady, like something is moving beneath us. I don't dare look back. We don't stop running until we crash into my front door, gasping, shaking. Inside, we slam the lock shut, panting in the quiet safety of my room. I pull out my phone with trembling fingers. The last snap is different. It's not the one I took. Instead, it's a grainy black and white photo of a woman. Her skin is sagging, her eyes hollow. She stands in the cemetery, surrounded by cats, their bodies pressed against her legs, staring, watching, and she's smiling. Harper's face drains of color.
I know her.
I whip my head toward her.
What?
She swallows hard.
My grandmother used to tell me stories about her. About a woman named Margot Holloway. People called her the Cat Lady. My grandma said she wasn't just some lonely woman. She practiced something dark. She believed she could steal time, extend her own life, by taking others.
Jake scoffs, but his voice wavers. That's insane.
Then explain the photo.
Harper snaps. I try to delete it. The app won't let me. I don't sleep that night. The next day at school, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow in the hall seems darker, every whisper just out of earshot. I need answers. So I go to the library. Mrs. Holloway, the librarian, sits behind the counter, reading. Her silver hair is pulled back tight, her bony fingers turning pages methodically. When I ask about the pet cemetery, she freezes. Slowly, she looks up.
You shouldn't have gone there, dear.
Her voice is soft, almost affectionate, but something about her face, it feels familiar. A chill skates down my spine. Then my phone buzzes. A new snap from an unknown account. I hesitate, then tap to open it. It's the same black and white photo, but this time the old woman's smile is wider, and she's standing closer. My breath stutters, my fingers go numb. I look up at Mrs. Holloway. She's staring at me, her lips curl up, just slightly. And then she purrs. My phone slips from my hand. The air in the library turns thick, suffocating. The fluorescent lights buzz, flickering. The shadows stretch toward me, clawing at my feet. I stumble back. Her eyes, they're glowing. I turn and run. I don't stop, not until I'm outside, gulping the cold air, my hands shaking. Another notification. I don't want to look, but I do. The photo has changed again. The woman is closer still, and this time I'm in the picture too. A cat slinks past my feet, its tail curling around my ankle. I freeze. The meow it lets out isn't natural. It's low, guttural, almost like a laugh. My phone buzzes one last time. 9 lives, Elena. You only have one. The
party was already chaotic when I got there. A bunch of us crammed into Tyler's basement, music blasting, neon lights flashing, and half-empty soda bottles and vape pens scattered everywhere. Someone had brought a bottle of peach schnapps, but no one was drinking. It wasn't about the booze tonight. It was about TikTok. Jacob was in the middle of the room, his phone propped up against a speaker. "All right, guys, you ready?" He grinned, holding up the bottle of Benadryl like it was some kind of trophy. "The syrup challenge!" Take way too much, wait for the hallucinations, and ride the high. Some people saw weird shapes. Others claimed they talked to dead relatives. But Jacob wanted to take it to the next level. "Bro, this is dumb," I muttered. "Are you sure about this?" He rolled his eyes. "Dude, I saw a guy on TikTok do 15 pills, and he was fine." He wasn't fine. I had seen the video. The guy looked like he was fighting invisible demons. But Jacob had already unscrewed the bottle cap. Someone whooped as he poured the thick pink syrup straight into his mouth. He chugged the full bottle like a pro. Some kids cheered. Some recorded a countdown. The rest of us just waited. And then we watched. At first, it was funny. Jacob giggled, eyes darting around the room like he was seeing things we couldn't. He swayed, blinking slow, his lips twitching into an off-kilter smile. "Yo," he mumbled. "Why is everything melting?" People laughed. Someone shoved a phone in his face. "Dude, what do you see?" Jacob frowned, his pupils blown wide. "Shadow people," he whispered. The room got quieter. His fingers twitched. Then, out of nowhere, he let out this sharp, strangled laugh that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Oh my God!" he gasped, grabbing my wrist. "I can see the end!" I swallowed. "The end of what?" He stared right through me. "Everything." Minutes passed, but Jacob got worse. The laughing stopped. His breathing was weird, shallow, fast. His skin looked gray under the neon lights. Then he started muttering to himself, low and shaky, like he was having a conversation no one else could hear. "Dude, sit down," Tyler said, uneasy. Jacob ignored him. He was watching something only he could see. "They want me," he murmured. "Who?" Someone joked, still filming. Jacob's face twisted. Suddenly, he screamed, a gut-wrenching animalistic scream. The room exploded into chaos. Someone dropped their phone. A girl shrieked. Jacob clawed at his arms like something was crawling under his skin. Then he bolted, straight upstairs, shoving people out of the way. "Jacob!" I ran after him. We found him in the backyard, staggering toward the house's edge, the two-story drop looming beneath him. "Jacob, stop!" He turned, eyes glassy, a sick grin twisting his lips. "I wonder if I can fly." And he stepped onto the ledge. The next few seconds blurred. I grabbed his arm. Tyler tackled him from the side. We yanked him down just as his foot slipped. He hit the ground, convulsing, foaming at the mouth. He started vomiting blood. Thick, dark red, pouring out like something had ruptured inside of him. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and wide, as if he saw something horrible lurking in the shadows around us. His hands clawed at his throat, choking on his own fluids. The veins on his forehead throbbed, looking like they were about to burst. Someone gagged. A girl screamed for someone to call 911. But the others kept filming, recording the way Jason spasmed, the way his body twitched violently against the cold grass, the way his lips turned black like he was rotting from the inside out. Some were laughing nervously, others whispering. But no one, not a single one, dropped their phones to help. I did. I dropped mine and grabbed his shoulders. "Jacob, stay with me, man!" His mouth opened, but no sound came out. just more blood. And then his body started jerking harder, his head smacking against the ground. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, his fingers twitching like broken marionette strings. A long, deep exhale, and stillness. By the time the ambulance arrived, Jacob was gone. They tried. The paramedics did everything they could, but there was nothing left to save. His body was limp, his lips were blue. His phone, still streaming live, was covered in vomit and dirt, a grotesque timestamp of his last moments. And then, like vultures, the videos went viral. Days passed, the world moved on. TikTok deleted the clips, but not before they racked up millions of views. People commented crying emojis, hashtags trended, parents held press conferences. TikTok issued a statement, all while another stupid challenge replaced this one. Jacob became a statistic, and his so-called friends, the ones who cheered him on, they moved on too. New parties, new dares, new content. Me? I visit his parents. Their house is quiet now, suffocatingly so. His mom sits by the window most days, staring outside as if waiting for her son to come home. His dad barely speaks. I bring flowers sometimes, but they just sit there, wilting, just like them. No one talks about Jacob anymore. Not really. His friends barely mention him, and when they do, it's just a name, a headline, a tragedy, another warning no one will listen to. And I wonder, which way is this world heading? This happened last year right before my 23rd birthday. My best friend Viola and I had planned the perfect weekend. A simple trip to the Appalachian Mountains, a night in our camper van, and a sunrise hike before heading home. The forecast was clear, and our spirits were high as we set off, chatting and laughing as the mountain roads twisted higher. But things started going wrong as soon as we veered off the marked trail. The sky darkened almost instantly as heavy black clouds rolled. The wind began to buffet and howl across the trees, followed shortly by rain, cold and heavy enough to blind me to the outside world, which had become merely shades of gray. The meandering road was mushy with wet mud, and before we knew it, we were lost. It was into the night by the time the rains decided to stop. We parked under a tree. As I inhaled the damp earth clinging to the air, leaves dripping in the darkness, I knew it would be hard to build a fire for our planned barbecue. I exhaled in disappointment and said to Viola,
"The ground's freaking wet. Or to remain inside the van and eat those Minutes Maid."
Viola popped a beer can and smiled at me.
"At least we've got refreshments,"
she said. Even though I smiled secretly, I fought down the strange shiver crawling across me. In some indescribable way, the woods felt wrong. Above the hoots of an owl, a reassuring hum from crickets below, wild howling from distant coyotes. But beneath those familiar sounds, something else lurked, rustlings which made my skin crawl, and whispers of motion. Then it came to me, the sound of footsteps. One quiet, unmistakable, slow, deliberate stride coming from very close behind the camper van. My breath caught. I turned to Viola, wide-eyed.
"Did you hear that?"
She barely looked up from the pan of sizzling beans.
"Probably just an animal. A raccoon or something."
I wasn't so sure. I strained my ears, but the sound had stopped. Shaking my head, I sat back down and tried to focus on dinner. Viola must have sensed my tension, because as we ate, she decided to distract me with ghost stories.
"You know, this mountain has a lot of urban legends. People disappearing, strange lights in the woods, and there's one about the shadow cat."
I fumbled.
Shadow cat?
She smirked.
"It's a creature that stalks hikers. No one knows exactly what it looks like, but they say it has glowing yellow eyes and can mimic human voices to lure people away from the trail."
I shuddered, glancing outside at the shifting shadows between the trees.
"Okay, stop. You're creeping me out."
She laughed, but was unable to complete her sentence when something black sped through the open window. A crow. It cannoned into our table, snapping its neck with a sickening crack. I screamed and shoved my chair back from the table. For a moment, its lifeless body tremored and finally became still. Then came a long, low growl that rumbled through the night, just beyond the camper van. Viola and I froze, staring at each other, almost paralyzed with fear.
Throw it outside. Now,
she whispered. I grasped the crow, its feathers damp and stiff under my fingers, and I hurled it out onto the yard. Then we locked every door, every window, and huddled in our sleeping bags, trying to ignore the lingering feeling of being observed. Eventually, the exertion of the day caught up to us and we fell asleep. I woke to Viola shaking me.
Kathy? Kathy! Wake up! Do you hear that?
I groggily sat up. A few seconds of eerie silence. Then I heard it too. A soft, rhythmic padding outside, circling us. A deep, throaty growl vibrated through the thin walls. Whatever it was big. Viola grabbed my wrist.
Don't move.
A thunderous pulse beat in my ears while we both stared out of the window. Then we saw them. 2 glowing yellow eyes fixed on us through the glass. The eyes were simply too high up from the ground to belong to any normal animal. The thing did not blink. It only stared. My breath came in short, shallow gasps, while every muscle in my body screamed to run for my life. There was no place to run to. It disappeared as fast as it had come. Silence. 5 minutes crept by. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we heard a voice.
Kathy. Viola.
The voice was soft, lilting, like an affectionate mother calling for her daughters, but it came from the woods. The way she stretched the syllables too long, too slow, made my blood curl.
Kathy, come outside.
Viola let out a choked sob.
Who is that?
I don't know, and we won't answer. We're leaving as soon as the sun comes up. Till then, let's be quiet.
I replied nervously. We did not sleep that night. We stayed quiet, clutching each other and listening to the voice call our names over and over again. Someone even started scratching on our van, as if sharp fingernails clanked on our van's metal. It started from the back and dragged along the side, clawing at the door. My stomach twisted with the fear of death. The van rocked again. Something pushed against it. I put my hand over my mouth to stop myself from screaming. Viola trembled violently beside me. Another bang, then silence. The voice returned, now just outside the van.
Kathy, let me in.
My entire body was trembling. Viola grabbed my hand, her nails digging into my skin.
Don't listen,
she whispered. Minutes dragged on for hours, and then, all of a sudden, as they began, the noises stopped. The voice diminished to a mere sound in the distance. At the first rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains, we did not dare to move. We piled our things into the front, started the van, and raced the mountains. I didn't have the courage to so much as look into the rearview mirror. Finally, I exhaled, relaxed my grip on the steering wheel. At the time we reached the main road, Viola spoke first.
We're never coming back here.
I nodded, unable to shake the feeling that something was still watching us, hidden in the trees, waiting for the next lost travelers to whisper their names in the dark. Allegedly filmed in the Appalachian Mountains, the capturer of the clip claimed to have recorded a mysterious creature during a hiking trip. The Appalachian Mountains have long been a source of chilling urban legends and folklore, with tales of eerie encounters, missing people, and supernatural entities. A terrifying cryptid said to roam the Appalachian wilderness, the Wumpus Cat, is a half-woman, half-cat creature with glowing yellow eyes. Legend says it was once a woman who spied on a sacred Cherokee ritual and was cursed to roam the mountains forever. Some hikers claim to hear eerie growls and see glowing eyes in the darkness. What do you think?
I'd never been a believer of ghosts at any rate, but after my brother, Ren, died in that tragic car accident, I would have done anything to hear his voice one more time. Anything. That was how I found myself standing at the gates of Hachioji Cemetery, glancing at the damn phone booth I had previously spied on a late-night YouTube video. The grainy footage of some guy picking up the receiver with a shaking voice and muttering things about whispers, breathing, and voices calling his name. Some said the booth was haunted by a lady in white, while others claimed the dead could speak through it. I cared not about the myths. All I wanted was to speak to my brother. It was almost midnight. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, which made the cold wind rustle through the trees and creak the branches like old bones. My hands began to tremor as I stumbled forward. Each step crunched on the gravel. Behind the glass panels, which were blurred from condensation, the booth looked vintage, streaked with something too much like fingerprints from inside. My stomach twisted. I inhaled deeply and pushed open the door. It creaked loudly, as if in protest against my presence. Inside was air that felt different, heavier with a compound of mildew and something metallic like rust or dried blood. My heartbeat raced as I picked the black receiver up. The line was dead. For a moment, there I was sitting, holding the phone and feeling absolutely silly about it. Surely this was no reality. The grief had driven me to such lengths where I got desperate enough to chase ghost stories. I would almost have laughed at myself when, all of a sudden, the static crackled. I froze. The half-familiar voice that came through was all but inaudible, just a thin breath of sound. My heart surged into my mouth. "Ren?" I whispered. Silence. Breathing, slow and labored. Some presence at the end. "Ren, it's me, Kylo. Are you there? Can you hear me?" It was static again, and then a voice that barely reached my ears was distorted, as if coming from the depths of the ocean. "Kylo." There was no mistaking it. That was him, twisted, stretched out, if one may think to measure it. "Ren? Ren, is that you? Where are you?" My fingers gripped the receiver tighter. It started with whispers, louder, more voices overlapping each other, urgently desperate. I couldn't tell what they were saying. Very unexplained fear coursed through my veins. Then, amid static, one phrase broke through. It was clear and incomprehensibly succinct. "Turn around." I sucked in my breath. My scalp tingled. I didn't want to. I couldn't. But there was some undeniable force within me, some primal, unreasonable terror. The cemetery trailed behind, headstones jutting out from the earth like jagged teeth. The trees swayed in the wind, their shadows shifted in length, and then I saw her. A woman in a flowing white dress stood not far from the graves and had her back toward me. Her hair covered her face, long and dark. My body was paralyzed. Everything screamed for me to run, but my feet just kept standing. The phone was still against my ear. All the whispers turned into shrill, unnatural wailings. The woman jerked. I dropped the receiver, the glass panels of the booth rattling violently as if something had been thrown against them from inside. I stumbled back, my breath coming in quick and shallow gasps. The woman turned. Her face, her eyeballs were dangling from her eye socket, almost touching her cheeks. Her mouth was stretched to an unnatural width, lips pulling back to expose teeth too sharp, too many. She pounced. I fell backward onto the gravel, shaking as she screeched, shattered air with her piercing high voices. The world around me blurred, my heartbeat pounded heavily in my ears. And then, she was gone. The booth was now silent, with the receiver dangling from its cord back and forth. The thudding in my chest sped up as I quickly stood up. The whispers receded, the winds abated. I was never alone again. A voice from behind me, familiar and broken. "Kylo, why didn't you save me?" I turned to see my brother, the body torn and tattered by the crash. He had no more eye sockets. Nothing. Darkness.
When I opened my eyes, I was gasping for breath like I had just finished a 5-mile sprint. Broken was how I felt. A stench of decay permeated the air. It felt like the walls were closing in on me. My heart began to race when I realized I was trapped inside the booth. The door was locked. The receiver dangled, limp from its cord, as if it had just been used. I gathered every bit of strength to stand and slowly attempt to push against the door. It wouldn't budge. At that moment, I began to feel the first touches of panic. "No, no, no!" I cried out in disbelief, pounding with fists against the glass. And just then, the lady in white stood outside the door. This time, though, she was not far away. She was just beyond a few feet, looked me straight in the eye through a glass panel. Her soulless black eyes bored into mine. Pale, bony fingers touched the glass. My scream caught in my throat. She stood there and smiled wickedly, slowly, as her loosened lips parted to reveal a mouth without any humanity.
Kylo.
She sang creepily, sending a chill up my spine.
Stay.
"No, no, let me out!" I screamed. She tilted her head, amusement in her expression. Then she blew onto the glass, and her breath formed words that chilled my very marrow.
You belong to me.
And then the telephone rang, loud and clear. I turned around, the hand shaking now, with the antique rotary glowing faintly. The number blurred in front of me as if the wild had moved closer. Written on the receiver, Kylo scratched as if done with a fingernail. I drew a breath. With shaking fingers, I turned back to the woman in white. She was gone. Some kind of omen insidiously crept into my mind, saying that I was nowhere close to being alone. The ringing stopped. Then the receiver lifted, slowly, on its own. And the voice at the other end was no longer a whisper. It was clear now, familiar. "Kylo." And now it was Ren's voice, no longer warped. It was soft. It was broken. "I need you to let go." Tears filled my eyes and started threatening to spill out. "Ren, I'm so sorry." "I know," he whispered, "but you can't stay. You need to go. Now." Then the phone clicked. The air shifted. The door swung open all by itself. I didn't hesitate this time. I was running now that I was free from the cemetery, burnt inside, inhaling air into my lungs. When I turned back, the booth was nothing. The cemetery was silent, as if it entirely swallowed it there. To this day, I don't know if I ever really left. Some nights, there's the ringing of the phone. Some nights, I dream of a woman in white standing near my window, watching, waiting. Sometimes, only sometimes, I hear her calling me.
Kylo.
The Hachioji Cemetery phone booth case is a chilling urban legend from Japan. It revolves around a mysterious phone booth located in Tokyo's Hachioji Cemetery, where visitors reportedly receive eerie calls from unknown numbers. Some claim to hear whispers, static, or even voices of deceased loved ones on the line. According to legend, a woman once answered the ringing phone and was later found dead under unexplained circumstances. Paranormal enthusiasts believe the booth is a gateway between the living and the dead. Though no official records confirm the deaths, the unsettling stories persist, keeping the mystery alive. I never expected my train ride home to turn into a nightmare. It was a cold evening and the train was packed with tired commuters, lost in their phones or staring blankly at the floor. I had taken this route 100 times before, just another ordinary night in the city. But this time, something felt off. I first noticed him standing near the middle of the train car, a tall, rough-looking man with wild eyes and a nervous energy that made my skin crawl. His hands twitched at his sides, and his lips moved as if he were whispering to himself. At first, I thought he was just another troubled soul, someone lost in his own world. But then I saw where his attention was focused.
Two young women sat nearby, speaking softly to each other. One of them wore a hijab, her dark eyes darting nervously toward the man. He was staring at her, his face twisted in something between a sneer and a smirk. Then I heard it. Low, ugly murmurs. I couldn't make out the words, but I saw the way the girl shrank back, pressing closer to her friend. Her hands trembled as she gripped the strap of her bag. Something inside me tightened. The train clattered along the tracks, the fluorescent lights above flickering for a moment. The man leaned in closer to the girl, his voice still too low for me to hear, but his body language said enough. She was terrified. And then, without warning, he shoved her. She yelped as she hit the floor, her hands slamming against the hard surface of the train. Her friend gasped, bending down to help her. The entire train car went silent, the air thick with shock. I felt my body move before my mind even caught up. "Hey!" I shouted, stepping forward. "What the hell is wrong with you?" The man turned to me slowly, as if I had just interrupted something important. His lips curled into a lazy grin. "Mind your own business," he muttered. My fists clenched. "You just assaulted her. Apologize." He snorted. "Why should I? She doesn't belong here anyway." That did it. Before I could say anything else, two other men in the train stood up beside me. One was older, in his 50s maybe, with tired eyes but a strong stance. The other was younger, in a business suit, his jaw tight with anger. "Leave him alone," the older man said, his voice calm but firm. "You're harassing people," the younger one added. "You need to stop." The man's grin faded. His eyes flitted between the three of us, calculating. The train rocked as it sped through the tunnel, the windows reflecting our tense standoff. "Big heroes, huh?" the man muttered. "Think you can tell me what to do?" The tension was thick, ready to snap. My pulse pounded in my ears. The other passengers were frozen, some clutching their bags, others pretending not to see what was happening. Then, everything exploded. A glint of metal. Before I could react, pain ripped through my side. My breath hitched as I stumbled backward, a sharp burning sensation spreading through my stomach. He had a knife. I barely had time to process it before he turned on the older man. A quick, brutal stab to the chest. Blood bloomed on his shirt. He gasped, eyes wide, and collapsed onto a seat. "No!" the old man screamed. The younger man tried to run, but the attacker was fast. The knife slashed across his throat in one horrifying motion. He fell instantly, his body crumbling to the floor. I pressed a shaking hand to my stomach, my fingers wet with blood. My legs felt weak, the world tilting around me. The train car erupted into chaos. People screamed, scrambling to the far end of the train, some trying to pry open the doors. The two girls huddled together, sobbing, their faces pale with shock. The attacker stood there, chest rising and falling, his knife dripping red onto the floor. His eyes flicked around, wild and unfocused. He wasn't done. My vision swam, but I forced myself to move. I had to stop him. With whatever strength I had left, I lunged at him. My shoulder slammed into his side, sending him stumbling back. He growled in frustration, swinging the knife wildly, but I dodged, just barely. He wasn't expecting me to fight back. I grabbed his arm, trying to wrench the knife away, but he was strong, too strong. He shoved me hard and I hit the metal pole behind me, my ribs screaming in pain. The train screeched as it neared the next station. The lights flickered again, and then red and blue lights flashed outside. Cops. The train door slid open, an officer stormed in, guns drawn. "Drop the weapon, now!" For a moment, the man just stood there, his chest heaving, the knife still clutched in his bloody hand. Then, like a trapped animal, he lunged toward the door. A gunshot rang out, not a fatal shot, just a warning. The man froze. The cops tackled him to the ground in seconds, wrestling the knife from his grip. Handcuffs snapped around his wrists. It was over. I don't remember much after that. My body gave up and everything blurred. I woke up in a hospital bed, the sterile white walls too bright, the steady beep of machines filling the silence. The nurse told me I had survived, barely. The knife had missed my vital organs by inches. The other two men, they weren't so lucky. Ricky and Daniel, those were their names. Two ordinary men who had just wanted to help, who had stood up for what was right, and they had lost their lives because of it. The news covered the story for weeks. They called it a hate crime. The man, his name was Charles Barker, had a history of violence, of extremist beliefs. He had boarded the train looking for trouble, and he had found it, but so had we. I still think about that night, about the two men who never made it home, about the two girls who were just trying to exist in a world that saw them as different. I survived, and as long as I'll live, I'll make sure people remember what happened that night, because hate only wins when good people stay silent, and we didn't. On May 26, 2017, Jeremy Joseph Christian carried out a brutal attack on a Max light rail train in Portland, Oregon. Christian, known for his extremist views and history of violent behavior, began harassing two teenage girls, one wearing a hijab, shouting racist and Islamophobic slurs. Three men, Taliesin Muirden Namkai Mesh, Ricky John Best, and Micah Fletcher, intervened to protect the girls. Without warning, Christian pulled out a knife and stabbed all three men. Taliesin and Ricky suffered fatal wounds and died at the scene, while Micah survived with serious injuries to his neck. Christian fled the train but was arrested shortly after. During his trial, Christian showed no remorse, making racist outbursts in court. In 2020, he was convicted of murder, attempted murder, and hate crimes, receiving a life sentence without parole. The attack was wildly condemned as an act of hate-fueled violence, highlighting the dangers of extremism.
Last year, hype over that TikTok app was at its peak, so I foolishly decided to see what the big deal was. Don't get me wrong, some of the surface stuff was pretty cool. All the little dance routines and lip-sync videos kept me entertained for a while, but I think I went a little too deep down the rabbit hole because I found just about the creepiest trash I'd ever come across. I'm not even sure how I found this guy. I mean, like I said, I was just tapping and scrolling, going further and further down my TikTok rabbit hole, but somehow I ended up watching a video of this guy with glasses and a handlebar mustache saying stuff like, "Good morning, my queen's above 18. So, as you can imagine, right away I'm all like, what in God's name is this mess? I scroll through his TikToks a little before coming across another video from this guy, the King, where he greets people with queens above 18. First of all, who says stuff like that? But second, the guy was obsessed with the idea of his queens being above 18. Like anyone who talks about it that much is definitely a little sus. But then the video goes on showing him asking all of his queens to do something called the King Challenge, which turned out to be nothing more than getting girls to wear a white t-shirt and having them pour water down the front of their shirts. I'm not kidding. That's all the King Challenge involved. It was just the creepy way he tried to sound almost fatherly about it too. Like I swear to God at one point, he even said like, "Try to make it fun. Make a little game out of it, my queens." Just everything about this guy screamed absolute creep, and I was barely surprised when I saw that he'd replied to a comment asking, "Why have you been talking to my 16-year-old girlfriend?" or something like that. So, as you can tell, TikTok is on thin ice already. I'm already kind of jaded with social media in general, purely for the number of creeps that use it, and that's on top of the fact that social media is super bad for your mental health. Like I don't want anything on my phone that makes me feel terrible or creeps me out. Then, I'm not kidding, like 5 minutes later, I'm scrolling through some of the less popular dance TikToks when I come across the video that made me go, I'm out. It starts off with this old dude like crouched down, propping his phone against something to record himself. So at first, all you see is this dude's wrinkles. And then as the guy steps away from the phone, you see his bare foot with jeans on. Then there's nothing on his upper half but what I'm guessing was one half of an extra small girl's bathing suit, like the tube top kind. He then starts doing these creepy hand dances while growling completely inaudible words underneath his breath, all in what looked a lot like the basement of a serial killer. All I could think was that his little dance routine might be the last thing I see before he bashes my skull in or something, and this cold shiver just runs right through me. I get that apps like TikTok make people happy and bring people together and all that good stuff. I honestly get that. But to me, social media has always been this glimpse into how petty, immature, and downright frightening human beings can sometimes be. So yeah, TikTok. It's gonna be a no from me, dog.
I never thought my past would come back to haunt me like this. Not here, not now, not with his face grinning from every headline, those dead fish eyes staring through the screen as if they could still dissect me. It started like any other monotonous day at work, if you could call the suffocating heat of the bakery's ovens and the reek of burnt sugar.
Monotony.
The industrial fans groaned like dying animals, their blades slicing through air thick with the cloying sweetness of caramelizing dough. My apron clung to me, damp with sweat and flour, as I loaded tray after tray into the oven's glowing jaws. Timothy Bass drifted through the haze like smoke, always watching, never blinking. His boots squeaked against the linoleum in a rhythm that matched the pulse throbbing in my throat. He'd materialize behind the women, always the women, his breath a wet rasp against their necks as he
reached for a muffin.
Or
adjusted the thermostat.
Once I caught him sniffing the chair where Janine had been sitting, his nostrils flaring like a hound's, fingertips digging into the vinyl until it crackled. When I froze, a tray trembling in my hands, he turned slowly, smiled. His teeth were too white, too straight, as if they'd been filed to points. "Something wrong?" he asked, tilting his head like a curious predator, the scar on his left cheek thin, surgical, a pale worm buried under stubble, twitched as he spoke. I shook my head, my tongue glued to the roof of my mouth, but I knew the way prey knows the shadow circling overhead isn't just a cloud. It wasn't until years later, scrolling through cold case files at 3 a.m. while my husband snored oblivious beside me, that I saw her name again. The screen's blue light carved hollows into the dark, and there she was, Mandy, her senior photo glowing like a ghost. Acme, Washington, 1989. A girl so vibrantly alive she seemed to burn through the pixelated image. Wild auburn curls, freckles like scattered cinnamon, eyes the fierce green of summer leaves before they rot. A track star, a fighter, the kind of girl who'd laugh as she outran the boys. Her German shepherd Duke loping at her heels like a tawny shadow, until November 24th. She had gone for a jog with her German shepherd, a routine run, something she had done 100 times before. But on that fateful November day, she didn't come home. Her dog returned alone, its fur damp, its eyes wild. Something was wrong. Something unholy had taken root in the small town, and its name had no face. Not yet. 3 days later, 2 fishermen found Mandy. The Nooksack River had peeled her to horror, its icy fingers probing every wound, every violation. Her skin was the color of a week-old bruise, lips parted in a silent scream, hair tangled with twigs and riverweed like a crown of thorns. They'd pulled her onto the bank and one of the men vomited into the shallows. Bruises bloomed across her legs in the shape of grasping hands. Crescent moon cuts scored her palms. From her own nails, the coroner would say, as she clawed at her attacker's face. But the worst was her eyes. Wide open, clouded, hungry, as if death hadn't stopped her from searching for the monster who'd done this. The town unraveled. Porch lights burned through the night. Fathers cleaned shotguns at kitchen tables. Mothers checked closets before bed. Reverend Cole preached about the devil walking among them, his spit flecking the pulpit as he snarled, "Look to your neighbors!" For weeks, the only footprints in the autumn mud belonged to detectives and grieving parents. Then the snow came, burying leads, burying hope, burying Mandy in a polished casket too small for her laughter. The case froze, buried, forgotten.
Until 2017, until Detective Bohey, all nicotine and caffeine and rage, thawed it with a DNA test, until I sat in a too-cold interrogation room, my breath fogging the two-way mirror, and whispered,
Timothy Bass.
I told them everything. How he'd linger by the time cards, memorizing schedules. How he'd hum Sweet Child of Mine while scrubbing blood, chicken blood, he claimed, from the meat slicer. Once, after Mandy's face flashed on the break room TV, he'd sighed.
Pretty thing. Bet she was wild up to the end.
His tongue darted out, lizard quick, catching a drop of coffee on his lip. The cops found the soda can in his garbage, buried under a rat's nest of Hustler magazines and frayed ropes. A Pepsi from 1989, its logo faded, dented as if kicked in a rage. They told me the DNA was a
statistical miracle.
Saliva on the rim, skin cells in the grooves, a map of guilt etched in double helixes. The trial was a circus of horrors. Timothy's lawyer painted Mandy as a free-spirited teen who'd explored the woods with a secret lover. The gallery erupted. Mr. Staubach lunged, howling, until bailiffs dragged him out. Timothy just smiled, fingers steepled, watching me from the bench. I felt those fingers on my throat, in my hair, snap. When the prosecutor displayed the Coke bottle, the one found near Mandy's body, its glass smeared with Timothy's sweat, I gagged. The courtroom tilted. For a heartbeat, I was in those woods, the air thick with the stench of crushed ferns and copper, her screams clotting in my lungs. The jury deliberated for 8 hours. When the foreman spat,
Guilty.
Timothy finally moved. He leaned toward me, cuffs clinking, and mouthed, "You're next." They gave him 27 years. 27 years for stealing a lifetime, for turning a river into a tomb. The judge called it closure, but closure is a myth sold to the grieving. There's no coffin heavy enough to crush the what-ifs. Now I dream of her, not the Mandy in the photos, but the other Mandy, the one the river made. Her skin sloughs off in translucent ribbons, lips nibbled by crawdads, eye sockets teeming with leeches. She runs, but her legs buckle, tendons snapping like rotten rubber bands. The woods creak and moan, branches knitting into a cage. Behind her, footsteps, heavy, relentless, a whistle, Sweet Child of Mine, off-key and dripping malice.
Help me!
She gurgles, river water geysering from her throat.
Why didn't you help me?
I wake screaming, my sheets soaked in November rain. My husband murmurs, "Nightmare?" and rolls over. He doesn't understand. They never do. In 1989, 18-year-old Mandy Staubach disappeared while jogging near her home in Acme, Washington. Her body was found in the Nooksack River 3 days later. Despite an extensive investigation, the case went cold for nearly 30 years. In 2017, detectives used forensic genealogy to identify Timothy Bass, a former neighbor, as a suspect. DNA recovered from Bass's discarded Coke can matched evidence from the crime scene. He was arrested and convicted of murder, receiving nearly 27 years in prison. The case was groundbreaking for its use of genetic genealogy in solving decades-old crimes. I can still recall the initial time I met him, Dr. Larry Nasser, a name that ought to stand for safety, healing, and trust, turned out to be a nightmare from which I can never awaken. I was only 15, a talented gymnast, my days a whirl of chalk on my hands, searing routines, and an endless quest for perfection. My aspirations were ingrained in the shine of gold medals and deafening applause. I believed in the coaches who trained me and the schools that promised to protect my future. It was a fragile thing, though I didn't realize it then. The Michigan State University clinic towered like a cathedral of hope. I'd heard whispers of athletes revived under Nasser's treatment, torn ligaments repaired, spines corrected, careers saved. My coach, a woman with a clipboard always clutched in her hand, had nodded curtly when I groaned through a vault drill.
Go see Larry.
She'd instructed.
He'll get you fixed up.
Her tone brooked no argument. The waiting room smelled of ammonia and ambition. Framed newspaper clippings adorned the walls. Olympians mid-flight, their bodies coiled like springs. A girl beside me, maybe 13, clutched a stuffed bear, her leg bouncing nervously. I wondered if her stomach churned like mine. When the nurse came and called me, I trailed after her down a clean white corridor. My leotard stuck to me, the fabric still wet from practice. His office was a shrine to himself, awards that shone like teeth. Pictures of beaming girls paused in perpetuity. He rose when I walked in, his smile disarmingly warm. "Welcome," he said, as though welcoming a visitor. "Let's see what we can do for the pain," he said. Then he put on gloves. The examination table was cold beneath my thighs. He hummed as he worked, a tuneless sound that filled the silence. At first, his touch was clinical, probing the knot in my lower back. But then his hands slid lower, fingers grazing the edge of my uniform. My breath hitched. He paused, tilting his head. "Just checking for muscle tension," he explained, his voice smooth as oil. I nodded, teeth digging into my lip. This is what healing feels like, I chastised myself. But his hands delved deeper. The world spun, my heartbeat in my ears. Was this normal? Was I dreaming it? He smiled softly, taking notes on a clipboard. "You're doing great." The compliment was a yoke. I gazed at the ceiling, tallying water spots until he finally moved away. "We'll have to have weekly sessions," he said, patting my knee, "to avoid further damage." The second appointment was worse. No gloves today, no clipboard. His hands bare and greasy with lotion, pressed down on me before I could breathe. "Relax," he whispered. "This'll ease your hip alignment." My mother sat 6 feet away, turning the pages of a People magazine. A towel draped over Nasser's wrist hid her view. I stared at a poster of the Olympic rings on the wall, their colors running together as tears pricked. A man who had sworn an oath to heal was breaking me apart from the inside out. Then I staggered to the parking lot, my legs shaking. My mother squeezed my shoulder and asked whether I was feeling better or not. I smiled weakly.
"Yeah, much."
The shame fermented in silence. During practice, I winced when coaches made me change my stance. At night, I scrubbed my skin raw under the shower, the water burning. I said nothing to anyone, because who was I to question a man so respected, so admired? But the cracks widened. In the locker room, a teammate grumbled about
strange treatments.
We didn't look at each other. Our shame was a mutual secret. Years later, I discovered she'd been seeing him too, her file as thick as mine. By 2016, the rumors became a roar. An investigative piece, a police report, a hashtag. When I called the prosecutor's office, my hand shook so hard that I misdialed twice. The woman on the phone was patient.
"Take your time,"
she said, but time was already lost to us. The backlash was swift. Attention seeker, they called me online. Troublemaker, sneered a former coach. My family's mailbox brimmed with letters accusing me of lying, yet with each survivor who came forward, her voice trembling over Zoom calls, her story mirroring mine, the weight lessened. Voices that had been silenced for decades finally screamed. In court, we were a mosaic of grit, power-dressing former Olympians, adolescents with orthodontia, and mothers holding pictures of daughters who took their own lives. When I stood up, the air was charged with all the breath collectively held. Nasser looked down at his handcuffed hands, but I addressed the judge, the cameras, the girl that I was. Judge Aquilina's eyes never left his. Sentence upon sentence stacked up. 40 years, 60, 175. The room breathed out.
"I just signed your death warrant,"
she said, and for the first time, I felt the shackles ease.
We met in the courthouse lobby afterward, embracing like survivors of a wreck. A reporter asked if we had forgiven him. I shook my head. Forgiveness wasn't the issue. This was about rewriting the ending. Now, when I train young gymnasts, I observe the flinch at the approach of a stranger, the pause before the high five. We practiced protocols, no treatments in the absence of a guardian, and no secrets from parents. They roll their eyes, but I do not relent. Nasser's sentence is a life. Ours is a lifetime. The nightmares persist. His breath hot in my ear, the creak of the exam table. But they're softer now. At rallies, we pass the microphone like a baton, each voice a torch. The truth is terrifying. It's also our armor. We were girls who wanted to fly, but he clipped our wings. We were champions, but he made us feel powerless. No more. Today, we tell our stories. Today, we are heard. And today, we ensure that no other girl ever has to whisper in the darkness, wondering whether she will ever be believed. The world now knows the truth. And the truth is horrifying. The Larry Nassar case is one of the most notorious abuse scandals in sports history. Nassar, a former USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University doctor, was exposed for abusing hundreds of young athletes under the guise of medical treatment. His crimes spanned decades, with many victims being elite gymnasts, including Olympic champions like Simone Biles, Allie Reisman, and Michaela Maroney. In 2016, survivors came forward, leading to an investigation that uncovered Nassar's long history of abuse and institutional cover-ups. In 2017 and 18, he was convicted on multiple charges, receiving a prison sentence of up to 175 years. During his sentencing, over 150 survivors delivered powerful victim impact statements, exposing systemic failures that allowed his crimes to continue. The case led to widespread reforms in USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University, as well as a national reckoning on protecting athletes from abuse.
I will regret buying the doll till the day I die. I was just a boy, no older than 15 when I saw it in a small curio shop outside Sapporo. My little sister Okiku had desired a doll for ages. Every time one was on display in a show window, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, fair envy filled her heart. Not that we were wealthy or anything. Nevertheless, I'd been saving for weeks, determined to treat her. The doll was a beautiful little handmade figure dressed in a silk kimono with bright black hair and lifelike glassy-looking eyes. Even I felt the doll was just perfect. From the moment I placed it in her hands, Okiko adored it. She named it after herself and carried it with her everywhere. She conversed with the doll, shared her bed with it, and donned it in a little dress she stitched herself. Sometimes I felt like she loved the doll more than she loved me, but I could take that. Seeing her happy was enough. Then, Okiku died. It was all too sudden day. She would frolic in the garden, laughing with the doll in her arms. The next, bedridden with a high fever. My parents did everything they could, but in the end, it was useless. No doctor could save her. She was gone for a week. The house felt silent. It was an ominous blanket of sorrow. In their grief, my parents placed Okiku's beloved doll before the family altar in her memory, and that was when the nightmare began. It was subtle at first. As I happened by the altar, I told myself that I saw the doll's glassy eyes follow me. Once, I thought its lips parted just slightly, as though it were whispering something I couldn't hear. The feeling of being watched never left me. One night, while I lie in bed, I heard a noise by the altar. It was delicate, reminiscent almost of fluttering footsteps. My heart pounded in an animalistic rhythm as I couldn't make heads or tails out of what I had just heard, till giggling. Okiku's giggling. I sprang upright. My skin had turned into a pool of sweat. Surely it was a dream. I forced myself to breathe and calm down, but it came again, this time closer. I turned towards the altar. The moonlight from the window fell onto the doll and turned what remained of my breath into an icy chill. Its hair was longer. By morning, I'd convinced myself it had always been that way. Dolls do not grow hair. That's impossible. Still, in the direct subsequent weeks, the hair crept downward, strand by strand, inch by inch. First, it reached to its shoulders, and then there were antennae below the waist. Even my mother, in deep mourning, noticed it. She trembled at the touch of those unnaturally soft strands.
It's just your imagination,
she whispered, sounding as if she didn't believe it, but I knew better. One night, I took my growing fear to its limit. I took a pair of scissors and, trembling, cut a piece of the doll's hair. The severed strands fell, fluttering to the floor. I breathed in relief. There, see? Just the doll, just an illusion of my imagination. The next morning, I nearly screamed out when I saw it. The hair had grown back. After that, the doll started harassing me. Its whispers kept becoming clearer and clearer. I began walking at night with a feeling of fingers dancing on my cheek, only for nothing but a soft whisper in reply. Objects would move themselves in the house. The air turned foul with the smell of decay. And then, the dreams. In my dreams, Okiku was seen in the garden with the doll in her arms. Her face was white, with deep hollows for eyes. She whispered to me, but I couldn't catch her words. Slowly, she turned the face of the doll towards me. Its smile curved, grotesque, unnatural grin. I raised the scream. By then, my parents were convinced something was really wrong. My mother began covering the doll with cloth, only somehow it still emanated a feeling of presence. Something was troubling about it, not just the hair itself, but it felt alive. In short, it felt wrong. That night, I woke up, gasping for breath. It was as if something small pressed its palm onto my chest. Breathing became a chore, and my vision blurred. I swore that I saw the doll set at the foot of the bed, tilting its head ever so slightly, and just before I blacked out, I heard a whisper.
Oki. Oki.
The next morning, my parents took the doll to a priest, who took our story with a very composed face. Yet, after examining the doll, his face blanched.
"This isn't just a doll," he whispered. "It is a vessel."
He explained that my sister's spirit may have attached itself to the doll and wouldn't move on. The hair growing, its whispering, the twisted events that continued was all Okiku trying to get reached.
"The doll must be placed under divine protection," he said. "It cannot be destroyed."
So we did the only thing we could. We left it at Menenji Temple. The priest took it in, promising to take care of it and perform rituals to appease Okiku's restless spirit. We've tried our best to forget. I moved away, built a new life, and repeatedly tried to convince myself there was no pure evil in it at all, just a figment of childhood imagination. Yet that was years ago. Yet I still can't escape. I hear so many stories. The priests who keep cutting the doll's hair, which grows back non-stop. Visitors claim to see the eyeballs move and the lips curve. Others even say they can hear a hint of giggle echoing in the prelate halls at night. Some nights I wake up gasping for breath. I hear her whispers.
Okay.
I so wish that I had never bought that doll. I so wish I hadn't given it to my sister, because now I know Okiku never left. She never will. The Okiku doll is a famous haunted artifact in Japan. According to legend, a boy named Ikichi Suzuki bought the doll for his younger sister, Okiku, in Hokkaido. She adored it, but tragically died soon after. Her family placed the doll on an altar in her memory. Over time, they noticed its hair growing, despite trimming it. Convinced it housed Okiku's spirit, they entrusted it to Menenji Temple, where it remains today. The doll's hair continues to grow, baffling scientists. Some believe Okiku's spirit lingers, making the doll an enduring figure in paranormal folklore. I was just goofing around with the guys in the school corridor when a sharp, shrill scream cut through the air. Heads turned, phones came out, and a crowd was forming near the lockers. I recognized that voice instantly. It was the queen of Mean Girls, Amaya.
Are you blind or just stupid?
She yelled, her manicured fingers clutching the front of a timid girl's hoodie. Pearl, the quiet girl from my English class, the one nobody really noticed. I pushed through the crowd just in time to see Amaya shove her back. Pearl stumbled but caught herself, her hands trembling. A dark stain spread across Amaya's designer top, her spilled caramel macchiato dripping down in thick, sticky streaks.
It was an accident.
Pearl mumbled, her voice nervous but honest.
An accident?
Amaya's voice went up an octave.
You ruined my top, you little rat. Do you even own clothes that cost more than $10? Oh wait, let me guess. Thrift store special?
Laughter rippled through the crowd. Pearl looked up, a flash of defiance in her usually downcast eyes.
At least I don't have to buy my friends to make myself feel important.
A collective gasp. Even I couldn't help but let out a, "Oh, damn." Amaya's face twisted in fury. Her hand shot up, aiming to slap Pearl, but before it could land, I grabbed her wrist. "Cut it out, Amaya," I said, keeping my voice firm. "It was an accident. Drop it." Her eyes flared with disbelief.
Are you seriously taking her aside right now?
"I'm saying you're making a scene. Let it go." She yanked her arm away, let out an exasperated scoff, and stormed off. The crowd dispersed, but not before some kids whispered and chuckled at the showdown. I turned to Pearl, who was still standing there, fingers gripping the hem of her hoodie. "You okay?" I asked. She nodded, avoiding my eyes.
Thanks for that.
That was the first time we really talked. Over the next few weeks, Pearl and I started hanging out. Turns out, she was cool. Funny in a sarcastic way. She had this dry, sharp wit that always caught me off guard. One weekend, we went to the beach, filmed a TikTok, just messed around in the waves. I posted it, no big deal, except it became a big deal. The next day at practice, I caught sight of Amaya marching across the gym, straight toward Pearl, who was sitting on the bleachers.
You really think you're something, don't you?
Amaya spat. Pearl raised a brow.
Oh no, my evil plan has been exposed. I befriended Mervyn just to ruin your life.
Amaya's nostrils flared.
Stay away from him. He's mine.
Oh, I didn't realize people were property now. My bad.
Amaya lunged, but I stepped between them, again. "What's your problem?" I snapped at Amaya. Her expression shifted. She blinked innocently.
Can we just talk? Alone?
I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. Fine. As we walked away, she reached for my hand. I didn't pull away fast enough. Over my shoulder, I saw Pearl watching, her expression unreadable. The next day, neither Amaya nor I were at school. Then came the TikTok. Amaya posted it, her in a luxurious pool, me beside her. The caption? "He finally asked me to prom. #power couple. #sorry not sorry." It all happened so fast that I barely got time to react. My phone exploded with notifications. Pearl didn't text, didn't call. I should have known something was wrong. The night before prom, my phone buzzed. It was Pearl. Her voice was shaky.
Mervyn, I need your help.
What? What's wrong?
I'm in trouble. I sent you my location. Please come.
My heart pounded. The location pin dropped in my messages. An abandoned construction site on the outskirts of town. When I got there, it was dead silent. The skeletal frame of an unfinished building loomed against the night sky. My flashlight flickered over cracked concrete and rusted beams. And then, I saw her. Pearl was sitting on the ground, facing the corner of a broken wall, her back towards me.
Her shoulders shook as she sobbed uncontrollably. Pearl? Is everything all right? No response. I stepped closer. My flashlight beam landed on something beside her, and I froze. It was Amaya, only she wasn't breathing anymore. Her mouth was grotesquely stuffed with crumpled dollar bills and coins. Her wide, unseeing eyes were frozen in horror, bulging from their sockets. Her nails were broken, her fingers twisted, as if she had tried to claw something, anything. I gagged, stepping back. Pearl's sobbing turned into laughter. She turned to face me, and my stomach dropped. Her face, she was smiling, but her eyes were wet with tears, her cheeks streaked with smudged mascara. She looked unhinged.
You see, Marvin, she tried to buy you with money, with fake love. So I fed her as much money as she could take until she choked on it.
I stumbled backward. Pearl, what did you do?
I made things right.
She cocked her head, grinning.
Now we can be together, free of her poison. Just you and me.
A sickening chill crawled up my spine. I reached for my phone, hands shaking, and called the cops. The last thing I saw before they dragged her away was Pearl's face, still smiling, still crying, and still whispering my name.
Marvin. Marvin.
I used to love Snapchat. The streaks, the filters, the late-night gossip and vanish mode with Ruby and Jace. It felt safe, like a secret diary no one could read. But that was before the messages started, before Fiona vanished, before I realized that someone had been watching us through our own screens. The first message came at 9:34 p.m., just as I was walking home from Ruby's. A snap from an unknown sender.
See you in 10.
Weird. The photo was blurry, just an outline of someone walking alone. Then I looked closer. My stomach dropped. It was me. I stopped mid-step, my breath hitching. The sidewalk was empty, the streetlights buzzing faintly. Heart pounding, I spun around. Nothing. Just the cold night air pressing against my skin. I hurried home, locked the door, and texted Ruby and Jace.
Tell me this is you messing with me. Huh?
Bro, that's creepy AF. Block 'em. So I did, but blocking didn't stop the second snap. 10:02 p.m., a live video, my bedroom window, from the outside. My hands shook as I crept to the window, peeking through the blinds. Darkness, no movement. But I swore I could feel something, someone out there, staring back. I slammed the curtains shut, locked the window, and buried myself under the covers. By morning, I had almost convinced myself it was just a sick prank, until Ruby got the same message. Then Jace. But when they tried to reply, the account had disappeared. The next day, Fiona Miller went missing. She was last seen leaving cheer practice. Her final snap?
Someone's following me!
But no one took it seriously. The police said she ran away. That night, I checked her snap map. Her Bitmoji flickered near an abandoned house on the edge of town. Then it vanished. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. If this was connected, we had to do something. Jace and I dug through Fiona's messages, searching for clues. Her chat history was empty, wiped clean like ours. But then Jace found something, a common thread. Every victim had used vanish mode to talk to an unknown user before disappearing. No saved messages, no evidence, just gone. We're dealing with someone who knows exactly how to erase their tracks, Jace murmured. This isn't random. I had a plan, A reckless, stupid, probably going to get myself killed plan. I unblocked "See you in 10" and sent a message.
Who are you?
The reply came instantly. A snap. I opened it, my breath catching. It was my house. A live video. My location pinged in the corner of the screen. I had just given them my exact address. Jace grabbed my wrist. "Kylie, we need to go. Now." We jumped into his car and sped towards the last place Fiona's Bitmoji had been seen. The abandoned house loomed before us, its windows like hollow eyes. We stepped inside, our footsteps echoing against the rotten floorboards. The stench of mildew and something metallic filled the air. In the corner of the room, a table was lined with burner phones, their screens glowing faintly. I felt sick. Each phone was logged into a different hacked Snapchat account. Live maps, chat histories, photos. The stalker had been watching us through our own devices. Jace grabbed my hand. "We have to get out of here." A notification pinged from my phone. I glanced down, my blood turning to ice. A new snap from "See you in 10." Turn around. Jace and I spun, but it was too late. The door slammed shut. The air shifted. A presence. Someone in the shadows. A figure moved forward. A hoodie, dark jeans, a phone raised. Watching us. Recording us.
Who the hell are you?
My voice cracked. No response. The figure stepped closer. I fumbled with my phone, fingers shaking. If we didn't make it out, someone had to know what happened. I switched on live location and started a locked story, one that would auto-upload if I didn't check in. Jace lunged, shoving the figure back. "Run!" I sprinted down the hall, the floor creaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The stalker's footsteps pounded behind us. A door at the end of the hall, locked. A hand closed around my wrist, yanking me back. I screamed. Jace tackled them, knocking the phone from their grip. The screen shattered, casting jagged light across their face. Recognition hit me like a sledgehammer. Not some faceless predator. Tyler Briggs, high school dropout, tech genius. The guy who always lurked online, watching but never speaking. His lip curled into a smile. "You all trusted Vanish Mode so much, didn't you?" My stomach churned.
You were stalking us for fun?
His gaze was cold. "It was an experiment. How easily can people disappear when they think they're safe?" The distant wail of sirens cut through the air. My locked story had gone live. Tyler's expression faltered. He bolted for the back door, but Jace tripped him. He hit the floor with a grunt, just as flashing red and blue lights filled the windows. The cops burst in, guns raised. "Hands! Show me your hands!" It was over. Fiona was found, barely breathing but alive. The town reeled. Parents freaked. Snapchat cracked down on security. But me? I deleted the app. For good. Because some ghosts don't haunt old houses. They haunt your screen. And they're always watching. Hi, my name is Kumar, and I was raised in a small Indian village where the summer air was infused with the fragrance of fresh mangoes, and the land shimmered gold in the afternoon sunlight. Childhood was simple and beautiful. Cool winds blew on our faces. Friends and I ran through fields where the greenery spread endlessly, climbed trees, and swam in the clearest ponds reflecting the blue sky like mirror. Life was easy, worry-free, and full of laughter. Then, out of nowhere, village children started to go missing. It began as a whisper among the elders, then acquired the entire village. Initially, these missing cases were brushed off as unfortunate incidents, but soon the locals started to get scared. A boy from the next community went missing on his way home from school. One girl went to bring back a jug of water and never returned. Their parents searched, calling out, and the echoes could be heard across the village, but the police dismissed it as trivialities. They called them missing cases, but the police never truly searched. Things started to go down really soon. Parents forbade their children from staying outside for too long.
Those of us still playing out now moved by twos and threes, trying to protect one another from the unknown power that snatched away our friends. A village that was once our playground started to feel different and darker. It was as if something sinister lurked in the corners that the sun couldn't touch. One evening when I was 7, my best friend Hari and I lost track of time. We had been playing near the old banyan tree, laughing and chasing fireflies, not caring that the sun had dipped into the horizon. As I looked up, I noticed the sky orange, red with the hue of the dying sunlight. Warmer tones of the evening became cooler night blues. The fields were filled with the chirping of crickets, while eerie howls of coyotes danced in the air around us at a distance.
We should take the shortcut through the woods,
Hari suggested. It wasn't the safest route, but it was the fastest way home. The thought of our mother scolding us for being late made us quick to agree. We started walking. Along with the sounds of our voices, we could hear the crunch of leaves under our feet. 5 minutes into the walk, we began hearing a distant crying. It was like the cry of a child. At first far, but then it became louder. Thinking a poor kid must be in trouble, Hari ran toward that sound. I had no other option than to follow him, but a red alarm had already activated in my mind. Who in the woods would be crying? A lost child? A ghost? Every ghost story we ever heard ran through my head. We got close to a big bush, and peeking through the leaves, we saw it in the damp earth. It was an old, shabby doll, button-eyed, glittering in the moon's dim light. The instant I stopped to touch it, the cry peeped again, clearer this time. The cry wasn't even of a child. It was coming from the doll. Hari smirked, thinking something must have made the doll move to let out that cry. But I wondered, what or who? We turned to leave when we heard footsteps behind us. There was a man, a tall, lanky man standing under the glimmering moonlight. His partial face was curtained under the shadows of the tree branches above him. His eyes were wide, and he had this stretchy, unnatural, dragged grin. He whispered,
"Do you like toys? I have many more. Come with me and I'll show you."
My blood ran cold. Hari and I had heard the stories, the missing children, the stranger who lured them away. We shook our heads and turned to leave, but he moved fast. Before we could take another step, he appeared in front of us, blocking our way, his long fingers reaching into his pocket, pulling out chocolates.
"Come now, don't be afraid. Take these. I have plenty more."
His voice was smooth and coaxing, but there was something off about it, something that made me scared enough to never stay outside after dark.
"No!"
Hari suddenly yelled, grabbing my hand.
"Let's go, Kumar."
We started to run, our feet pounding against the forest floor. My heart hammered against my ribs. I expected to hear some footsteps and feel his hands grabbing at our clothes, but as I glanced back, I saw something worse. He wasn't chasing us. He was standing still, and he was munching on something. At first, I thought it was the chocolates that he offered us, but then I noticed it. From a black plastic bag, he pulled something out. Something dark, wet, and dripping with a thick red liquid. He stuffed it into his mouth, chewing slowly, savoring it. The way the thick residue ran down his chin, I got doubts about whether this guy's a real human being or not. It wasn't food. At least I won't call it food. I didn't scream. I couldn't. Hari dragged me forward, forcing me to move until we reached the edge of the woods, where the sight of the village lights finally made us feel safe. We ran home and told our parents. They listened, their faces pale with horror. But when they asked around the village, no one knew who the man was. A year later, my father got a job in the city and we moved away. Life changed. One evening, I got home from school and found my parents glued to the TV. The tone of the news anchor was one of grave seriousness, depicting a case that had shaken the entire country. A man had been caught, a man who had been kidnapping and murdering children along with a friend who was equally sick like him. 19 confirmed victims, some as young as 5. He had even confessed to eating their flesh. The screen flashed an image of him. It was the man from the woods,
The one who had grinned at us, the one who had offered us chocolates. My legs grew weak. My mother turned to look at me, her eyes wide with horror. I lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling, haunted even now by thoughts that just couldn't let go. I had stared into the eyes of a monster and lived to tell the tale. I should have been one of them, but I wasn't, and to this day, I don't know why. Around 2006, cases of missing children began skyrocketing in a village of Noida, India, which was later termed as the Nithari killings. A series of gruesome child murders and assaults came to light through this case. Cops investigated the cases and found out that the crimes were committed by Maninder Singh Pandher, a businessman, and his domestic help, Surinder Kohli, at Pandhander's bungalow in Nithari village. Police discovered human remains in drains near the house, leading to shocking revelations of abuse, murder, and cannibalism. Kohli admitted to luring, killing, and dismembering multiple victims, mostly children. Both were sentenced to death, but Pandher was later acquitted in some cases. The case exposed severe police negligence and the vulnerability of marginalized communities. I never truly wanted to believe that demons exist. Ghosts, perhaps. Spirits of the dead. In this world, sure. But demons? They belong in horror movies and Sunday sermons, not in a 3-bedroom house on Carolina Street in Gary, Indiana, of which I am a proud tenant. But they came anyway. It started with the flies. Black, buzzing swarms of flies, appearing even when winter stood firm. Kill as many as I did and fumigate the house, they just kept coming back. This was no normal infestation. They were not to have been there, but this was just the start. At night, I heard heavy boots climbing and descending the stairs, pacing the halls just outside my bedroom. The first few times, I thought it was one of my children getting a glass of water or going to the bathroom, but when I checked, they were sound asleep, their chests moving up and down in utter, merciful ignorance. The footsteps continued, and they wouldn't stop, not even when I had locked every door and window and suspended myself from prayer. Then my children changed. First, it was little things. My daughter talked to invisible friends in whispered tones, her eyes darting to the darkest corners of the room as if something lurked there. The youngest woke up in the morning with deep fingernail scratches on his arms and legs, his sheets twisted as if he had been fighting something in his sleep. But my eldest? He scared me the most. One night, he sat up in bed, foaming, still straight and motionless, and with a blank stare, I called his name. He turned his head slowly, very slowly, as if he were straining to do so, until he was locked into his stare upon me. His smile was not that smile. It was the smile of something else. "Mama," he whispered. "He wants to play." The room became unbearably still, crushed under the invisible weight of something pushing against my skin. I could not move. My son, my baby, gave a guttural laugh that made bile rise in my throat. The spirit left suddenly, and my son, after blinking back the tears, looked around confused and began to cry. He couldn't tell me what had just happened. That was when I realized there was something evil in our house. So I went to the priest, Father Maginot, listened to my story with a stern expression while I told him about everything strange that happened, the whispered voices and the shadows that slithered across the walls that should have been empty. He agreed to come out to the house, to bless it, and to drive whatever it was away. He lived to regret it. His complexion drained the moment he walked into the house. The air chilled, enough for our breath to be visible. He dipped holy water in every room, muttering prayers in hushed tones. Down in the basement, something growled. The walls quivered. Above us, the bulb exploded, snuffing our surroundings in total darkness. "This is not a ghost," he told me afterward. "This is something much worse." The Department of Child Services got involved when my children started missing school.
When they arrived for their visit, they witnessed things I could barely explain. My youngest was lifted from the ground, an invisible force hoisting him into the air before he was flung across the room like a rag doll. My middle child walked backward up a wall, an inhuman grace in his movements before he collapsed to the floor unconscious. The caseworker screamed. The nurse ran for help. They took my children away that night. In the quiet darkness of the empty house, I cried all alone that cold, terrible night, with only that thing crouching in the other room. I fought, I prayed, I begged to God to take this curse away from my family. The priest returned, stronger this time, more prepared. He performed an exorcism on me first, 3 times. I don't remember much, just flashes of darkness, the feeling of something clawing inside my skin, trying to tear its way out. I remember screaming, though I don't recall if it was my voice or someone else's. On another night, I saw the thing in the window. I was lying in bed, exhausted, but too petrified to sleep. This heaviness came over me. Further back on the bed pressure, coming onto the bed. It crept up my legs. I gasped. I couldn't move. The room was dark, another darkness looming above me. He had no face, but his eyes, those eyes were disfigured as burnt embers filled with hatred, hunger, and some other sense, disdain.
You'll never be free,
a voice growled. With sensation finally flowing again through my body, I leapt off the bed, gasping for air. It felt as though it had all turned to ash in the back of my throat. I ran. I took my keys and fled into the night without looking back until I reached, miles further, the church where Father MacLeod waited. I sobbed. He pressed a crucifix into my hands, firm-fingered. Then we shall make it. The last exorcism was different, intense, violent. The thing inside me, the thing inside my children, the thing inside the house fought back with a vengeance. Doors slammed, walls shook. My screams were interspersed with moments where I tried to shake off the thing weighing on me. It hissed in my ear, said things to me that I will never forget, but never utter. Then, suddenly, it was gone. The air cleaned. The house felt still. The darkness that had clung to me, to my children, to every square inch of that damned place lifted. We moved out, left it all behind, that house, and I never looked back. Years later, I learned the house got demolished. It was bought by Zach Baggins, filmed in a documentary, and then ultimately destroyed. But I know the thing that had tormented us hasn't vanished. Not really. Sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I still hear the whispers.
You'll never leave me.
Latoya Amons, an Indiana woman, claims she and her 3 children were tormented by demonic forces in their Gary, Indiana home in 2011. Dubbed the 200 Demon House case, the alleged hauntings included levitation, shadowy figures, and violent possessions. Amons sought help from police, doctors, and clergy, leading to an investigation by child services and law enforcement. A Catholic priest, Father Michael MacLeod, performed multiple exorcisms on Amons, one sanctioned by the church. Official reports from police and medical staff described eerie, unexplainable events, adding to the case's notoriety. The home was later demolished by paranormal investigator Zach Baggins, who documented the case in his 2018 film, Demon House. Amons has since remained largely private, only occasionally speaking about her experiences, maintaining her belief that the house was infested with evil forces. The case remains one of the most controversial modern possession claims in the U.S. It started with a flyer.
Looking for fresh faces. High-paying modeling gigs. No experience needed.
I was 19, drowning in bills and desperation. My mom was sick, the debt collectors relentless, and I saw no way out of our suffocating life. That ad felt like salvation. The interview was held in a 5-star Manhattan hotel. I almost backed out when I saw the marble floors and gold chandeliers, but Jeffrey Epstein greeted me like an old friend, his polished smile warm and inviting. "You've got the look," he said, his eyes scanning me. Innocent. Perfect. His assistant, Ghislaine Maxwell, stood beside him, her smile sharp.
This is your big break,
She said.
How would you feel about a weekend networking trip? Designers, photographers, influencers, all in one place. This will change your life.
I believed them. The private jet was surreal. The seats were white leather, the staff attentive, and other girls my age were laughing and taking selfies. Their laughter seemed too loud, too forced, like they were convincing themselves this wasn't a mistake. When we landed, the island was breathtaking. Turquoise waters, lush greenery, and a sprawling mansion that looked like something out of a billionaire's fantasy. But as the sun set, the paradise began to rot. That night, there was a party. The music was deafening, the lights dazzling, and the alcohol flowed endlessly. The older men prowling through the crowd felt like wolves among lambs. One man's hand brushed my shoulder, his fingers lingering too long.
She's new,
Ghislaine said, pulling me aside. Her tone was clipped.
Stick with me, and I'll make sure you're introduced to the right people.
From the corner of the room, I saw a girl slumped on a couch. Her dress was torn at the strap, her makeup smeared, and her head lolled to the side like she was barely conscious. 2 men carried her away.
She's had too much fun,
Ghislaine said, laughing lightly. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I woke up with no memory of how I got to my room. My body ached in ways I couldn't explain. I looked down and realized I wasn't wearing my clothes, just an oversized shirt I didn't recognize. The mirror revealed bruises on my thighs and scratches down my arms. My lipstick was smeared across my face, my hair tangled like I'd been in a fight. Breakfast was worse. One girl sat slumped over her plate, barely able to hold her head up. Another had bruises on her neck, her eyes swollen from crying.
They're just tired. This is normal. Don't overthink it.
Normal? The days turned into a blur of horror. Every night was the same. Drugs, alcohol, and men who saw us nothing more than toys. They forced drinks into our hands and pills into our mouths.
It's just to help you relax,
Ghislaine would say, her tone sharp whenever I hesitated. One night, I saw a girl being dragged down the hall, her dress torn, lips bleeding profusely, her legs dragging uselessly. She weakly clawed at the arms of the man pulling her.
Please.
She whispered, barely audible.
Please, no.
Her doors slammed shut, silencing her cries. I stopped eating. My stomach churned constantly, and every shadow felt like it was alive. At night, the muffled screams of other girls filled the hallways. Doors slammed, heavy footsteps thudded on the floors, and I pressed my hands over my ears, praying it wouldn't be me next. Then, Jeffrey came to my room. He sat on the edge of my bed, his voice calm, almost gentle. "You need to stop fighting this," he said, brushing a strand of hair from my face. "Do you know how many girls would kill for this opportunity? Just play along, and I'll take care of you. Cross me, and you'll regret it." His hand lingered on my cheek, and I wanted to vomit. I tried to escape. At dawn, while the guards switched shifts, I slipped out of my room. The jungle was alive with eerie sounds as I ran, branches clawing at my skin. My feet bled from sharp rocks, but I didn't care. The dock was within sight when I heard voices behind me. "She's here!" I dove into the underbrush, holding my breath as flashlights sliced through the darkness. Ghislaine's voice rang out, sharp and furious.
Find her. She doesn't leave this island.
They dragged me back. Ghislaine slapped me hard, splitting my lip.
You're ruining everything,
she hissed, her nails digging into my arm. That night, they drugged me again. I woke up in a haze, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. I could hear muffled sobs from the other girls, but I couldn't move. When the FBI raided the island, I thought it was another trick. But then an agent wrapped me in a blanket and whispered, "You're safe now." Safe. Even now, I wake up drenched in sweat, the screams of the girls still echoing in my head. Jeffrey is dead, but his shadow lingers, a reminder of how easily predators hide behind wealth and power. If you're reading this, remember, monsters like him don't lurk in the shadows. They smile, wear suits, and promise you the world. Jeffrey Epstein, a wealthy financier, used his influence and wealth to exploit young women, often targeting aspiring models. He, along with associates like Ghislaine Maxwell, lured victims with a false promise of modeling opportunities, mentorship, or connections to elite circles. Under the guise of professionalism, he manipulated and trafficked these women, subjugating them to abuse at his properties, including in New York, Florida, and his private island. Many victims were young and vulnerable, coerced through intimidation or deceit. Epstein's 2019 arrest shed light on his predatory network, but his controversial death and custody left many questions about his enablers unanswered. I remember the night my mother first told me about Stepan. It was late. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows of our tiny shack in Yablushne. The famine had turned our village into a ghost town. People disappeared, one by one, and nobody asked questions. Hunger made us desperate. Hunger made us mad. Mother sat beside me, her fingers bony, her breath foul from the stale soup we barely had enough to share. Her sunken eyes stared deep into mine, and then she whispered something I would never forget.
They ate him, Andre.
I swallowed, my throat dry. Who? She squeezed my arm so tight it hurt.
Stefan.
My brother, the one I never met.
The neighbors took him.
She continued, her voice hollow.
Boiled him. Ate him. There was nothing left. Not even bones.
I wanted to scream, to deny it, but I knew better. I had seen things children shouldn't see. People are gone one day, and their houses are empty the next. The smell of burning flesh in the air was different from the scent of wood and straw. Mother pulled me closer, her nails digging into my skin.
This is why you must never wander, Andre, or they will eat you too.
I nodded, shivering, my stomach twisting in fear. But deep down, something else stirred. A question, one I dared not ask. How did she know? The nights that followed were restless. I could hear my mother moving about the house, always near the pot, always muttering. The shadows she cast against the walls were grotesque, hunched, inhuman. The hunger had changed her, or maybe this was who she had always been. One night, I awoke to a strange sound, wet, rhythmic, a quiet chewing, followed by heavy breathing. I crept out of bed, my small feet cold against the wooden floor, and peeked into the main room. She was crouched over a slab of meat, tearing into it with her teeth. Strands of flesh hung from her lips as she chewed, her fingers coated in slick red. The candle flickered, casting light over something that made my stomach lurch. A severed hand, fingers curled as if frozen mid-reach. The fingernails were dirty, the skin pale and puckered from boiling. My mother's teeth cracked through the bone with a sickening snap. I stepped back too quickly. The floor creaked. Her head snapped up, blood trickling down her chin. For a moment, neither of us moved. Her eyes were wild, her pupils dilated. Then, slowly, she smiled.
You're awake, Andre.
She whispered.
Come sit with me.
I shook my head, pressing my back against the wall.
She picked up a strip of flesh, the muscle fibers tearing apart like overcooked meat.
You must eat, or you'll be weak, and the weak,
She trailed off, licking the blood from her fingers.
they don't last.
I turned and ran, but the house was small. She caught my wrist, her grip iron tight. Her breath was hot against my face, stinking of iron and decay.
You'll understand. One day.
I stopped speaking to her after that. I refused to eat, my stomach twisted in hunger, but I would rather starve than take what she offered. Then, one evening, she brought a bowl to me, smiling in a way that made my skin crawl.
Eat. It's just meat.
I didn't touch it. She left the bowl by my bed. The scent filled the room, growing heavier and thicker. My stomach churned, the hunger unbearable. On the third night, dizzy with starvation, I gave in. The first bite was greasy and rich. The moment it touched my tongue, I gagged, vomiting violently onto the floor. My mother stood in the doorway watching.
Every night until you learn.
She whispered. And so, it continued. Night after night, the meat, nausea, the dry heaving. My body wasted away, yet she never relented. Until one day, I swallowed it. Just once, just to make it stop. But it wasn't the same. My tongue accepted it. I knew it was so wrong, but my body was weak to understand, and I kept eating again and again and again. And she smiled. The following morning, I ran. I didn't stop, not for miles. Not until the house, the shack, and the horrors faded into the distance. I thought I had escaped. I thought I was free. Years passed. I grew older and stronger. I left Yabluche behind, fleeing to the city of Rostov, where the streets were crowded and the air smelled of coal and industry. I found work as a laborer, hauling bricks and mortar until my hands blistered and my back ached. The physical pain was a welcome distraction from the memories that haunted me. I told myself I was starting anew, that the past could no longer touch me. I met a woman named Olena. She was kind, with soft hands and a gentle laugh. We married, and in time, we had children, 2 boys and a girl. I became a teacher, shaping young minds, molding them into something better than I had been. I told myself I was normal, I was whole, but the hunger never truly left me. It lingered in the back of my mind, a quiet, insidious presence. I ignored it, burying it under the weight of routine and responsibility. I told myself it was gone, that I had conquered it. Then came that night in Rostov. The hunger crawled its way back. It whispered to me, wrapping its fingers around my throat, digging into my skull, pressing until I couldn't breathe. She was young, barely a woman, alone, vulnerable. She reminded me of a rabbit caught in a trap. I don't remember grabbing her. I don't remember the first cut, but I remember the warmth of her blood, the way it pooled in my hands, the way her body trembled, then went limp. And then, the hunger spoke. The memory of my mother flashed before me, her teeth sinking into flesh, her eyes rolling back in pleasure. I stared down at the body. The urge crawled under my skin, into my bones, whispering, calling. Now I've become death. I'm no more human. Andrei Chikatilo, the Soviet serial killer known as the Butcher of Rostov, murdered at least 52 people between 1978 and 1990. His violent tendencies were linked to a traumatic childhood in famine-stricken Ukraine. His mother, Anna, allegedly told him that his older brother had been kidnapped and eaten by starving villagers during the Holodomor, a claim that deeply haunted him. Chikatilo later developed sadistic and cannibalistic urges, mutilating his victims and sometimes consuming body parts. Arrested in 1990, he was convicted in 1992 and executed in 1994. His case revealed deep flaws in Soviet-era criminal investigations and forensic science. His own mother's terrifying stories of cannibalism may have created the monster he became. I had always believed that the world I was living in was the only world. My name is Christina Babin, and for the first 19 years of my life, I was living in a nightmare masquerading as religion. The Children of God, that's what they called themselves. A godly, loving community, they said. But behind the gates, behind the smiling faces and gentle words, something much darker, much more sinister. The compound was a prison shrouded in scripture. Windowless rooms along the corridors, walls whispering prayers that were not intended to save but to control. A nauseatingly sweet incense forever perfumed the air, covering up the smell of sweat, rot, and terror. The elders glided like specters through the shadows, their whispers hissing through the corridors, their footsteps too quiet, too deliberate. We were never alone. Even in our sleep, we knew their eyes upon us, always upon us. Children marched in submissive silence, their eyes empty, their hearts already gone. The rewards for obedience were swift and ruthless. Warm baths that continued until you were silent. Nights locked in the black cellar where something stirred in the blackness, whispering things that crawled along your skin. The elders spoke of love, but love equaled obedience. Love equaled sacrifice, and occasionally, love equaled pain. There were scratches on the walls, subtle and desperate. Hopes scratched into the walls with fingernails, too superficial to be detected by anyone important. The mattresses and the bunks smelled of sweat and something else, something sour and foul. I discovered not to question the children who vanished during the night, the ones who went to serve and didn't return. The regulations were straightforward. Obey, serve, let go completely. The men's glances lingered too long over us, their hands touching against us under the guise of friendship. They assured us we had been chosen, and that God had expressed his love through them. Their touch crawled beneath my skin. Some of us struggled back. Once. The cries of those who dared resist rang for days through the corridors, never to be heard again. The sermons of the elders turned into manipulation lullabies, hammering them into our brains with the message that pain and pleasure were synonymous. The women, the mothers, turned their faces away. They had stopped struggling a long time ago. I learned to be quiet, to smile, to gulp down my fear, my pain, my revulsion. But the worst of it? The loneliness. Because they ensured we had nowhere to go, no world outside, no books or other than approved ones, no television, no radio, no news. The world outside was the enemy, they informed us, and we were the chosen ones. Then I turned 19. Something within me shattered. Perhaps it was looking at the younger girls, the ones who still retained baby fat in their cheeks, being readied for their sacred purposes. Perhaps it was realizing I had been ready to do the same as a child myself, that the cycle would continue indefinitely. Perhaps it was the simple revulsion of realizing that I would never be released. I began watching, listening, collecting morsels of knowledge. The old ones talked softly of a woman who had tried to flee all those years ago, how they punished her when they brought her back in, beat her, starved her, returned her to the fold. They claimed she died because she lost faith. I knew otherwise. I had looked upon the place they held for the non-believers, the blood on the mattresses, the iron restraints welded into the wall.
The whispers increased at night. The elders whispered of purification rites, of girls being brought into dark rooms and returned changed, their eyes vacant, their voices gentler, broken. The smell of smoldering herbs covered up something worse, something like metal, blood, left in the sun too long. I waited, planned, counted the seconds in my head as I moved through my daily tasks, scrubbing floors, cooking meals, tending to the elders. I studied the guards, the way they changed shifts, and the weak spots in the fences. And then, one night, when the air was thick with the summer heat and the sound of crickets filled the silence, I ran. My heart pounded against my ribs as I slipped by the sleeping area. The fence stretched before me, a rusty metal behemoth in the moonlight. My hands bled as I crawled over it, gasping for breath. I could hear them stirring behind me, could hear the screams as they caught on that I was gone. I landed hard on the ground, my ankle twisting in agony beneath me, but I didn't slow. I couldn't. Branches lashed my face as I ran through the forest, my lungs searing. I could hear them crashing behind me, the dogs barking, the voices shouting my name. I knew what would happen if they caught me. I knew I wouldn't live through it. I ran until my legs failed, falling onto the side of a deserted road. My world swirled, the world spinning. I knew they would catch me, that it was finished. And then, headlights. A car, a man getting out. My father, my actual father, the one they said left me, the one I believed was dead. He wasn't. He had been searching for me for years. I don't recall much after that, only his arms holding me, only the sense of security, of warmth, of something I never knew before, liberty. The cult sought to locate me, sought to pull me back, but they were not able to, no longer. The nightmares did not disappear. The voices continue to whisper when the nights are too still. The smell of that rancid incense continues to taint my dreams. The shadows in the corners of my room move occasionally, just as they used to in that place. The difference is, though, I got out. And now I assist others in doing so, because no one deserves to be in a world where love is a prison and faith is a weapon. I made it through, and so can they. Children of God, now known as the Family International, was a religious cult known for abuse, brainwashing, and various exploitation. Christina Babin was born into the cult and endured years of abuse, isolation, and forced labor. At 19, she realized the lies and manipulation she had been subjected to. She bravely escaped, found her biological father outside the cult, and began the difficult process of deprogramming herself from the cult's teachings. Christina later became an advocate for cult survivors, helping others escape and heal from their trauma. I remember the day Mia first told me about the Red Room curse. We were at our usual lunch table at school, her fingers jittering on the plastic tray as she leaned in closer, almost conspiratorial.
Last night I was surfing the web. You know, random rabbit holes. And I found it.
Her voice was low, almost frightened.
The Red Room.
I raised an eyebrow, unimpressed.
Mia, come on. It's just creepy pop-up prank. No, Riley.
Her voice wavered.
It's not just a prank. After I closed it, I started getting messages and calls. Unknown numbers. They all said the same thing. What did they say?
Mia looked around, with her nerves causing her eyes to dart about. She shook her head and pushed away her tray.
I can't talk about it.
She stood up so suddenly that her chair nearly tipped over, and as she walked away,
I noticed how her hands trembled and how she hugged her arms around herself, as if she were trying to hold herself together. I dismissed it at first as just more of her games, but then Mia exploded. Mia looked haggard the next day, her normally tidy hair messy, eyes sunken and bloodshot. In class, she hardly spoke, and when I tried to approach her with a question, she just seemed to look at me through a haze, past me as if peering right through me into something I couldn't see. Then came the first incident. It was while I was going back to my locker to grab my math book, then I spotted Mia in the dark hallway near the supply closet, marker in hand, furiously scrawling something on the wall. I took a step closer, heart pounding. On the wall, she wrote, "I'm cursed," over and over again in thick, jagged letters with nearly half the wall covered.
Mia?
My voice trembling. She turned around so fast I stumbled back. Her pupils were dilated, face pale and clammy with sweat. Then, without a word, she dropped the marker and walked away, as if I was frozen there. The second incident was worse. I was stuck in detention and, when finally leaving, heard faint whispers from the girls' restroom. The school was mostly empty, and for some reason, that sound twisted my stomach. I pushed the restroom door open and found Mia standing before the mirror. She wasn't alone. She was talking to her reflection. Her voice was low and guttural, almost inhuman.
You can't have me! I won't let you! I won't!
Suddenly, she stopped, giggled, and then turned to look at me.
It's watching, Riley.
She whispered.
It's changing me.
I ran out of there so quickly that my legs wobbled. By the next day, Mia had hardly spoken, and I was worried sick, looking for her on the recess. Then I saw her walk toward the woods behind the school. With her was Bianca, another girl from our class. There was a terrible feeling in my stomach, and I rushed after them. The more I went into the woods, the stronger the anxiety within me. The air was too still, uncomfortably so. When I caught up with them, my blood ran cold. Bianca was down, struggling, dirt and tears lining her face. Mia was on top of her, pressing a fork, probably stolen from the cafeteria, dangerously close to Bianca's left eye.
Mia!
I shouted. Bianca whined, hardly able to defend herself as Mia jabbed the fork in and out of Bianca's skin, small beads of blood forming. But Mia's face was twisted in something just inhuman. A grin expanded her lips, while the fingers trembled with manic energy.
It told me to do this.
She whispered.
I have to.
I didn't think. I moved. I charged at Mia, pinning her shoulders down in an attempt to drag her off Bianca. She screamed like a wild animal, thrashing wildly as she fought against me. Bianca rolled away, straight away holding her face and sobbing. Mia's nails drove into the soft skin of my arms, but I held her with all my strength. I yanked her back toward me, and down we both went to the ground. The head hit a rock with a sickening sound, and then silence. Mia lay unmoving. Her chest barely rose and fell as she breathed shallowly. Blood from the back of her head flowed freely. All I could think of was Bianca crying for help. All I could do was stare at my best friend and wonder how the hell we got all the way here. The last time I saw Mia was in the asylum. She was shut inside a padded cell. The walls of her room were defaced, smeared by red crayon. "I'm cursed." She had written it hundreds of times, on and on, until the words had bled together in a spiraling whirl of insanity. She turned around at the sound of my calling, and such was the shock that I almost screamed. Her face was ruined, raw with scratches. Her skin was angry and oozing pus, her fingers bandaged, restrained so she couldn't maim herself any further. And yet, she smiled.
Riley.
She cooed, syrupy sweet. With a little giggle, she came right next to me. Then she bent close, breath against my ear.
Don't go to the Red Room, Riles.
I ran out of there, her laughter echoing behind me. Even then, I could still hear it. Sometimes, late at night, I received text messages on my phone from an anonymous number. All say the same thing.
Do you like the Red Room?
The Red Room Curse is a notorious Japanese internet urban legend linked to a murder case in the early 2000s. According to the legend, users who stumbled upon a mysterious pop-up asking, "Do you like the Red Room?" become cursed. The pop-up cannot be closed, and those who see it are later found dead, often in rooms smeared with red, either blood or ominous messages. The urban legend turned chillingly real in 2004 when a Japanese 11-year-old girl known as Nevada-tan murdered her classmate in Sasebo, Nagasaki. Reports suggest she had visited disturbing websites, including one allegedly linked to the Red Room Curse, before committing the crime. Though no direct connection was proven, the case fueled fears that the legend had a dark influence on impressionable minds. Today, the Red Room Curse remains a terrifying piece of internet folklore, a reminder of how the digital world can blur the lines between fiction and reality.
It started out as just another typical Saturday night. I was hanging out at home, bored and looking for something to do. I decided to check Snapchat and see if any of my friends were out. I posted a quick selfie with the cat ears filter and geofilter for my neighborhood turned on, hinting that I was down to meet up. After a little while, I noticed I had a notification from someone I didn't know. The name on the account was just a jumble of numbers. I opened it expecting it to be spam or some random bot, but it was an actual photo. It looked like it was taken from across the street right outside my house. I felt a chill go down my spine. Who was this person and how did they know where I lived? I decided not to respond and just ignore it, hoping they'd go away. I switched over to text my friend Jen and see if she wanted to go grab food. She said she was down, so I left the house and started driving over to the diner we liked. When I parked, I shot a quick snap of the glowing neon sign to share where I was. As Jen and I were eating, I got another notification from the random numbers account. My heart sank when I opened it. It was a photo of the exact parking spot I was in, taken from another car nearby. How was this person following me? I tried to hide my fear from Jen as I laughed off as some kind of prank. After dinner, Jen and I walked around the neighborhood to get ice cream from the shop down the block. I took a snap of my chocolate cone, again forgetting to turn off my location. Not even 5 minutes later, I got a notification. My blood turned cold. It was a photo of the exact flavor ice cream cone I had, clearly taken secretly from inside the shop. Jen noticed me starting to freak out and asked what was wrong. I showed her the messages and she agreed it was really creepy. We decided to go back to her place instead of walking around outside anymore. I was really shaken up and just wanted to get somewhere safe. Once we got to Jen's, we locked all the doors and closed the curtains. We tried to just watch movies and relax, but I kept obsessively checking the windows. I knew it was ridiculous, but I had this paranoid sense that I was being watched from outside. A few hours later, I got another message from the stalker account. Hands trembling, I opened it. It was a photo of Jen's house, taken from the street behind her backyard. Whoever this was had somehow followed me here. Jen saw the image and completely freaked out. She said I should call the police. My hands were shaking so bad that I could barely dial 911. I told the operator what was happening and they said they'd send a patrol car to check things out. Jen and I huddled together on the couch, terrified the psycho knew exactly where we were. We kept all lights off, hoping they'd think we left. Soon, I got a notification that made my heart stop. It was a photo of Jen's living room window from the outside, showing the faint outline of us sitting on the couch. The stalker was right outside watching us. A chilling message followed saying they saw me and they were coming for me now. Jen and I leaped up in panic. Suddenly, we heard the patio door handle rattle as someone tried to force their way inside. We screamed and ran to hide in the bathroom, shoving a chair under the doorknob. I heard heavy footsteps come inside the house. The stalker was inside. We could hear them walking around, opening doors, searching for us. We huddled in the tub, sobbing and shaking. Then we heard the sirens approaching. The police. Never had I felt such relief as officers shouted into the house, arresting my stalker. After that terrifying night, I never used Snapchat's location again. I learned the hard way that you never really know who might be watching. Sometimes stalkers don't stay hidden behind their screens. They find ways to follow you into the real world too. I'll never feel totally safe sharing my location online after what happened. You really can't trust anyone, even a stranger who just seems like another faceless account. Behind that blank profile, there could be someone watching your every move, just waiting for the chance to find you alone in the dark. That night was the most scary I've ever felt in my life.
About an hour into the drive, light rain began to fall before thick clouds rolled in, announcing the full fury of the storm. Sheets of rain slammed against my windshield, making visibility difficult, while the distant rumbles of thunder steadily grew closer. With both hands on the wheel, I flicked my eyes from the road ahead to the twisted trees at either side of the highway. The eerie stillness of the forest was electrifying as the brilliant lighting cut through it in quick flashes, both beautiful and eerie. By the time I pulled into the park's designated camping lot, the heart of the storm had passed, leaving behind a steady drizzle tapping against the roof of my camper van. I parked in an empty space near the edge of the lot, where the trees provided a barrier against the rain. The rich scent of damp earth and pine permeated the air as I gave a sigh of relief. I had been dreaming of this trip for weeks, a weekend alone in nature, far away from the stress of work, phone calls, and the noise of the city. On this rainy night, all I wanted was to curl up inside my van with a hot cup of coffee and listen to the rain. I had only just begun to settle in when I saw through my rearview mirror an unmistakable patch of light cutting through the misty evening air. A vehicle pulled up right beside my van, too close for comfort. My stomach constricted. There were so many empty spaces in the parking lot. What compelled him to park right beside me? The old battered car came treading to an abrupt halt, blocking my only way out. The engine groaned before it finally stopped. I tightened my grip around my coffee mug as I peeked through the rain-streaked window. A man stepped out. His clothes were wrinkled and damp, his hair a tangled mess. He was taller than I expected, his frame lanky, but with a wiry strength beneath. His face was partially obscured by the shadows, but when he turned towards me, my breath caught in my throat. His eyes were wrong, too wide, unblinking. He walked around his car, his gaze fixing on my camper. Then, to my growing horror, he leaned toward my window, cupping his hands against the glass. I shuffled backward, pretending not to notice, hoping he'd get the message. "Hey there," he called, his voice muffled but still sharp through the rain. "Nice setup you got here." I forced a polite smile, hoping my disinterest would discourage him.
Thanks.
"You camping alone?" I hesitated. My gut screamed at me not to answer.
Just waiting for my friends.
I lied.
They'll be here soon.
Like it was impossible, his grin widened, but didn't reach his eyes. "Really? I haven't seen anyone else drive up this way." Pretending to check something on my phone to let him know he should leave, I turned away, only to hear this close, wet, squishing sound of shoes against the muddy ground as he moved beside me on my van. "You should come out," he said. "I've got good food in my car. Could use some company." I shook my head, my voice firm.
No thanks. I'm good.
"You sure?" His fingers lightly tapped on the glass. "It's just a meal." I met his gaze then, my stomach twisting. The expression on his face had changed. The grin that had been there now was replaced by something darker, more insistent.
I said no.
I repeated, sharper this time.
Please leave.
He did not move for a long moment. Then he let out this great huffy sound through his nose, fogging my window. "All right," he grumbled, but he stepped away and then, very spitefully, spat on my windshield. thick, disgusting gob that hit the glass. I recoiled, nausea rising in my throat. Then he disappeared into the trees, never saying another word. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I locked all my doors, double-checked each, then told myself to take a breath. Perhaps he was just some creepy guy looking to have a chat. Maybe he was harmless. I kept the knife nearby, ears tuned to the slightest sound from outside. Hours had passed. The rain had stopped to a drizzle, and I was beginning to entertain a notion of its having really gone off. Then, loud thumping against the driver's side window. I shrieked, my body jerking around towards the sound. My breath caught in my throat. It was him. His face slammed against the glass, eyes bulging behind a disfigured grin. Wide-eyed pupils danced about the interior of my van, while his wet hair matted against his forehead and streamed reflections down the spattered window in short inhales of fog. Then I spotted it, the rock in his hand. Panic flooded me. He was preparing to break the window. He was going to get in. 2 seconds stretched into infinity as I fumbled in a desperate search for my phone or some weapon, while the beating of my heart drowned out the rain in a pounding roar. A sudden flash of lights broke up the stillness in the air and swept over the parking lot. A big RV parked nearby, giving a dispelling hum that cut through the tension. A mother, father, and 2 children climbed out, laughing and stretching their arms. The presence of more people alarmed everything. The man stood motionless. He dropped the rock and turned back to look at me, a confused expression on his face. Slowly, he leaned in and pressed one cheek against the window. His skin smudged the condensation. He moved his lips, forming the words I could not hear. Then, he was gone as suddenly as he had appeared, stepping back. He dropped the rock, and it plopped in the mud with an audible splat sound. He turned towards the car, not breaking the eye contact. A casual, steady retreat. I watched him enter the vehicle, hardly breathing. The old sedan cackled to life, spinning its tires on the wet gravel, and he disappeared into the darkness just beyond the trees. I remained rooted for what seemed like a long time. As this family next to me set up their camp, their boisterous laughter dinned in the still, damp night air. I didn't move. I touched the cold cup of coffee, my hands shaking with the realization that it was no longer hot. I really came here for peace, met some other thing instead. Something that I cannot forget. The story you just saw is based on this creepy footage shared by a travel enthusiast named Lisa. She was on a solo camping trip, sitting inside her van during bad weather and cooling her food when a sketchy guy approached her. The man kept peeking inside her van and trying to get Lisa out, saying he just wanted to talk. But soon, things took a bizarre turn. Watch the video and decide for yourself.
So that I can't move out, so that I can't go forward. Please leave. Please leave, you sketchy person. Please leave.
I remember the first day when I stepped into St. Luke's Hospital. The pure white walls and the scent of antiseptics hung in the air with the low murmur of life and death. It was my first day as an entrance in this new city. I was keen yet anxious, entirely unaware that I was on the verge of something nightmarish. Charles was the first to greet me. He had been there for years and was supposed to train me. In the beginning, he was charming, even in a quiet, confident manner. He knew all protocols, every patient's name, and seemed deeply committed to his work. "You'll get used to working the night shift." His voice was smooth with a note of odd chill. However, the hardest of all is watching them go. Some of those elderly souls won't last much longer. I nodded, then completely unaware of how ominous were his words. As days passed by, I began to be apprehensive about him, and at times even somewhat impressed by Charles. His obsessive care for work, his passion. He showed up when I least expected him to, with a lingering gaze much longer than comfort would allow.
It wasn't just his presence that made the foxes confusing. There was an increase in patient deaths. I initially dismissed this as coincidence. The hospital was essentially packed with old patients, many already sickly. Then I noticed something disturbing. Almost every patient who died suddenly had been visited by Charles minutes before their demise. There was no correlation. Some of their conditions were stable, some were even getting well, but all had one thing in common: Charles. One evening, I found him watching me as I read a patient's file. He smirked knowingly. "What's on your mind, Amy?" he asked, his voice low. I made myself smile.
Just getting the hang of things.
"Nice," he said, stepping closer. "It's better to forget the details. Easier that way." That night, I had decided to have a closer watch on him. A few nights later, I had gone to take a break in the back alley when I sensed something blood-curdling. Charles was crouched down beside a dumpster, facing away from me. He was methodically doing something, and when I took a step forward for a better look, I gasped. He was ripping into a dead pigeon with a surgical blade, fingers stained crimson. His head shot up, his dark eyes piercing through mine. "What's wrong, Amy?" he asked, getting up slowly, knife still in his hand. I shook my head and slowly backed away.
Oh, I went out to get some air.
His lips curled into that strange smirk. Air does good for you. I hurried back inside, my heart pounding. Whatever was wrong with Charles, it wasn't just in my head. Days passed and the deaths continued. I started keeping notes, watching his every move. I noticed how he always seemed to be around when a patient took their last breaths. He would enter their room, sometimes alone, sometimes under the pretense of checking vitals. Moments later, the machines would beep their ominous tone, signaling the end. Days later, I followed him quietly from one ward to another. He didn't seem to notice me at first, but then came to an abrupt stop, as though sensing my presence. Turning his head slightly, he whispered, "You really shouldn't be out here by yourself, Amy." I froze. His voice was soft, but held something sinister underlying its gentle tone. I forced a laugh.
I'm just checking on the residents.
He chuckled under his breath, continuing down the halls as if nothing had happened. Trembling, I held my pen and wrote another entry in my little black book. A few nights later, I saw him creeping into the supply unit. I felt my heart race as I quietly followed a decent distance away. I peered through a small glass window to see him filling his shirt pockets full of syringes. I knew my time was running short. That same night, I saw Charles walk into the room of an elderly patient who had only recently been admitted. There was a knot in my stomach with fear. I wanted to go in after him, to scream at him not to touch that patient, but was instead rooted to the floor in fear. I figured it would be best to get evidence first. The next morning, that patient was dead. No signs or symptoms had been expressed, no complications. He was just gone. I called the police. I explained everything. The pattern, the theft of the syringes, the suspicious actions of Charles. And they took me seriously and we made a plan. I would stay on watch and call them when Charles made his next move. That night, I saw him again. He slipped another syringe into his pocket and headed towards the room of a man who had only been admitted the day before. I hastily messaged the officers waiting outside. With everything crammed with courage, I trailed behind him. I slowly stood just outside the door, looking through the small crack. What I saw made my stomach drop. Charles loomed over the patient as he whispered something I couldn't hear, standing there with a syringe as he prepared to inject.
Stop!
I continued, in a voice that rang through the room. He turned, his eyes dark, almost soulless. The syringe fit itself more snugly into his fingers. "Amy," he purred, "you mustn't be here." Before he could make his move, the police rushed in with a bang. "Drop the syringe!" one shouted. Charles clenched his jaw, his eyes darting to each officer and back to me. For a moment, I thought he might charge, but he hissed and dropped the syringe to a clatter on the floor. They were all over him, forcing him down.
As they dragged him away, he turned his head toward me and smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "I'll see you around, Amy." I shuddered, wrapping my arms around myself now that reality began to hit. Charles was a monster, and I had witnessed him firsthand, but he had been caught. It was over, or so I had hoped. Even with Charles in custody, a certain tension still hung heavily over me. It was his twinkling words that visited me at night from shadowy corners, and there were nights I woke in a cold sweat, thinking I saw him lurking in a shadow somewhere inside my room. I told myself it was just paranoia, that he was locked away. But fear is a cunning thing. It digs itself in below the skin and refuses to let slip. And while I indeed wanted to believe that Charles was gone forever, there was a part of me lurking, waiting for the moment when his prophecy would come true. That one day, somehow, virtual or otherwise, I would come to see him again. Charles Cullen, a former nurse, is one of the most notorious serial killers in U.S. history. Cullen murdered at least 40 patients, though he confessed to killing up to 400. He worked in multiple hospitals across New Jersey and Pennsylvania, where he had access to vulnerable patients. Cullen used his position to inject lethal doses of drugs like digoxin and insulin, making his crimes difficult to detect. His killing spree went unnoticed for years until 2003 at St. Luke's Hospital in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Cullen's friend, Amy Lauren, secretly cooperated with investigators, helping them gather evidence. Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003, and confessed to his crimes. He was sentenced to 11 consecutive life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. Over the years, we've seen incidents and cases that logic and science can't explain. It was nothing new to us, stuff Lorraine and I were used to, but nothing could have prepared us for the house on Chase Street. When we first got to the Smurl family's home in West Pittsons, Pennsylvania, the summer sun felt heavy, but the house looked dark, like it swallowed the light. The porch steps groaned like bones breaking. The paint was peeling, and the windows were covered in a greasy film. Even the grass around the house was dead, like the ground itself was poisoned. Lorraine grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. Her face turned white.
"Ed,"
she whispered.
"it's everywhere here."
The smell hit me next. Rotten meat and burnt hair, but weirdly sweet, like old candy. Inside, the walls seemed to move, like they were breathing. Jack and Janet Smurl stood in the hallway, their eyes hollow, hands shaking. Their 4 girls hid behind them, too scared to speak. Upstairs, Jack's parents barely left their room.
"It gets worse when it's dark."
Janet said, her voice cracking.
"It touches us."
Jack rolled up his sleeve to show bruises shaped like long fingers. "It grabbed my ankle and dragged me off the bed," he said.
"Left these marks."
Janet lifted her shirt. 4 deep cuts ran down her back, the skin black and wet.
"They won't heal. They just leak."
The kids' stories were worse. The youngest, Heather, woke up screaming about a man with no face who pinched their toes. Twins Mary and Laura drew pictures of a shadow that licked the windows, leaving greasy streaks. The oldest, Susan, said her closet door would creak open at night, and she'd hear something scratching the floor, getting closer to her bed. That night, we set up cameras and tape recorders. Lorraine sat on the floor, holding her cross, her eyes closed like she was listening for something. Midnight came. The house got too quiet. Then, a growl. Not a dog, not a person. Something deeper, meaner. The room turned freezing cold. Our breath turned to fog. The growl became a crash, walls shaking, doors slamming. Something heavy ran down the hall towards us. Thud, thud, thud. Each step makes the floorboards crack. Above us, the ceiling creaked like something was crawling up there, claws scratching the plaster. Then, a scream. Jack's mom. We ran upstairs. Her door shook like something was trying to break out. When it flew open, the room stank like rotting meat. The old woman pointed to the corner, shaking. There, in the dark, a shape formed from the shadows, tall, black as oil, with glowing yellow eyes. The air around it twisted, like heat off a fire. Lorraine jumped in front of me as it lunged. Then it broke apart into flies that dropped dead on the floor. The next few days were hell. Jack got thrown into a dresser by nothing, his ribs cracking. Janet's hair got yanked so hard her neck snapped back, and she felt hot breath on her ear growled.
Mine.
The kids' toys moved by themselves. Dolls with melted faces crawled up the stairs, and a rocking horse smashed itself to pieces. One night, the kitchen faucet turned on by itself, spewing black water that smelled like sewage. The thing got stronger. Lorraine saw it crawl on the ceiling like a spider, legs bending wrong. Black mold spread on the walls, making evil markings, upside-down crosses, symbols like goat heads. Mirrors exploded, glass shards making patterns that hurt to look at. The walls leaked black slime that burned skin and made the kids puke. One night, Lorraine told me what she felt during her trance.
It's not just one ghost, Ed. It's hundreds, trapped here, turning into something hungry.
She shook, describing a pit full of screaming people, all stuck together, rotting. We called Father Dylan, an old priest who'd done exorcisms before. He walked in and froze.
"This place stinks of hell,"
he said. We started the exorcism at noon. The priest shouted prayers, but the house fought back. Floorboards shot nails up like spikes. The Bible caught fire. A chandelier fell, almost hitting him. He kept going, splashing holy water that hissed on the walls. Then, silence. For a second, we thought we won. The laughs started low, like a sick joke. The walls bulged, shapes pressing against them, hands, faces, all trying to break through. Father Dylan's nose bled. "It's not leaving!" he yelled. Then, a cut opened on his cheek like a knife slashed him. That night, the thing went wild. Jack woke up, unable to move, something crushing his chest. Janet floated off her bed, her back bending until it snapped before she dropped to the floor. In the girls' room, Heather's teddy bear exploded, spitting out maggots that crawled into their ears. The whole time, a voice boomed, a mix of screams and growls.
Flesh to break, bones to drink.
We ran at sunrise, the Smurls piling into our car with nothing but their clothes, but the darkness followed. In their new apartment, sinks spat black goo. Family photos burst into flames. Heather's reflection in the mirror moved on its own, mouthing words that made her stop talking for weeks. One night, Jack's dad woke up to find his pillow soaked in blood, though he had no wounds. The TV would turn on by itself, showing static with glowing eyes in the center. It took 3 years of prayers, charms, and sleepless nights for the hauntings to fade. The Smurls moved again and changed their phone numbers, but they still jumped at every noise. The house on Chase Street is still there. New owners painted it yellow, but no one lived there long. Neighbors hear things, kids laughing, then screaming. A low growl in the dark saying, "More!" Sometimes at midnight, the streetlights flicker out, and the house seems to grow taller, leaning over the sidewalk like it's watching. Not all hauntings can be cleansed. Not all demons can be cast out. Some just wait in the dark, getting hungrier. In the 1970s and 80s, the Smurl family experienced one of the most violent hauntings ever documented. After moving into their home, they were tormented by a demonic entity. The activity included foul odors and dark shadows creeping along the walls, loud banging and growling sounds at night, family members being levitated and scratched, a dark shadowy figure dragging one family member across the bed. The Smurls sought help from Ed and Lorraine Warren, who confirmed demonic activity. Exorcisms were performed, but the family eventually moved to escape the horror. I never thought ghosts existed, or curses, or any of the spooky tales told at bedtime to keep children out of abandoned houses. But all that changed when I became an employee at the Kansas State History Museum. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary at first. I was just a night security guard, the new guy. The work was easy. Patrol the halls, keep an eye out for anyone who tried to steal any of the artifacts, and don't fall asleep. But there was one exhibit that creeped me out even in the daylight, the Bender family exhibit. It was the old senior guard, Hank, who had told me the tale. He was a gruff old fellow, a lifer in the museum trade, and he had that kind of voice that made each tale sound 1,000 times more terrible than it was.
"You ever hear of the Bloody Benders?"
he asked one evening, leaning on his flashlight. I nodded my head.
"Well, back in the 1870s, a family, father, mother, son, daughter, ran an inn out in the middle of nowhere. Travelers would stop by for a meal, maybe a night's rest, but they never left. The Benders had a trick, a curtain in their cabin that separated the dining area from the back. When they had a guest sit with his back to it, one of the men would strike his skull with a hammer, and the women would cut his throat. They'd then toss the body in a pit in the back. No one had any idea how many they murdered before people began suspecting something."
I gulped. And they got caught? Hank laughed, shaking his head.
"Nope. They disappeared before the law arrived knocking. Some claim they ran. Others claim the townspeople killed them and silenced it. But their cabin, they torched it to the ground, claimed the ground was cursed."
I giggled uneasily. So why does the museum have anything from it? Hank's face turned black.
"Few of the artifacts were recovered. Some tools, some furnishings, and that mirror."
He gestured across the room. An old broken mirror on the wall had a darkened, aged surface.
"People say they see faces in it, shadows. Sometimes people hear screams at night late."
I brushed him off. Ah, museum legends. All places like these have them. He only smirked.
"Have a good night, kid."
I didn't pay much attention to it until I was by myself. The museum was still, too still. Each step creaked. Each little groan made me shiver. I made my rounds, passing by glass cases of rusty tools and bloodied knives. The mirror was the worst. Each time I walked by, I could have sworn something was just out of sight, waiting. At 2 a.m., the first sound was heard, a muffled scream. I was immobile. My radio spat static to life, hissing before it cut off. The sound returned, low, panicked, as if a person were wedged in between the walls. Hello? My voice trembled barely. No reply, just emptiness. And then, footsteps. Bare feet on the museum floor. I spun around. Nothing. But the atmosphere clung heavy and thick and crushing. The cold hit like ice, my breath misting in the shadows. The mirror. I spun around. My face was there, but something was off. My breath caught. There was someone standing behind me. A woman. Her face was white, eyes empty, blood trickling from a cut across her throat. She stretched out, fingers quivering, her lips moving as if she was attempting to say something. Then, she attacked. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, but when I spun around, no one was there. Just nothing. I ran. Forget the job. Forget everything. I bolted for the door, but it wouldn't open. The security system had sealed them for the night. I grabbed my radio, but all I got was static. Behind me, the artifacts clattered in their cases. The tools rolled. The knives skidded across the glass. Then, the whispering began. Whispering at first. Then shouting. Dozens of voices, screaming, wailing, begging. The mirror broke. The blow knocked me to the ground, my palms scraping the frigid floor. The air grew rank, the reek of decaying flesh filling my nostrils. A form crept out of the shadows, skull white, jagged, its head hanging to one side unnaturally. black pits for eyes, its mouth stretching wide enough to cleave its face in two, a hammer held in one bony fist. The walls began to bleed. Black, viscous liquid oozed out of the cracks, forming a puddle at my feet. Something moved in the darkness, a twisted, deformed figure with its limbs twisting in directions that shouldn't. It crawled towards me, speaking in voices that don't belong to this world. A woman's rotting hand burst forth from the floor, grasping at my ankle. Icy fingers closed around my skin, tugging me down. I screamed, thrashing about, but the hold only grew stronger. More hands burst forth from the ground, bony fingers grasping at my skin, pulling me further into the depths. The overhead lighting flashed wildly. The wall shadows crept and distorted, becoming long, skinny figures with empty eyes and twisted, grinning mouths. The laughter began, deep and rasping at first, then swelling into a frenzy of shrieking, demented cackles. My reflection in the broken mirror started to stir. It smiled, advancing, its eyes brimming with black emptiness. It extended a hand, pushing a palm against the glass, and then passing through as if the wall between worlds had disappeared. I struggled, fighting against the cold clutch of the hands. The last thing I remember was seeing my own face looming over me, speaking words I couldn't hear. Then, blackness consumed me. I awoke in the morning. The museum was fine. No shattered mirror and no artifacts spilled across the floor. Just Hank looming over me, shaking his head.
Looks like you had yourself a rough night.
I sat up, my body throbbing. You didn't see anything? Hank just grinned, but his eyes were different. Something told.
Guess you believe the stories now.
I left that day, never went back. But every so often in the middle of the night, I still hear them, the screams, and I know whatever is haunting that place, it's still waiting. The Bloody Benders were a family of serial killers who lured travelers to their Kansas cabin in the 1870s, murdered them, and buried their bodies in the yard. After the Benders vanished to escape justice, locals reported horrifying paranormal activity in the abandoned house. Muffled screams and cries for help, apparitions of the victims wandering the land, furniture moving on its own, and unseen forces pushing visitors, horses refusing to go near the property. The house was eventually burned down due to fear, but the land remains infamous for eerie encounters. It began like any other evening. Me, my cat, and the soft hum of my New York City apartment. I was always a cynic. Ghosts, spirits, hauntings, these were just tales to me. But before David, that's all it was. The first time I ever saw him, it was in a dream. A small boy, head deformed like it had been scooped out on one side. He sat in the green rocking chair beside my bed, just looking at me.
You can ask me 2 questions,
he said, in a flat, hollow tone.
But never a third, or I will kill you.
I don't know what I said, only that I was possessed by a cold feeling of horror when I woke up. The dream lingered for days. Then the cats began to act strangely. Night after night, at midnight exactly, they'd all congregate at the front door, fixated on it if there was something out there. Tails puffed up, deep growls burbling in their throats. But when I peeped through the peephole, nothing, just the dark, empty hallway. Then, things got worse. One evening, I was startled awake by a tremendous thud. My heart racing, I grabbed my phone and activated the flashlight. The green rocking chair was moving, not jerking, not shaking, just rocking, back and forth, as if someone had just sat there, staring at me. I was ill. I talked myself into thinking it was my mind playing tricks, sleep paralysis, perhaps. But I knew deep down that this wasn't the case, particularly when I woke up in the morning and checked my phone to find a Twitter notification from one of my followers. Dude, is that someone standing over you in your sleep? My gut fell. I hadn't shared anything, but the idea of something sitting over me while I slept made ice run through my veins.
I didn't want to open my own feed, but I did. There it was, a frozen photo from my security camera. A dark figure, hardly recognizable, standing next to my bed. I attempted to tell myself that it was just a trick of the light, a glitch, something logical. But then there were even more events. Things began to move while I wasn't paying attention. A glass tipped off the counter in the kitchen. My houseplants fell over. A figure flashed across the edge of my vision. And then the nightmares resumed. David was closing in. His foggy, lifeless eyes met mine. His whisper was crawling into my head like a slow toxin.
You asked a third question.
His small mouth curled into something that was not a smile. I woke up with a gasp, my body slicked with sweat. My heart was pounding so hard I barely heard it, a tapping, faint from the ceiling. I was petrified. The noise began lightly, such as fingers passing through the plaster. Then they changed to stern, insistent knocks, sideways, scratching, right above my head. The footsteps followed, hesitant, careful, soft. Something walked around overhead, but I occupied the second story. No attic, no crawl space, just the ceiling. I ran out of the room gasping. My apartment was too small, too dark, the air too thick with something heavy and invisible. I needed out, but where could I go? I was alone. He was in my apartment. The following day, I reviewed my security footage once more. My fingers shook as I scrolled through the footage. At 3:14 a.m., the feed indicated something indefinable. The chair swayed, alone. Then, a few seconds later, a dark figure crawled across my bed. I almost dropped my phone, my heart constricted, my stomach churning with nausea. I rewound, played it again. It was real. This wasn't a dream. It wasn't my imagination. I put it up on the internet, hoping someone, anyone, would tell me what the devil was going on. The messages flooded in. Some thought it was a trick. Some were scared of me. Some told me the worst thing I didn't want to hear. He's getting stronger. The last straw was the photo. I woke up one morning, worse than ever. My entire body hurt like I'd been dragged across the floor. My head pounded, and my sheets were clammy with sweat. I extended my phone with stiff and shaking fingers. My camera roll was open, and there were photos of me, sleeping, taken during the night. And in the last one, David was there, standing in the corner, his head tilted, eyes wide, grinning. Then something even more disturbing happened. I heard a whisper, but not in my dream, not in my mind. It was real, right beside my ear.
I'm still here.
A shiver crept around my spine, and the room seemed to be closing in on me. I slowly turned my head, afraid of what I would see. But there was nothing, only the oppressive silence closing in on me from all sides. I dreamed that night that I was drowning. Chilly, clawing fingers encircled my ankles, dragging me down into infinite blackness. A child's voice was heard through the water.
You can't leave me.
I woke up gasping, covered in unexplained bruises. My legs were sore, like something had really clutched them in the night. I moved out of that apartment, moved away, burned the chair. But even now, late at night, I catch it. The feel of eyes on me, the brush of a dead child's breath across my ear, and the touch of tiny fingers tracing out towards me in the darkness. And I know, dear David is still with me. The Dear David haunting case revolves around Adam Ellis, a New York-based illustrator who gained viral attention in 2017 for sharing a chilling paranormal experience on Twitter. According to Ellis, his apartment was haunted by the ghost of a young boy with a misshapen head, whom he named Dear David. Ellis first encountered Dear David in a dream, where he was warned he could only ask 2 questions, never 3, or face dire consequences.
He later claimed to see the spirit in real life, reporting eerie occurrences such as objects moving on their own, strange noises, and his cats fixating on something unseen. Over several months, Ellis documented the haunting with photos and videos, including unsettling images of what appeared to be a childlike figure. His updates captivated millions, sparking debates over whether the events were real or an elaborate hoax. Eventually, the tweet stopped, leaving followers to speculate on the story's conclusion. The Dear David phenomenon became a pop culture sensation, inspiring countless theories and discussions. In 2023, it was adapted into a horror film, further cementing its place in modern internet folklore. Whether fact or fiction, Dear David remains one of the most famous online ghost stories. Being a class teacher was something I dreamt of since I was a teenager. Dealing with kids, connecting with them, making them learn, and watching them grow has always been the best feeling. The smell of pencils and old paper filled my classroom, and the usual chatter of kids buzzed around me. Gabriel Fernandez sat in the second row, head down, scribbling in his notebook. He was quieter than the others, a little bit more reserved, but always polite, always eager to learn. I should have known. I should have seen it earlier. The first time I noticed something was off, it was his eyes. They weren't just tired, they were empty, like the light inside of him was fading. A dark bruise peeked out from under his shirt collar, yellow around the edges, like it had been there for days. When I asked him about it, he flinched, his small hands curling into tight fists. "Just fell," he whispered. A chill ran down my spine. The way he said it sounded fake, like he'd been told to say it. The next week, Gabriel came to school with a busted lip, the skin split and swollen, dried blood stuck in the corner of his mouth. His hands shook as he held his pencil, and when I handed him a tissue, he pulled back like he thought I was going to hit him.
Who did this to you?
I asked, kneeling beside him. My heart was racing, and my stomach turned. "My mom and her boyfriend," he mumbled, so quiet I almost didn't hear him. "They don't like me." A heavy feeling settled in my chest.
I can help you, Gabriel.
I whispered.
You just have to tell me everything.
His lips quivered. He glanced over his shoulder like someone was watching. "They say," he finally said, his voice cracking. "They don't want me." I clenched my fists. He was just a kid, 8 years old. How could anyone? I reported it right away. Child Protective Services said they'd look into it. But the next day, Gabriel didn't come to school, or the day after that. When he finally came back, he looked worse. His small body was thinner, his cheeks hollow, his arms. God, his arms. Cigarette burns, deep purple bruises, red welts that looked angry and raw. I couldn't breathe.
What happened?
I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. His lips were dry and cracked. "They made me eat cat litter," he said. "They made me eat rotten spinach from the trash." I ran out of the classroom, holding back tears, and called CPS again.
You need to get him out of that house. Now.
I said, my voice shaking. "Ma'am, we have a lot of cases."
I don't care! They're torturing him!
They said they'd follow up. I should have done more. I should have taken him and run. Gabriel stopped talking after that. The spark in him was fading fast. Then one Monday, he came to school with 2 black eyes, the skin around them swollen and purple, his left eyelid barely open. His knuckles were raw like he'd been scrubbing something for hours. He moved slowly, like every step hurt. I pulled him aside, whispering,
I won't let them hurt you anymore, okay? I swear.
He looked up at me, those big brown eyes full of something that scared me. Acceptance, like he knew he wasn't going to make it. 2 weeks later, Gabriel Fernandez was dead. They found him on the floor of his mom's apartment, his little body beaten and broken. I was horrified knowing the details about what Gabriel's own parents did to him.
How could someone be so cruel to a child? Are they even humans? My legs trembled and my heart burned in pain. The thought that Gabriel died because of his evil parents made me question everything sane. And through it all, he still loved them. In the hospital, in his last moments, he told the nurses, "Make sure my mom's okay." I screamed when I heard. I collapsed at my desk, shaking with anger and grief. I'd begged, I'd pleaded, but the system failed him. I failed him. The trial was a mess. Izaro Aguirre, the monster who did this, sat in court with cold, dead eyes. Pearl Fernandez, Gabriel's mother, didn't cry, not once. They played the tapes of Gabriel's last moments, his cries, his begging for help, the horror he went through. I wanted to cover my ears, to forget the sounds of his pain. Aguirre got the death penalty. Pearl got life without parole, but it didn't feel like justice. Gabriel was still gone. Sometimes I dream about him. He's sitting in my classroom, head down, drawing pictures of happy families, families that would never hurt him. I wake up screaming because I know how his story really ended, and no punishment will ever be enough to make up for what they did to him. I heard his voice in my head, his last words to me, "Help me." And I didn't. I kept going over that moment, wondering what I could have done differently. Could I have gone to his house? Could I have pushed harder with the authorities? Could I have protected him from the people who were supposed to love him? The guilt eats at me, a constant weight on my chest. Gabriel's face stays with me, his eyes empty, his shaky voice, the bruises that told a story he was too scared to share. I think about the other kids in my class, the ones who laugh and play and trust the world to keep them safe. I watch them more closely now, looking for signs, for anything wrong. But no matter how many I help, it'll never be enough, because Gabriel is gone, and the world feels darker without him. The case of Gabriel Fernandez is one of the most tragic instances of child abuse in U.S. history. In 2013, 8-year-old Gabriel died after months of brutal torture by his mother, Pearl Fernandez, and her boyfriend, Izaro Aguirre, in Palmdale, California. Gabriel was beaten, starved, burned, shot with BB guns, and forced to eat cat litter. Desperate multiple reports to social services and law enforcement, authorities failed to intervene in time. On May 22, 2013, Gabriel was found unresponsive and later died in the hospital due to his severe injuries. Aguirre was sentenced to death, while Pearl Fernandez received life without parole. The case led to widespread outrage and calls for child welfare reform. Social workers involved faced criminal charges but were later dismissed. A Netflix documentary, The Trials of Gabriel Fernandez, shed light on the systematic failures that contributed to his death, sparking discussions on child protection laws.